In Japan, in the district of Mabana, within a certain commercial edifice, an office on the 9th floor was the setting for an unexpected revelation. "I have discerned the identity of the murderer," proclaimed Conan, adjusting his spectacles, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Then, unnoticed by the others, he aimed a tranquilizer dart from his wristwatch at the neck of Kogoro Mori and pressed the button. A slender needle swiftly shot forth. In the next instant, Kogoro Mori swayed slightly before settling onto the sofa. His head bowed and eyes closed, with his hands relaxed at either side. With a swift motion, Conan crouched behind the sofa and, using a voice modulator to mimic Mori's voice, declared, "Officer Magyar, I have uncovered the identity of Miss Mizuhara's killer. Please bring forth the 3 suspects." "Oh? Young Mori, you know who the murderer is?" Officer Magyar, who had been conversing with a fellow officer, turned in surprise to gaze at Kogoro Mori on the sofa. 10 hours had elapsed since the onset of the case, during which 3 suspects had been identified, yet no one had any inkling as to which of them was the true perpetrator. However, Kogoro Mori had already unraveled the mystery, truly a testament to his reputation as a detective. Little did they know, Kogoro Mori was merely an amateur, while the real detective was Adagawa Conan. Indeed, Conan affirmed, nodding, then reiterated his previous statement. In response, Officer Magyar addressed a young officer nearby, saying, "Takagi, please fetch the 3 suspects." "Yes, Officer Magyar," Takagi replied promptly, summoning a colleague before departing. Upon entering the adjacent room, 2 colleagues were stationed at the entrance, engaged in a casual conversation. Noticing Takagi's approach, one of the taller colleagues remarked, "Ah, Takagi, what brings you here? Are the suspects present?" Takagi inquired, pushing the door open to reveal only 2 suspects inside, with one, Akechi SD, notably absent. "Where is Mr. Akechi?" He turned to ask the tall colleague that he has gone to the smoking room, came the reply. "Please escort them to Officer Magyar while we search for Mr. Akechi," Takagi instructed. "Understood," the tall colleague affirmed, leading the 2 suspects away. Once they had departed, Takagi called upon the earlier colleague and proceeded toward the smoking room. In the smoking room, Lizili groggily opened his eyes, feeling a dryness in his lips and a lingering haze in his mind. Momentarily disoriented after a brief pause, he regained his composure. Why am I lying on the floor?" Realizing he was sprawled on the ground, his face pressed against the cold floor, he noticed a scattering of discarded cigarette butts around him. Simultaneously, he was assaulted by a pungent, acrid smell of smoke. As a non-smoker, the stench was particularly overwhelming to him. "Where am I? What is this place?" Quickly gathering himself, he rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, startled to discover that he was indeed in a smoking room. In the smoking room, Lizili had witnessed many scenes before. He was no longer astonished by them, however. The predicament he found himself in was perplexing. He distinctly remembered returning home from work, exhausted, and collapsing onto his bed, burying his head in the covers for a deep slumber. Logically, he should still be asleep in his bed. Yet here he was, inexplicably in a smoking room. Am I still dreaming? With this thought, Lizili pinched himself hard, a jolt of pain causing him to grimace. It hurt. Clearly, he was not in a dream. Wait. These are not my hands, and this attire. Suddenly, he glanced down at his hands, which were pale and slender, unmistakably belonging to someone who had never engaged in arduous labor. Yet, Lizili himself was a jack-of-all-trades, having undertaken every form of strenuous work imaginable. Moreover, the suit he wore was impeccably clean and tailored. Far from anything he possessed, he had never owned such formal attire. What on earth has transpired? Why are my clothes not mine, and why do these hands feel foreign? Could it be? In a flash, Lizili considered a startling possibility. He rushed to the glass window, peering into the transparent pane. In an instant, he was astounded. I have truly traversed dimensions and become another person. Although the glass merely reflected a blurred masculine figure, Lizili was certain that this individual was not him. Was he unfamiliar with his own visage? At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness, akin to invasive software, forcing their way into his mind. Lizili grimaced, his brow furrowing in agony as the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably, soon drenched in sweat. Fortunately, this too shall pass swiftly. Lizili stood still for a moment, collecting himself before sifting through the flood of newly acquired memories. It turned out that Lizili had traversed into the world of Conan. inhabiting the body of the original owner, whose name was Akutagawa SD. He was 21 years old, unmarried, and employed as an editor at a certain manga company, this very place where he worked. His parents had passed away when he was young. Typically, those who are orphaned have complex backgrounds. Due to his reclusive nature, he had very few close acquaintances. He suffered from a heart condition and had unexpectedly succumbed while smoking. Thus, Lizili found his soul intertwined with that of the original owner. Wait! Suddenly, a chilling image surfaced in Lizili's mind in a dimly lit office. He saw himself donning black gloves, wielding a small knife, and approaching a woman seated on the opposite sofa with a fierce gaze. The woman was curled up on the sofa, asleep, her eyes closed, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. His footsteps echoed as he drew nearer, his hateful eyes fixed upon her, and then, his expression twisted into a grotesque grimace. Ultimately, he raised the knife, plunging it towards the woman's body. The memory faded, and Lizili jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, standing in silence for a prolonged moment. I am a murderer? How can this be? This was an utterly disconcerting start. He had unwittingly become a killer. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled Lizili. He turned his gaze toward the entrance and heard a male voice calling out, "Is Mr. Akagawa in?" Lizili was momentarily taken aback, realizing the inquiry was directed at him. Who could it possibly be? Could it be? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lizili composed himself and opened the door. Indeed, just as he had suspected, the visitors were police officers. Upon seeing the two officers at the threshold, a flicker of understanding crossed Lizili's eyes, and he focused on a young officer with black hair and a slightly sallow complexion. Takagi Wataru. Lizili thought to himself that in his previous life, he had watched Detective Conan countless times and instantly recognized Takagi Wataru, who was known as one of Mori's most capable aides, with a fondness for Satomiwako and a rather easygoing disposition. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The pressing question was why this officer had come to seek him out. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Lizili's mind, yet he managed to inquire, "Officer Takagi, what brings you here?" "It is not I who is seeking you, but Officer Mori," Takagi replied. "Mori is looking for me?" Lizili's heart raced as he quickly deduced the reason for Mori's interest. Currently, he was designated as a suspect by Mori, while the genius Detective Conan was at the scene of the crime in search of the perpetrator. It was not difficult to infer that Mori had dispatched Takagi to summon him, the suspect, likely because Conan had already discerned his guilt. If he were to simply confront Takagi, he would likely spend the rest of his life gazing at the moon through the small window of a prison cell. Contemplating this, Lizili felt an urge to vent his frustration. Why was it that others who traversed dimensions were either noble lords or possessed extraordinary abilities, while he was merely a murderer? The heavens were decidedly unjust. However, lamentations aside, the immediate priority was to devise a means of extricating himself from his current predicament. Otherwise, he would indeed be doomed to languish in confinement for the remainder of his days. Chapter 2. Do you have a boyfriend? Mr. Akutagawa? Mr. Akutagawa? Noticing that Akutagawa had been lost in thought after Lizili had finished speaking, Takagi called out to him twice. Everyone was still waiting, and there was little time to squander in idle chatter. Oh yes. Upon hearing Takagi's words, Lizili snapped back to reality and nodded. Mr. Akutagawa, please. Takagi gestured for him to proceed. Very well. Despite his reluctance to accompany Takagi, he knew that fleeing outright was not an option. Otherwise, he would be swiftly apprehended. After all, given his physique, he could not outrun two armed officers. He needed to concoct a clever escape plan. As for explaining the situation to Mikuru, Lizili had never entertained such an idea. Just imagine if he were to rush to Mikuru and declare, "I did not commit the murder, it was Akutagawa who did it. I am not Akutagawa, I have traversed from Earth." Surely, they would consider him a delusional lunatic and send him off to a mental institution. Thus, he could only focus on finding a way to flee. As he walked along the road, Lizili pondered ways to escape. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a restroom diagonally across the street, and an idea sparked in his mind. He abruptly halted, clutching his stomach and uttering a pained exclamation. "Mr. Akagawa, what is the matter?" Takagi turned to look at him. "I have a stomach ache and need to use the restroom," Lizili replied. "Well, accompany you," Takagi stated. "This fellow is rather cautious, keeping a close watch on me," the suspect, With that thought, Zili nodded subtly and made his way towards the restroom across the street, closely followed by Takagi and his colleague. Upon pushing open the restroom door, Zili turned to face them and smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, it's quite foul inside if you enter. You'll surely leave with an unpleasant odor. It would be better for you to wait here." After a moment's contemplation, Takagi nodded very well. He understood that the restroom had only a small window, too narrow for even a child to pass through. As long as they guarded the entrance, there was no way Akagawa could escape. Moreover, the stench inside was indeed overwhelming. He had no desire to stand by and witness such an event. The very thought was repugnant. Hearing this, a glimmer of delight passed through Zili's eyes. He then flashed a smile at Takagi and his colleague before closing the restroom door. Inside, there were 3 stalls. Zili tested each stall door. They were unlocked and unoccupied. Reaching the last stall, he promptly lowered the toilet seat and stood upon it. He raised both hands to remove the grid panel from the ceiling while deliberately emitting a series of sounds outside the restroom. Upon hearing the muffled from within, Takagi exchanged amused glances with his colleague. They then engaged in a light conversation. After a brief moment, Takagi's colleague remarked, "I wonder if he's done." In response, Takagi knocked on the door, and Zili's voice soon echoed back, "Just a moment, I'm not finished." Upon hearing this, both Takagi and his colleague fell silent. After all, Zili had only been inside for 2 or 3 minutes. It was hardly enough time for such a task. "That startled me." Inside the restroom, Zili mumbled to himself. The grid panel had been successfully moved aside, and now he found himself suspended from the ceiling, his upper body wedged in the ventilation duct while his legs dangled in the restroom. With a determined push, he managed to place one foot against the ceiling, leveraging the force to propel himself upwards. Finally made it up, Zili wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. He then replaced the grid panel and began to crawl forward through the ventilation duct. The entire commercial complex had been sealed off by the police, making escape through the ducts nearly impossible. The only option now was to navigate to the adjacent company, evade the authorities' gaze, and devise a plan to escape the complex. Suddenly, Zili paused, peering through the ventilation opening at the group of people in the office below. Mugur-sans, Morikoger, Conan. The other 2 suspects were also present. Silence enveloped the room, with only the flickering of Magure's cigarette breaking the stillness. As if everyone were awaiting his arrival, time was of the essence. If they discovered my absence, it would spell grave trouble. With this thought in mind, Zili cautiously crawled forward, maneuvering through the ventilation shaft and navigating several twists and turns until he finally reached the adjacent company. At that moment, Zili halted before a vent, peering down into the office below, which was devoid of occupants, shrouded in silence. "Just as well that no one is here." A glimmer of relief crossed his face as he shifted the vent cover and leaped down. However, no sooner had his feet touched the ground than a sudden sound echoed behind him. The office door swung open. A jolt of alarm surged through Zili. Could it be that misfortune had struck him so swiftly? He had barely landed when someone entered? Heaven above, there was no need to be so attentive to my plight. With this thought racing through his mind, Zili stiffened and turned to face the intruder, revealing a young woman clad in professional attire, her appearance impeccably refined. To his astonishment, she too appeared taken aback, having returned from the restroom only to find a stranger in her office. With a wary gaze fixed upon Zili, she inquired, "Who are you?" For a fleeting moment, Zili felt a surge of tension, but he soon regained his composure, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Subsequently, he approached the window and drew back the curtains, then opened the front door, before casually taking a seat in a chair, as if the space belonged to him. Observing Zili's actions, the woman's guard gradually diminished. After all, a nefarious individual would never pull back the curtains and open the door so freely. No villain would engage in such behavior. Noticing her relaxed demeanor, Zili couldn't help but smile inwardly, realizing he had made the right move. He then turned to the woman and said, "Kyoko, do you not recognize me?" He knew her name because he had glimpsed the identification badge pinned to her chest, which read Tianchi Kyoko. "Do you know me?" Tianchi Kyoko looked perplexed, her mind racing to recall who Zili was, but to no avail. "My purpose for returning to see you was, in fact, to propose." Zili did not respond to her inquiry, but instead gazed at her with profound affection. "A proposal?" Tianchi Kyoko was utterly taken aback. remaining in a daze for a considerable time before regaining her senses. "Sir, I'm sorry, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, Zili interrupted her, asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" As he cast a glance around, he noticed a picture frame perched on the edge of the desk. Inside the frame was a photograph of a man embracing Tianchi Kyoko from behind, both of them radiating joy, prompting his question. Chapter 3, Police Pursuit. "Ah, yes. His name is Yamamoto Masakazu." Tianchi Shingzi was momentarily taken aback before nodding in response. Deep within her thoughts, she pondered the identity of this man and why his visage eluded her memory. Had they once shared an intimate connection? Before she could delve deeper into her musings, Zili suddenly donned a sorrowful expression, his demeanor heavy with despair as he declared, "I understand now. I assure you, this will be the last time I shall no longer intrude upon your life. Farewell." With that, he exited without waiting for Tianchi Shingzi to respond. Once outside the office, Zili smirked, the desolation on his face vanished. He strode purposefully down the corridor. Within the office, everyone awaited the arrival of Takagi and Akechi. Yet as time passed, there was still no sign of them. Conan furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling creeping over him, as though something was amiss. He directed the voice changer to mimic Kagoro Mori's tone. "Officer Magyar, Mr. Akechi has yet to arrive. Perhaps you should send someone to inquire." "Very well," Magyar responded, though he remained silent, a hint of unease gnawing at him. He promptly dispatched 2 officers to follow up. Observing this, Conan decided to stealthily slip away. Upon rounding a corner in the corridor, he spotted Takagi and his colleague stationed at the restroom door. Just then, Takagi noticed them and, puzzled, inquired, "What brings you here?" "Officer Magyar sent us to check on Mr. Akechi," one of the officers replied. "He's inside using the restroom," Takagi said, glancing at the restroom door. "Excuse me, Officer Takagi, how long has he been inside?" At that moment, Conan circled in front of Takagi, feigning a charming demeanor as he gazed up at him. "Conan, what brings you here?" Takagi inquired, glancing at his wristwatch, and added, "It's been approximately 11 minutes. Upon hearing this, Conan lowered his head, stroking his chin. Something feels amiss. If he has been inside for so long without emerging, it is likely. With this thought, Conan's expression shifted, and he immediately pushed open the restroom door and rushed inside. "Hey, Conan!" Seeing Conan dash into the restroom, Takagi hurriedly followed him in. Other officers quickly followed suit, only to find Takagi standing there, dumbfounded. Following his gaze, they discovered that all 3 stalls, with their doors wide open, were completely empty. A wave of astonishment swept through the group. "Where has Mr. Akutagawa gone?" After a moment, one officer turned to Takagi, asking, "Takagi, where's Mr. Akutagawa?" I have no idea," Takagi replied, his face a mask of confusion. He too was at a loss regarding Akutagawa's whereabouts. There were no other exits, and the main door was being guarded. This was truly baffling, strange. There's only a small window, and the entrance is being watched. How could Akutagawa possibly slip away? Another officer remarked, glancing around in bewilderment. Standing at the last stall, gazing up at the ceiling, Conan turned to them and said, "How peculiar. Look, there are footprints on the toilet lid." Upon hearing this, Takagi and the others approached Conan, noticing that the toilet lid was indeed closed, revealing 2 distinct footprints atop it. The clarity of these footprints suggests that someone was standing here not long ago. But why would they stand on the lid? Takagi pondered, his gaze instinctively drifting upward. Suddenly, a realization sparked in his mind as he stepped onto the toilet lid to examine the ceiling panel closely, which bore evident signs of having been moved. "I understand now. He must have displaced the panel and escaped through the ventilation shaft at this." A smile crept across Conan's face. "He managed to escape in such a manner. We must inform Officer Magyar at once." Agreed. With that, the group exited the restroom, Conan following closely behind. Upon encountering Officer Magyar, Takagi recounted the events, causing Magyar to exclaim in shock, "What? Akechi SD has escaped?" All eyes turned to him, and seizing the opportunity, Conan concealed himself behind the sofa. Mimicking Kagoro's voice, "Officer Magyar, Akechi SD is the culprit. He surely hasn't fled the city yet. You must dispatch officers to apprehend him immediately." "What? Akechi SD, the murderer! Everyone gasped, utterly convinced by the words of the great detective. If he proclaimed Akechi SD to be the perpetrator, then it was undoubtedly true. Megur's expression turned grave. If Akechi SD were merely a suspect, it could be managed. But now that he was confirmed as the murderer, there was no way he could be allowed to escape. They would search tirelessly, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Upon contemplating this, Mumu promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie, positioning it before his lips, and proclaimed, "Attention everyone, attention everyone. Secure all exits of the Dacia building. Upon sighting Akechwan Chaodang, detain him immediately. In addition, the remaining officers must hasten to locate him for me." Having issued these directives, Officer Mumu instructed the officers accompanying him to search for Akechwan Chaodang as well. Conan also followed suit. As they traversed the corridor, Li Zili pondered his circumstances, having temporarily evaded the gaze of law enforcement. His next objective was to escape Dacia, albeit the premises were under complete police lockdown. How could he possibly flee Dacia? This was a conundrum that as he walked. Suddenly, Li Zili discerned the sound of the walkie-talkie emanating from around the upcoming corner. "Attention everyone, attention everyone. Secure all exits of the Dacia building. Upon sighting Akechwan Chaodang, detain him immediately." This was dire. They must have realized I have fled. Li Zili's heart raced, understanding that the authorities had become aware of his escape. It was evident that a thorough search of the Dacia building would ensue. Li Zili's situation had taken a turn for the worse. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching, pressing his back against the wall. He cautiously peered outside, only to see an officer approaching. The voice he had just heard on the walkie-talkie belonged to him. Should the officer reach this corner, he would inevitably discover Li Zili. At that instant, Li Zili's hair stood on end, and his heart leapt into his throat. He was on the verge of being discovered. What should he do? As he felt a surge of nervousness, a sudden, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Beep. Ultimate Omni System binding successful." What? A system? Could it be that the long-awaited boon of my transmigration has finally arrived? Upon hearing this voice, Li Zili was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of ecstatic joy in his eyes. Beep. Binding rewards. Basic hacking skills and disguise technique. In an instant, a refreshing clarity flooded Li Zili's mind as if a plethora of knowledge had been bestowed upon him. Simultaneously, a panel of attributes materialized in his consciousness. Host: Li Zili. Intelligence: 65. Stamina: 55. Agility: 60. Note: the passing benchmark for intelligence, stamina, and agility for an ordinary person is 60. Considering these attributes, aside from stamina falling short, the others are satisfactory, with intelligence exceeding the average threshold by 5 points. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The footsteps were drawing nearer, and that officer was swiftly approaching. Chapter 4. Strict lockdown on the 9th floor. As the officer advanced, Li Zili promptly activated his disguise technique, envisioning the visage of a middle-aged man. Before long, the disguise technique signaled its completion. At that moment, the officer arrived before him, their gaze alighting on Li Zili for a brief second before shifting away. Li Zili secretly exhaled in relief. Although he received the notification of successful disguise, he remained uncertain whether his appearance had truly altered, and thus felt a twinge of anxiety under the officer's scrutiny. Until the gaze of the other party shifted away from him, Li Zili was certain that his disguise had indeed succeeded. With a sigh of relief, Li Zili's courage began to swell. He addressed the officer who was about to walk past him, saying, "Officer, I have heard that a murder has occurred in this city. Is that true?" The officer scrutinized him for a moment, noting his ordinary office worker appearance, and without further thought, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Has the perpetrator been apprehended?" Li Zili inquired. "The police are already aware of the identity of the murderer and are conducting a thorough search," the officer replied. "Just as he suspected. The authorities are aware that I am the criminal and are actively searching for me throughout the city. If it were not for my disguise, I would be in dire straits. But now..." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Zili feigned a look of fear, exclaiming, "Officer, do you mean to say that the murderer is still in this city?" Observing his demeanor, the officer reassured him, "You need not be afraid. We have sealed off all stairways and exits. The murderer has nowhere to escape, and we will apprehend him shortly. Yes, yes, officer, you must catch the murderer quickly. Li Zili nodded earnestly. Rest assured, the officer replied as he turned to leave, completely unaware that as he did, Li Zili subtly smirked, his head bowed. Then he departed. Ding. Random task triggered. Evade police tracking. Task completed. Reward. Random attribute points for freedom, with a small chance to acquire a skill. As he walked, Li Zili's eyes brightened upon hearing the system's voice. Realizing that this could mean that by continuously completing tasks, he could acquire additional skills. This was indeed the rhythm of becoming extraordinary. However, he pondered the nature of the so-called free attribute points. Could they be consumed? System, what exactly are free attribute points? Li Zili inquired directly within his mind. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, the system's mechanical voice finally responded. Free attribute points are universal points that can be allocated to any attribute of the host's choosing. So that's how it is. What a marvelous boon. Upon hearing this, Li Zili comprehended fully. It seemed these free attribute points could enhance his intellect, stamina, agility, any attribute, indeed. This implied that he could elevate his physical strength, intelligence, and agility. Truly a remarkable asset. With a smirk gracing his lips, Li Zili proceeded toward the stairwell. Given that a homicide had occurred here, the elevator was locked, leaving him no choice but to ascend the stairs. Not long after, he noticed a police officer stationed by the stairway, scanning the faces of the nearby crowd. Having already altered his appearance, Li Zili felt no trepidation and approached with confidence. At that moment, Takagi arrived with a young woman before Magyar, stating, "Officer Magyar, this Miss Tianchi claims to have seen the perpetrator not long ago." Oh? Magyar turned to regard Miss Tianchi, who was elegantly attired. Miss Tianchi, where exactly did you encounter the assailant? Could you provide me with a detailed account? Certainly, officer. Tianchi Xingzi still felt a chill of trepidation when Takagi presented her with a photograph of Akiyama SD. She was utterly startled, never imagining that the stranger who had appeared in the office was, in fact, a murderer. She felt a sense of relief that the man had not harmed her in any way. Yet, upon reflecting on her prior encounter with a killer in a confined space, her hands and feet grew cold. After hearing Magyar's words, Tianchi Xingzi recounted the incident involving Akiyama SD. Hey, Tianchi, at what time did you encounter the perpetrator? At that moment, Conan, with an innocent expression, gazed up at Tianchi Xingzi. When I returned from the restroom, I glanced at my watch. It was 11:50. It takes about a minute to walk from the restroom to my office, she replied, casting a glance at Conan. Thus, the precise moment she encountered Akiyama SD was 11:51, which coincided closely with the time we discovered his escape. As this thought crossed his mind, Conan looked at his wristwatch. It now read 11:55. Only 4 minutes had elapsed, indicating that the suspect was still on this floor. Conan understood that after the discovery of Akiyama SD's escape, the police had promptly sealed off all stairway exits. Given that only 4 minutes had passed, it was inconceivable for Akiyama SD to have escaped the floor under such circumstances. It was imperative to devise a strategy to ensure that Officer Magyar focused on sealing this floor, preventing anyone from leaving. Upon this thought, Conan adjusted his spectacles and turned to Magyar, adopting an innocent and endearing demeanor. Officer Magyar, I am hungry. I would like to have a meal. It is only what time, Conan, that you are already thinking of food? Takagi remarked, observing him. Well, it is already 11:55. It is time to eat, Conan replied, displaying his wristwatch. 11:55. Magyar suddenly trembled, glancing at Amano Kyoko. Miss Amano, at what time did you see the perpetrator? 11:51. Amano Kyoko responded. 11:51. Only 4 minutes have passed perhaps. With this thought, Magyar retrieved his walkie-talkie, placing it to his lips and declaring, "Attention everyone. The suspect may still be on the 9th floor. Immediately seal off the 9th floor. No one is permitted to leave." Upon hearing this, Conan lowered his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Time rewound slightly. Li Zili approached the stairwell with an air of nonchalance, swiftly arriving before a police officer. The officer scrutinized him briefly but uttered no words. Li Zili walked past him, but just as he was about to descend the stairs, the officer's voice rang out. Wait a moment. Li Zili stiffened. Could this officer have discerned something? No, that was impossible. He was in disguise and could not possibly be recognized. With that thought, Li Zili forced himself to remain calm, turning to face the officer with a smile. "Officer, is there something amiss?" "There has been a homicide here, be cautious." The officer replied, "So it was like this. You nearly scared me to death." Lizili felt an immense sense of relief within, yet maintained a smile on his face as he replied, "I will, thank you, officer." With that, he turned and descended the staircase. Moments later, the officer's radio crackled to life with Inspector Mew's voice. "Attention everyone, the perpetrator may still be on the 9th floor. Immediately seal off the 9th floor, no one is allowed to exit." The officer felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively glanced back at Lizili, but the staircase was now empty. Lizili had long since vanished. Awaiting your initial text for refinement and elegant rendition into English. Chapter 5. The sky is the limit. Lizili swiftly descended the 9th floor, proceeding down the staircase with unwavering determination until he reached the ground level. Breathless and drenched in sweat from the exertion, he lamented the inadequacies of his physical condition. If only he had the opportunity to allocate some attribute points to enhance his stamina. Without a robust physique, every endeavor becomes arduous. As it stood, a mere sprint left him gasping for air. Had he ascended just a couple more floors, he feared he would be utterly winded. Taking a brief respite to steady his breath, he eventually ventured outside. Upon entering the grand hall of the dacha, Lizili noticed two officers stationed by the entrance, engaged in casual conversation. As he approached, both officers turned to regard him. With a calm demeanor, Lizili raised his hand and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, officers. Have you apprehended the perpetrator yet?" He strolled closer with an air of familiarity, producing cigarettes from his pocket to offer them. Though he himself did not smoke, the previous owner of the body had a penchant for it. Hence the cigarettes resided in his pocket. The officers glanced at him, recognizing he was not a mere passerby, and accepted the cigarettes. One officer shook his head, replying, "Not yet. Officer Mumu suspects the assailant is still on the 9th floor and has sealed it off, prohibiting anyone from leaving." The thought of the 9th floor being sealed off startled Lizili, yet he maintained a cheerful facade. "Officer Mumu is quite capable. It is only a matter of time before the culprit is apprehended." The 9th floor was sealed off meticulously, leaving the perpetrator with no means of escape. "If you apprehend the culprit, we ordinary citizens will feel a sense of relief. Rest assured, with our police force present, the villain shall not wreak havoc any longer." Indeed, on the surface, Lizili nodded in agreement, yet inwardly he chuckled, for these individuals remained oblivious to the fact that the murderer was right before their eyes. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lizili declared, "I shall step out to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Please continue." "Very well," replied an officer, waving Lizili off. With an impassive expression, he walked away, and then a subtle smirk appeared on his lips as he blended into the throngs of people. Once he melded into the dense crowd, he was free as a bird soaring through the sky, or a fish leaping through the vast ocean. The police would find it impossible to locate him thereafter. Ding! Mission accomplished, earning 10 freedom attribute points. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and Lizili's face brightened slightly, realizing he had completed the random task. After some contemplation, he allocated 8 of the 10 attribute points to his stamina and the remaining 2 to his intelligence. Besides stamina, intelligence held significant importance as well. In an instant, Lizili felt a surge of unusual energy coursing through his body, significantly enhancing his physical condition. Consequently, his attribute panel was updated. Host: Lizili Intelligence, 67 Stamina, 63 Agility, 60 Skills. Hacking, Beginner, Disguise. Lizili chuckled as he clenched his fist, acutely aware that his physical condition had improved significantly. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Main quest initiated. Within 3 days, the host must infiltrate the police department as an officer. Upon completion, the host shall receive a random allocation of attribute points and a high probability of acquiring a skill. What? Become a police officer? Lizili was bewildered. He had just escaped one perilous situation, and now the system demanded that he plunge into another, this time within the police department. To assign a criminal the role of a police officer? What a farce. This wretched system left him utterly speechless. He inquired, "Is it possible to cancel this mission?" "No." The system's response was prompt and unequivocal. Lizili found himself exasperated. It seemed the obstinate system was determined to see him masquerade as a police officer. How infuriating! Fortunately, he had been granted a 3-day window, during which he could devise a plan to infiltrate the police department. For now, the paramount concern was to secure a safe residence and assume a new identity. His previous identity was no longer viable. Given the circumstances, the police would undoubtedly launch a nationwide manhunt for him. If he were to revert to his old identity, it would only be a matter of time before he was apprehended. Furthermore, returning to his former abode was out of the question. There might very well be officers lying in wait nearby, anticipating his return. Thus, he had no choice but to seek a new dwelling. As for acquiring a new identity, that would pose no challenge. With Li Zili's hacking skills, navigating the relatively underdeveloped digital landscape of this era to create a new identity would be a trivial task. All that was required was a computer. The first step for Li Zili was to create a new identity. Before forging this new persona, he entered a public restroom and activated his disguise technique. As he envisioned the image of a man in his mind, a notification soon emerged, signaling the success of the transformation. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at his reflection, stroking his chin with a subtle smile. Handsome. The man in the mirror appeared radiant and tall, with a prominent nose and fair skin, exuding an extraordinary charm in his dark suit. Any woman present would undoubtedly be captivated by his appearance. Subsequently, Li Zili visited an internet CAF, where he employed his hacking skills to establish a new identity. Adopting the name Hiroichi Kawagawa, he refrained from using his real name, recognizing that it was too quintessentially Chinese for his new persona. Following this, he spent an hour securing a new residence, 2 bedrooms and a living room, fully furnished and equipped with appliances, complete with a balcony. That evening, after a light meal, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking the next day, he discovered himself on television. His photo accompanied a news report, with the host announcing, "Yesterday, a murder occurred in XX University, and the perpetrator, Hiroichi Kawagawa, is at large. We urge the public." Li Zili merely smirked, picking up the remote to turn off the television. The police were in pursuit of him, which was entirely expected. He felt no surprise or concern. With his disguise technique at his disposal, he knew it would be as challenging for the authorities to locate him as finding a needle in a haystack. Li Zili chose not to dwell on such matters. His immediate concern was how to infiltrate the police headquarters. The system had granted him 3 days, and already a day had elapsed, leaving him with but 2 days. He needed to devise a plan swiftly to gain entry into the precinct. After much contemplation without yielding any fruitful leads, Li Zili decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. It was morning, with the sun shining brightly and the streets bustling with life and vehicles. As he meandered along, he found himself standing in front of a quaint CAF, where melodious tunes wafted through the air, enveloping him in a sense of comfort. Unconsciously drawn in, he entered the CAF, selected a seat by the window, ordered a cup of coffee, and basked in the gentle sunlight while leisurely savoring his drink. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, prompting Li Zili to rise instinctively and look toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 6. Fei Yingli. In the instant the scream pierced the air, a loud crash echoed as a coffee cup shattered on the floor, scattering fragments and spilling coffee everywhere. Li Zili turned to see a man, visibly enraged, berating a young waitress. Amused, he shook his head, realizing that the waitress had inadvertently spilled coffee on the man. With that, he returned to his seat. Moments later, Li Zili observed the irate man storming out of the CAF, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze when, unexpectedly, a young girl entered alongside a small boy. They conversed animatedly as they made their way to a table. "Conan, we meet again." Li Zili smiled at the sight of the small boy. Accompanying Conan was none other than Ran Muri, dressed in a light blue jacket over a green sundress, adorned with a ruby necklace. She appeared meticulously groomed and radiated youthful vibrancy. Unbeknownst to them, Ran and Conan remained engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the attention they attracted. "Honestly, Conan, didn't I tell you I was coming here for a date today? Why did you tag along?" Ran inquired. "Because I want to see Big Brother Shinichi too." "Yes, so slow, when will he arrive?" Conan replied cutely. "Actually, the person I'm meeting today isn't Shinichi. Ran smiled gently. Then who is it? Why are you lying about meeting him? Conan gazed at Ran, internally urging her to reveal the truth, desperate to know. She is someone of great significance to me, Mao Lilan remarked with a smile. Upon witnessing Mao Lilan's radiant expression, Conan felt a surge of bittersweet emotion, realizing how truly important this person was to her. Yet, he feigned indifference and asked, "Is she more important than Brother Shinichi?" "Oh silly, how could they possibly be compared?" Mao Lilan replied, her cheeks flushed. She affectionately ruffled Conan's hair and continued, "All right, enough of that. Why don't you head home?" Conan, cradling the back of his head with his hands and turning away, protested, "But I don't want to go home just yet. By the way, you love cake, don't you, Conan? I shall go fetch you a slice, and once you have it, you must obediently return home." With that, Mao Lilan stood and exited the CAF. "Useless Xiaolan. Today I shall see what sort of extraordinary person you are meeting," Conan mused, watching her retreating figure with a smirk. He then fixed his gaze intently on the entrance of the CAF. The first to enter was a young woman wearing sunglasses, frequently glancing at her watch. She was likely not the person Xiaolan was to meet. The second was a scruffy college student who chose a secluded spot, claiming to be rushing to finish a paper. He too was probably not the intended acquaintance of Xiaolan. The third entry was a sophisticatedly beautiful woman who passed by him and settled into a seat at the back. Conan darted over to steal a glance at her, his eyes widening in surprise. She was stunning. He then noticed that she had taken out a folder marked with the name of a law firm. As a lawyer, he should not be the person Xiaolan wishes to meet. At that moment, a jolt of realization struck Conan. He had been discovered. He hurriedly resumed his previous position. The fourth individual to enter was a towering figure, a burly man with an injured finger, clearly not the type Xiaolan would be dating. The fifth entrant was a handsome young man with long hair, who mentioned he was waiting for someone. He glanced around, seemingly aware that his companion had yet to arrive, and Conan's gaze was fixed intently upon him. It couldn't be mistaken. This was the very individual Xiaolan was meeting. Xiaolan had the audacity to conceal her rendezvous with such a charming fellow, claiming he was her most significant person. This was utterly unforgivable. Conan's mind was in turmoil. Meanwhile, upon the entrance of a sophisticated beauty, Li Zili's eyes sparkled with interest. Feiingly, she was truly a stunning woman. Li Zili's heart fluttered at first sight, and there was no need for subtlety. Sensing Li Zili's fervent gaze, Feiingly met his eyes, and her heart raced momentarily. How charming! That handsome man radiated an allure unmatched by anyone she had encountered before. At that moment, she noticed the man smiling and nodding at her, causing her cheeks to flush, yet she still responded with a nod. Seeing Fei-Ingli acknowledge him, Li Zili smiled, but suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning to look, he found Conan observing him. Li Zili returned the smile briefly before shifting his focus away. That man is exceptionally handsome. This was Conan's immediate impression upon seeing Li Zili, and to be honest, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Subsequently, upon witnessing Li Zili's smile, Conan inexplicably felt that there was something profoundly significant about it. Before he could ponder further, a man's piercing scream emanated from the restroom. Conan hurriedly rushed over. The other patrons in the establishment, alarmed by the scream, also rushed into the restroom, including Li Zili. Upon entering, they discovered that the young woman wearing sunglasses lay lifeless. Suddenly, Li Zili recalled the details of the case, which mirrored his memories with uncanny precision. He glanced at the busy Conan and noticed that someone in the crowd had already called the police. Soon, law enforcement arrived on the scene, led by the distinguished Inspector Magyar JZ, who wore a deep brown hat. What a coincidence, even Magyar had come. Observing Magyar JZ, a smile subtly curved on Li Zili's lips. Meanwhile, Magyar JZ quickly spotted the renowned lawyer, Hayueri, at the scene and expressed his surprise, saying, "Hayueri, what a surprise to see you here." To which Hayueri responded graciously, "I happen to be here as well. A murder has occurred, and I will need your cooperation." "It is only natural to assist the authorities," he replied. After a brief exchange, Magyar JZ analyzed the situation based on prior investigations, stating, "It is my conjecture that the assailant entered the restroom from outside, intending to commit robbery but met with resistance. Consequently, They killed the victim and left the murder weapon at the scene before hastily fleeing through the window. Therefore, the perpetrator must still be outside. Everyone, please inquire about the situation around you. Wait a moment, Officer Magyar. As the police prepared to investigate outside, Conan hurriedly called out, then pointed towards the window. Look, that window is completely spotless, devoid of any signs of someone having climbed through. Oh, it truly is clean, remarked an officer after inspecting the window, his voice laced with surprise. Thus, the perpetrator could not have entered from outside. It must be someone within the establishment, a customer. At that moment, Lizili suddenly spoke up, a broad smile adorning his face as he looked at Conan and said, "Is this what you meant to convey, young one?" Chapter 7. The homicide incident. As time momentarily rewound, upon the arrival of law enforcement at the scene, a mechanical voice resonated in Lizili's mind. Ding! A random mission is triggered. Assist the police in identifying the perpetrator. Upon completion, one shall be awarded random free attribute points, with a slight chance of acquiring a skill. A flicker of delight passed through Lizili's eyes. The task presented by the system was exceedingly straightforward. Being privy to the plot, he naturally knew the identity of the culprit. All he needed to do was point it out before the police. It was remarkably simple. He relished such mindless tasks. With a sense of amusement, Lizili stepped forward and declared, "Thus, the murderer is certainly not someone who entered from the outside, but rather an individual among us, a certain patron." He then turned to Conan with a beaming smile. "Isn't that what you were about to say, young one?" At this, Conan stared at Lizili in utter astonishment. How did this man know what he was thinking? His pupils dilated, filled with incredulity. Observing Conan's expression, Lizili chuckled quietly. Perhaps this fellow was quite rattled. He then shifted his gaze to Magyar Juzu, smiling as he continued, "In truth, the murderer is among this very group of people." "What?" Everyone gasped, their faces etched with shock as they turned to Lizili. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Lizili maintained a calm smile and stated, "This case is remarkably simple. I discerned the murderer's method the moment I entered and took a glance." Witnessing Lizili's unwavering confidence, a glimmer of inexplicable intrigue flickered in Muri Rant's eyes. It must be said, a confident man possesses an undeniable charm, and this particular individual is even more striking. While others exhibit skepticism, Mumu Shursan wears a face of disbelief. Despite his years of experience and extensive knowledge, he has never encountered a figure like this. To discern the murderer's modus operandi with merely a glance at the crime scene is simply implausible. It sounds almost fantastical. Beside him, Conan gazes at Lizili with astonishment. He remains at a loss, only able to ascertain that the perpetrator is within this establishment. Yet, the notion that someone could unravel the mystery with a single look? That is utterly inconceivable. As a renowned detective, he refuses to believe that such an extraordinary individual exists. Even his father, Kudo Yusaku, would not dare to make such grand assertions in this situation. Is this man merely boasting, or has he truly seen through everything? If he has genuinely perceived the truth, it is beyond description. To be labeled as a modern-day Sherlock Holmes would not be an exaggeration. Has he truly penetrated the depths of this enigma? All eyes are fixed on Lizili, awaiting his next words. Lizili, not one to prolong the suspense, gradually elucidates. In this singular restroom, a rudimentary locked room scenario has emerged. The only possible entry point is through the window and the space above the restroom. Having eliminated the possibility of the murderer entering through the window to commit the crime, it leaves us with only one remaining likelihood, that the assailant accessed the restroom from above, committed the murder, and then departed. With that, he gestures towards the ceiling, prompting the crowd to instinctively gaze upward. That cannot be right, Motohiro Juro pondered aloud. If the murderer crawled over, there would undoubtedly be bloodstains left behind. Yet there are none above. Lizili chuckled softly, exuding an air of confidence and composure. Witnessing his demeanor, Conan furrowed his brow in instinctive aversion. His spotlight had been usurped by this individual, and he found it impossible to remain indifferent. Haruai Irie gazed at Lizili, her eyes sparkling with admiration. His calm assurance conveyed an impression of complete control. It was undeniably captivating. At that moment, she felt a pang of attraction. Why was this so? because the perpetrator had employed a ruse to deceive everyone, ensnaring them in his elaborate trap. Li Zili offered a serene smile. A ruse? How absurd. I'm eager to hear what you have to say about this so-called deception. Conan's glare remained fixed on Li Zili, his frown deepening. Li Zili glanced at Conan without concern and remarked, I previously mentioned that someone had climbed over from above the restroom. Indeed, someone did. However, it was the victim who traversed that path. The crowd gasped, and before they could respond, Li Zili continued, Precisely. The murderer killed the victim outside the restroom and then disposed of the body inside, creating the illusion that someone had entered the restroom to commit murder, thereby evading suspicion. Am I mistaken, Mr. Denshiyama? With that, Li Zili's gaze abruptly fixed upon Denshiyama Juro. Mr. Denshiyama, could it be you? In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Shinshan Shursan. What kind of joke is this? How could I possibly be the murderer? This is all mere speculation. Where is the evidence? As he felt the weight of everyone's gaze, a flicker of panic crossed Shinshan Shursan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, revealing a glimmer of menace within. I knew you wouldn't give up. Li Zili chuckled softly and replied, Evidence? It's quite straightforward. You first killed the victim outside the restroom, then wrapped the handle of the weapon with the bandage in your possession. After disposing of the body in the restroom, you extracted the knife using the same bandage. I believe the handle of the weapon must exhibit traces of blood spatter, as it is enveloped in the very bandage you used. Once you remove the bandage, it will undoubtedly bear the blood of the murderer. Upon finishing, he gazed at Shinshan Shursan with a smile. Each word from Li Zili pierced like a dagger into Shinshan Shursan's heart, leaving him ghastly pale. Ultimately, he stood there in stunned silence. Officer Mumu, there indeed are traces on the handle of the weapon, one officer reported after examining the weapon, addressing Mumu Shursan. Instantly, everyone was left dumbfounded, incredulously staring at Li Zili. Even Conan appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Is there truly someone so extraordinary in this world? Merely glancing at the crime scene, he deduced the perpetrator's method? How could this be possible? Mumu Shursan was equally astonished, feeling that the man before him was nothing short of divine, utterly remarkable. The ability to deduce the murderer's modus operandi merely by a glance at the scene is a skill that even the slumbering Kagoro Mori cannot rival. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the malevolent glint in Jay-Z's eyes became apparent. You're seeking death, he exclaimed, shaking off the nearby officer and charging furiously towards Riri Keizuki. Be careful. Eri Kasaki couldn't help but cry out, inexplicably feeling a surge of concern for this man. The expressions of those around shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, Riri remained remarkably composed. His strength and agility were sufficiently adequate. Although he might not overpower the bulkier man, evasion was certainly within his capabilities. In a swift motion, Riri darted sideways, narrowly avoiding the hefty blow aimed at him. By the time Jay-Z prepared to pursue him, 2 officers had efficiently subdued him, pinning him to the ground and affixing handcuffs. The crowd, having experienced a moment of panic, breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing the perpetrator subdued. How peculiar, why was I worried for him? Eri pondered, her face flushing as she realized her feelings. Upon noticing Riri smiling at her, her cheeks reddened further, and she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. At that moment, Inspector Megur approached Riri and remarked, You truly are impressive, sir. Thanks to you, we have unraveled this heinous crime. By the way, may I inquire your name? He expressed a newfound respect for Riri, having never encountered someone so extraordinary. Just a glance at the scene had allowed him to deduce the entire methodology of the crime. Truly remarkable. Conan stood silently nearby, equally curious to learn the name of this remarkable man. The performance today was nothing short of spectacular, rivaling that of Sherlock Holmes himself. He resolved to take note of the name and, upon returning, to inquire thoroughly whether such a figure exists in the realm of detectives. Beside him, the attentive Mei Ingli also perked up her ears, seemingly quite intrigued. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Pillow Hiroichi Kasakawa. Li Zili offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. Kasakawa Hiroichi. Fei Ingri silently recited Li Zili's name twice in her mind. It was indeed Mr. Kasakawa. We are profoundly grateful for your assistance. If it weren't for you, we might still be at a loss regarding the case. stated Mumu Juzun. You flatter me, Li Zili replied with a serene smile, as though the task he had undertaken was merely trivial. It is of no consequence. Li Zili assumed that Mumu Juzun had concluded his remarks and would take his leave. However, he continued, Mr. Kasakawa, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our police department. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? What? You wish to invite me to the police department? This implies a desire to recruit him as an officer. Li Zili found himself caught between laughter and disbelief. A police inspector actually inviting a suspect to become a police officer? Surely, there could be no more absurd situation than this. He could only imagine Mumu Juzun's reaction upon discovering that he was, in fact, the suspect Akutagawa SD. The thought alone brought a smile to Li Zili's face. Mr. Kasakawa, may I ask if you will accept? Noticing the amused expression on Li Zili's face, Mumu Juzun appeared perplexed, unsure of his thoughts. I accept. Why would I refuse? It is as if a pillow is offered just as one feels drowsy. Coincidentally, Li Zili had been contemplating how to fulfill the system's task of infiltrating the police department. Now, with Mumu Juzun's spontaneous invitation, the matter was resolved with ease. Such an opportunity is one that only a fool would decline. Very well, I shall prepare everything by tomorrow. You need only come to the police station for work, Muro Juzun said solemnly, suppressing a hint of joy within. Inviting someone as remarkable as Li Zili, who could rival Sherlock Holmes, to the police station was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. With Li Zili on their side, what case could possibly remain unsolved? Muro Juzun had initially worried that Li Zili might decline the offer, considering his extraordinary capabilities. It was uncertain whether he would deem the police worthy of his talents. To his surprise, Li Zili accepted. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Conan's eyes, while Hyui Eri maintained a serene smile. Before long, Muro Juzun departed with his colleagues, nodding at Hyui Eri as he passed. Once the police had withdrawn, Li Zili prepared to leave as well, but just as he turned, he heard Hyui Eri call out, Mr. Kasakawa. Li Zili turned back, feigning ignorance, and smiled. And you are? Hyui Eri tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, revealing a radiant smile adorned with perfectly aligned white teeth, and replied, I am Hyui Eri. I just witnessed your astonishing deductive skills. You are truly remarkable, the most impressive person I have ever encountered. This man was not only handsome but also incredibly intelligent. His recent display was nothing short of extraordinary, sparking her intense curiosity. You're too kind. Li Zili responded with a slight smile. How did you manage to accomplish all that? Hyui Eri inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Have you eaten yet? Li Zili countered with a question of his own. Ah, not yet. Startled by Li Zili's abrupt change of topic, Fei Yingli shook her head in response. Why don't we find a place to eat and chat? Sounds good, Fei Yingli readily agreed. During their conversation, a mechanical notification from the system abruptly chimed in. Ding! Random task completed. You have gained 9 attribute points. Hearing the system's voice, Li Zili felt a surge of delight within, though he concealed it from Fei Yingli. Meanwhile, as Li Zili engrossed himself in conversation, he failed to notice Conan casting a penetrating glance in his direction, mentally noting the name Kasakawa Hiroichi before exiting the CAF. Upon leaving the CAF, Conan spotted Ran hurriedly approaching with a slice of cake in hand, her expression fraught with concern. Conan, who died in there, having just returned with the cake. Ran was alarmed to see the CAF cordoned off by the police due to a homicide, fearing that the victim might be Fei Yingli. Therefore, once the police lifted the blockade, she rushed to Conan for answers. It was a young lady with long hair, Conan innocently replied. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Ran had come to meet her date today. Where is he? Where has that damned long-haired man gone? Conan scanned his surroundings, while Ran's complexion turned ashen. Could the long-haired woman truly be? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Conan, tell me, what did that woman look like? Ran urgently grasped Conan's shoulders, her anxiety palpable. Conan found the situation perplexing. Why was Ran so fixated on the deceased while neglecting her date? At that moment, Eri Kasaki and Ryuichi Kuroda emerged from the CAF. Spotting Ran in front of Conan, Eri called out, Ran! Surprised, Ran turned her head and, feeling a wave of relief, rushed over, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm so glad you're all right." Eri replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Observing Rand's expression, Eri couldn't help but smile gently. Meanwhile, Conan was utterly bewildered, shaking his head in amusement. After all this time, it turned out that Rand's date was her mother. "Mom, who is he?" Rand asked, noticing Ryuichi standing beside Eri, a flicker of curiosity and astonishment crossing her features. "This man is quite handsome." Hearing Rand's comment, Conan glanced at Ryuichi, his pupils narrowing slightly. "He is Hiroshi Kasakawa," he muttered. Eri, turning to Ryuichi, introduced Mr. Kasakawa. "This is my daughter, Ran Mori." "Hello, Miss Mori," Ryuichi greeted. After they shook hands and released their grip, Ran continued to observe Ryuichi quietly, not because she had developed feelings for him, but rather due to the myriad of questions swirling in her mind. How did Fei Yingli come to know this man? How long have they been acquainted? And what is their relationship? Moreover, what transpired in the CAF? "I apologize, Lon, but I have matters to discuss with Mr. Kasakawa, so I cannot join you for lunch," Fei Yingli suddenly informed Mao Lilan. Startled from her reverie, Mao Lilan blinked in astonishment and nodded. "Lunch? Wait." Just as she began to articulate her thoughts, Fei Yingli and Li Zili had already walked away. Mao Lilan rolled her eyes in frustration. "Are you even my real mother? You just leave me here with another man." "Lilan, stop looking. They've already gone far," Conan said as he approached her, gazing up at Mao Lilan. "Conan, who exactly is Mr. Kasakawa? What happened in the CAF just now?" Mao Lilan turned to Conan, her curiosity piqued. "That guy." Conan grimaced slightly at the mention of Li Zili, but proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in the CAF. Mao Lilan's eyes widened in shock, followed by an amused shake of her head. "Conan, you must be joking. There are no such remarkable individuals in this world." Conan's storytelling seemed far-fetched, claiming that Kasakawa Hiroichi could discern the murderous modus operandi with just a glance at the crime scene, exposing the culprit before the police, leaving them with no escape. It sounded almost like a fantastical tale. Even Kudo Shinichi was nowhere near that formidable. She simply could not believe such a person existed. Noticing Mao Lilan's disbelief, Conan wished to offer an explanation but ultimately swallowed his words, contemplating the futility of his efforts. A mere glance at the scene reveals the truth. Such matters, unless witnessed firsthand, are difficult to believe. Therefore, persuading Xiaolan is undoubtedly futile. In a bright and elegant restaurant, melodious tunes linger in the air. Li Zili and Fei Yingli sit across from one another, a selection of exquisite dishes adorning the table, with a bottle of fine red wine positioned to Li Zili's right. At this moment, Fei Yingli lifts her glass, gently swirling its contents, and gazes at Li Zili with a smile, inquiring, "So, how did you manage it?" Chapter 9. Divine Calculation. Pursuit in an elegant Western restaurant. A melodious tune lingered in the air, accompanied by the soft laughter of a few scattered patrons. Listening to Fei Yingli's words, Li Zili took a sip of red wine, set down his glass, and looked at her with a smile, saying, "You may find it hard to believe, but I possess profound knowledge of both astronomy and geography, often referred to as a master of divine calculations. The methods employed by the perpetrator are all deduced by me." With a chuckle, Fei Yingli couldn't help but laugh, casting a somewhat amused glance at Li Zili. She hadn't anticipated that this man, not only handsome and intelligent, was also so humorous. Setting her glass aside, she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Li Zili with a smile, saying, "Since you are so adept at calculations, why not calculate me?" Li Zili deliberately studied her for 3 seconds, then began to calculate with his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "You have been married, and currently, you and your husband are living apart. Your husband's name is Mori Kagoro, and he is a detective." Initially, Fei Yingli paid little heed, but as he continued, her eyes widened in astonishment. By the end, her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, overwhelmed by shock. Li Zili had discerned that she was married, which was not particularly surprising. However, the fact that he knew they were living apart, knew her husband's name, and recognized him as a detective was utterly mind-boggling. If Li Zili had investigated her beforehand, it would have been impossible, as they had only just met today, leaving no room for any prior inquiry. It was precisely this that left her even more astounded. Could it be that this man truly possessed such extraordinary abilities? Fei Yingli lowered her chin, her body stiffening as she leaned back slightly. When she turned her gaze towards Li Zili, she found an intriguing air of mystery about him. This only heightened her curiosity, compelling her to learn more about him. Can you truly tell fortunes? She inquired with genuine interest. What do you think? Li Zili responded with an enigmatic smile, lifting his glass to take another sip of red wine, all the while maintaining his gaze on Fei Yingli. With keen interest, she looked at him and said, "Then why not predict my future in 10 years?" Li Zili set down his glass and, feigning seriousness, began to calculate. In a decade, you will remarry a handsome man with the surname Chaochuan. You will have a pair of children, reside in a villa, and live a blissful life. What? I will remarry? Fei Yingli exclaimed in surprise, then turned to Li Zili. Wait, Chaochuan? You can't possibly mean yourself, can you? She regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. Li Zili cleared his throat, stifling a laugh, and said, You are quite perceptive. You are incorrigible, Fei Yingli replied, her face flushing as she playfully glared at him. She raised her hand as if to strike him, but retracted it, conscious of her demeanor. Ha! Li Zili could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into genuine amusement. As they continued to eat and converse, bursts of laughter occasionally filled the air. Meanwhile, moments earlier, as Fei Yingli and Li Zili departed, Mao Lilan found herself increasingly troubled by the situation. Her mother had abandoned her here for the sake of a man. The implications contained herein are manifold. Mao Lilan felt compelled to ascertain the nature of Fei Yingli's relationship with that man. Otherwise, she would be unable to find repose throughout the night. No, I must follow them and observe. Having made her decision, Mao Lilan did not pursue immediately but turned to Conan beside her and said, Conan, please take the cake and return home obediently. One to you? As she spoke, she handed the cake to Conan. Holding the cake, Conan looked up at Mao Lilan with a puzzled expression. Sister Lilan, where are you going? I still have some matters to attend to, Mao Lilan replied, instinctively glancing at the receding figures of Fei Yingli and the man. The astute Conan quickly discerned Mao Lilan's intentions, and with a cheerful demeanor, he playfully exclaimed, Sister Lilan, so you wish to follow Auntie and the others? I want to go too. Noticing that Mao Lilan seemed inclined to dissuade him, Conan promptly added, Rest assured, I won't be a bother. Sister Lilan, please allow me to accompany you. He thought to himself, that fellow is undoubtedly putting on an act. I must unveil his true character if the opportunity arises. In his eyes, Li Zili had transformed into a hypocritical figure, and if Li Zili were aware, he would be both amused and distressed. Very well. Seeing Conan's adorable enthusiasm, Mao Lilan could not bring herself to refuse and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them stealthily trailed behind Fei Yingli and Li Zili. Before long, they witnessed Li Zili and his companion entering an elegant Western restaurant. They stood beside a lamppost across the street from the Western restaurant, gazing through the glass windows at Li Zili and Fei Yingli. As they observed the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, their laughter filling the air, Mao Lilan felt her heart gradually sink. Could it be? Could it truly be so? She fixed her gaze intently on the cheerful interaction between Fei Yingli and Li Zili, her fingers gripping the lamppost turning pale from the strain. Are you all right, Lilan? Conan inquired, noticing the troubled expression on her face. Why yes, I'm fine, Mao Lilan replied, as if just coming to her senses, offering Conan a faint smile while releasing her hold on the post. They resumed their discreet watch over Fei Yingli and Li Zili. Conan had been seeking an opportunity to unveil Li Zili's facade, yet he found no such moment until Li Zili and Fei Yingli exited the restaurant. Throughout their time together, Li Zili had remained impeccably courteous, revealing no insincerity. As they observed Li Zili and Fei Yingli strolling down the street, engaged in cheerful banter, Conan turned to Mao Lilan. Shall we follow them? Yes, Mao Lilan nodded, her gaze fixed on the receding figures. Thus, they watched as Li Zili and Fei Yingli meandered through malls and parks, their outing continuing until the sun dipped below the horizon. Bathed in the twilight glow, Fei Yingli turned to Li Zili with a smile. I should be heading back. I'll accompany you, Li Zili offered, and Fei Yingli did not decline. Hailing a taxi, the two slipped inside, continuing their evening together. Having arrived at the periphery of Eri Kasaki's residential complex, Lizili gestured a farewell, poised to depart, when Eri interjected, "Would you care to come in for a cup of tea?" Indeed, Lizili acquiesced with alacrity. The verdant landscaping of Eri's neighborhood was commendable, with streetlights adorning the roadside, casting elongated silhouettes of the pair. Upon reaching Eri's domicile, she produced her key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the portal. After donning her slippers, she retrieved a pair of men's slippers from the shoe rack, placing them in the sunlight. Subsequently, she straightened her posture, regarding Lizili with a smile, and invited, "Please, come in." "Thank you." Lizili expressed his gratitude, exchanging his shoes for slippers, and gently closed the door behind him as he entered. Upon pivoting, he beheld a minimalist living room bathed in the soft glow of the lighting. A lengthy sofa, television cabinet, television set, and other accoutrements were arranged with meticulous precision, the gray wooden floor tiles immaculate, and a subtle fragrance of roses permeated the atmosphere, akin to the scent exuded by Eri herself. Chapter 10. Anticipation. At that moment, Eri Kasaki, cradling a plump, sapphire-eyed Persian cat, greeted him with a smile. "Please, make yourself comfortable." She placed the feline beside its food dish, affectionately ruffled its head, and proceeded to prepare tea for Shirayuki. As Shirayuki settled onto the sofa, Eri's voice drifted from the kitchen. "I have black tea and green tea. Which would you prefer?" "Green tea," Shirayuki responded casually. Shortly after, the sound of footsteps approached, and Eri appeared, bearing a cup of green tea, which she placed before Shirayuki. As Eri leaned forward, Shirayuki caught a glimpse of a profound, alabaster cleavage, a sight that momentarily captivated him. However, before he could fully appreciate the view, Eri straightened up. Turning, Eri unexpectedly lost her footing, emitting a sharp cry as she stumbled backward. "Careful!" Shirayuki exclaimed, swiftly lunging forward to catch her by the waist. In the ensuing moment, they both tumbled to the floor. As they fell, Eri's crimson lips met Shirayuki's in a fleeting kiss, and they rolled over several times before coming to a stop. Eri was momentarily stunned, while Shirayuki luxuriated in the sensation of holding her close, her slender form as pliant and yielding as water. Simultaneously, Shirayuki savored the softness of Eri's lips. After a brief pause, Eri regained her composure, realizing the compromising position they were in, and her cheeks flushed crimson, like the fiery clouds at sunset. Yet, she did not resist. Today, spending time with Lizili marked the happiest day for her. Not only is Lizili handsome and intelligent, but he also possesses a delightful sense of humor, making her wonder how she ever managed to be with Mori Kagoro. The time she strolled with Mori Kagoro paled in comparison to the joy she felt today. Sensing no resistance from Eri, Lizili knew he could take things further. Consequently, his hands and lips became increasingly audacious. Before long, a look of surprise crossed Lizili's face as his hands climbed to the majestic peaks, gradually causing Eri's coat to slip to the ground. His touch grew bolder, and as their bodies warmed to the moment, Eri's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, accompanied by soft sighs escaping her lips. Just as Lizili was prepared to advance further, a sudden series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, accompanied by Mori Rant's voice calling from outside. "Mom! Mom!" Startled, the two quickly regained their composure. Eri hastily released Lizili, scrambling to her feet, her face flushed as she retrieved her coat and donned it. Meanwhile, she called out, "Coming!" Lizili, appearing unfazed, casually returned to the sofa. After Eri adjusted her coat and tidied her appearance, she took a deep breath to calm her racing heart before approaching the door. Upon opening it, she found Mori Ran and Conan standing outside. "Ran, what brings you here?" she asked with a smile. "Mom, I'm your daughter. Am I not allowed to visit?" Mori Ran replied, stepping inside to change her shoes. In truth, she observed Lizili entering the residential complex with Fei Ingli, and then saw him enter Fei Ingli's room. As time passed and Lizili did not emerge from the room, a profound sense of unease enveloped Morlin. Promptly, she hurried over to investigate. After changing her shoes, Morlin entered, casting a glance at Lizili lounging on the sofa while feigning ignorance of his presence. "Mom, why is Mr. Kusakawa here?" she inquired. He is here to discuss matters with me, Fei Yingli replied calmly, though a faint blush betrayed her composure. Fortunately, she was facing away from Morlin, thus the latter did not notice. By the time she turned around, the blush had vanished. Is that so? Morlin scrutinized Li Zili before glancing back at Fei Yingli, her expression tinged with skepticism. Fei Yingli offered no answer, instead redirecting the conversation. You still haven't told me why you are here. Nothing much. I just missed you and wanted to chat, Morlin replied. At that moment, Li Zili rose, addressing the mother and daughter. I shall take my leave. You two carry on. I'll see you out, Fei Yingli responded with a smile. Subsequently, she escorted Li Zili to the door, and as he was about to depart, Fei Yingli remarked, There is an opera in 3 days, if you are free. Before she could finish, Li Zili interjected with a smile, I am free. Then, we shall meet then, Fei Yingli replied, waving at him cheerfully before turning back to her room. As Fei Yingli entered the room, Li Zili couldn't help but smile, before turning away with a sense of delight. He had come tantalizingly close to winning her heart, were it not for the untimely arrival of Mao Lilan. Though a hint of regret lingered, Fei Yingli had promised to attend an opera with him in 3 days' time, offering him another opportunity. Li Zili found himself eagerly anticipating their reunion. In Fei Yingli's chamber, Mao Lilan subtly probed for information regarding the nature of Fei Yingli's relationship with Li Zili. However, Fei Yingli, being far more astute and seasoned than Mao Lilan, skillfully concealed any revealing signs. Ultimately, a frustrated Mao Lilan departed with Conan. Upon returning to the Mori Detective Agency, Mao Lilan grappled with the dilemma of whether to disclose the situation between Fei Yingli and Li Zili to Mori Kagoro. After some contemplation, she resolved to first ascertain the true nature of their relationship, lest she inadvertently create an embarrassing misunderstanding. Conversely, Conan harbored a different intention. He was determined to unmask Li Zili's hypocritical facade and expose him publicly. That man was undeniably a charlatan, and though he had missed an opportunity this time, he vowed to reveal Li Zili's true character at their next encounter. Meanwhile, in his rented apartment, Li Zili, having just finished his shower, suddenly recalled the 9 attribute points of freedom he had earned that day, which he had yet to allocate. After some thought, he decided to invest them all into his physical strength. A warm sensation coursed through him, and he felt a noticeable improvement in his vitality. Subsequently, the attributes panel underwent a transformation. Host, Li Zili, Intelligence, 67, Stamina, 72, Agility, 60, Skills, Hacking, Novice, Disguise. Li Zili clenched his fist, a surge of strength coursing through him, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. His stamina was improving remarkably. Then, Li Zili turned over, gazing at the pristine white ceiling, reminiscing about his conversation with Mumu Shursan at the CAF earlier that day. Tomorrow he would be entering the Metropolitan Police Department. Once he did, the main quest would be considered complete. He pondered what rewards the system would bestow upon him, skills, or perhaps free attribute points. To be honest, he felt a tinge of anticipation. A smile illuminated Li Zili's face as he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 11. Entering the Metropolitan Police Department today marks the day when Li Zili agreed to join the Metropolitan Police Department alongside Mugurjuzan. To be candid, his emotions were rather complex. What kind of absurdity is it for a suspect to work at the police station? Were it not for the task assigned by the system, which Li Zili would never admit was driven by a desire for the system's enticing rewards, he would have no inclination to go at all. It felt akin to appointing a thief as a police officer, a ludicrous notion indeed. Surely, engaging in other leisurely pursuits and living a carefree life would be far more appealing, wouldn't it? However, considering the system's task, well, he would not mention the rewards, with a sincere expression. Li Zili ultimately resolved to report to the police station. After a light breakfast, he sipped some water on his way out and hailed a taxi at the street corner outside his apartment complex. Where to? The driver, glancing at Li Zili through the rearview mirror, felt his own attractiveness overshadowed by Li Zili's striking appearance, resulting in a somewhat brusque tone. Observing the driver's displeasure directed at him, Li Zili was utterly bewildered. What on earth just happened? The Metropolitan Police Department, he replied. The driver, speechless, quietly started the engine. Upon arriving at the entrance of the police station, Li Zili paid the fare and was about to leave when the driver, looking earnestly at him, remarked, "Young man with looks like yours, it would be wise to stay indoors and give other men a chance."
Li Zili.
Is being handsome a crime? Watching the taxi speed away, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Subsequently, he turned to gaze at the bustling entrance of the police headquarters, straightened his tie, and strode confidently inside. Within the precinct, numerous officers huddled together, engaged in lively gossip. One officer glanced around at the assembly and remarked, "Have you heard? A newcomer is arriving today. Who doesn't he know?" "Officer Muro has already mentioned it," came the collective response as the group displayed a nonchalant demeanor, well aware that Officer Muro had announced the arrival of a new recruit. "What do you think this newcomer will be like?" one officer exclaimed, raising his hand to capture the attention of the crowd. After clearing his throat, he continued, "According to my inside sources, this newcomer is extraordinary. It is said that Officer Muro personally invited him, and you will never guess who he is." The mention of Officer Muro's involvement sparked a flicker of surprise among the officers. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. None had ever witnessed Officer Muro extend an invitation for someone to join the ranks at the police headquarters. Curiosity began to brew amongst them. Who could this newcomer be? What remarkable abilities might he possess? "Please do continue," they urged the officer who had spoken, eagerly awaiting further revelations. A smug expression crossed his face as he smiled and declared, "He is a super handsome guy, and not only that, he is an exceptional detective. It is rumored that with just a single glance at a crime scene, he can discern the identity of the perpetrator and understand their methods." The crowd was taken aback, and as they regained their composure, skepticism ensued. Could it be mere boastfulness? How could someone possibly be that remarkable? Indeed, it would be one thing to be handsome, but to possess such extraordinary abilities seemed implausible. Not far off, a slender policewoman in uniform was engrossed in her documents. Upon overhearing the conversation, she shook her head and let out a derisive chuckle, clearly exasperated. Miyako Sato thought to herself, "What nonsense! A mere glance at the scene would reveal the method employed by the perpetrator. How could this be possible? It's not as if they were divine beings." Seeing the disbelief among the crowd, the officer who had spoken earlier grew anxious and insisted, "What I am saying is entirely true. There is not a shred of exaggeration." The onlookers rolled their eyes, dismissing him as they found it impossible to accept such an absurd claim. "Is Officer Muro here?" At that moment, a male voice resonated from nearby. As they turned to look, they were greeted by the sight of an exceptionally handsome man, smiling at them. Simultaneously, Miyako Sato lifted her gaze towards Zili Li, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. How strikingly handsome! She had encountered many attractive men, yet none had captivated her quite like Zili Li. At that moment, a police officer responded to Zili Li's inquiry, asking, "What brings you to seek Officer Muro?" "I have been invited by Officer Muro," Zili Li replied candidly. Indeed, it was Officer Muro Shizuku who had requested his presence at the police headquarters. There was no mistake about that. "Officer Muro has summoned you?" The crowd cast a few curious glances at Li Zili, but soon dismissed their thoughts, considering it plausible that he was a witness in a certain case. Hence the need to meet with Inspector Muguruma. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. As Inspector Muguruma had yet to arrive, those wishing to see him would need to wait. Hasn't he come yet? Then we shall wait," Li Zili mused silently. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him and turned to look. It was Sato Mawako. Instantly recognizing her, he noted that the beautiful woman who was gazing at him was none other than the police flower of the Metropolitan Police Department, Sato Mawako. He smiled at her. Upon receiving Li Zili's smile, Sato Mawako's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to examine some documents. Her heart raced uncontrollably. He truly is handsome when he smiles, she thought, but soon found herself unable to focus on the documents, her mind entirely occupied by Li Zili's charming grin. Meanwhile, Li Zili did not have to wait long before Inspector Muguruma arrived, clad in a brown coat and a matching hat. Upon spotting him, Muguruma laughed heartily. "Mr. Kasakawa, you've come." Li Zili nodded, observing the coffee in Muguruma's left hand and the hot porridge in his right. surmising that he had yet to have breakfast. It seemed the inspector was quite frugal with his morning meal. Just as Lee Zili was about to silently critique this, Muguruma cheerfully suggested, "Let us discuss this in my office." Lee Zili said nothing in response and accompanied Muguruma to his office, which, to his surprise, was rather pleasant. The space was sufficiently spacious, illuminated by bright light, and a green potted plant adorned the corner. After settling into his armchair, Moro Juzan invited Lee Zili to take a seat. In truth, there were not many matters to discuss. Moro Juzan had already prepared the formalities regarding Lee Zili's employment. The primary topic of conversation was Lee Zili's salary. Lee Zili's expectations were modest, allowing for a swift agreement. Subsequently, Moro Juzan turned to the assembled group, clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention, and gestured towards Lee Zili, saying, "This is Hiroichi Kasakawa, our new colleague. Let us extend a warm welcome with applause." "What? He is the newcomer?" The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Lee Zili was indeed the much-discussed new recruit. After a moment of astonishment, they began to applaud. "Sato, please show him around," Moro Juzan remarked, glancing at Mawako Sato before turning to leave. Thereafter, Lee Zili followed Mawako Sato as they walked away. The onlookers exchanged glances and turned to the officer who had previously spilled the beans, saying, "One thing is certain. You were not exaggerating. He truly is quite handsome." Chapter 12. Acquiring Skills. Greetings, Mr. Kakazawa. I am Mawako Sato, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As Mawako Sato spoke, she discreetly turned her head to glance at Riley Lee, her eyes sparkling with admiration. How handsome! Viewed from this angle, Riley Lee's profile was equally striking, with his chiseled, fair visage complemented by a sun-kissed hairstyle, exuding an irresistible charm. At that moment, Riley Lee suddenly halted and directed his gaze towards her. Mawako's cheeks flushed unexpectedly, and she hastily averted her gaze. Then, she heard Riley Lee chuckle softly, "From now on, we shall be colleagues, so there is no need for formality. You may simply call me Hiroichi." After a brief pause, he continued, "May I call you Mawako?" Mawako's heart raced, her face aflame as she gently nodded, her voice nearly a whisper. Observing her bashful demeanor, Riley Lee found it amusing and couldn't help but smile. He then remarked, "I look forward to your guidance in the future, Mawako." "I will," Mawako hurriedly replied, only to realize her response had come out too eagerly, causing her ears to flush crimson as she lowered her head, unable to meet Riley Lee's gaze. "Mawako, what troubles you? It's not as if you have never encountered handsome men before. Why are you at a loss for words in front of this one?" Mawako chastised herself inwardly. "So, where is my seat?" Riley Lee inquired, seemingly oblivious to Mawako's flustered expression, as he smiled and continued, "This way, please follow me." Mawako Sato regained her composure, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, and then led Riley Lee to a nearby seat. "This is your spot," she stated. The seat was adjacent to the aisle, with Sato sitting right next to him, leaving Riri to ponder whether it was mere coincidence or fate. However, he dismissed such thoughts. Having a policewoman as a neighbor seemed rather advantageous. "Shall I give you a brief tour of the police headquarters?" Sato inquired, noticing Riri's inclination to sit down. After all, as a newcomer to the precinct, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the layout, and it would be inconvenient for him to sit down only to stand up again shortly after. "All right," he replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Sato guided Riri through the entirety of the police headquarters, providing detailed explanations of each location they passed, which granted Riri a comprehensive overview of the precinct. Upon returning to Riri's desk, Sato playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, with a charming smile in her enchanting eyes, said, "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." With that, she gracefully departed, leaving Riri with the sight of her elegant silhouette. Riri smiled to himself as he settled into his rolling chair. This position was quite agreeable. On the rectangular desk sat an old-fashioned computer. To the left was an empty folder containing a pen and a small notebook, and to the right stood a potted pot hose, serving to mitigate radiation. As Lee Zili surveyed his surroundings, a mechanical voice abruptly resonated. Ding! Main quest completed. Skill acquired. Divine marksmanship. At last, the reward had arrived, and it was a skill. Quite impressive. A flicker of elation crossed Li Zili's eyes. This skill appeared formidable, and he eagerly glanced at his attributes panel. Host. Li Zili Intelligence. 67 Stamina. 72 Agility. 60 Skills. Hacker. Beginner. Disguise. Divine Marksmanship. Note. You are now a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded with 108 variations. In an instant, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, transforming him in ways he could not fully comprehend. Although he could not pinpoint the specifics of this transformation, he felt a burgeoning expertise within him. If only I had a firearm in my possession now. Li Zili's index finger twitched, a yearning to fire a few rounds surging within him. However, he understood that having just entered the police department, it was implausible for him to be assigned a firearm immediately. Thus, he inhaled deeply, steeling himself against the urge to shoot. The subsequent hours unfolded leisurely. As everyone recognized that Li Zili had been brought in by Mumu Jusen, no one truly regarded him as an ordinary newcomer. Consequently, he was spared the typical treatment accorded to new recruits. Throughout the morning, aside from Sato Mawako approaching him for a brief conversation, no one else sought his company. Meanwhile, Li Zili entertained himself with a casual game on the antiquated computer. At noon, during the lunch hour, Sato Mawako stood vivaciously before him, inquiring, "Hiroichi, shall we go for lunch? Are you treating?" Li Zili laughed. "I am a beauty. How can you let me pay? Can't you show a little generosity?" Sato Miyako gazed at him with a bright smile. "I have no money," Li Zili replied, unflinchingly steady. "You stingy miser. Fine, I will treat you," Sato Miyako pouted. The onlookers were filled with envy as they watched Li Zili walk out alongside Sato Miyako, both at shoulder height. Normally, when others invited Sato Miyako to dine, she would refuse. Yet, when Sato Miyako invited Li Zili, he insisted that she pay, and remarkably, she agreed. Could this be the disparity between handsome men and ordinary folks? The crowd pondered. Not far from the police headquarters, within a mere 5-minute stroll, there lay a restaurant called Midnight Diner, frequented by many from the precinct. The establishment boasted exquisite decor, with spotless tables and chairs, and the staff comprised of young women who provided excellent service. Upon seeing Li Zili and Sato Miyako enter, a young waitress promptly approached, bowing and warmly exclaiming, "Welcome, please have a seat inside." Li Zili and Sato Miyako settled into a booth against the wall, facing one another. Sato Miyako accepted the menu handed to her by the young waitress, lowering her gaze to examine it, while Li Zili casually surveyed the restaurant. Present, there are approximately a dozen guests, the majority of whom are colleagues from the police department. Li Zili can sense envious glances cast in his direction, predominantly from those co-workers. He pays them no mind. Suddenly, he hears the voice of Mawako Sato. "Hiroichi, what would you like to eat?" Li Zili turns to accept the menu she offers and subsequently orders potato and egg sushi, okonomiyaki, and a serving of salmon. After placing his order, he returns the menu to the young woman. Thereafter, Li Zili and Mawako Sato engage in conversation as they await their dishes. Before long, all the ordered food is presented before them. Mawako Sato picks up her chopsticks and cheerfully announces, "I shall begin." Li Zili mimics her enthusiasm and, without hesitation, picks up a piece of salmon to savor. To his delight, the flavor is quite delightful. The fish is thinly sliced, offering a splendid texture and a robust aroma. Chapter 13. Do you prefer the truth or a falsehood? What are your thoughts? Mawako Sato held the tip of her chopsticks, gazing at him. "It's quite good," she remarked. Li Zili nodded and sampled the other two dishes. Their flavors were satisfactory. While one could not declare the fried chicken to be exquisite, it was certainly commendable. Upon hearing this, Mawako Sato smiled and continued to fixate on Li Zili, her gaze becoming entranced. The manner in which he dined was also charming, unlike those uncouth individuals. This man exuded an allure in all he did, his looks remaining unblemished. Good heavens! How could someone be so handsome? Why are you staring at me like that? Have you forgotten to eat? Do you wish to consume me instead? Sensing Mawako Sato's intense gaze, Li Zili abruptly halted and turned to her. "Don't be ridiculous." "Of course not." Mawako Sato snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze shyly after casting an annoyed glance at Li Zili. "Yet you claim otherwise, and here you are drooling." Li Zili teased. Mawako Sato quickly wiped her mouth, realizing she had fallen for his jest. There was no drool at all. With her face still flushed, she shot an indignant glare at him. I've just realized you are not a good person. Do not say such things. I have been awarded the Good Citizen Award. Li Zili replied with a grin. Humph! Mawako Sato rolled her eyes in disbelief, perplexed that he would even claim such an accolade. After a brief silence, Mawako Sato suddenly recalled what her colleague had said earlier that day, and thus addressed Zili Li. I heard that you are a super detective, capable of discerning the methods of a murderer merely by glancing at the crime scene. Is that true? Who told you that? Zili Li replied, astonished that Mawako Sato was aware of this matter. Never mind that. Is it true or not? Curiosity is a universal trait, and Mawako Sato was no exception. Although she was somewhat skeptical about such claims, she still hoped to receive a definitive answer from Zili Li. Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Zili Li coughed lightly and set down his chopsticks. Of course the truth, he continued. Why would I bother with falsehoods? I have better things to do. Mawako Sato rolled her eyes, silently criticizing him. The truth is, Zili Li paused, ensuring he had Mawako Sato's full attention before continuing. I won't tell you. You truly are a jerk. Mawako Sato bit her lower lip, glaring at him in frustration. This inconsiderate man had piqued her curiosity only to withhold information. It would have been better if he had said nothing at all. Zili Li seemingly disregarded her expression, picking up his chopsticks to pop a piece of salmon into his mouth, chewing leisurely. Seeing him so nonchalant only fueled Mawako Sato's irritation. Grinding her teeth, she discreetly kicked Zili Li under the table. Wow! Li Zili let out a pained cry and glanced over at Sato Mihoko, only then realizing that she was quite the violent woman. Humph! Sato Mihoko huffed in a proud manner, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Li Zili as she leisurely began to eat with her chopsticks. While the two engaged in playful banter, they remained blissfully unaware of a certain gaze fixated upon them from the shadows. The owner of that gaze was Takagi Wataru. Having been on patrol earlier that morning, he was not present at the police headquarters when Li Zili arrived. Thus he did not see him. However, he had heard Officer Megure mention that a newcomer would be joining them today, and from his colleagues, he learned that the newcomer was Kusahara Koichi, leading him to deduce that Li Zili was indeed that newcomer. Takagi Wataru had long harbored feelings for Sato Mihoko and had sought opportunities to confess his affection, yet he lacked the courage to do so. Now, witnessing the newcomer, Li Zili, enjoying jovial moments with Sato Mihoko, he felt a pang of jealousy, wishing he could replace Li Zili in that moment, leaving his emotions in turmoil. Furthermore, upon seeing how handsome Li Zili was, a strong sense of threat surged within him. Yet, he was not well versed in matters of love and found himself at a loss on how to navigate this situation. As he observed Li Zili, a sour feeling washed over him. After their meal, Sato Mihoko took care of the bill, and the two walked out side by side. Upon noticing their retreating figures, Takagi Wataru hastily set down his chopsticks, called for the waiter to settle his bill, and hurried after them. Just as the two were about to exit the restaurant, they heard a male voice calling from behind, prompting them to stop and turn to see who it was. Mawako Sato naturally wore a smile on her face, recognizing Officer Takagi. Is there something you need? I heard a newcomer has arrived today. Is that true? Takagi, without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly approached her. Upon hearing Mawako's question, he found himself at a loss for words and resorted to small talk. Ah, there he is, Mawako said, glancing at Riri Kazaki beside her. So it's you. Hello, I am Wataru Takagi. Takagi stated deliberately, extending his hand. Koichi Kusakawa. Riri Kazaki shook his hand, having already spotted Takagi before. This was not their first encounter, as he had previously seen him in Daisa. However, Takagi could never have imagined that the man standing before him was the fugitive sought by the police. SD Akutagawa. Sometimes the world is indeed wondrous. After releasing the handshake, a slight smile curved the corner of Riri's mouth. Officer Sato, where are you headed? Takagi again struggled to find something to say. Hearing such an unremarkable question, Mawako rolled her eyes inwardly. To be fair, she had sensed Takagi's concealed affection for her. After all, she was not oblivious. Given the duration of their acquaintance, she had undoubtedly picked up on some hints. Truth be told, she held a slight fondness for Takagi's easygoing and honest nature. However, for reasons unknown, the presence of Lizili has significantly diluted that feeling. If we were to liken her slight affection for Takagi to a stone, then Lizili resembles the ocean waves eroding the stone, causing its color to fade considerably. We shall return to the police headquarters. Ultimately, she politely responded, "What a coincidence. I too am heading back to the police station. Shall we go together?" Takagi remarked, displaying a facade of serendipity. Satomawako remained at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lizili could not contain her laughter, exclaiming that, to be honest, if one wishes to pursue someone, one should simply do so. Yet such a clumsy excuse could only be uttered by this fellow. In that moment, both Takagi and Satomawako turned their gazes toward him. He waved his hand, suppressing his laughter, and said, "I apologize. I just recalled a joke. You may continue." They said nothing further, and after a brief silence, Takagi looked at Satomawako, tentatively asking, "Is that all right?" Chapter 14. Apologies? Non-existent. Miwasato found herself at a loss for words yet again. After a moment's pause, she let out a soft snort and addressed her companion, Riri Lee, saying, "Let us go." With that, she walked away alongside Riri. Takagi Wataru, filled with delight, hurried to catch up with them. Observing Takagi's expression, a term unexpectedly sprang to Riri's mind. Sycophant. This term had gained popularity in Huaxia before Riri's journey began and seemed particularly fitting for Takagi. A trace of disdain flickered within Riri. As the saying goes, a sycophant meets a dire end. Why must one choose to be a sycophant when there are countless other paths? It appeared that Takagi was determined to fully embrace this role, incessantly showering Miwasato with flattery to the point of exasperation. Had his words been amusing or witty, it might have been bearable. Alas, they were nothing but insipid, leaving one disinclined to hear them a second time. Yet, oblivious to her feelings, Takagi continued his relentless chatter, prompting Miwa to furrow her brow in annoyance. Ultimately, she chose to ignore him altogether and turned to Riri, inquiring, "Koichi, I realized I don't know what you used to do." While Takagi was busy lavishing attention on Miwa, Riri had remained silent. Upon hearing her question, he paused momentarily before responding, "People call me the super detective. What do you think I did before?" He spoke the lie without a hint of embarrassment. Boasting about being a super detective, who would believe such a tale? At this, Miwasato rolled her eyes dramatically. Takagi had previously been at a loss as to how to undermine Lizili in front of Satomawako, but he finally found an opportunity. He nodded repeatedly in agreement, exclaiming that one should not boast without preparation, and that Lee was truly unimpressive. "I wasn't even talking to you," Satomawako retorted sharply, instantly rendering Takagi speechless, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Lizili cast a glance at Takagi, suppressing a laugh, thinking that he couldn't even flatter properly, striking the horse's leg instead. How amusing, he thought, still hoping to belittle me in front of Sato. Containing his amusement, Lizili asserted seriously, "Stop spouting nonsense. I, Kazukawa Koichi, never boast." "Humph, who would believe that?" Satomawako rolled her eyes dramatically, entirely unconvinced by Lizili's words. Takagi had intended to further chastise Lizili, but recalling the earlier incident, he held his tongue and merely stated, "I too do not believe it. Believe it or not." As they spoke, they had already entered the police headquarters, and the three returned to their respective positions. Shortly after Takagi settled into his seat, several colleagues approached him, playfully draping their arms over his shoulders and whispering mischievously, "Takagi, what did that guy say to Officer Sato? What is their relationship? It seems like Officer Sato gets along quite well with the new guy." Honestly, I'd also like to know the answer to that question, Takagi thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. He had no idea what Lizili had discussed with Satomawako, nor did he wish to ponder the nature of their relationship. It was better left unmentioned. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. "Do you think that kid has a special relationship with Officer Sato?" Upon hearing this, Takagi Wataru was momentarily taken aback, gazing quizzically at his colleague, who was raising his eyebrows and winking at him, proclaiming, "It's that kind of relationship." "No, absolutely not," Takagi suddenly exclaimed, startling several colleagues and drawing the attention of others nearby. One colleague shot him an admonishing glance, saying, "If it's not true, then why the exaggerated reaction? Who reacted excessively? You all are the ones overreacting." Takagi realized his blunder and, feeling his cheeks flush, muttered, "Humph." A few colleagues waved their fingers dismissively, and then a short-haired colleague chimed in, "Takagi has a point. That kid has only been at the police station for a day, so it's impossible for him to have that kind of relationship with Officer Sato." While this was a valid argument, it was also noted that the newcomer had been laughing and chatting with Officer Sato and even dining together. Honestly, I can't help but feel envious. I feel envious too. Officer Sato is the belle of our precinct. How wonderful it would be to share a meal with him. All right. You can continue to envy from the sidelines. I have work to do. Hearing these remarks, Takagi felt a surge of irritation and pushed his colleagues out of his workspace. Meanwhile, Sato Mawako was sipping from her warm water cup, and upon hearing the commotion, she looked up to see Riko Lee leaning against the partition between their desks, smiling at her. "What's up?" she asked, somewhat irked. "I never realized there were people who liked you," he replied with a grin. Lee Zili lowered his voice and chuckled. "Am I really that unattractive? Can no one possibly like me?" Sato Mawako recognized that he was referring to Takagi Wataru, and she rolled her eyes in response. Well, upon hearing this, Lee Zili gazed at her intently for several seconds before shaking his head. Noticing his demeanor, Sato Mawako raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" "I was just pondering." Once he had captured Sato Mawako's attention, Lee Zili continued deliberately, "Are you truly as beautiful as you claim?" In truth, the policewoman was indeed striking. With her tall stature, pristine police uniform, shoulder-length hair, and a delicate face infused with a hint of vigor, she possessed an undeniable charm. "Are you implying that I am not beautiful? You should apologize immediately." Sato Mawako's face flushed with anger, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap this insufferable fool. What did he mean by that? How dare he question her beauty? She, a police flower, had countless admirers eager to pursue her. Yet this man had the audacity to utter such words. She longed to pummel him. "Tch." Lee Zili rolled his eyes. "Apologize? Absolutely not. Regardless of whether you're a police flower or an international beauty, it makes no difference." He turned away and leisurely returned to his seat. Witnessing this, Sato Mawako's fury intensified. She gritted her teeth, fixating her gaze on Lee Zili, thinking to herself, Stay calm. Just give this guy 3 more seconds to apologize." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds elapsed, and Mawako Sato noticed that Risley not only failed to apologize, but was instead leisurely engrossed in a video game, seemingly oblivious to the earlier incident. Instantly, Mawako's anger flared. "How infuriating! I shall never acknowledge you again," she seethed internally, before huffily returning to her seat. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the faint clicking of Rise's game. After a while, Mawako discreetly glanced at Rise, and seeing he had not moved, she could not resist approaching him from behind, peering at his screen and inquiring, "What game are you playing? Can't you see?" Rise replied without turning around. At that moment, Mawako clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself, "I shouldn't have come." With that thought, she stormed off. As Mawako turned to leave, a smirk crept across Rise's lips, yet he continued to play his game with indifference. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, J.Z. Magyar stood up to answer a phone call. Observing Magyar's demeanor, Rise pondered whether a murder had occurred. To his astonishment, Magyar's shocked voice echoed, "What? Someone has died. Well, I truly am a harbinger of doom," Rise mused, shaking his head in disbelief at the accuracy of Magyar's prediction. Just then, Magyar hung up the phone and scanned the room, declaring, "Kazukawa, Takagi, Sato. Accompany me." He called out the names of several officers in quick succession. What a stroke of luck, encountering a murder case on his very first day at the police headquarters. Lee Zili shook his head with a smile in his heart. Yet, outwardly, he responded affirmatively alongside the other officers mentioned. Chapter 15. He is truly handsome as Mori Kagoro, Lee Zili, and others arrived at the KTV room where the incident occurred. Lee Zili surveyed the surroundings and, as expected, Conan was present. With this little grim reaper around, the presence of a corpse was hardly surprising. In addition to Conan, Lee Zili also spotted Ranmori, Sonoko Suzuki, and several fashionably dressed men and women. Observing all of this, a sudden realization struck Lee Zili. The victim was the lead singer of the Rex rock band, and the events unfolding were eerily reminiscent of those etched in his memory. As Lee Zili contemplated this incident, several scrutinizing gazes fell upon him. The first belonged to Conan. This hypocritical fellow was also present. After all, Officer Magyar had invited him to the police headquarters, making his appearance here rather unsurprising. Conan's intense gaze fixed on Lee Zili, revealing a blend of disdain and irritation, as he recalled the last encounter where Lee Zili had overshadowed him. Subsequently, he had investigated the name Hiroichi Kusakawa, only to find no record of such a person in the detective community. It remained a mystery from whence Lee Zili had emerged as a detective prodigy. Indeed, given Lee Zili's previous display, it would be an understatement to merely call him a skilled detective. His formidable abilities rivaled those of Sherlock Holmes. Nonetheless, Conan was not one to easily concede. As a genius detective, he harbored no belief in being inferior to Lee Zili. With time, Conan's sharp gaze intensified, revealing a burgeoning desire to compete with him. At this moment, Lee Zili turned his head and caught sight of the sharp glint in Conan's eyes, and he could roughly surmise the situation, a faint smile curving his lips. "Little brother, you wish to compete with me? I would feel rather reluctant to bully you." Observing the enigmatic smile on Lee Zili's face, Conan's pupils constricted. For reasons unknown, he found this individual inexplicably irksome. What did that smile signify? Regardless, he resolved that he could not allow himself to be overshadowed by this person. With that thought in mind, Conan lifted his chin and squared his shoulders, gazing resolutely at Lee Zili. However, to his dismay, he discovered that Lee Zili had already turned away, no longer regarding him. It was akin to unleashing a long-awaited punch, only for it to land on cotton, leaving Conan feeling exceedingly frustrated. A sense of oppression filled his chest, and a flicker of irritation flashed in his eyes. That irritation swiftly transformed into a competitive spirit. Clenching his fists, he vowed silently, "This time, I shall be the first to uncover the culprit." With this determination, Conan promptly set about the task of searching for the perpetrator. Meanwhile, Morlin also fixed her beautiful gaze upon Lee Zili, harboring a deep concern for him, not in a romantic sense, but rather a curiosity regarding the nature of Lee Zili's relationship with He Ingli. Since her last visit with He Ingli, she had taken to lingering around in hopes of discerning whether Lee Zili and He Ingli shared a special bond. However, her efforts had proven fruitless. Now, encountering Lee Zili, who had become a police officer, her emotions were somewhat conflicted. Beside Mao Lilan, Suzuki Sonoko was also fixated on Lee Zili, completely captivated. Her eyes filled with infatuation. How handsome! Truly, how extraordinarily handsome! Oh my! How can there exist such a strikingly handsome man in this world? As she gazed, Sonoko nearly drooled, hastily wiping her mouth and seizing Lilan's arm, exclaiming with great excitement, "Hey, Lilan! Look quickly! That policeman is so handsome! I cannot help it! I am in love!" Mao Lilan, regaining her composure, was well aware of whom Sonoko was referring to. She cast a bemused glance at her dear friend, saying, "Sonoko, you're swooning again." "Oh, not at all." Although Suzuki Sonoko was typically rather boisterous, her friend's comment caused her cheeks to flush slightly. She playfully shook Lilan's arm and continued to gaze adoringly at Lee Zili, declaring, "But honestly, he is indeed incredibly handsome, the second. No, the most handsome person I have ever seen." Witnessing her friend in such a state of infatuation, Mao Lilan could only roll her eyes in exasperation. "Mr. Kusakawa is certainly handsome, but Sonoko, you need not be so over the top. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? Mr. Kusakawa?" Noticing that Lilan seemed to recognize the dashing figure, Sonoko disregarded Lilan's remarks about embarrassment, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Lilan, do you know that handsome man?" "Yes." Mao Lilan nodded slightly. "Quickly, tell me, what is his name? How old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? What is his phone number?" As her friend bombarded her with questions like a relentless barrage, Mao Lilan felt overwhelmed. She rubbed her forehead and quickly gestured for her to stop. With a sense of exasperation, she turned to Suzuki Sonoko, saying, "I am not well acquainted with him. All I know is that his name is Kusanagawa Hiroichi." Kusanagawa Hiroichi? What a lovely name, Suzuki Sonoko remarked, gazing dreamily at Lizili. Mao Lilan found herself at a loss for words. How could Kusanagawa Hiroichi possibly be a beautiful name? She thought, at least not in her opinion. Indeed, it seemed that infatuated women often lacked reason. "Lan, look, he is gazing at me." At that moment, Suzuki Sonoko clutched Mao Lilan's arm tightly, her eyes filled with both anxiety and excitement, her heart racing wildly. Following her gaze, Mao Lilan noticed Lizili was indeed looking at them. She smiled at him before turning back to Sonoko, silently conveying, "He is merely looking at you. Why are you so nervous?" She could sense Sonoko's emotions. "His eyes are so captivating," Suzuki Sonoko continued, lost in her infatuation. Ding. Random task activated. Identify the perpetrator of this case. Task complete. You have earned random free attribute points with a slight chance of acquiring a skill. Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Lizili was filled with elation. As one well acquainted with the plot, this task posed no challenge for him. The system was merely bestowing a gift upon him. Lizili resolved to accept this offering. At that moment, he suddenly felt a searing gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found Suzuki Sonoko gazing at him with rapt fascination. Lizili was aware of Sonoko's propensity for infatuation, yet witnessing her in such a state was a first for him. Just as he contemplated a response, Mori Ran also turned to him and, in the next instant, flashed him a smile. In the presence of Mori Ran, his thoughts drifted to Hyangri, and he recalled the ambiguous moments they shared that evening in her room. Stirring a ripple of emotion within him, he felt an eager anticipation for their next encounter. A subtle smile curved the corners of Lizili's lips. At that moment, the resonant voice of Magyar JZ broke through the air. He elucidated that the perpetrator had coated the microphone with poison, indicating that Kimura Tatsuya, upon gripping the microphone and then touching the rice ball, had inadvertently contaminated it. The only individual capable of executing such a deed was the singer who performed before Kimura Tatsuya, Shizaki Mieko. Upon concluding his statement, Magyar's sharp gaze fixated upon the downcast Shizaki Mieko in the distance. Chapter 16. I already knew who the murderer was. Everyone, including Mieko Shizaki, was taken aback. Before they could utter a word, JZ Meguro continued, "I heard that while you were singing, tears streamed down your face as you performed a farewell song. Correct? Could it be that something transpired between you and Tatsuya Kimura?" "No, it was not Tatsuya who abandoned me. I was the one who let him go." Under the watchful gaze of her master, Mieko Shizaki spoke passionately, her eyes brimming with tears. She lowered her head, her face a portrait of sorrow as she spoke in a choked voice. "That night, I confessed my feelings to Tatsuya, but he rejected me. He said, 'I am sorry, Mieko, but my heart belongs to someone else. Although I do not know where she is, I am willing to wait for her. Until she returns, I will continue to wait.' In that moment, I realized that there was no longer any possibility between Tatsuya and me." As she spoke, tears finally spilled from her eyes. JZ Meguro observed her and, with keen words, remarked, "So you harbored resentment and killed him?" "No, I did not kill him at all," Mieko Shizaki replied, her expression one of fervent agitation. Nearby, Conan stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering, "Someone she likes?" While comforting Mieko Shizaki, Mari Terahara interjected after hearing JZ Meguro's statement. "Officer Meguro, the song Mieko sang was chosen by Tatsuya without her consent. She had no idea she would be singing, nor did she anticipate that he would follow her and sing along. Thus, it is impossible for Mieko Shizaki to be the culprit." Upon hearing this, the crowd found some merit in the argument. After all, Mieko Shizaki is not a fortune-teller. How could she possibly anticipate that Tatsuya Kimura would follow her to sing? Therefore, it was inconceivable that she had poisoned the microphone in advance. However, if Mieko Shizaki is not the murderer, then who is? By the way, who requested the song Crimson Venus that Tatsuya sang earlier? At that moment, Conan, with an adorably puzzled expression, spoke up. The members of the Rex group exchanged glances, their confusion evident as they shook their heads, seemingly unaware of who had helped Tatsuya choose that song. Just as Conan was about to speak again, Riri Lee suddenly emerged, asking, "Does Tatsuya always take off his shirt when he sings?" After saying this, he looked at Conan with a playful smile and added, "My young friend, is this what you were trying to say?" Conan stared at Riri Lee in utter astonishment, questioning how he could possibly know his thoughts. His pupils constricted in disbelief. He recalled that during their last encounter at the CAF, Riri Lee had also anticipated what he wanted to say, and now he had done it again. How on earth does this person know what I am thinking? Ah, I completely forgot about you, Kasakawa. Seeing Riri Lee, Magyar JZ slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering this exceptionally talented detective. He approached Riri Lee, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. "Have you already deduced who the murderer is?" In that instant, all eyes converged upon Lee Zili, who smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have long known the identity of the culprit." This declaration elicited an uproar among the crowd. Could it be? Was he merely boasting? How could he possibly ascertain the murderer so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Conan's pupils constricted, fixated on Lee Zili. Was this individual truly bragging, or did he genuinely possess knowledge? Recalling the incident at the CAF, Conan felt a nagging suspicion that Lee Zili indeed knew the identity of the perpetrator. However, his pride forbade him from acknowledging such a possibility. No, absolutely not. He could not have unraveled the case before me, Conan silently proclaimed within himself. Regarding this case, he had only just begun to grasp some clues, yet the resolution remained distant. Nearby, Sato Mawako was taken aback, furrowing her brow. How could this scoundrel utter such words, unafraid of embarrassing himself before everyone? Concerned that Lee Zili might humiliate himself in front of the crowd, she hurried to his side and, lowering her voice, urged, "Hey, you can't seriously consider yourself a detective, can you? Saying such things, hurry up and step down." With that, she tugged at Lee Zili's sleeve. Lee Zili remained unmoved, turning to glance at her with a smile, inquiring, "Are you worried about me?" "As if I would worry about you." Sato Mawako's cheeks flushed, though she pouted, uncertain of why she had impulsively rushed to speak with Lee Zili. In that moment, she hadn't given it much thought. It had been a purely instinctive reaction. Now, reflecting upon it, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. I truly do know who the murderer is." Lee Zili smiled faintly, freeing himself from Sato Mawako's grasp. He then glanced at several members of the Rex group and remarked, "Kimura Tatsuya always removes his shirt when he sings, doesn't he?" At this, Sato Mawako, feeling exasperated, stomped her foot discreetly and bit her lower lip while glaring at Lee Zili, thinking to herself, "I shouldn't have involved myself with you. May you suffer the humiliation you deserve, you scoundrel." Upon hearing his words, the members of the Rex group nodded in agreement. "Officer Magyar, isn't the area where Kimura Tatsuya came into contact with potassium chlorate located on his left elbow?" Lee Zili chuckled and turned to look at Magyar Juzu. Magyar Juzu stroked his chin, contemplating, and eventually nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is correct. Thus, the culprit must undoubtedly be her. Who exactly is the perpetrator you speak of?" In an instant, all eyes were fixed intently on Lee Zili, eager to hear his revelation. "The perpetrator is her, Miss Teruhara Mari," Lee Zili declared, pausing for a moment before pointing a finger at Teruhara Mari. "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, quickly turning to stare at Teruhara Mari. A wave of shock washed over her, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. However, she took a deep breath and forced herself to regain composure. Brushing her hair back with a laugh, she dismissed the accusation, saying, "Ha ha, you must be joking. I was on the phone when Tatsuya collapsed. I wasn't even in this room." Her reasoning seemed plausible. She was not present at the scene and, therefore, could not be the perpetrator. The group pondered this and nodded in agreement, convinced by her explanation. Only Lee Zili secretly scoffed, saying, "Although you have departed, the poison has already been set. All that remains is for Kimura Tatsuya to sing this song." As soon as his words fell, a fervent melody resonated within the private room. The crowd was taken aback, and upon hearing that melody, Chizaki Mieko involuntarily exclaimed, "Crimson Venus." Indeed, this song was the very last one that Kimura Tatsuya sang before his untimely demise. Crimson Venus. Come. Sing this song too using the microphone I have prepared for you. Of course, the microphone bears no poison, Lizili said, presenting a microphone that had long been ready to Terahara Mari. Terahara Mari lowered her head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down the side of her face, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a few moments, she lifted her gaze and declared, I understand now. I shall sing. Chapter 17. Truly you. After finishing her statement, Mari Teruhara took the microphone from Riko Lee's hand. She approached the sound system, poised to sing, when Riko suddenly interjected, Wait, why not remove your jacket? Doesn't Tatsuya Kimura always take off his jacket when he performs this song? The crowd was puzzled by Riko's remark, yet their gazes were fixed on Mari Teruhara. She glanced at Riko, moved her lips as if to speak, but just then, Riko added, Oh, and don't forget the gestures Kimura makes when he removes his jacket. Without uttering a word, Mari Teruhara mimicked Kimura's dramatic flourish from Crimson Venus, flinging her jacket aside before commencing her song. As the last notes faded, she held the microphone in one hand and turned to Riko, asking, So, are you satisfied now? Now, please indulge in a rice ball just like Tatsuya did back then. Once you've finished, we can continue our discussion. Riko smiled faintly. The crowd remained baffled by Riko's cryptic intentions, while Mari Teruhara lowered her head in silence. After a moment, she spoke up, I certainly don't want to eat that. Why on earth would I? I once touched him when he collapsed. Since there was poison on his hands and clothes, my hands might have also been contaminated at that moment. Riko smiled lightly and then looked at Officer Tamagura, saying, Now, Officer Tamagura, could you please check the jacket she is wearing? The jacket? Mikumo Juzu was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the meaning behind Riko's insistence on his actions. Before he could process the situation, Mari Teruhara suddenly exclaimed with fervor, The exterior of the coat is also toxic. After I touched Daisuke, I put on the coat, so even if it is indeed contaminated, it cannot be considered evidence. No, you are mistaken. At that moment, a smile graced Riko's face as he remarked, What I actually want Officer Mikumo to examine is not a poison. A lighter? Mikumo Juzu rummaged through the pockets of Mari Teruhara's coat and soon retrieved a lighter. Upon seeing it, Mari's heart raced, and her complexion turned pale as she suddenly recalled something she had forgotten. The attention of the onlookers was captivated by the lighter in Mikumo's hand, their curiosity piqued by its significance. Riko then smiled knowingly and said, Indeed, that is the lighter that Daisuke Kimura lost. Therefore, that coat does not actually belong to Mari Teruhara. She deliberately switched it with Daisuke's in an attempt to destroy evidence. At the outset, she had applied potassium cyanide to the inner elbow area of Daisuke's coat, ensuring that once he donned it, the inner fabric would become contaminated. Then she sang Crimson Venus for Tatsuya Kimura, who, unaware of the circumstances, removed his jacket. Subsequently, he inadvertently touched his poisoned left elbow with his right hand, and from that moment forth, anything he consumed would lead to his untimely demise. Isn't that correct, Miss Mari Teruhara? Upon uttering these words, he smiled at Mari Teruhara. Each of Lizili's statements struck like a razor-sharp knife, piercing deeply into Mari's heart, leaving her pallid and devoid of color, her head bowed, her eyes a mixture of ash and shock. The accuracy of Lizili's assertions was unsettling, as though he had witnessed her crime firsthand, rendering her incredulous. How could this man have unraveled the truth so effortlessly? After a prolonged silence, Mari Teruhara finally lifted her head and confessed with a smile, Indeed, it was I who murdered Tatsuya. At this revelation, the room fell into a brief silence, followed by a collective astonishment directed at Lizili. Could it be that he had solved the case so swiftly, even discerning the methods employed by the perpetrator? Incredulous, Mawako Sato found herself at a loss for words. She had initially dismissed Lizili's claims of knowing the identity of the culprit as mere folly, yet here he was, undeniably correct. This fellow was indeed a remarkable detective. His prior assertions had not been mere boasts. Mawako stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Lizili, realizing that what Conan had mentioned previously was, in fact, true. Ranmori, too, gazed at Lizili in shock. Last time, Conan mentioned to her that Lizili could discern the murderous modus operandi with just a glance at the scene, and she thought he was merely spouting nonsense. To her astonishment, it turned out to be true. So handsome, so incredibly handsome. Beside her, Suzuki Sonoko gazed at Lizili with even more infatuation than before, her heart racing with excitement. This man was simply too attractive. The way he solved the case was beyond stunning. Ah! No! I have fallen for him! Sonoko screamed internally, overwhelmed with emotion. Takagi Wataru also stared in shock at Lizili, realizing that he was indeed a remarkable detective who had cracked the case. Initially, he had anticipated a chance to mock Lizili in front of Sato Mawako, but it was evident that opportunity had vanished. Looking at this man, Takagi felt a wave of despair wash over him. In terms of appearance, Lizili far surpassed him, and in intellect he was utterly eclipsed. How could he ever compete with him for Sato Mawako's affection? In truth, the one feeling the most despair was Conan. He clenched his fists tightly, fixating on Lizili with an expression filled with hopelessness. This man had indeed solved the case before him. Just when Conan had grasped a slight clue about the case, Lizili had already identified the culprit and understood their method of operation. Such prowess was reminiscent of a reincarnated Sherlock Holmes, leaving Conan engulfed in an overwhelming sense of despair. After a moment of silence, Conan thought to himself, this time he must have been mistaken. There is no way he could lose to him, absolutely impossible. In truth, Conan was aware that it was impossible for Lizili to be bewildered. After all, how could one be befuddled while solving a case, particularly when possessing knowledge of the perpetrator's methods? Yet, he was reluctant to admit that Lizili's investigative prowess surpassed his own. Next time, I shall surely triumph over him. Conan clenched his fist, contemplating. Ha ha, Chuan, my dear brother, you are indeed remarkable. At that moment, the hearty laughter of Muro Juzan snapped everyone back to attention, as he inquired, but what was her motive for murder? All eyes turned towards Lizili. Indeed, what was the motive? Why did Teruharamari wish to kill Kimura Tatsuya? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lizili smiled, gazing at Teruharamari, and spoke. Out of love turned to hatred. Am I not correct, Miss Teruharamari? You are not mistaken. I once loved Tatsuya dearly. I went so far as to undergo cosmetic surgery for him, believing it would bring him joy. Little did I know that after my transformation, his demeanor towards me shifted dramatically. He no longer loved me, calling me an ugly freak, and would mock me by insisting I sing Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer to humiliate me. Thus, I hate him and can never forgive him. As she spoke, Teruharamari's expression contorted with intense loathing. Miss Teruhara, you are mistaken. Kimura Tatsuya has always loved you, Lizili replied thoughtfully. Stop spouting nonsense. What do you know? Teruharamari glared at Lizili, filled with both agitation and anger. Molly, what he just said is true. Tatsuya has always cherished you. This is the love song he composed for you. A member of the Rex group spoke, producing an old photograph of the Rex ensemble and handing it over. Tsubohara Mali accepted it and noticed that the back of the photo bore the lyrics of a love song. As she read, she remarked, "Do not deceive me. I am not lying. These are indeed the lyrics from Tatsuya's upcoming new song. That rascal constantly complains to me about why you underwent surgery for him. Yet, every time he is in my presence." Tsubohara Mali began to believe, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. You know, he has always been one to speak in contradiction. I believe he wishes for you to return to your original self. Why is it so? Tsubohara Mali finally embraced the truth, kneeling on the ground, cradling the photograph, and weeping openly. Everyone watched her, filled with regret and sorrow, sighing inwardly. Both had deeply loved each other and could have been together, yet fate led them to such a tragic end. Truly, it is a lamentable tragedy. Lizili shook his head, sighing internally. Chapter 18. Do you have a girlfriend? Wow, Hiroichi, you are truly remarkable and exceedingly handsome. You have solved such a challenging case. How did you manage it? How did you know that Teruharamari had placed the poison on Kimura Tatsuya's left elbow? After Teruharamari was taken away by the police, Suzuki Sonoko rushed over to Riko Ri, chattering away in a familiar manner. In the end, she cheerfully pointed to her own nose and said, "By the way, I'm Suzuki Sonoko. Just call me Sonoko. I am a close friend of Mori Ran, the daughter of the famous detective Mori Kagoro. You know Mori Kagoro, right?" Seeing Suzuki Sonoko's demeanor, Riko Ri felt somewhat speechless. However, he was not surprised that Sonoko knew his name, as she was a good friend of Mori-ran, who was acquainted with him. Observing Sonoko eagerly rushing over to him after the case concluded, he sighed and rubbed his forehead. He then approached Conan and, just as he was about to speak, Sonoko interjected, "Sonoko, could you at least maintain some decorum in front of Mr. Kasakawa?" "Humph, I have no intention of doing so." Suzuki Sonoko was utterly oblivious to the concept of decorum. She waved her hand and, grinning at Riko Ri, asked, "Hiroichi, don't you dislike me like this?" "Sonoko, how can you directly inquire about such things? How is one supposed to respond to that?" Listening to Sonoko's words, Ran Mori rolled her eyes in exasperation, while even Conan beside her cast a somewhat incredulous glance at the carefree girl. "It's all right," Li Zili chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. After all, Sonoko was indeed a beauty, and it was hardly accurate to say she was disliked. "See, I knew Hiroshi wouldn't harbor any ill feelings towards me." Sonoko beamed with delight, casting a triumphant glance at Ran. Li Zili smiled and glanced at Conan, who was intently scrutinizing him, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. In that moment, Li Zili comprehended the underlying sentiment. However, he felt little concern and had no desire to engage in a dispute with Conan, as doing so seemed somewhat unfair. Noticing Li Zili's gaze on Conan, Ran recalled that last time when Li Zili had hurriedly left with Eri Kasaki without introducing Conan, so she took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Kasakawa, this is Conan. I certainly know this fellow," Li Zili thought to himself, but outwardly he bent down to pinch Conan's cheek, grinning, "What an adorable little boy." As he spoke, he intentionally applied a bit more pressure, soon turning Conan's face a shade of crimson. Conan wore an expression that suggested he wished for nothing more than to vanish. In truth, he felt utterly frustrated. He had never been fond of Li Zili, and now being pinched in such a manner was unbearable. Yet, in front of Ran and the others, he had to maintain his composure, even forcing a smile as he said, "Kasakawa, you're quite handsome too." Heaven knows how much he wished to slap Li Zili when he uttered those words. "Hee, you must be quite handsome when you grow up," Li Zili remarked with a smile, fully aware that Conan would never truly grow. Conan lowered his head and pouted. "Of course I will be handsome when I grow up. Do I need you to tell me that? Hiroichi, ignore this little brat. How did you know that Teruhara Mari poisoned him? How did you become so handsome? What are your interests and do you have a girlfriend?" At that moment, Suzuki Sonoko interjected, her voice chirping like a lark as she bombarded Li Zili with questions. Li Zili merely stared in silence. Mao Lilan glanced at him, pulled Suzuki Sonoko closer and said, "Really, Sonoko, asking Mr. Kasakawa so many questions all at once, how do you expect him to respond?" When Suzuki Sonoko referred to Conan as a little brat, he rolled his eyes at the crazy woman. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko seemed to realize her mistake, chuckling as she said, "You have a point. Then I shall ask one by one. Hiroichi, how did you know that Teruhara Mari placed the poison on Kimura Daisuke's left elbow?" Upon hearing this question, Conan became particularly attentive, eager to uncover how Li Zili had come by this knowledge, and he instinctively perked up his ears to listen. Li Zili first glanced at the officers who were clearing out of the private room before turning his gaze to Suzuki Sonoko and replied, "I deduced it. Your deductive skills are truly remarkable," she complimented. At this moment, Suzuki Sonoko nudged her elbow against her companion, Mori-ran, and chuckled. "Your esteemed one has been outshone. Don't talk nonsense." "I have nothing to do with Shinichi," Mori-ran replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she was well aware of whom her friend referred to. Conan, casting a piercing gaze at Suzuki Sonoko, seemed to wish he could strike her down for her inappropriate remark. He then playfully asserted, "Not necessarily. I believe Brother Shinichi's deductive skills are on par with his." "You little brat. What do you know?" Suzuki Sonoko shot a glare at Conan, retorting, "How could Kudo Shinichi possibly compare to Hiroichi?" Li Zili, observing the exchange, cast a meaningful glance at Conan but refrained from commenting. "Indeed, he can compete," Conan stubbornly insisted. "Cannot. Can." The two, much like a pair of roosters in a standoff, glared at each other, while Mori-ran looked on exasperated and said, all right, what is there to compare? Indeed, there is no foremost in literature, nor second in martial arts," Li Zili added. "Humph, I shan't stoop to the level of a mere child," Suzuki Sonoko huffed at Conan, but upon turning to Li Zili, Her expression softened into a smile as she remarked, "Hiroichi, you are truly modest." This elicited exasperated eye rolls from both Conan and Mori-ran. Indeed, a woman infatuated is beyond redemption. "Hongi, do you have a girlfriend?" At this moment, Suzuki Sonoko looked at Rizi Lee with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. Upon hearing this question, Mao Lilan perked up her ears, particularly concerned about whether he indeed had a girlfriend, and if so, could it possibly be? "I do not have a girlfriend," Rizi Lee replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Fortunately, that was a relief. Hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko felt a significant weight lift from her heart, and beside her, Mao Lilan also felt reassured, realizing that Rizi Lee's lack of a girlfriend meant she had likely misinterpreted the situation. There was also a third woman present, who felt relieved upon hearing this revelation, Sato Mawako. Although she had not approached them, she had been covertly listening to their conversation. Her ears perked up at the mention of Rizi Lee's relationship status, filled with keen interest. Chapter 19. I used to be a fortune teller. Well, Hiroichi, you surely haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let's go eat together. It's my treat, Suzuki Sonoko suggested with a playful glint in her eyes. Sonoko, it's rare to see you so eager to treat, teased Mori-ran, casting a knowing glance at her friend. Unfazed, Suzuki Sonoko boldly replied, "Where do you get the idea that I don't often treat? Hiroichi, if you ever want to go out for a meal, feel free to seek me out. I'll cover the bill." "Oh my, it seems you are intent on pampering me," Li Zili thought to himself, caught between amusement and exasperation. However, one must acknowledge that Sonoko indeed has the means to do so. After all, she is the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate. Mori-ran and Conan exchanged exaggerated eye rolls, unable to tolerate the infatuation of this love-struck woman. "All right, Hiroichi?" Sonoko gazed at Li Zili with hopeful anticipation. "Well," Li Zili hesitated before responding, "I'm currently at work and need to seek approval from my superior." "No need for that. I grant you permission." Just then, Megure JZ approached, smiling. "Kazukawa, you should go without hesitation." Having recently resolved a murder case, Li Zili had earned merit, and Megure JZ would not object to a simple dinner break, let alone a few days off. Li Zili nodded, refraining from further comment. Subsequently, the group comprising Li Zili, Conan, Mori-ran, and Suzuki Sonoko made their way to the restaurant after leaving the KTV. Surrounding the KTV, one can observe numerous restaurants, both large and small, some immaculate and others less so. After strolling 100 steps, Suzuki Sonoko paused before a sushi establishment and proposed, "Shall we indulge in sushi?" I had no objections. "What about you, Mr. Kusakawa?" Mori-ran shook her head, indicating her indifference to the choice of food, then glanced at Li Zili. He nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. "Splendid. Let us proceed," exclaimed Suzuki Sonoko, clapping her hands as she linked arms with Mori-ran and ventured into the sushi restaurant, with Li Zili following leisurely behind. Conan interjected, "Hey, why is no one asking for my opinion?" "Hey!" This sushi restaurant was quite pristine, with several patrons moving about to place their orders, while others sat conversing over their meals. After Li Zili and the others ordered their sushi, they settled at a square table against the wall. As soon as they were seated, Suzuki Sonoko waved to the waiter and called out, "Bring me 4 bottles of beer." The waiter, taken aback by their youthful appearance, hesitated. In Japan, minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol. Mori-ran quickly turned to the waiter and explained, "I apologize. She is merely jesting. Could we have a pot of tea, please?" Afterward, she thoughtfully inquired of Li Zili, "Mr. Kusakawa, do you drink?" "No," he replied, shaking his head. Then Mori-ran turned to Suzuki Sonoko and reproached, "Sonoko, really, what are you thinking? What need is there for alcohol?" "I thought Hiroichi might want some," she retorted. Suzuki Sonoko, feeling quite aggrieved, uttered a single remark but chose to say no more. When the tea arrived, Li Zili and the others sipped their beverages while engaging in light conversation. Shortly thereafter, the sushi they had ordered was presented at the table. The variety of sushi in Japan is both abundant and diverse. Li Zili had selected a mix of various types of fish sushi, which was quite delightful, soft and fragrant, with an appealing appearance, and notably devoid of the typical fishy odor. The only regret was the absence of chili within. As they continued to eat, Conan suddenly inquired, Say, Kazukawa and what did you do before? Are you trying to probe into my background? Lee Zili set down his sushi, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and smiled at Conan. I've heard you are quite clever. Why not take a guess at my former profession? Conan scrutinized Lee Zili several times, then cautiously ventured, were you a detective? At this, Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko also paused, turning their attention towards Lee Zili. Their curiosity piqued. After all, given Lee Zili's remarkable prowess in solving cases, it was only natural for them to be intrigued. No, Lee Zili decisively shook his head. The group was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. They had assumed that someone as adept at solving mysteries as Lee Zili must have been a detective, yet this was evidently not the case. However, this only served to heighten their curiosity. It made sense. One could not help but wonder why Kazukawa Hiroichi had not made a name for himself in the world of detectives if he had never been one. Conan nodded knowingly, then turned to Ritsuri Lee and inquired, what was your profession before? I used to be a fortune teller, Ritsuri Lee replied with a smile. The revelation left Ran, along with her companions, utterly astonished. A fortune teller? How could that possibly make sense? With Ritsuri Lee's remarkable deductive abilities, he seemed far removed from such a profession, and his appearance certainly did not align with that of a fortune teller. They were completely taken aback by this unexpected twist. How could that be, Hiroichi? This is simply absurd. Suzuki Sonoko was the first to regain her composure, bursting into incredulous laughter. Conan scoffed. A fortune teller? Who would believe you? It's all nonsense. Ran also expressed her disbelief, laughing as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Mr. Kasakawa, you truly have a knack for humor. Ritsuri Lee chuckled, popping a piece of sushi into his mouth, choosing not to elaborate further. As the meal continued, Conan subtly posed several more questions. Yet Ritsuri Lee was not inclined to reveal his true identity in front of him. If this little rascal were to discover that he was the wanted Kugawa Sudu, one could only imagine the expression on his face. The thought of it was undoubtedly amusing. Halfway through their meal, Conan and Suzuki Sonoko excused themselves to use the restroom, leaving only Ritsuri Lee and Ran at the table. They quietly continued eating sushi, and the atmosphere grew momentarily silent. After a few seconds, Ritsuri Lee broke the silence, asking, Miss Mori, how long has it been since Kudo Shinichi returned to your side? Mori Ran was momentarily taken aback, before comprehending the implications of what Lee Zili had just articulated. With a look of utter astonishment, she gazed at him and inquired, how do you know about Shinichi? After a brief pause, a look of realization washed over her as she added, oh, did that girl Sonoko tell you? Do you truly believe she had the time to inform me of all this? Lee Zili responded with an enigmatic smile. Mori Ran tilted her head in contemplation, her expression gradually shifting to one of disbelief. Lee Zili's assertion rang true. Sonoko had only recently met him, and given that she had been in constant company with him, it was improbable that Sonoko had the opportunity to divulge the details regarding Kudo Shinichi. Yet, the question lingered in her mind. From where had he gleaned this information? With a furrowed brow, Mori Ran questioned, how exactly do you know about Shinichi? Have you forgotten? I once dabbled in fortune-telling. Naturally, I divined this, Lee Zili replied with a peculiar smile. Chapter 20. Longing to see him soon, was he truly a fortune-teller in the past? Upon hearing this, Morlin felt a flicker of uncertainty. She had previously dismissed any notion of Lee Zili being a fortune-teller. However, now, Miss Morlin, as far as I know, a man who spends prolonged periods away is quite prone to losing his affections, Lee Zili remarked with an inexplicable smile. After uttering these words, he resumed his attention to the sushi before him. It was best to leave such matters lightly touched upon. Excessive discussion could yield adverse effects. This was Lee Zili's subtle attempt to plant a seed of doubt in Morlin's heart regarding her feelings for Shinichi Kudo, a seed that would eventually germinate and grow, leading to an ever-widening rift between them. Haha, I have no idea what you're talking about, Morlin chuckled. Yet as she lowered her gaze to her sushi, a contemplative expression crossed her features. Observing her, Lee Zili couldn't help but smile inwardly, knowing that his previous remark had resonated with her. At that moment, Suzuki Sonoko and Conan returned from the restroom. Sonoko glanced at the two of them, a playful smile adorning her face. What were you two discussing just now? Nothing much. Just a casual chat, Morlin replied, shaking her head while casting a brief glance at her friend. Neither Sonoko nor Conan pressed further, and they resumed their seats to continue dining. After finishing their meal, Suzuki Sonoko took care of the bill, and they all exited the sushi restaurant together. Standing outside, after letting out a satisfied burp, Sonoko stretched her arms wide and squinted her eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, I am so full. Should we go somewhere fun?" "It is still early," she said, looking at Li Zili with an expression full of anticipation. "No, I must return to the police headquarters," Li Zili replied with a shake of his head. Instantly, Suzuki Sonoko's face fell in disappointment. "Very well then," she conceded. "Thank you for your hospitality today. I must take my leave." As she noticed Li Zili preparing to depart, she quickly exclaimed, "Wait, Hiroichi, may I visit you in the future?" Li Zili nodded, pondering that since the decision was hers to make, he could not deter her. Subsequently, he waved farewell to Mori-ran and the others before turning away. Once Li Zili had distanced himself, Suzuki Sonoko grasped Mori-ran's hand excitedly, declaring, "Ran. He agreed. This is wonderful. I can visit him from now on." Observing her friend's exuberance, Mori-ran found herself at a loss for words. All right. He merely consented to your visit. Is it truly necessary to be so thrilled?" "Indeed." Conan nodded in agreement. "TCH, you wouldn't understand." At this juncture, Suzuki Sonoko appeared to have a sudden realization, slapping her forehead. "Oh dear, what is it? Must you be so dramatic?" Mori-ran questioned, puzzled by her friend's antics. "I forgot to ask him for his phone number," Suzuki Sonoko lamented with a downcast expression. Mori-ran, Conan. As they walked home, Mori-ran kept her head bowed, lost in contemplation, her thoughts a mystery at that moment. Suzuki Sonoko had parted ways with her companions. On this tree-lined avenue, only she and Conan walked side by side. As they strolled, Conan occasionally cast a glance at Mori-ran beside him. He noticed that she had been unusually quiet throughout their walk, which was rather uncharacteristic of her. What thoughts occupied her mind? Was she perhaps contemplating that Hirokazu Kurikawa? Surely not. Although he deemed it somewhat implausible, a pang of jealousy stirred within Conan. With his hands cradling the back of his head, he turned to Mori-ran and teasingly inquired, "Sister Ran, what are you thinking about? Is it that Kurikawa brother?" Startled, Ran snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed. "Conan, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I think of him? Could it be? Could she truly be thinking about that guy? Ah, the wretched Kurikawa." Seeing the blush on Mori-ran's face, Conan found it difficult to believe her words, suspecting that she indeed had thoughts of Ritsuri Lee. Jealousy welled up within him, and he silently shouted in his heart. Upon reflection, Ritsuri was undeniably handsome. As the saying goes, beautiful women are drawn to handsome men. The notion that Mori-ran could have developed feelings for Ritsuri Lee was not entirely unfathomable. Until now, he had not considered this possibility, but as he ruminated on it, Conan became increasingly convinced that Mori-ran had indeed taken a liking to Ritsuri, plunging him into dismay. Damn that Hirokazu Kurikawa! Conan clenched his teeth in frustration, silently seething. "Conan, are you all right?" Noticing something amiss with him, Mori-ran inquired with concern. "I'm fine," he replied, turning his head away. Mao Lilan chuckled softly, dismissing the matter, believing that Conan was merely exhibiting childish behavior. Moments later, Conan could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Sister Xiaolan, what were you thinking just now?" "Oh, I wasn't thinking about anything," Mao Lilan replied with a smile. In truth, she was not being entirely honest. Throughout their journey, her mind had been preoccupied with the words spoken by Li Zili at the sushi restaurant. "Miss Mao Lilan, as far as I know, a man who spends an extended period away is prone to losing interest." Was there truth in his words? Had Shinichi developed affections for another girl while away? No, that's impossible. Shinichi wouldn't do that. Yet, if this were not the case, why had he not returned? Had he truly changed his heart? These questions incessantly swirled in Mao Lilan's mind. "What a fib," Conan remarked, wrinkling his nose. "All right, I'm not lying to you. Let us go." After affectionately ruffling his hair, Mao Lilan quickened her pace. Meanwhile, Suzuki Sonoko hummed a cheerful tune as she briskly entered the Suzuki family's villa. Upon reaching the grand hall, she greeted the middle-aged couple seated on the sofa, watching the news, with a bright smile. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." With that, she ascended the stairs, still humming. The middle-aged couple exchanged glances, and the woman remarked, "What has gotten into this child? Why does she seem so joyous?" "I have no idea. I'll go ask her," the man replied. The woman, upon speaking, stood to leave, but was intercepted by the middle-aged man who remarked, "Never mind. She is likely enjoying herself today with that girl from the Maoli family." At his words, the woman hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately returned to her seat. In Suzuki Yoko's bedroom, the door was closed. Suzuki Yoko lay on her soft bed, propping her chin up with her hands, a silly smile gracing her face as she pondered something unknown. After a brief moment, she turned over and murmured to herself, "I can't wait to see him again. Next time, I must obtain his phone number." Meanwhile, at the Metropolitan Police Department, Lee Zili had just entered when he felt the weight of all eyes upon him. Some gazing with admiration, others with curiosity, and yet others with a detached demeanor. Lee Zili found himself perplexed. What was happening? Why was everyone looking at me like this? Had there been some significant event during my absence from the precinct that I was unaware of? Chapter 21. The detective congratulations. Lee Zili, with a heart full of confusion. He approached his seat when suddenly, a voice floated over from beside him. "Oh, you finally decided to return. Why didn't you linger a bit longer with those two lovely ladies outside?" Lee Zili turned his head to see Sato Mawako standing there, a playful smile gracing her lips. Why do I detect a hint of sourness? Have you been indulging in lemons?" Lee Zili deliberately sniffed the air and smiled at Sato Mawako. "What do you mean by that?" For a moment, Sato Mawako was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, while Lee Zili merely chuckled in silence. As she pondered over his words, realization dawned on her, causing her cheeks to flush. She shot him a glare and retorted, "Pooh, as if I would ever be jealous of you. How self-important. I never suggested you were jealous. That was your own admission," Lee Zili replied, settling into his seat and taking a sip from his water cup, still feeling a bit greasy from the sushi he'd just consumed. "Humph," Sato Mawako huffed, falling silent thereafter. After setting down his cup, Lee Zili noticed that Sato Mawako was staring at him intently, her eyes wide with surprise. With a grin, he teased, "What's this? Have you fallen for me?" "Boo." As if, Sato Mawako snapped back to reality, her face reddening once more. After shooting him another glare, she added, "I didn't realize you were such a remarkable detective. Of course, I have already informed you, but I recall that someone was initially skeptical of my abilities." Lee Zili remarked with a smile as he glanced at her. "How was I to know that you possessed such remarkable investigative skills? It is utterly inconspicuous," he continued. "Who can blame you for not appearing like a detective? This is entirely your fault," Sato Mawako thought, attributing all the blame to Lee Zili. With a huff, she added, "It's your fault for not being clear." "Blame me?" Lee Zili replied, perplexed. "Is there anyone in this world more wronged than I, miss? How else would you like me to express myself?" Lee Zili said, exasperated. "You should declare, 'I am indeed a super detective,' and repeat it thrice or more," Sato Mawako suggested earnestly, tilting her head in mock seriousness. Lee Zili realized that reasoning with women was a futile endeavor. Seeing the expression on Lee Zili's face, Sato Mawako couldn't help but burst into laughter, her sound ringing delightfully through the air. In an instant, numerous gazes turned towards her. The police flower, already captivating in her beauty, radiated like a blooming garden, igniting the admiration in the eyes of the surrounding men. However, upon noticing Lee Zili, their expressions dimmed, filled with a sense of envy. "Police flower, she isn't smiling at me," he mused. "Has anyone ever told you that you possess a stunning smile?" The words slipped from Lee Zili's lips involuntarily as he gazed at Sato Mawako's radiant grin. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced wildly. Why would he say such a thing to me? She pondered. Ahem. Lee Zili realized he had misspoken, cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness, and then proactively redirected the conversation. Has anything transpired at the police headquarters during my absence? Miyako Sato looked up, her expression one of confusion. Why do you say that? Because when I walked in, they all looked at me strangely. Sato's demeanor shifted to one of understanding. She smirked playfully and remarked, "Isn't it simply because you showcased your remarkable skills in this case and solved it? While you were away, word of your detective prowess spread throughout the entire precinct. Now everyone knows you are a super sleuth with exceptional abilities. In that case, it seems I can't remain low-key." Li Zili's expression changed. Low-key? Why should you be low-key? With your extraordinary talent for solving cases, shouldn't others be aware of it? Sato found it difficult to comprehend Li Zili's desire for modesty. Well, if I can't be low-key, then so be it. Damn it! It appears I am destined to be the center of attention. Sigh. It's exhausting. If others were privy to Li Zili's thoughts, they would likely press his head to the ground in frustration, at the very least 10 times over. How infuriating! Listen, is that even a sensible remark? Li Zili chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You are absolutely right. Ah, our dear friend Kusakawa has returned. Did you have a good time? At that moment, Mumu Shirsan approached quietly and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Zili. Li Zili chuckled lightly, opting not to respond directly, but rather remarked, "Officer Mumu, what brings you here?" Mumu Shirsan cleared his throat, composed himself, and replied earnestly, "Thanks to your swift resolution of the case, our team has received commendations from above. You have indeed made a notable contribution. No wonder you appear so cheerful and even jest with me. It seems you have garnered praise from higher authorities." Li Zili couldn't help but harbor a slight disdain for Mumu Shirsan in his heart. He was indifferent to accolades or recognition. Such matters held little significance for him. He could easily claim credit whenever he wished. However, Li Zili's indifference did not extend to those around him, as he noticed that even Sato Mihoko regarded him with envious eyes. Accolades were of paramount importance to any police officer, yet Li Zili remained unconcerned. "That is all I wish to convey," Mumu Shirsan concluded, turning to leave. "Detective, congratulations." After Mumu Shirsan departed, Sato Mihoko beamed at Li Zili and said, "There are those among us who have been here for a year without any accolades, yet you have achieved a significant one in just a day. Impressive indeed." With that, she gave him a thumbs up. Li Zili chuckled, nonchalantly taking a seat. Just as he settled in, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Task completed. You have gained 11 free attribute points." Goodness! The reflexes of this system seem excessively delayed. Only now did he realize that the system had notified him of the task's completion. Li Zili felt utterly speechless. He had solved the case, dined with Mao Lilan and others, and conversed at length with Sato Mihoko, yet the system chose this moment to inform him of his success. Such a delay was truly astonishing, and Li Zili could hardly muster the energy to comment on it. After contemplating for a moment, he allocated 6 of his free attribute points to stamina and the remaining 5 to intelligence. Consequently, his attribute panel transformed. Host: Li Zili Intelligence, 72 Stamina, 78 Agility, 60 Skills. Hacking, Beginner, Disguise, Godlike Marksmanship. Note: you are now a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded in 108 different ways. Li Zili closed his eyes, sensing a semblance of clarity in his mind and a noticeable increase in his strength. While these were not monumental advancements, both his stamina and intelligence were steadily improving. He smiled to himself and proceeded to open his computer to indulge in some video games. Taking a day off. Conan. Starting as a suspect currently in progress. Please wait a moment. Refresh the page after the content is updated to access the latest updates. Huang Etiendi full text updates. Remember the website WAP. XHYTD. Com Chapter 22. What did you say? I didn't hear, having immersed himself in the game until the end of the workday. Li Zili stood up and waved goodbye to his neighbor, Sato Mawako, before departing. As he exited the police station, Li Zili strolled leisurely along the street. The distance to his residence was approximately a half-hour drive, rendering walking impractical. Thus, he intended to take a taxi home. At that moment, he noticed a vacant taxi approaching from across the street and was about to hail it when a small car gradually came to a halt by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing a fair and lovely face adorned with sunglasses, who smiled at him and inquired, "Detective, where do you reside?" Li Zili glanced at Sato Mawako, smiled back, and provided the name of his residential complex. "Get in," she said, prompting an unexpected reaction from Sato Mawako, who uttered two words that left Li Zili momentarily bewildered. What did that mean? Could it be that this policewoman wished to escort him home? Was she concerned that he might sell her out? Seeing Li Zili hesitate and remain outside the vehicle, Sato Mawako's lips curled into a playful smirk, her tone bright and teasing. "I'm more afraid you might devour me." Li Zili chuckled. What did a grown man have to fear, especially from a woman? He thus circled around the front of the car, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat. Sato Mawako's smile deepened. Once inside, Li Zili closed the door and turned to Sato Mawako, asking with a grin, "Why the kindness, officer?" "Pa, kindness? If it weren't for the fact that your complex is right next to mine, I wouldn't bother giving you a ride," she retorted. "Only because it was convenient did I give you a ride. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered." Miyako Sato pouted and let out a disdainful sound. "Oh, what a coincidence." Li Zili was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. He truly hadn't anticipated that Miyako Sato lived so close to him. It seems to be fate. No wonder people say the concept of fate is ineffable. "I must thank you here. Don't be too hasty in your gratitude. Let it be known that you owe me a favor, which you must repay in the future." Miyako Sato was unyielding. Goodness, this girl. Is it really necessary to be like this? It's merely a ride, why bring favors into it? Besides, is my favor so easily gained? Li Zili was at a loss for words and decisively instructed. "Stop the car." "What? I've just started driving, and you're suddenly saying this? Do you believe I could just toss you out?" Miyako Sato rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. "I want to get out," Li Zili replied with an expressionless face. "Humph. Once you're in my car, don't even think about getting out." Miyako Sato huffed, choosing to ignore Li Zili. "Get out? Is it really that simple? Do you think my car is a place where one can simply enter and exit at will? What do you take me for?" Hey. There's no reason to prevent someone from getting out of the car. What does this girl mean by that? She's insisting on driving me home. However, Li Zili certainly didn't wish to find himself indebted to her. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. If it's not possible, then it's simply not possible. Mawako Sato chuckled inwardly, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel as she gazed ahead, deliberately ignoring Riri. This girl was clearly intent on coercing him. Riri felt a surge of irritation, but then reconsidered, responding with a cheerful tone, "If you insist on giving it to me, that's fine, but I won't owe you any favors." Settled then. With that, he leaned back, resting his hands behind his head in a comfortable manner. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of displeasure. "Really, you're such a petty man. It's just a favor. Why be so stingy? You stingy fellow. Is your favor so precious? Do you not see that I am a great beauty? So many wish to owe me a favor, yet I refuse them all. And here you are, reluctant to owe me just one. Truly unbecoming of a man." Mawako felt a surge of indignation and shot an exasperated glance at Riri. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you," Riri replied. "I said, you're such a petty man. It's just a favor. Why be so stingy?" Mawako raised her voice, shouting into Riri's ear. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." Riri gestured to his ear and waved dismissively. "Go to hell," she thought angrily. This guy was clearly doing it on purpose, pretending to be deaf and mute. "Humph, what a jerk." Mawako fumed, shooting another glare at Riri. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you," Riri repeated, again waving his hand. In truth, he was forcibly suppressing his laughter, afraid of erupting. "You!" Sat Mawako, utterly exasperated, fiercely struck Li several times. "I'll beat you to death, you scoundrel! You turtle!" She mentally raged as she pummeled him. As she used one hand to strike Li, her focus wavered, causing the car to swerve erratically. Li immediately felt his body swaying from side to side and hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Hey! Pay attention to driving. If you want to die, I don't want to accompany you." "It would be fine if you died," she retorted inwardly, but concentrated on driving while verbally adding, "Now you listen to me." Li chuckled, remaining silent. He feared further provoking the policewoman, lest a genuine accident occur. After all, it was rush hour, and the roads were teeming with vehicles, making an accident all too plausible. If that were to happen, tomorrow's headlines might read, "Tragedy strikes on XXX Road as 2 off-duty officers perish in a car accident." Lee wanted to avoid such a fate. Upon reaching their destination, Lee alighted from the car, leaned down, and peered at the policewoman inside, saying with a grin, "Officer, why not come up to my place? We can discuss the future and life together." "Get lost." Sat Miwako's face flushed crimson as she glared at Lee before stepping on the accelerator, sending the car speeding away like a wild horse. Lee Zili chuckled softly, shaking his head, and upon raising his gaze, he spotted Sato Miwako's car turning into the adjacent neighborhood. It appears that the police officer did not speak falsely. Indeed, she resides in the neighboring community. After all, there was no need for her to fabricate such a tale. With a smile, Lee Zili shook his head again and strolled leisurely into his own neighborhood. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Lee Zili descended to enjoy breakfast. The vicinity boasted numerous restaurants, many of which offered breakfast, rendering it quite convenient. Subsequently, he prepared to hail a taxi for his commute to work. Standing by the roadside, he awaited a taxi while contemplating silently. Commuting by taxi was rather inconvenient. It seemed imperative to acquire a vehicle. However, it appeared that I lacked the funds for such a purchase. How frustrating. A glance at his bank card revealed that the total barely exceeded 100,000 yen. This amount was sufficient for sustenance and rent in these times, but to consider purchasing a car? It was an unattainable dream. His previous incarnation was not of noble wealth, merely an editor. How much could an editor possibly earn? Nevertheless, Lee Zili was not overly concerned. With his identity as a time traveler, acquiring money was merely a matter of time. He could easily arrange for it whenever he found the opportunity. Chapter 23. The appointment. As Lee Zili pondered these matters, he was suddenly roused by a cacophony of honking. He looked up to see Sato Mihoko in a small car by the roadside, gazing at him. Approaching the car door, Lee Zili leaned down and with a cheerful smile, asked, "Officer, did you sleep well last night?" Sato Mihoko, unfazed by his flirtation, inquired, "Hey, are you interested in hitching a ride with me?" This man never missed an opportunity to be cheeky, an absolute rogue. However, Sato Mihoko had been contemplating her situation since returning home the previous night, feeling quite aggrieved. Determined to ensure that Lee Zili owed her a favor, she had stopped when she saw him waiting for a ride. Yet, upon seeing her, Lee Zili felt as though a weasel were greeting a hen for the new year. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined her offer. How could he refuse so curtly? What an insufferable person, she thought, seething. If it weren't for the need to make him owe me a favor, I wouldn't even bother with him. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she said, "Why are you refusing so quickly? Aren't you even going to ask why I want to give you a ride?" "No need to ask," Lee Zili replied flatly. "Your intentions are clearly ulterior. You truly are insufferable," Sato Mihoko exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. She glared at him for 3 seconds before huffing, contemplating how much she wished to confront him. "Others may seek to please me, yet you seem intent on provoking me. What benefit would it bring you to incite my ire?" "Thank you." Lee Zili remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as if Sato Mihoko's words were a compliment. This only served to infuriate Sato Mihoko further, who felt an urge to exit the vehicle and confront him. She had never encountered someone quite like him, so audacious and yet so irksome. "Then you may as well wait here for the bus until you die," she retorted, her frustration boiling over as she pressed the accelerator and sped past Lee Zili. He merely shook his head in indifference before hailing a taxi and slipping inside. Throughout the day, owing to the morning's events, Sato Mihoko had exchanged only a few words with him, and even then her tone was sharp, as if she had consumed explosives. However, Lee Zili paid no heed to this. His thoughts were consumed by the anticipation of his date with Keiko Irie the following day. It had been 2 days since he had last seen her, and tomorrow marked their planned outing to the opera. Over the past 2 days, Keiko Irie had called him twice. Rather than drifting apart, their relationship had grown more intimate. Lee Zili's heart brimmed with excitement for the morrow. Recalling the flirtation that had unfolded in Keiko Irie's room, ripples of anticipation washed over him. Before he knew it, the day had arrived. The long-awaited evening had finally come, and with the opera set to commence at 8 o'clock, he returned home after work, donned a pristine suit, and stepped out. Arriving at the entrance of Mei Ingli's residential complex at 7:10, Li Zili took out his phone and dialed her number. Meanwhile, inside her room, Mei Ingli had already changed into her attire and was seated on the bed, occasionally glancing up at the wall clock. She was filled with anticipation for this date, just as Li Zili was. She wondered if that dashing fellow had already arrived, eager to meet him soon. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone rang. Upon checking the screen, a smile illuminated her face. The very person she had been thinking of had called. Knowing that Li Zili was waiting outside the complex filled her with even greater joy. After putting her phone away, she grabbed a small gray handbag, slipped into her high heels, and stepped out. As she exited the complex, she spotted Li Zili standing under a street lamp, waiting for her. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace. Hearing the sound of her approaching footsteps, Li Zili turned around and was momentarily captivated. Mei Ingli was adorned in a deep blue off-shoulder jumpsuit, complemented by sky-high heels. Her exquisite figure was accentuated beautifully by the attire. The diamond necklace around her neck sparkled under the lights, while her hair was elegantly tied up with a colorful ribbon. Her lips were a vivid shade, exuding a blend of maturity and allure, tinged with a touch of nobility. Li Zili was certain that any man who beheld her in such a manner would be rendered speechless. On the street, she would undoubtedly command nearly 100% of returning glances. As Li Zili admired Mei Ingli, she too was observing him, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. This fellow was still as handsome as ever. Li Zili, clad in a well-tailored deep blue suit, stood tall, his handsome features radiating charm under the glow of the evening sun. "Here, this is for you," he said with a smile, presenting a bouquet of roses. Fei Ingli's fragrance was reminiscent of roses, suggesting her fondness for them. This bouquet was a spontaneous purchase he made while passing by a florist. "Thank you," Fei Ingli replied, her smile blossoming like a peony, her heart brimming with joy. This fellow was not only intelligent, humorous, and handsome, but also remarkably considerate, knowing to bring her flowers, especially her favorite roses. Such thoughtfulness was delightful. Her smile widened at the thought. Noticing the expression on Fei Ingli's face, Li Zili felt reassured that his choice of flowers was apt and chuckled lightly. "I'm glad you like them." "I truly do," Fei Ingli said, gently nodding while holding the roses, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. There was a certain charm to her rosy complexion. Li Zili thought to himself, though he kept it concealed, and cheerfully inquired, "Shall we head out now?" At his words, Fei Ingli glanced at her phone and noted the time, 7:20 p.m. It would take half an hour to drive there. It was just the right moment to set off. "All right," she replied. Fei Ingli took the wheel with Li Zili seated beside her in the passenger seat, and together they made their way to the Opera House. The Opera House was situated on a bustling commercial street, with a lively square to the left and a cinema to the right. The entire street was ablaze with lights, teeming with people, and buzzing with vibrant energy. 10 minutes before 8 o'clock, Li Zili and Fei Ingli arrived at the venue. After parking the car, they entered the Opera House to purchase tickets, and subsequently sat in the lobby, engaging in conversation while waiting. Just as Li Zili and Fei Ingli were enjoying their banter, a sudden, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. A random task had been triggered. Accompany Fei Ingli to watch this opera, complete the task, and earn random free attribute points, with a small chance of acquiring a skill. What? Is this possible? Watching an opera can trigger a task? How fortunate! Li Zili thought to himself, stifling a smile. It's nearly 8. Shall we queue up? Fei Ingli suggested after glancing at the time. Li Zili said nothing and followed her to the entrance, where they joined the line. It was said that this opera was quite famous in Japan, drawing a considerable audience, hence the queue comprised dozens of people. Li Zili and Fei Ingli stood at the back, conversing and laughing. During this time, many individuals turned to gaze at Fei Ingli, their eyes sparkling with admiration. However, upon noticing Li Zili, their expressions became unfriendly. Envy and resentment were palpable, as if they yearned to push Li Zili aside and take his place. Li Zili was naturally aware of the glances directed at him, yet he chose to remain oblivious, continuing his light-hearted exchange with Fei Ingli. Chapter 24. Why don't you let go of me? As for Fei Yingli, her expression was utterly devoid of emotion, as if she had long since become accustomed to such encounters. Before long, it was their turn. Li Zili produced 2 tickets for the ticket inspector and then walked in alongside Fei Yingli. The venue was quite bright, with over 100 seats arranged around the stage. The pair found their designated seats according to the tickets they held. Once seated, Li Zili glanced around. Beside them sat a couple, seemingly enamored with one another, whispering sweet nothings. At that moment, sensing Li Zili's gaze, they turned to look at him. In an instant, both pairs of eyes became transfixed. The woman stared at Li Zili, while the man's gaze was fixed on Fei Yingli, both frozen in place. That man is incredibly handsome, the woman eventually exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This remark stirred a hint of displeasure in her boyfriend. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not say you only had eyes for me? Why are you staring at another man? Bah, and you're not gazing at that woman? She retorted. Upon hearing this, the young man's face flushed as he lowered his head. He had indeed been stealing glances at Fei Yingli. To be honest, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Li Zili for having such a beautiful girlfriend. In his eyes, Li Zili and Fei Yingli were undoubtedly a couple. If they weren't, who else would be here? Fei Yingli's beauty eclipsed his girlfriend's by miles. What's wrong? Lost your tongue? Did I hit the nail on the head? Seeing her boyfriend's reaction, the woman felt a flicker of irritation. Still criticizing me, yet you are also gazing at that man? The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their voices rising to such an extent that even Li Zili and Fei Yingli could hear them. They exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. Just then, with a resounding clang, the lights dimmed abruptly, and the grand curtain on stage slowly parted. Li Zili and his companion felt a surge of anticipation, aware that the opera was officially commencing. The quarrel between the nearby couple faded into silence. Though Li Zili did not catch the title of the opera, its narrative revolved around a couple experiencing the ebb and flow of love, filled with joy, sorrow, and tenderness. As the performance reached a particularly tender moment, the bickering couple, now hand in hand, leaned into each other, silently captivated by the actors on stage, seemingly having forgotten their earlier discord. Witnessing this scene, Li Zili felt a stirring in his heart. He gently reached out and grasped Fei Yingli's delicate hand. How soft! How smooth! In that fleeting instant, he marveled internally, akin to holding a fluffy cotton candy. Fei Yingli was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Li Zili. Her complexion flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her heart racing. What does it mean that he is holding my hand? Why is he doing this? Should I perhaps withdraw my hand with a touch of restraint? What if he wishes to advance further? Her thoughts became a tangled mess, causing her to momentarily forget what was transpiring on stage. Fear not, for I am merely holding your hand, with no other intentions. As if sensing the emotions of Fei Yingli, Li Zili gently whispered a few words in her ear. When he leaned in to speak, his warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her face to flush deeper, reminiscent of the fiery clouds at dusk. She was so flustered that she scarcely heard what he was saying. Strangely enough, despite being married, being with Li Zili felt like a return to the innocence of first love, igniting her shyness once more. Ultimately, Fei Yingli made a token effort to withdraw her hand, but when she realized she could not escape his grasp, she resigned herself to his hold. She thought to herself, after all, she had already been kissed and caressed by him in the room last time, so allowing him to hold her hand was of little consequence. Nevertheless, she pretended to be absorbed in the opera, too shy to look at Li Zili. A smile crept across Li Zili's heart. Since Fei Yingli was no longer resistant, it seemed highly likely that his intentions would come to fruition. If Fei Yingli were privy to his thoughts, she would surely scoff at him. Amen. As the opera concluded and the audience began to disperse, the couple beside them departed as well, and Li Zili and Fei Yingli walked hand in hand amidst the throng. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Zili's mind. Ding! Task completed, you have earned 12 free attribute points. Li Zili was not surprised. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated all 12 points to his stamina. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his body, and he felt his strength amplifying. The attributes panel also reflected this change. Host: Li Zili Intelligence, 78 Stamina, 90 Agility, 60 skills. Hacking, beginner, disguise, legendary marksmanship. Note: you are already a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded in 108 different ways. The system cautioned the host that the 3 attributes of stamina, intelligence, and agility should not differ too greatly, for such disparity could disrupt bodily equilibrium and lead to various health issues. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Zili was taken aback and promptly inquired about the matter. After the system's explanation, Li Zili finally grasped the situation. In essence, the 3 attributes of stamina, intelligence, and agility must remain relatively close in value. Otherwise, Li Zili might suffer from ailments or experience sensory distortions. The system was compelling him to enhance his agility. Li Zili reflected, acknowledging that agility was indeed significant, holding equal weight to intelligence and stamina. Considering that agility encompasses speed and reaction time, its importance became evident. He resolved to improve his agility henceforth. Upon arriving on the street outside the opera house, Fei Yingli shyly cast a glance at Li Zili and softly said, "Aren't you going to let go of me?" It was then that Li Zili realized he was still holding her delicate hand. A wave of comfort washed over him. He truly did not want to release her. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Li Zili released Fei Yingli's hand, recognizing that continuing to hold it would be inappropriate. Fei Yingli, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze and remained silent. Sensing the atmosphere becoming awkward, Li Zili hastily asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little," she replied. Fei Yingli gently caressed her abdomen. Having dined alone in the afternoon, her meal was somewhat modest, and by this hour, past 9, she naturally felt a pang of hunger. "Shall we find a restaurant to indulge in some fare?" she proposed. "What would you like to eat? Sushi or Western cuisine?" "I prefer Western cuisine," she replied. This evening, Fei Yingli had no desire for sushi. It was not only filling but also carried the risk of weight gain. Western food, on the other hand, offered a more balanced option, perhaps a glass of red wine accompanied by a fruit salad, without the worry of adding inches to her waistline. After all, even a beauty must maintain her figure. Li Zili had no objections. This bustling commercial street lacked nothing but restaurants, boasting an abundance of Western eateries, dining establishments, and sushi bars. After strolling for over 100 steps, Li Zili spotted a moderately upscale Western restaurant. The pair ascended the steps and followed the waiter into the elegantly adorned dining hall. Given the street's popularity, the establishment thrived, with patrons scattered throughout, engaged in lively conversation or placing their orders. The arrival of Li Zili and Fei Yingli did not attract much attention. Settling into a table by the window, they proceeded to place their orders. Fei Yingli opted for a fruit salad and a bottle of red wine, while Li Zili ordered a steak. When their selections arrived, Li Zili raised his glass of red wine, which the waiter had poured, and clinked it with Fei Yingli's, sharing a smile before taking a sip. He then sliced into the steak, savoring a small piece. The steak was cooked to a perfect medium, with a crisp exterior and tender interior, and its flavor was quite satisfactory. Li Zili nodded in approval. Over there, Fei Yingli took a sip of wine and delicately began to enjoy her salad, exuding an air of refinement. The opera we just witnessed was indeed quite fascinating. At this moment, Li Zili engaged in conversation with Fei Yingli while savoring his meal. Laughter occasionally echoed through the air. Chapter 25. Conflict. As Li Zili and Fei Yingli engaged in lighthearted banter, a pair of eyes fixated on them, first filled with astonishment and surprise, then transforming into fury. This individual was none other than Mori Kagoro. Today, Mori Kagoro had received an unexpected phone call from a woman seeking his expertise as a renowned detective to investigate a case. They had arranged to meet at this Western restaurant to discuss the details. However, just as he was about to delve into the matter, he happened upon Fei Yingli sharing laughter with a handsome young man, who, in Mori's eyes, was merely a pretty boy. The two appeared to be quite intimate, inciting a surge of anger within Mori Kagoro. Though separated, Fei Yingli remained his wife, and the sight of her being so close to another man ignited feelings of betrayal. In an instant, his face flushed red with indignation. That damned pretty boy, and that wretched woman. How dare they engage in such behavior? An internal roar of fury erupted within Mori Kagoro. I shall annihilate you both. His expression contorted in rage. striking terror into the heart of the woman across from him, who stared back in fear, bewildered by the sudden transformation of his demeanor. In an abrupt motion, Mori Kagoro leapt to his feet, clenched his fists, and strode purposefully towards Li Zili and Fei Yingli. The woman, sensing the impending confrontation, hurriedly followed him, only to witness Mori Kagoro embroiled in a heated argument with a mature beauty. "Kaido, you insufferable wretch! How dare you conspire behind my back with that dandy?" Mori Kagoro stormed towards Heiji and Li Zili, his countenance aflame with indignation as he glared at Heiji. Heiji and Li Zili had been engaged in light-hearted banter, their camaraderie palpable, when out of the blue, Mori Kagoro's vehement accusation rendered them momentarily speechless. Heiji, abruptly grasping the gravity of the situation, felt her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and fury. In the midst of a public gathering, Mori Kagoro had audaciously branded her a vixen and insinuated that she was ensnaring a pretty boy. Overwhelmed by a tempest of humiliation and anger, she wished to strike him down where he stood. With her complexion darkening in fury, Heiji clenched her teeth and fixed Mori Kagoro with a steely glare. "What madness has seized you? What nonsense about me ensnaring a pretty boy? Clarify your words, or I assure you, this matter is far from settled. Further discussion is unnecessary. I have witnessed your flirtations firsthand." Mori Kagoro retorted angrily, casting a scornful glance at Li Zili, his voice booming, drawing the attention of those around them. The crowd, having observed the elegantly adorned Heiji alongside the youthful and handsome Li Zili, quickly pieced together the narrative. In an instant, disdain and contempt filled the gazes directed at Heiji. Regardless of cultural context, the act of pursuing a pretty boy was universally frowned upon. As Heiji became acutely aware of the scrutinizing stares from the onlookers, her embarrassment intensified, her face now suffused with a deep crimson. In response to Mori Kagoro's accusations, she opened her mouth to retort but ultimately fell silent, at a loss for how to counter his claims. Indeed, she harbored a certain fondness for Li Zili. Although she had never engaged in the kind of pursuit that Mori Kagoro described, she could not openly declare that her relationship with Li Zili was non-existent. Such a statement would merely be a misunderstanding on Mori Kagoro's part. "What, no words now? Have I struck a nerve, you shameless wretch, you wanton woman, seducing a young man behind your husband's back, utterly devoid of shame?" Mori Kagoro's fury intensified as he berated Irie. Under normal circumstances, he might have maintained his composure, but the thought of his wife enticing another man was intolerable to anyone. Even the most refined and composed individuals could devolve into ruffians in such situations, and Mori Kagoro was no exception. As Mori Kagoro's insults grew increasingly harsh, Irie's complexion shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a pallor of rage. "Enough!" At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Initially, Li Zili remained seated, but as Mori Kagoro's tirade escalated, he could no longer remain passive. He set down his glass, stood up slowly, and locked eyes with Mori Kagoro. "You are Mori Kagoro, are you not? Do you have the right to insult Irie? Let me make this clear. You do not. You two have long ceased to live together, and Irie has no feelings left for you. Therefore, she is free to like whomever she chooses, and it has nothing to do with you." With a pause to emphasize his point, Li Zili continued, "Moreover, Irie has never pursued any young man. It was I who fell for her and sought her out first. Please ensure you understand the facts before you speak." Upon hearing those words, Kagoro Mori found himself utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Irie Hibara was profoundly moved, gazing up at Rikuji with eyes brimming with admiration. This man had stood up for her, disregarding the peculiar stares of those around them, boldly uttering such sentiments. This was not an act that just any man could undertake. After all, not everyone is indifferent to the scrutiny of society. Indeed, I have not misjudged him. He is worthy of my affection, Irie thought to herself. Kagoro, should I ever witness you berate Irie again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. At this juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Rikuji's eyes, causing Kagoro Mori to tremble, instinctively taking a step back. Subsequently, Rikuji approached Irie, offering her a gentle smile as he softly suggested, "Shall we depart?" Irie nodded obediently, her cheeks flushed like a young girl. Then, Rikuji took her delicate hand in his and strode confidently out, not once glancing back at Kagoro Mori. The onlookers watched as Rikuji and Irie walked hand in hand, and then erupted in admiration. Wow, now that's a real man. Impressive, that handsome fellow. Bold and responsible. A true gentleman. If I were in his shoes, I too would be drawn to such a man. Numerous women in the restaurant nodded in agreement. Being handsome was one thing, but possessing such courage was undeniably attractive. Only Kagoro Mori's face turned ashen, his heart seething with frustration. Just moments ago, he had been intimidated by Rikuji, and by the time he gathered his thoughts to respond, Rikuji and Irie had already departed. However, reflecting on the events that had just transpired, Kagoro Mori was seething with rage. It was one thing for that dandy to steal away Eri Kisaki, but to confront him so insolently was utterly intolerable. The audacity of uttering the words "don't blame me for being rude" was simply outrageous. How preposterous! I shall not let you off the hook. You shall await your reckoning. Kagoro Mori clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with fury. On the streets, neon lights flickered like two fiery dragons, while the evening breeze whispered softly, swirling the fallen leaves along the ground. Though the wind caressed her, could not dispel the faint sorrow etched upon Eri Kisaki's face. Although Lizili had ultimately come to her aid, Kagoro's words had pierced her heart like daggers, leaving profound wounds. Initially, there had been a flicker of attachment remaining in her heart for Kagoro, considering they had shared so many years as husband and wife. However, after tonight's ordeal, she had completely lost hope in him. All that remained was a deep-seated sorrow. "Accompany me for a drink," Eri Kisaki said, her expression melancholic. "All right." Lizili nodded, understanding her somber mood, especially after such a disheartening experience. If she desired a drink, he would be there to accompany her. The two of them proceeded slowly, their silhouettes elongated by the glowing lights. Chapter 26. Don't go at a bar at the end of the street. Fei Ingli raised her glass, consuming one drink after another. The liquor trickled down her chin, yet she appeared oblivious, continuing to indulge in more. "Don't drink too quickly. Be mindful of your health," Lizili cautioned her. "Do not advise me. Let me revel in my inebriation just this once," she retorted, her cheeks flushed and her gaze hazy as she squinted at Lizili before raising her glass once more. Meanwhile, Mori Kagoro stormed back to the detective agency, neglecting even the female client he had been attending to. He vowed to make Lizili pay for his insolence. Before that, however, he intended to investigate Lizili's background to discern his true nature. Just as he was about to make a phone call, Mori Ran entered the room. "Dad, weren't you supposed to meet with a client? How did it go?" "Not well," Mori Kagoro replied sullenly. "What happened? Is everything all right?" At this moment, Mori Ran noticed her father's visibly angry demeanor, sparking her curiosity. "What's troubling Dad? Could it be that things did not go smoothly and there was a dispute with the client? That seems unlikely." She had never witnessed her father argue with a client, given that those clients were their source of livelihood. "It's nothing," Mori Kagoro muttered, still in a foul mood. "Dad, is there something you cannot share with me? Please, tell me." Upon being pressed by his daughter, Kagoro Mori reluctantly stated, "It has nothing to do with that guest. It pertains to your mother." "My mother?" Ran Mori was momentarily taken aback and then urgently implored, "What exactly is happening? You must tell me." Kagoro Mori proceeded to recount the events that transpired in the Western restaurant. Ran Mori was stunned, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. Her mother had actually developed feelings for another man. Wait, the image of Rizi Lee involuntarily surfaced in Ran's mind. Could it be that the man her mother was involved with was him? Recalling Kagoro's description of the man as a handsome, youthful dandy only intensified her suspicions. She hastily sought confirmation from Kagoro, asking, "Dad, that dandy, no, that man, is it Hiroichi Kusakawa?" In her haste, she nearly referred to him as a dandy as well, but fortunately corrected herself in time. "I do not know his name," Kagoro Mori replied in frustration. Having been scolded without knowing the man's name left Kagoro feeling utterly defeated. "What does he look like? Please describe him to me," Ran Mori said, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Kagoro began to recall Rizi Lee's features and describe them. With his description, Ran Mori was left with no doubt. It was undoubtedly Hiroichi Kusakawa. Instantly, A wave of anger surged within her. She had believed Li's claim of being single, thinking she had misunderstood his relationship with Eri Kisaki, only to realize now that she had been entirely mistaken. Li and Fei Yingli share a rather complex relationship. You scoundrel! How dare you commit such an act? This is not over between us. Mori Ran seethed inwardly. She had previously harbored a modicum of affection for Li Zili, but now that he has taken her mother away, the possibility of reconciliation between her parents has vanished, igniting a desire to strangle him. It is important to note that she had always hoped for Fei Yingli and Mori Kagoro to mend their relationship and restore their family to a harmonious state. However, that dream is now shattered, all due to Li Zili. Dad, he is Kazukawa Hiroichi. After a moment of silence, Mori Ran exclaimed in frustration. Do you know him? Mori Kagoro had intended to investigate Li Zili himself, but upon sensing that Mori Ran seemed acquainted with him, he hastily urged, Ran, please share any information you have regarding this Kazukawa Hiroichi. Actually, I don't know much. I only know he is a police officer. Mori Ran recounted how she came to know Li Zili and the details of the cases he had solved. What? He is a police officer working at the Metropolitan Police Department? What? He solves cases with such brilliance? Mori Kagoro exclaimed, his expression a vivid tapestry of surprise. Then, as the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle cynically. How could one possibly solve a case just by glancing at the scene? Mori Ran had described this fellow as having an uncanny ability to deduce the circumstances of a crime merely by observing the scene, a claim that struck him as utterly preposterous. The detectives he knew were nowhere near such extraordinary capabilities. Even Sherlock Holmes would find it implausible. There cannot possibly exist such a remarkable individual. It is likely that Ran has become disoriented, deceived by that pretty boy. Otherwise, she must be speaking nonsensically. Kagoro Mori shook his head inwardly, utterly unconvinced of such occurrences. As a renowned detective, how could he remain unaware? Kagoro pondered further, recognizing that Ran knew little about that charming figure. He resolved to investigate him. Given that he was affiliated with the Metropolitan Police, the inquiry would prove straightforward. Kagoro frequently interacted with the police department, enjoying a particularly close relationship with Inspector Magyar. Inquiring about a new officer would be a trivial matter. Once Ran departed, Kagoro promptly dialed Magyar's number. Meanwhile, Ran lay in bed, tossing and turning for an extended period, until suddenly she sat upright, her gaze resolute. I must separate them and restore my parents' relationship. Outside Eri's door, Ruji supported the inebriated Eri, who had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol that evening, rendering her somewhat oblivious, nearly collapsing against him, with the mingling scents of alcohol and roses wafting through the air. Ruji rummaged through Eri's bag for a moment, retrieving a set of keys. He then inserted the key into the front door's lock, turning it to gain entry. Supporting Eri, he entered without bothering to change his shoes, and after shutting the door, he guided her to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. Subsequently, he removed her shoes and set them aside. He gently moved her feet back and covered her with a cotton blanket. As Li Zili turned to leave, he felt his palm being grasped by Fei Yingli, who pleaded, Don't go. Upon turning around, he found Fei Yingli propped up slightly, her cheeks flushed and her intoxicated gaze fixed upon him. In this state, she possessed an indescribable allure, reminiscent of a rose swaying in the wind or a vibrant lotus blooming in water, exuding boundless charm. Li Zili was momentarily entranced. At that moment, Fei Yingli pulled him toward her, her vivid red lips meeting his in a kiss. Taken aback, Li Zili had not anticipated such boldness from her. However, regaining his senses, he began to reciprocate her affection. Gradually, their body temperatures rose, their faces flushed, and Fei Yingli gasped softly. The garments scattered on the floor multiplied, until ultimately, the silhouettes against the wall merged intimately together. 5,000 words omitted thereafter. Chapter 27. Blame Me. Morning light gently illuminated the expansive cotton blanket. Li Zili and Fei Yingli nestled together. Fei Yingli's soft, flowing hair cascaded across the pillow, her head resting on Li Zili's shoulder, their hands intertwined, her left hand clasping his right. Do you regret it? Li Zili inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at her. Not at all. I know I love you, and I am willing to give you everything, Fei Yingli replied without hesitation, shaking her head resolutely. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol the previous night, she was entirely conscious during their intimate moment. She was acutely aware of her actions and held no regrets. As she asserted, she truly loved Li Zili. I will treat you well, Li Zili responded with a tender smile. Fei Yingli nodded, nuzzling her small head against his chest. After sharing a moment of warmth, they rose from the bed to gather their clothes. However, as Fei Yingli stepped down, she let out a small ouch, prompting Li Zili to turn around swiftly, concerned. What happened? It's all your fault, Fei Yingli said. Her cheeks flushed as she cast a sidelong glance at him. My fault? Li Zili replied, bewildered, unable to comprehend. What did I do? It's been a long time since I've done that. You were so fervent last night, demanding me 3 times. I'm still feeling sore. Tell me, who else can I blame if not you? Fei Yingli playfully glared at him, exuding charm. That's hard to say. Who was it that kept calling out for more last night? Li Zili laughed lightly, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Instantly, Eri's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. Indeed, she had been quite passionate the previous night. As they say, a woman's desire intensifies with age, and she was certainly experiencing that heightened sensuality. Nonetheless, Eri glared at Zili with a mix of annoyance and affection, thinking to herself, shameless man. But I'm your husband, regardless. Zili responded with a grin. Bah, I haven't agreed to be your wife yet, Eri retorted, averting her gaze. After all we've shared, there's no escape for you, Zili chuckled. Eri rolled her eyes, ceasing her banter. She then bent down to retrieve her discarded garments, but a sharp pain shot through her, causing her brow to furrow. Observing her discomfort, Zili abandoned his jesting. He approached Eri, picking up her lingerie, and said with a tender smile, Allow me to assist you with dressing, my dear. No. Thank you, Eri replied demurely, a hint of shyness in her voice. Nonsense, Zili chuckled. We've shared the most intimate moments. What is there to fear? Eri considered his words and, without uttering a sound, acquiesced to his offer. And so, with gentle care, Zili began to dress Eri. He meticulously adorned her with each garment, lingerie, undergarments, and a brassiere, as if he were afraid of causing her any discomfort. Witnessing his attentiveness, Eri was overcome with a wave of emotion. Throughout her years with Kogoro Mori, he had never shown her such tenderness. Rather, she had always been the one tending to his needs. Looking back, she realized, the disparity between Kogoro Mori and Ryoichi Lee is indeed striking. Rei Furuya increasingly feels assured that she has made the right choice. After donning her attire, Ryoichi prepared breakfast for Rei, which deeply moved her. Following the meal, Ryoichi declared, You need not work today. Take a day of rest. No, I still have meetings with several clients, Rei replied, shaking her head. We'll discuss it later. That's final, no further objections, Ryoichi insisted with an air of authority. Rather than feeling upset, Rei found herself delighted by her husband's concern for her well-being. Having someone so attentive was truly wonderful. At the police headquarters, Ryoichi was in high spirits, greeting his colleagues cheerfully while humming a tune as he approached his desk. Noticing Mawako Sato engrossed in her work, he smiled and said, Good morning, Officer Sato. What do you want? Mawako shot him a glare as she looked up. I was merely greeting you. Why the hostility so early in the day? Ryoichi pondered silently, quickly deducing the reason behind her demeanor. He couldn't help but smirk. Was it really such a big deal? Was she still upset over him not taking her offer for a ride? Indeed, women tend to hold onto grievances with a remarkable tenacity. With little interest, Ryoichi settled into his seat, took a sip of water, and began playing a casual game, opting not to engage Mawako in conversation. Lunchtime soon arrived. One by one, colleagues departed, and Li Zili was also preparing to leave when suddenly, Mumu Shursan approached from behind, calling, Chao Chuan, wait a moment. It was Officer Mumu. Was there something amiss? Li Zili turned to face Mumu Shursan. Do you know Mori Kogoro? Inquired Mumu Shursan. The famous detective? Who doesn't know him? Li Zili chuckled, but soon realized something amiss and hurriedly asked, Officer Mumu, why do you bring him up? Has something happened? Actually, it's nothing serious. He merely inquired about you, Mumu Shirsan replied with a smile. However, the situation was far from simple. Last night, Mori Kagoro had called, seemingly intent on extracting every detail about Li Zili, even delving into his ancestry. Mumu Shirsan sensed that something significant was afoot, yet Mori Kagoro had refrained from disclosing the full story. How could he possibly share such a humiliating matter as a wife being lured away by another? After all, it is said that family disgrace should remain within the household. Uncertain of the underlying circumstances, Mumu Shirsan chose his words carefully, leaving much unsaid. Perhaps he has suddenly developed an interest in men. Li Zili joked, laughing heartily. Ha! Mumu Shirsan could not suppress his laughter, taken aback by Li Zili's sharp tongue. Once Mumu Shirsan departed, Li Zili's smile vanished abruptly as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mori Kagoro inquired about me? This situation appears to be more intricate than it seems. Upon careful contemplation, Li Zili grasped the situation. It was likely that Mori Kagoro, feeling a sense of indignation, would conduct an investigation into himself. Let him investigate. Li Zili remained utterly unperturbed. After all, if he could easily handle Conan, why would he fear the foolish Mori Kagoro? Shaking his head, Li Zili strolled away with nonchalance. As the setting sun cast its golden glow upon a quaint street, Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko, clad in their blue school uniforms, radiated youthful exuberance as they walked side by side, with the elementary school student Conan trailing behind them. Engaged in lively conversation, Sonoko chattered animatedly for a while before suddenly suggesting, "Ran, shall we go visit Hiroshi?" The mere mention of Li Zili sparked irritation in Mori Ran, who thought to herself how she would love to give him a piece of her mind. Yet here was Sonoko proposing a visit. She resolutely shook her head, refusing the idea. "No way, I'm not going. Come on, I really want to see him." "Let us do it for my sake," Sonoko pleaded, playfully tugging at Ran's hand with a tone of feigned innocence. "Ah, this woman has succumbed to her infatuation again," Conan muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes at the spectacle. In the past, Ran would have readily acquiesced to Sonoko's whims, but now she was determined to stand her ground. "Sonoko, I have plans later. You go ahead without me," she declared firmly. "What plans do you have?" Sonoko inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I promised my father I would accompany him to meet a client." "Is that so? How come I wasn't aware of this?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Conan's mind. "Very well, I shall let you off the hook this time," he conceded. Suzuki Sonoko nodded with a tinge of disappointment, understanding that she couldn't press Ran Mori any further given her prior commitments. Chapter 28. "Why should I listen to you?" With a wave of her hand towards Mori Ran, Suzuki Sonoko proceeded towards the police headquarters. Here, Mori Ran pondered to herself, "Wait, why am I not going to see him? I must confront him directly and tell him to leave my mother alone, to cease his incessant pursuit." With this thought, Mori Ran changed her mind and called out to Suzuki Sonoko, who had already taken several steps away. "Wait, Sonoko, I will accompany you." "Huh?" Suzuki Sonoko turned around in surprise. Conan was also momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Suzuki Sonoko inquired, "Aren't you supposed to meet your father's client? That client isn't particularly significant. My father can manage on his own," Mori Ran explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko refrained from further comment, as it was indeed a good thing that Mori Ran wished to join her. Mori Ran then turned to Conan and asked, "Conan, are you coming too?" "Yes." Conan nodded eagerly, more than willing to accompany them. He did not want Mori Ran to meet with Li Zili in his absence. "Ran, I will keep a watchful eye on you. I will not allow you to develop any feelings for that scoundrel," Conan resolved in his mind. The three then hurried towards the police headquarters. "Kasakawa, there is someone looking for you outside." Li Zili, engrossed in his game, heard his colleague's voice and replied without looking up, "Who is it?" "It's Conan and the girl from the Mori family, along with another unfamiliar face." The colleague recognized them from a previous case due to their presence at the crime scene. As for Suzuki Sonoko, due to infrequent encounters at crime scenes, one does not become familiar with them. How peculiar. Why have they sought me out? As Li Zili pondered this, he acknowledged with a simple yes and then set aside his game, rising to exit. Outside the precinct's grand entrance, Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko stood engaged in lively conversation, while Conan, in a state of ennui, gazed around absently. Upon spotting him, Suzuki Sonoko joyfully rushed forward with open arms, exclaiming, "Ah, Hiroichi, I'm so glad to see you again." Hold on, Lizili interjected, raising his hand. "Miss, we have not yet reached the level of familiarity that warrants such embraces upon our meeting. Have we?" Suzuki Sonoko halted a few steps away, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Yet she maintained her smile as she replied, "Hiroichi, I've missed you so much." "Have you missed me?" Lizili found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. As Mao Lilan and Conan approached, they exchanged exasperated glances at Sonoko's infatuation. "Miss Mao Lilan, what brings you here?" Lizili inquired, turning his attention to her. Upon seeing him, a flicker of anger crossed Mao Lilan's eyes, and she spoke with a rigid tone. "I came with Sonoko, not specifically to find you, though I do have something to discuss." Noticing her abrupt demeanor, Lizili felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Previously, Mao Lilan had not spoken to him with such stiffness. While she had never been overly warm, she had never been this distant either. What could have transpired? With these thoughts in mind, Lizili maintained his unwavering smile and urged, "If there's something on your mind, please speak." Mao Lilan remained silent for a moment before glancing at Suzuki Sonoko and Conan, saying, "Sonoko, Conan, let us converse privately." "Big sister Lilan, are you discussing some secret that we can't hear?" Conan chimed in with an innocent grin. "You're not getting rid of me that easily." He certainly did not wish for Mao Lilan and Lizili to be alone together. "Conan, be a good boy or I might become upset," Mao Lilan said, bending down with a smile directed at him. Conan froze momentarily. Though she wore a smile, he perceived no hint of mirth in her eyes, only a seriousness that bordered on sternness. He had never encountered this side of Mao Lilan before. He realized that if he did not step aside, she would indeed become angry, and despite his reluctance to allow her and Lizili to be alone, he was even more averse to inciting her ire. Thus, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Meanwhile, the carefree Suzuki Sonoko failed to sense the tension, assuming that Mao Lilan simply wished to talk to Lizili and thus walked aside with Conan without a second thought. Once they had distanced themselves, Mao Lilan finally met Lizili's gaze and stated, "I am aware of your relationship with my mother." "Oh?" Lizili was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Mao Lilan had learned of his connection with Kagoro Mori so swiftly. It made sense why she had seemed considerably more distant upon their meeting. However, he had never intended to keep it from her. If she knew, so be it. With a smile, he inquired, "Was it your father who informed you?" Aside from Kagoro Mori revealing this to Ran Mori, there was no one else. It was not difficult to deduce. "I want you to leave my mother alone and never see her again," Ran Mori stated firmly, locking her gaze onto Lizili's eyes. Lizili, unfazed, chuckled in response. "Why should I heed your wishes?" The moment she heard this, Ran Mori was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why should he listen to her? She had never contemplated this question prior to her arrival, and now found herself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. "Miss Ran Mori, although I hesitate to say this, I must point out that doesn't every daughter wish for her mother's happiness? Therefore, I must inquire, prior to expressing these sentiments to me, did you consult with your mother? Is she truly happy with me, willingly choosing to be with me? Have you asked her these questions at all?" Lizili's barrage of inquiries left Ran Mori speechless, stammering, I. Despite her lengthy deliberation, she could not articulate a single word. Prior to arriving here, she had never met Eri Kasaki, let alone asked her these questions. "It seems you have not inquired at all. You know nothing," Lizili remarked, shaking his head as he scrutinized her. Overwhelmed by his demeanor, an intense wave of anger surged from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. With fury etched across her face, she retorted, "I have already asked her. You are the one clinging to my mother. She is only happy with my father, not with you." Lizili smiled faintly, rendered speechless. He then made his way towards Suzuki Sonoko and Conan. "Hongi, shall we dine together later? I know of a restaurant that is opening tonight with a 50% discount." Sonoko exclaimed eagerly upon noticing his approach. Being at such a distance, she remained oblivious to the incident that had transpired between Lizili and Mao Lilan. "I can't," I'm still at work, Lee Zili replied, shaking his head in refusal. I can wait for you to finish. Would that be all right? Sonoko gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. I have other commitments after work, so I can't make it, Lee Zili responded. Given the recent events between him and Mao Lilan, dining together would feel rather awkward, and more importantly, he intended to return and share lunch with Fei Yingri. All right then, Sonoko replied, her disappointment evident as she nodded and pouted slightly. Chapter 29. You are my wife, what are you talking about? At that moment, Maori Ran approached with a serene expression. After some time, she had regained her composure, her face devoid of emotion, as if nothing had transpired. I wanted to invite Hiroki to dinner, but he has plans after work, Suzuki Sonoko remarked. Is that so? Maori Ran replied, glancing at Riko Lee, who returned her gaze. The two exchanged a silent look before discreetly averting their eyes. Nearby, Conan seemed to sense something amiss. He regarded Riko Lee with a puzzled expression, then turned to Maori Ran, yet he remained silent. Hiroki, may I have your phone number? Suzuki Sonoko suddenly recalled her intention to ask Riko Lee for his contact information and hurriedly spoke up. Riko Lee nodded and provided his phone number to Sonoko. Even without his disclosure, given the Suzuki family's resources, acquiring his number would not prove difficult. Thus, whether he shared it or not was inconsequential. Sonoko promptly retrieved her phone, swiftly tapping the keys. After saving Riko Lee's number, her eyes sparkled with delight, resembling crescent moons. How impressive! Conan could only roll his eyes at her exuberance. Well then, young Conan, Miss Maori, Miss Sonoko, I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Riko Lee waved to the three of them and gracefully turned away. Lan, shall we go out to play? Sonoko proposed eagerly. I'm not going. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to return to rest, Maori Ran replied. Mori Ran shook her head, displaying no interest in going out. Perhaps she had exhausted herself during physical education class today? Suzuki Sonoko, oblivious to the turmoil within Mori Ran, quickly expressed her concern, gazing at her friend with genuine empathy. It might be so, Mori Ran conceded, then addressed her dear companion. Sonoko, Conan and I shall take our leave. Farewell. With that, she and Conan departed. Behind them, Sonoko's voice echoed in the distance. Shall I call a car to take you home? Mori Ran chose not to respond, continuing to walk further away with Conan. As they approached the Mori Detective Agency, Conan turned to Mori Ran, his innocent expression reflecting curiosity. What did you and Kazukawa brother discuss just now? Nothing of importance, Mori Ran quickly shook her head. She regarded Conan as a mere child, and the events that had transpired were certainly not suitable for him. Nothing? I find that hard to believe. You didn't have a quarrel with that Kazukawa fellow, did you? Impossible. You know that Ran and Kazukawa do not share that kind of relationship. Conan internally dismissed his previous thoughts. It was absolutely inconceivable. Yet, despite his reasoning, a shadow loomed over his heart. He continued, however, you seem rather unhappy. Not at all. Conan, please don't overthink it. Mori Ran smiled at him and quickened her pace ahead. Observing the silhouette of Ran Mori, Conan's expression grew somber. The more Ran exhibited such behavior, the more he felt an underlying connection between her and Ryuichi. Ran, if you do not confide in me, how am I to investigate? He pondered, resolute in his determination to uncover the truth behind the relationship shared by Ryuichi and Ran. In the ensuing days, Conan busied himself with inquiries, though that is a tale for another time. After work, Ryuichi purchased 2 bento boxes and made his way to the residence of Iri Masumi. Upon arrival, he paid the fare and entered the community, carrying the bento. Reaching the door of Iri's abode, he retrieved the spare key she had given him that morning, inserted it into the lock, and stepped inside. After changing his shoes in the entryway, Ryuichi proceeded to the living room, where he found Iri perched on the sofa with her legs crossed, engrossed in something on the table strewn with disordered sheets of paper. She was so absorbed that she did not notice his arrival. Didn't I tell you to take a day off? Why are you still working? Ryuichi said, deliberately making his footsteps heavier as he approached her, adopting a reproachful tone. Iri looked up, her face lighting up with a beautiful smile upon seeing him. What brings you here? She inquired, and quickly added, these documents have been pending for days. It wouldn't do to delay any further, so I took the opportunity to review them today. You needn't look at them now, Ryuichi replied, taking the materials from her hands and presenting the bento boxes before her. I brought you lunch. You were too kind. How did you know I haven't eaten yet? Mei Yingli's eyes sparkled with delight, as she happened to feel a bit hungry. Truly, timely blessing. She felt a wave of emotion as she recalled that Li Zili had remembered to bring her a meal. You mustn't be so good to me. I fear I may become dependent on you, she said, gazing at Li Zili with deep affection, uttering sweet words. You are my wife. If I do not treat you well, who will? Li Zili replied with a cheerful smile, setting the lunchbox on the table in front of the sofa. How shameless. Who is your wife? Mei Yingli shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushing. Come, let us eat. Li Zili opened the bento and handed her a portion. Soon, they sat closely together, chatting and enjoying their meal. The plump cat curled up in the corner, silently observing its owner and the man. After finishing their meal, they resumed their casual conversation. Li Zili casually recounted what Mao Lilan had said to him that afternoon. Mei Yingli was taken aback. Xiao Lan knows about us. In an instant, she felt flustered, realizing she had entered a relationship with a man significantly younger than herself. Initially, she intended to gradually inform Mao Lilan about their affair over time, but now it seemed she had learned of it much sooner than expected. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she asked, How did Xiao Lan find out so quickly? Who else knows about our affair? Li Zili chuckled. Mao Kagoro. Fei Yingli immediately discerned who had informed Mao Lilan, and her heart filled with irritation. How dare that wretched Mao disclose such matters to his daughter at such an early hour? Subsequently, Fei Yingli recalled what Mao Lilan had said to Li Zili that afternoon and remarked, Lilan may have acted impulsively, yet her intentions are pure. Do not take offense. She has known for quite some time. Mao Lilan was genuinely eager for her to reconcile with Kagoro Mori, but she had been rather reluctant. Given that Mao Lilan was aware of her affair with Li Zili, such actions were to be anticipated. Why would I stoop to her level? Li Zili chuckled nonchalantly. Observing that Li Zili genuinely seemed unaffected by the situation, Fei Yingli felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had any conflict arisen between Li Zili and Mao Lilan as a result, she would undoubtedly have found herself in a difficult position, for both were of utmost importance to her. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Li Zili prepared to take his leave, only to have Fei Yingli grasp his hand and implore, Please, do not depart this evening. Chapter 30. The heist, isn't it still hurting over there? Li Zili inquired. Instantly, Fei Yingli's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she shot him a playful glare. What are you thinking about? Do you really think that staying here means you can only think about that? Can't you just have a peaceful night's sleep? Who stays behind for anything else? He retorted, Ask the other men and see if I'm wrong. Although he harbored such thoughts, Li Zili was too wary to voice them. Otherwise, Fei Yingli would undoubtedly give him a good thrashing. With a sly grin, he replied, You've overthought it. I certainly have no such intentions. Boo! You shameless man. Fei Yingli shot back, her disbelief evident in her eyes. Not thinking about it? How could that be true? Even if you're a bit odious, you're still my husband. As he spoke, Li Zili playfully pinched her delicate, flawless cheek. With a swift motion, Fei Yingli smacked his hand away, pouting slightly as she declared, Who's your wife? You're so shameless. Tomorrow I'll go find another man. You dare? Beware of my severe punishment. The night passed with tranquility, as Li Zili held Fei Yingli in his embrace, engaging in no other activities. When the gentle morning sunlight streamed into the room, Li Zili and Fei Yingli rose to dress. After freshening up and enjoying the breakfast they had purchased, Li Zili prepared to head to work. Just then the sound of knocking echoed through the air as Hyujiri approached the door to open it, only to be greeted by the sight of the spirited Mao Lilan standing outside. Lilan, what brings you here so early? She exclaimed in surprise. Mom, I came to see you, Mao Lilan replied with a sweet smile. However, the truth was far from simple. Memories of her conversation with Li Zili the previous afternoon haunted her restless night. After much contemplation, she resolved to take action against Hyujiri, aiming to sever the connection between her and Li Zili. Thus, as dawn broke, the sleep-deprived Lilan could hardly contain her eagerness to confront Hyujiri. Please come in. Hyujiri gestured aside, allowing Mao Lilan to step into the room. Just then, Li Zili approached and inquired, "Who has arrived?" His presence caught Mao Lilan off guard. Her expression shifted, and a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her feelings and simply changed into her indoor shoes before proceeding into the living room. Hyujiri felt a sudden pang of realization. How could she have forgotten that he was still there? However, recalling that Mao Lilan was already aware of her relationship with Li Zili, she dismissed her concern. "Good morning, Miss Mao." Li Zili greeted her with a smile as she entered, but Mao Lilan's countenance remained stoic, her tone markedly frosty. "Fine," she replied curtly. Li Zili, undeterred by her aloofness, chuckled lightly, unfazed, and exchanged pleasantries with Hyujiri before departing for work. As midday approached, the scene shifted to the police headquarters. Li Zili was assigned to patrol the streets, a duty every officer must fulfill, and it was simply his turn this time. Patrols are not conducted alone. Rather, they are always undertaken in pairs. Upon seeing his partner for this outing, Li Zili was somewhat astonished to discover it was Sato Mawako. Prior to this moment, he had been unaware of who his patrol companion would be, as such assignments were designated by higher-ups. "Ah, it's you, the illustrious police flower. We seem to have quite the fate," Li Zili remarked with a smile as he approached the patrol car, casting a cheerful glance at Sato Mawako, who occupied the driver's seat. "Fate, my foot," Sato Mawako retorted inwardly, maintaining a stoic expression as she curtly instructed, "Less chatter, get in the car." This girl still harbored resentment toward him, Li Zili thought, feeling somewhat at a loss. Days had passed, yet Sato Mawako remained upset with him. Was she truly so unforgiving? "Shall I take the wheel?" he suggested with a grin. Instantly, Sato Mawako shot him an irked glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing in discontent. He quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, chuckling, all right, it was merely a suggestion, you drive well enough." There was no need to provoke this young lady further over a trivial matter. Subsequently, Li Zili opened the passenger door and settled into his seat. In truth, the task of patrolling was quite straightforward, merely driving around to observe for any signs of theft or robbery. Should they encounter such miscreants, they would naturally apprehend them. As they roamed the streets until 3 in the afternoon, the tension between them persisted, with Sato Mawako still in a huff, resulting in a notable lack of conversation. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, only for them to swiftly avert their gazes. At 15 minutes past 3, Mawako Sato parked her car by the roadside and turned to Riri Lee, saying, "I will go buy some water, wait for me in the car." Without waiting for Riri's response, she opened the door and stepped out. Upon reaching the small convenience store at the street corner, Mawako smiled at the owner, who was bent over and busy inside, and said, "Could I have a bottle of mineral water, please?" After placing her order, she contemplated whether to purchase a bottle for him as well, but quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning, "Forget it, that jerk is utterly detestable." With that, she abandoned the idea of buying water for Riri. "Is it cold or not?" she asked. The store owner straightened up and looked at Mawako. "Cold," he replied. Given the sweltering sun at this hour, Mawako naturally craved something chilled. Hearing his response, the owner turned to fetch her water. Meanwhile, Mawako pulled out her wallet and was preparing to pay when suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from a distance. "It's a robbery! Who would be so daring?" Mawako felt a jolt of alarm and quickly tucked her wallet away, glancing in the direction of the commotion. She spotted a woman in high heels with long hair chasing after a young man, who clutched a woman's handbag tightly. He was sprinting away, while the crowd parted in fear, unwilling to intervene. "Damn thief!" Mawako's brows furrowed in determination, and she took off in pursuit. "Hey, your water!" The voice of the convenience store owner echoed from behind, yet Miyako Sato paid no heed as she fixed her gaze on the young man ahead. "Police! Don't move!" she shouted, closing in on him. However, the young man did not halt. Upon seeing her, he turned a corner and slipped away even more swiftly than before. "Damn it!" Miyako Sato exclaimed, resolutely pursuing him. Meanwhile, in the police car, after Miyako Sato stepped out to buy water, Li Zili waited, idly observing the ebb and flow of the crowd outside. As he passed the time, a sudden, piercing scream pierced the air. "Robbery!" Li Zili's expression shifted dramatically as he leaned out of the car window. He saw Miyako Sato fiercely chasing after the robber. This girl truly had no fear, daring to pursue him alone. Shaking his head, he swiftly moved to the driver's seat, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator, propelling the police car forward. In no time, Li Zili closed the distance, now merely a few dozen meters behind Miyako Sato. Just as he intended to accelerate and catch up with the robber in front of her, the latter abruptly dashed across the street and darted into a narrow alleyway at the northwest corner. Before he could utter a word, Miyako Sato charged straight into the alley after him. Damn it, is this girl foolish? He thought. What if something happens in that deserted alley? Li Zili gently tapped the steering wheel, then accelerated. However, the alley lay across the street, which was bustling with traffic, devoid of any traffic lights. It was impossible for him to cross with his car. Ultimately, Li Zili decided to park the car by the roadside and dashed across to the other side. Thus, he squandered a few precious minutes. Meanwhile, during these fleeting moments, a perilous situation was unfolding on Sato Miwako's side. Chapter 31. You saved me in the alley. After Sato Mihoko rushed in, she discovered that the young man had vanished. She scanned the 30-meter-long, 2-meter-wide alley repeatedly, yet there was no trace of the young man. How peculiar. Where could he have gone? As Sato Mihoko advanced, she pondered. This alley was a dead end, blocked ahead by a high wall, beneath which sat 2 garbage bins accompanied by a heap of decaying wooden planks, carelessly discarded by unknown hands. As she approached the pile of rotting wood, Sato Mihoko mused that perhaps the young man was hiding behind the planks, armed with a stick, waiting to ambush her. The thought was not entirely implausible. The pile was ample enough to conceal 2 individuals. Unconsciously, Sato Mihoko slowed her pace, gripping her handgun tightly as she proceeded with caution. Upon nearing the heap of timber, her senses heightened. She even slowed her breathing. Then, she focused intently ahead, inhaled deeply, and suddenly dashed forward, aiming her gun at the space behind the wooden planks, shouting, "Don't move!" In the next moment, Sato Mihoko froze in disbelief. The area behind the planks was utterly vacant. There was nothing there. Not here. Where on earth could he be hiding? Furrowing her brow, she barely had time to contemplate further when, unexpectedly, a figure leapt down from the wall. Ah! Sato Mihoko screamed, feeling the warmth of a body collide with her, and they both tumbled to the ground. Meanwhile, the gun in her hand fell to the ground beside her. She felt as though she were being pressed down, instinctively preparing to resist. Just then, a furious and menacing male voice cut through the air. "You filthy cop! How dare you chase after me?" As she opened her eyes, Sato Miwako saw a sharp knife lunging towards her. Instantly, a chill enveloped her, leaving her utterly dazed. Though she was a police officer, such encounters were not commonplace. Today was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Just as Sato Miwako was about to meet her tragic end, a resounding shout echoed through the alley. "Stop!" A figure dashed forward, swiftly kicking the young man off her. The youth fell face first onto the ground, the knife clattering from his grasp. "Miwako, are you all right?" Li Zili hurried to help Sato Miwako to her feet. As she felt his touch, she jolted back to reality, staring at Li Zili in disbelief. "You saved me? What do you think?" Li Zili chuckled at her stunned expression. However, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her state indicated she was unharmed. He had indeed been startled when he saw the young man aiming the knife at her. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, this esteemed policewoman would have met a grim fate. "It was you who saved me." Sato Miwako grasped Li Zili's hand, allowing him to pull her up. At that moment, holding Li Zili's hand, Miwako Sato felt a warm current flowing from him, bringing her an immense sense of comfort. Simultaneously, her heart swelled with warmth, and she cast a grateful glance at Li Zili. However, Li Zili was oblivious to these sentiments, as he noticed the young man attempting to escape from the ground. Releasing Miwako Sato's hand, he dashed forward and delivered a swift kick, sending the assailant crashing back to the earth. With a physical prowess exceeding 90, Li Zili possessed strength akin to that of a top-tier boxer. Dispatching 2 or 3 ordinary individuals posed no challenge. Thus, the young man stood no chance against him. After toppling the youth, Li Zili advanced, pressing his knee against the young man's neck to pin him down, subsequently securing his wrists with handcuffs. He then hoisted him off the ground, glaring fiercely as he spoke, "You scoundrel, daring to kill a police officer? Prepare to rot in prison." The young man, undeterred, retorted defiantly, "What evidence do you have to accuse me of killing a cop?" Li Zili, exasperated, delivered a sharp slap to his face, warning, "Enough of your nonsense, or I will end you. Is this really a police officer? Are you trying to intimidate me?" The young man, taken aback by Li Zili's ferocity, began to doubt whether he was facing a genuine officer of the law. Subsequently, Li Zili brought him before Mawako Sato and inquired, "Are you all right?" Initially startled by Li Zili's swift takedown of the assailant, Mawako quickly regained her composure upon hearing his question and shook her head, affirming that she was indeed fine. In her mind, she mused that this fellow possessed quite remarkable skills, which had taken her by surprise. "Are you truly unscathed?" she inquired. "Indeed, just a minor abrasion," she replied, lifting her left arm. Earlier, when the young man had tackled her, the ground had left a bruise on her left shoulder. However, it was nothing of great concern. A little ointment upon her return would suffice, and it would heal in no time. "Very well, let us return to the police station," she concluded. Subsequently, Li Zili and she escorted the young man into the police car, simultaneously returning the lady's handbag they had retrieved from the alley. The long-haired woman expressed her gratitude profusely before departing. At the police station, upon witnessing Li Zili and Sato Mawako escorting the young man inside, several colleagues gathered around. "Officer Kusakawa, Officer Sato, what has this lad done?" one inquired. "Robbery and attempted murder," Sato Mawako stated succinctly, directing her attention to a middle-aged man. "Officer Yamada, please take him down for now. I will interrogate him shortly." "Attempted murder? That is a serious charge," her colleagues gasped, casting a glance at the young man before Officer Yamada led him away. Once back at her desk, Sato Mawako turned to Li Zili and said earnestly, "Hiroichi, thank you for today. It was but a trifling matter." "There is no need for concern," he replied humbly. Li Zili was well aware of what she was thanking him for. He waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. "Moreover, dear police flower, you are so stunning that even if I choose not to intervene, many would still wish to play the hero and come to your rescue." Such banter. Sat Mihoko shot him a playful glare, fully aware that this fellow could only be flippant, making it impossible for her to engage with him seriously. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, conversing with Li Zili felt remarkably effortless and delightful, something no one else could provide. Only with him did she experience such ease. "What's the matter, dear police flower, are you no longer upset with me?" Li Zili inquired with a smile upon seeing her expression. "Upset about what?" Sat Mihoko paused, momentarily bewildered by his reference to her supposed anger. "What are you talking about?" Li Zili countered with a grin. Upon reflecting, Sat Mihoko realized he was referring to the incident from a few mornings prior, and a smile crept onto her face. "When have I ever been angry with you? Am I such a petty person? One should never trust a woman's words. Truly, anyone who does so is a fool." Li Zili rolled his eyes inwardly but maintained a cheerful facade, responding, "Yes, yes, you are indeed the most magnanimous." "Of course," Sat Mihoko declared proudly, seemingly having completely forgotten about any grievances she may have harbored against him. "You were injured. Let someone else handle that scoundrel." Instead of replying, Li Zili shifted the conversation. "Not at all, I intend to confront that scoundrel myself." Mawako Sato recalled the harrowing experience of nearly losing her life at the hands of that individual, and a deep-seated resentment brewed within her. She was determined to personally ensure his incarceration. Observing her tenacity, Zili Li shook his head but refrained from voicing his concerns. After taking a sip of water, Mawako Sato proceeded to the interrogation room to confront the robber. Ultimately, she succeeded in securing a lengthy prison sentence for him. Of course, all of this is merely a prelude to what is yet to unfold. Chapter 32. An invitation to dinner around 4 o'clock, Li Zili found himself languidly resting his head on the table, teetering on the brink of slumber, when suddenly the sharp trill of a phone call jolted him awake. He fully opened his eyes, sat up straight, and, upon glancing at his phone, noticed an unfamiliar number. "Who could be calling me?" Li Zili pondered, raising the device to his ear to answer the call. Who is this? Hello, Hongi, it's me. A melodious female voice resonated from the other end. Still groggy, Li Zili struggled to recognize the caller. Where are you? It's Yoko. We only just parted ways. You haven't forgotten me, have you? The tone of Suzuki Yoko carried a hint of sadness, tinged with a touch of grievance. Ah, Miss Yoko, how could I possibly forget you? Li Zili recalled having shared his phone number with Yoko just yesterday, so her call was not entirely unexpected. He chuckled lightly and continued, Is there something you wish to discuss, Yoko? Please just call me Yoko. We are well acquainted now. Suzuki Yoko dismissed any lingering thoughts of Li Zili's momentary forgetfulness, her demeanor brightening instantly. Acquainted? I wasn't aware of that. Li Zili replied with a roll of his eyes but nonetheless asked, What do you need? Do you have time this evening? Let us share a meal together. Before Li Zili could respond, Suzuki Yoko added, You mustn't refuse me. You turned me down yesterday. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zili nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, Sonoko is indeed a beauty, and it would be unkind to continuously reject her. Upon hearing this, Sonoko Suzuki was utterly delighted, exclaiming, Very well then, it is settled. Let us meet at 8 this evening. After hanging up the phone, Li Zili chuckled softly at the beeping sound emanating from his device. Before long, the workday came to an end. Just as he finished his tasks, Mawako Sato approached gracefully, a cup of water in hand. Li Zili stood up and caught sight of her, smiling as he inquired, Finished with your work? Yes, I have completed my interrogation of that individual, and the case has been filed. I also handed the necessary documents to Officer Magyar, Mawako replied, her smile radiating satisfaction. Li Zili nodded, about to take his leave, when he heard Mawako say, I shall treat you to a grand dinner this evening to express my gratitude for saving me. Before he could respond, she added, No refusals, or I shall be quite upset. How could I refuse a treat from a distinguished officer? However, for saving you, am I to receive only a single lavish meal in return? Li Zili said, a playful grin adorning his face. What would you prefer? She asked. Surely, I deserve at least a pledge of devotion in return. How outrageous. Mawako's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a playful glare. With laughter echoing in the air, the two continued their banter as they exited the police headquarters. Their male colleagues looked on with envy, wishing they could share in such jovial camaraderie with the esteemed officer. How fortunate it is to share laughter with a police flower. As he walked towards the restaurant, Li Zili suddenly recalled that Suzuki Yoko had invited him to dinner at 8 o'clock, and a wave of distress washed over him. Damn it! A scheduling conflict. It was indeed his fault. He had completely forgotten about this engagement when Miyako Sato had asked him out for a meal. Now, with no possibility of turning back, he resigned himself to the unfortunate decision of canceling his dinner with Suzuki Yoko. Upon arriving at an upscale restaurant, he waited for Miyako Sato to enter before pulling out his phone to call Suzuki Yoko. Naturally, she was displeased, though she refrained from expressing her discontent. After ending the call, Li Zili put his phone away and stepped inside. In the elegant restaurant, he found a seat by the window, facing Miyako Sato. She encouraged him to order freely without hesitation, and he took her words to heart, knowing well that she was not lacking in financial means. Thus, exquisite delicacies such as caviar and tuna sashimi graced their table, accompanied by a fine bottle of 6-year-old wine. As Li Zili sampled the dishes, he was captivated by their exquisite flavors and delightful textures. At that moment, Miyako Sato raised her glass, a gentle smile illuminating her face. Thank you for rescuing me, she said. It's my pleasure, Li Zili replied, clinking his glass against hers before savoring a sip of the wine. As the rich liquid flowed down his throat, an explosion of flavors danced on his palate, prompting him to close his eyes in blissful contemplation. A moment of tranquility ensued. He opened his eyes, gazing at Mawako Sato, and smiled. This is exquisite wine indeed. Costs over 100,000 yen, far beyond what an ordinary person can afford. Mawako Sato thought to herself, this glass alone is worth several tens of thousands. However, she felt no regret, as she was not one to be lacking in funds. As the two indulged in their meal, a melodious tune suddenly filled the restaurant. Outside, the world was a blur of enchanting lights, and a gentle breeze wafted in, enhancing the captivating atmosphere created by the music. Li Zili looked up, momentarily entranced. After sipping some wine, Mawako Sato's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her hair flowing gracefully, resembling a red lotus in a serene lake, an image that was simply irresistible. Li Zili's heart raced fiercely at that moment. He realized he was smitten with Mawako Sato. Just then, sensing his gaze, she turned her eyes toward him. Their eyes locked, and upon noticing his intense stare, Mawako's face flushed even deeper as she lowered her head slightly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "But how can one not gaze upon such beauty as yours, my dear police flower?" Li Zili replied, snapping back to reality with a chuckle. "Humph, flattery will get you nowhere." "I'm ignoring you," Mawako retorted, her cheeks burning even brighter, her head bowing further. At that moment, she felt a mix of joy and bashfulness. Strangely enough, she found herself delighted rather than offended by his words. "I never imagined you could be shy, dear police flower." Upon witnessing her demeanor, Li Zili could not help but chuckle. "Pa, who's feeling shy? I simply choose not to engage with you." Mawako Sato abruptly lifted her gaze and shot him a glare. Yet, inwardly, she was in a state of turmoil. What was wrong with me just now? Why did I experience such emotions? Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Impossible. Absolutely not. How could I possibly harbor affections for that insufferable fellow? Indeed, he is nothing but an irritating person. Mawako convinced herself of this notion. Li Zili smiled softly, refraining from uttering a word. "What are you laughing at?" Mawako glared at him. "Is it wrong for me to laugh, young lady?" Li Zili rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Yes, you are wrong for laughing," Mawako retorted stubbornly. Li Zili, rendered speechless, found himself at a loss for words. "Is this how you treat your savior?" After a moment, he spoke in a low tone. "Humph. Who prompted you to annoy me?" Mawako huffed. "When did I ever irritate you?" "Never mind. Only a fool would argue with a girl. I, Li Zili, am no fool." He lifted his glass, choosing silence. Moments later, noticing his continued silence, Mawako glanced at him and inquired, "Hey, why have you stopped talking? Are you cursing me in your mind?" "Who would curse you? Am I that petty?" Li Zili retorted, rolling his eyes once more. "You are indeed a most miserly individual. Very well, express yourself as you wish. I find myself unable to contend with your words." Li Zili surrenders. Chapter 33. A clash of wits. "Humph. I suppose you've finally admitted to being a miserly person?" Sato Mihoko declared with a hint of pride. "Indeed, I am a miser. Now, please eat. The food is getting cold." Li Zili, disinterested in engaging further, picked up his chopsticks, sampled a piece of the dish, and paired it with a sip of red wine. As they were nearing the end of their meal, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. Li Zili glanced at Sato Mihoko, who was also looking in his direction. Their phones rang in unison. What could be the matter? Upon checking his phone, Li Zili discovered it was a call from Officer Magyar. He answered promptly. "Hello, Officer Magyar." "What? A homicide?" As Li Zili uttered the words, Sato Mihoko simultaneously exclaimed homicide as well. They exchanged a glance. "All right, where is the location?" "Yes, I will be there immediately." After hanging up, Li Zili turned to Sato Mihoko, who met his gaze. They nodded in unison and declared, "A murder has occurred. Let us go." Given the gravity of the situation, their meal was no longer viable. Moreover, they had just finished dining. After settling the bill, the two exited the restaurant and drove swiftly towards the crime scene. The incident transpired in a residential building, approximately a 15-minute drive from their location. Sato Mihoko managed to arrive in just 12 minutes. Upon entering the brightly lit hall, they discovered a scene that bore witness to the tragedy of a female victim. Present were Muro Juzu, Kaguru Mori, Conan, and Ran Mori. Conan was busily searching for evidence, his mind racing with thoughts of Muro's recent phone call to Hiroshi Kasakawa. He was certain that the latter would soon arrive. This time, he resolved to outsmart him. Arriving first at the scene afforded him a distinct advantage. There was no way Kasakawa could best him this time. He was determined to uncover the identity of the murderer before anyone else. Kaguru Mori's gaze narrowed upon spotting Rito Lee, a sense of displeasure washing over him. "That scoundrel is here as well," he mused inwardly, his expression revealing his annoyance. I'll show him just how formidable I can be. He had thoroughly investigated Rito Lee, deeming him merely an ordinary officer. For a seasoned detective like himself, subduing a lesser officer would be a simple task. Meanwhile, Conan and Ran also took note of Rito Lee's presence. Conan's expression hardened, prompting him to hasten his search for evidence. In contrast, Ran pouted slightly, displeased by his arrival. Why is he here? She thought. However, Rito Lee paid them no mind and approached Officer Moro instead, inquiring, Officer Moro, what is the situation here? Did you two arrive together? Moro offered no response to his question, but exchanged a meaningful glance with Mawako Sato, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Sato quickly interjected, no. We merely encountered each other at the entrance and decided to enter together. Isn't that right? As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lee Zili. Lee Zili, fully aware of Sato Mawako's intentions, smiled and nodded in agreement to spare her feelings. Sato was indeed correct. We encountered each other at the entrance. Officer Magyar, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies with the deceased. Who is this individual? Lee Zili remarked, directing his attention to the female victim lying face up on the ground. The deceased still bore a facial mask, her mouth and eyes wide open, as if something unimaginable had transpired before her demise. The victim was Ikuko Arashima, a female entrepreneur who had been strangled, Officer Magyar elucidated. Ikuko Arashima. Ikuko Arashima. Lee Zili pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes brightened. He recalled the details of the case and realized what had transpired, as well as the identity of the perpetrator. A subtle smile crept upon Lee Zili's lips as his gaze inadvertently swept across the room. Hiroichi, this time, it is entirely up to you to unveil the culprit, Officer Magyar sincerely stated. In previous instances, it was Lee Zili who identified the offenders, and now Officer Magyar had come to rely upon him. Just as Lee Zili was about to assure him of his capability, a male voice interjected. Officer Magyar, what use is he? This inexperienced lad could hardly solve a case. He is more likely to return home for a glass of milk. Of course, the investigation must rely on me, the renowned detective. It was Kagoro Mori who was approaching with Ran Mori. Upon hearing this, Ran Mori rolled her eyes in exasperation. Although she harbored a dislike for Lee Zili, the truth was undeniable. With Lee Zili's exceptional detective skills, he undoubtedly outshines her father by a considerable margin. The two are truly incomparable. Magyar Juzan and Mori Kaguru share a long-standing friendship, and he is well aware of Mori's character. He understands that Mori Kaguru would not disparage someone without just cause. Glancing between Lee Zili and Mori Kaguru, it seems that an unknown story has unfolded between them. On one hand is an old friend, and on the other a detective extraordinaire. Offending either party would be unwise. Magyar Juzan resolved to remain uninvolved. Chuckling lightly as he remarked, Mori, you're absolutely right. However, Hiroichi does possess some talent. In any case, whether this case can be solved hinges on the two of you. Humph, what merit does this fellow possess? To compare him with me is nothing short of an insult. Mori Kaguru's disdain for Lee Zili was unmistakable, drawing even the attention of the busy Conan. Conan observed Mori Kaguru and then turned to Lee Zili, stroking his chin, peering deep in thought. It seems my investigative direction is indeed correct. On the way back to the detective agency, after conversing with Mori Ran, Conan had secretly begun to investigate what private discussions had transpired between Mori Ran and Lee Zili. With his keen intellect, he swiftly uncovered some clues, realizing that their conversation likely revolved around Mori Ran's mother, Iri Hybera. Witnessing the standoff between Mori Kaguru and Lee Zili, Conan surmised that his investigative trajectory was accurate. There must be something between Lee Zili and Fei Ingli. On the other side, upon hearing Kagoro Mori's remarks about Lee Zili, Sato Mawako furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if the words were directed at her. A surge of indignation welled up within her, and she could not help but take a couple of steps forward, fixing her sharp gaze on Kagoro Mori, and said, Mr. Mori, everyone is aware of Hiro's capabilities. How could you insult him? After uttering these words, Sato Mawako realized her impulsiveness and was momentarily taken aback. What has come over me? Why am I angry? Why am I defending him? Not only was Sato Mawako stunned, But the others in the hall were also caught off guard, including Li Zili, who gazed at Sato Mawako with a bemused smile. Upon meeting his gaze, Sato Mawako's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her heart racing fiercely. Meanwhile, Kogoro Mori quickly regained his composure, glanced at Sato Mawako, and disdainfully remarked, "That kid is merely a junior officer. What skills does he possess to compare with me? Does he even deserve it?" At this moment, Li Zili finally spoke up. He fixed his gaze on Kogoro Mori and said, word by word, "I have no interest in idle chatter. I simply ask if you dare to compete with me?" He was certainly aware of Kogoro Mori's animosity towards him, yet this was not a justification for tolerating Mori's arrogance. Since Kogoro Mori was so brazen, it was time to teach him a lesson today. Chapter 34. I have solved the case, what do I have to fear? I dare you to compare. Upon hearing these words from Li Zili, Mori Kogoro's nostrils flared in indignation. This fellow has lured away my wife, and yet he dares to speak to me in such a manner. Today, I shall make him pay dearly. Since this is a crime scene and you are the great detective, let us see who can solve the case first, Li Zili proposed. Haha, this brat actually dares to challenge me on this front. Truly seeking his own demise. I shall indulge you, Mori Kogoro thought to himself, chuckling inwardly at the folly of Li Zili. He exclaimed boldly, very well, I shall accept your challenge. However, should you lose, you must kneel and proclaim thrice that I am incapable. Then leave the Metropolitan Police Headquarters. Do you dare? With that, he cast a sharp, provocative gaze at Li Zili. And if you were to lose? Li Zili replied calmly. If I lose, I shall submit to your judgment, Mori Kogoro stated confidently, his heart brimming with scorn. Ha! Would I ever lose? What a joke! Upon hearing Mori Kogoro's declaration, Rant's expression changed abruptly. She hastily grasped his hand, pleading, Dad, please don't. What do you know? You little girl? Stay out of this. Mori Kogoro dismissed her with a forceful shove. Ran, in her anxiety, shook her head repeatedly. Witnessing this exchange, Megure JZ laughed heartily. Haha, Mori Hiroi, there is no need to take this so seriously. We are all friends. Wouldn't it be better to maintain harmony? Humph. Who considers him a friend? Kogoro Mori let out a disdainful snort and turned his head away. Very well. I initially intended to offer you assistance, but since you are courting death, do not blame me, your old friend. Tosaka Juzu rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was well aware of how formidable Riri Lee was at solving cases, almost akin to a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. 10 Kogoros combined would not even match a single hand of Riri Lee. Out of consideration for their long-standing friendship, he wanted to dissuade Kogoro Mori, but given the circumstances, it was evident that Kogoro was determined to pursue his folly to the bitter end. Persuasion was futile. Even Conan, who stood nearby, shook his head, thinking, Uncle, even with all my strength, whether I could best him remains uncertain. You challenging him is merely offering your face for a beating. However, he understood Kogoro Mori's obstinate temperament and refrained from intervening. Humph, just wait and lose. Kogoro Mori snorted again, casting an irritated glance at Riri Lee before setting off in search of the truth. Observing the bustling Kogoro, Riri Lee shook his head slightly. Just then, Mawako Sato approached him, lowering her voice to inquire, Can you win? Are you worried about me? Riri Lee smiled at her. Why would I worry about you? It would be sheer folly. Mawako's face flushed as she shot him a reproachful look. Haha. Rest assured, that guy is leagues away from me. Riri Lee chuckled. What do I have to be concerned about? It seems as though I'm the one fretting over you. You truly are full of yourself. Upon hearing this, Sat Mihoko felt a sense of relief in her heart, though her words were far from forgiving. Li Zili merely smiled and remained silent. He then leaned in closer to Sat Mihoko and whispered, Just wait and see. With that, he stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, I have solved the case. The crowd in the hall stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Emri Koger, who was circling the female victim in search of clues, was taken aback, unable to believe his ears as he turned to face Li Zili. A moment later, he let out a chuckle. You've solved the case? Who would believe that? Who are you trying to fool? Emri thought to himself, incredulous that someone could claim to have cracked the case without even having searched for evidence, standing there for less than 2 minutes before making such a declaration. Did he truly think he was Sherlock Holmes? No, even Holmes would not be as audacious as this. The more he pondered, the more Emery found himself amused. He had never encountered such unabashed arrogance. Nearby, Conan, who was also busy, suddenly froze, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he turned to Lizili. Unlike Emery, he had witnessed Lizili's methods of solving cases and was aware of his capabilities. If Lizili claimed to have solved the case, it could very well be true. Yet, Conan could not bring himself to accept it. I arrived at the scene earlier than he did, and had been searching diligently for clues, yet I had scarcely uncovered anything. How could he have solved it? Impossible. 1,000 doubts flooded Conan's mind. Hongi, you've solved the case? It was Magyar JZ who first regained his composure, a mix of surprise and shock propelling him to Lizili's side. Lizili had yet to speak. Kogoro Mori let out a derisive snort, exclaiming, "Ha! Officer Magyar, do you truly believe such childlike deceptions?" He had merely been present for a brief moment, failing to meticulously examine the scene or consult relevant witnesses connected to the case, and yet he boldly claimed to have solved it. Unless one possesses divine powers, it is utterly implausible for anyone to unravel a case in such a manner. With that, Kogoro Mori sneered twice. You may not believe me, but I do. Magyar JZ recalled that Ritsuri had, on several occasions, managed to solve cases with just a glance at the crime scene, leading him to genuinely trust Ritsuri's words. This fellow indeed had an impressive knack for deduction. However, in the presence of Kogoro Mori, Magyar JZ refrained from displaying excessive admiration. He composed his expression and remarked, "Ritsuri, have you truly cracked the case? Why not share your insights?" "Humph, go ahead. Reveal what you've deduced. I am eager to see what you come up with." Kogoro Mori internally scoffed, having resolved to mercilessly mock Ritsuri when he failed to deliver anything substantial. Today, he was determined to make him lose face in front of everyone. Conan, too, perked up his ears, keenly interested in the unfolding situation. As the crowd's gaze fell upon him, Ritsuri smiled leisurely and said, "In truth, this case is not particularly challenging. I discerned the identity of the perpetrator merely by glancing at the crime scene." With a cheerful expression, he directed his gaze toward a bespectacled young man clad in a suit amidst the crowd. "The culprit is you, Mr. Izumi Takeo, is it not?"
Dono jest.
"How could I possibly be the murderer?" In the fleeting moment when Lizili's gaze fixed upon him, Quan Wuxiong's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, but he quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Me? The murderer?" The crowd turned their attention to Quan Wuxiong. Before Lizili could utter a word, Mori Kogoro burst into laughter. "Haha, I knew you were spouting nonsense. How could Mr. Wuxiong possibly be the culprit?" According to the surveillance footage, Mr. Wuxiong arrived here at 8 o'clock and departed at 8:43. The deceased's daughter called her mother at 8:55, and at that time, the victim was still alive. Are you just fabricating stories, lacking any real ability, and trying to deceive everyone? Haha. Mori Kogoro then cast a cold smirk towards Lizili. Upon hearing this, Quan Wuxiong hastily declared, "Mr. Mori is absolutely correct. I did not kill President Yu. She was alive when I left. It is all mere fabrication on his part." The crowd found their arguments convincing and turned their gaze to Lizili, curious to see how he would respond. With a smirk, Lizili looked at both of them before turning to the deceased's daughter and inquired, "Miss Chihiro, is it true that your mother's eyesight is not quite good?" Chapter 35. The embarrassment of Kogoro Chihiro was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question directed at her. Nevertheless, she nodded and replied, "Indeed, she is someone who places great importance on her appearance and despises wearing glasses. Consequently, she has always opted for contact lenses." Lizili nodded in acknowledgement, glanced at the others, and remarked with a smile, "If you all observe closely, it appears that the deceased wore a contact lens only in her left eye, while the other lens remains with the perpetrator." Izumi Takeo's expression shifted dramatically. However, a police officer who had examined the deceased's eyes promptly interjected, "Officer Magyar, it is indeed as Kasakawa stated. The victim had only one contact lens in her left eye. Precisely. The other contact lens is with the murderer, having fallen from him during the act of strangulation. It's amusing that he remains oblivious to this detail." Lizili chuckled while observing Izumi Takeo, who was searching his person intently. Could it be? Is he truly on the verge of solving the case? Could the culprit actually be Izumi Takeo? At this point, Kagoro Mori began to sense something amiss, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Hiroichi, where exactly is the other contact lens on him? Officer Megure inquired. It is located at the hem of his trousers, Lizili replied, casting a glance at the rolled-up cuffs of Izumi Takeo's pants. Just then, Izumi Takeo also spotted the contact lens nestled within the cuff, instantly paling. At this moment, there was no need for further discussion. A police officer promptly approached and retrieved the other contact lens from the hem of Izumi Takeo's trousers. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Quan Wuxiong lay helplessly on the ground, his face ashen. The true perpetrator was indeed him. A jolt of realization struck Mori Kagoro, and his eyes bulged in disbelief as he turned to Lizili. He had solved the case. He had truly unraveled the mystery, and it was not mere words. This was utterly astonishing. How could this be possible? This fellow had done nothing but glance at the scene and cracked the case wide open. Was he the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes? No, that couldn't be right. Even Holmes was not as formidable as he. He was nothing short of a deity. A torrent of emotions surged within Mori Kagoro, rendering him incapable of tranquility. Conan was equally taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lizili. This guy. He had solved the case yet again, and so swiftly. This was outrageous. I had to toil endlessly to uncover a mere clue, while he merely glanced at the scene and deduced the truth. Damn! Could it be that this fellow is truly divine? Am I destined to never prevail against him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I cannot succumb to despair. I am determined to triumph over him. Conan had previously clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with despondency, but gradually, his gaze regained its luster, turning resolute. The crowd was taken aback once more, witnessing the legendary detective Kirikawa Hiroichi effortlessly solve the case, as if no mystery posed a challenge to him. Remarkable. Just then, the booming laughter of Megure JZ brought everyone back to reality. He patted Lizili on the shoulder, chuckling, Hiroichi, as always, you never fail to surprise me. However, I still have a question that perplexes me. When the daughter of the deceased called at 8:55, the deceased was evidently still alive. How could Mizuki Takao have committed the murder? The crowd shared this curiosity and turned their gazes towards Rikuji. In truth, it was Ms. Chanshuan's inadvertent remark that provided the murderer with an alibi. The actual time of death was not after 9 o'clock, but rather before it. Takao had strangled her before departing. Rikuji stated. I see, said Muro, nodding in understanding, and he ceased to speak further, gesturing for the guards to escort Takao away. The onlookers did not disperse, for there remained a scene yet to unfold. Rikuji approached Kagoro Mori step by step, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Mr. Mori, do you recall what you previously asserted? At this moment, Kagoro Mori felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Rikuji's prowess in solving cases was formidable, akin to being cast into an abyss with no glimmer of victory in sight. In comparison to Rikuji, he felt utterly insignificant. How foolish he had been to underestimate him. Now, Rikuji had come to collect what was owed. Reflecting on his earlier words, you have won. Do as you please. Mori's heart grew increasingly cold. He pondered, how might this individual choose to deal with me? Oh well, whatever his decision may be, I shall simply accept it. With this thought, Kagoro Mori lifted his gaze to Rikuji and declared, what do you desire? Speak and I shall comply. What do you think I will do to you? Lizili said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Mori felt a pang of anxiety. What could this man possibly want from me? Would he demand that I kneel and utter 3 times that I am incapable? That would be somewhat bearable. But if he were to force me to withdraw from the detective world entirely, that would be more unbearable than death itself. As a renowned detective, I am utterly incapable of anything beyond solving cases. To be expelled from the realm of detection would truly be a fate worse than death. Hiroichi, I implore you to show mercy. Noticing that Lizili was about to speak, Ran Mori hurriedly interjected. Despite her disdain for Lizili, her father's life hung precariously in his hands, leaving no room for such thoughts. Lizili glanced at Ran Mori but remained silent. He then turned his attention to the anxious Kagoro Mori, deliberately pausing for effect. The tension in the room escalated. as everyone awaited Li Zili's judgment on the esteemed detective. After a brief moment, Li Zili declared, "Kagoro Mori, listen closely. From this day forth, whenever you see me, you must call me brother. This shall be your punishment." "What? Is that all?" Everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend such a trivial consequence. It seemed merely a matter of calling him brother, which hardly constituted a severe penalty. However, the thought of Kagoro Mori addressing Li Zili as brother in the future sent ripples of amusement through the crowd. In stark contrast to the others, Kagoro Mori was mortified and enraged. Not only had this man seduced his wife, but now he expected him to call him brother. Is there such a person in existence? Are there such people? How I wish the heavens would strike down this despicable scoundrel. However, the words have been spoken and cannot be retracted. Otherwise, he will find it impossible to survive in the future. You vile creature, you have my word. Kagoro Mori gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. Beside him, Ran Mori's eyes widened in disbelief. If my father were to call him brother, then I would have to call him uncle? You seem rather unconvinced, young lad. Be careful lest I give you a good spanking, Li Zili remarked with a grin, observing Kagoro Mori's expression. In an instant, Kagoro's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. It was the first time in all these years that he had been spoken to in such a manner, and by a mere boy at that. With a chuckle, J.Z. Magyar and the surrounding officers could no longer contain their laughter. Overwhelmed by shame and indignation, Kagoro Mori could no longer bear to stay there and fled the scene. Dad! Ran Mori shot a fierce glare at Li Zili before hastily running after him. Conan followed closely behind. Before long, everyone began to disperse. Chapter 36. The name of the great detective within a couple of days. The news of Li Zili's contest with the renowned detective Mori Koger to solve a case spread throughout the Metropolitan Police Department, igniting a fervent discussion. What? The great detective Mori was outshone by Hirokazu Kasakawa? Is that truly the case? Indeed, I was present at the scene. Mori had no inkling about the case, while Kasakawa deduced the solution merely by glancing at the surroundings. Mori was utterly outmatched. Incredible. Kasakawa is remarkably impressive. He left even the famed detective trailing far behind. Truly a super detective. The title of super detective began to circulate throughout the department almost effortlessly. From that day forth, Li Zili acquired an additional moniker, the super detective. One day, while Li Zili perused a magazine at his desk, Inspector Magyar J.Z. approached and playfully called out, "Super detective." Li Zili set down his reading material with a wry smile, responding, "Inspector Magyar, are you here to tease me as well?" Indeed, numerous colleagues had taken to calling him the super detective over the past few days. Super detective, shall I join in the jest? At that moment, Sat Mawako leaned in from the adjacent office, her face beaming with amusement. "You can spare us the theatrics," Li Zili retorted with a sidelong glance before turning back to Inspector Magyar. "Inspector Magyar, do you require my assistance?" Inspector Magyar chuckled. "My superior, Officer Matsumoto-sike, wishes to see you." "Matsumoto wants to see me? I shall go at once." "What is the situation?" Li Zili felt a slight shock in his heart. He knew that Matsumoto Kiyoshi was the head of the criminal investigation division he belonged to, the superior of Mugurjuzan, and also his superior's superior. The fact that his superior wished to see him suggested that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Li Zili glanced at Mugurjuzan and inquired, "Officer Mugur, why does Chief Matsumoto wish to see me?" Mugurjuzan remained silent, merely giving him a mysterious wink. "You will know once you go." Without waiting for Li Zili to respond, he turned and departed. "Hey, hey!" Li Zili called out, but to no avail. This Mugur withholding information was truly vexing. Generally, being summoned by a superior could indicate one of two possibilities: either bad news or good news. Reflecting on his recent conduct, Li Zili concluded he had not engaged in any misconduct. Thus it was likely not bad news. Therefore, it could very well be. Nevertheless, until he met with Matsumoto Kiyoshi, the truth remained uncertain. Li Zili exited his office area and made his way towards Matsumoto Kiyoshi's office. As he passed by Sato Mawako's office, he noticed the attractive woman beaming at him, saying, "Great detective, I wish you luck." She had clearly overheard his earlier conversation with Mugyur Juzan. Li Zili shot her a glance of annoyance but chose to ignore her, continuing on his path. Upon reaching the door of Matsumoto Kiyoshi's office, Li Zili took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The sound echoed 3 times before a middle-aged man's voice resonated from within. "Please enter." Li Zili pushed the door open and stepped inside. Sitting behind the desk was Matsumoto Kiyotaka, dressed impeccably in a suit, engrossed in writing something. As Li Zili approached, Matsumoto looked up and smiled. "Are you Kashikawa Koichi?" "Indeed." Li Zili nodded. "Please take a seat." "Thank you, sir." After settling into a chair beside the desk, Li Zili wasted no time and directly asked, "May I inquire what you wish to discuss, Matsumoto-san?" "Ah, I appreciate your straightforwardness. I have a fondness for candid individuals," Matsumoto replied, setting down his pen and reclining slightly. With a smile, he continued, "Actually, I have no ulterior motive for summoning you. I merely wish to ask, did you truly best Mori Kagoro?" "Ah." Li Zili was taken aback. It seemed even Matsumoto was aware of this matter. Clearly, it had spread widely within the police department. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. Nodding, he replied, "Yes, I was fortunate enough to win against him." "Indeed, indeed. How humble of you." Matsumoto clapped his hands, regarding Li Zili with admiration. He was already well acquainted with the specifics of Li Zili's contest with Mori Kagoro. It was no mere stroke of luck but rather a testament to Li Zili's exceptional investigative prowess that had utterly eclipsed Mori Kagoro. The knowledge that Li Zili could surpass Mori Kagoro indicated his formidable abilities. Such talent in a young man, coupled with his humility, was indeed a rarity. "Your praise is too kind, sir," Li Zili smiled. "I am aware of the several homicide cases you have solved. You have performed admirably. Continue your diligent efforts. And should you excel, I shall apply for commendation on your behalf," Matsumoto Kiyotaka remarked with a smile. Commendations exist in every nation, and once attained, they pave a smoother path for one's career. Thus, commendation is a coveted aspiration for all officers. However, Li Zili remained composed, responding softly, "Thank you, sir. Nothing to worry about, just keep up the good work." "You may leave now," Matsumoto instructed. Li Zili said nothing further and turned to exit. Upon reaching his desk, he was approached by Sato Mawako, who inquired eagerly, "What did Chief Matsumoto want you for?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Being called in by a superior for praise is undoubtedly a positive occurrence. Yet, for someone like Li Zili equipped with a system, it was merely that. Noticing the fire of curiosity in Sato Mawako's gaze, Li Zili jested, "Chief Matsumoto mentioned he would act as a matchmaker to marry you to me." "Get lost." Sato Mawako's face flushed, and she shot him a glare. Whether she believed him or not mattered little. Li Zili turned away, ignoring her. Moments later, Sato Mawako could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned in to ask, "Did he really say that?" Li Zili burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Sato Mawako, realizing the jest, turned crimson and hurried away in embarrassment. At that moment, Li Zili's phone rang from his pocket. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from Himari. Thus, the call was promptly connected. The gentle voice of Fei Ingli resonated from the other end of the line. "Have you eaten? What are you up to?" "Not yet, I'm currently at work." Li Zili replied with a smile. "What brings you to call me?" "I've heard about your competition with Mori," Fei Ingli suddenly interjected. Li Zili was taken aback. Did Fei Ingli already know about his contest with Kagoro Mori? News certainly travels fast. "Who informed you?" Li Zili inquired with a chuckle. "It was that girl, Xiaolan." Fei Ingli laughed. "I never would have guessed you could be so mischievous, allowing him to call you brother." As they spoke, Fei Ingli could not contain her laughter, recalling the scene where Mori addressed Li Zili as brother, which still brought her amusement. "Don't blame me. He provoked me first," Li Zili felt it necessary to clarify, especially considering he was speaking to Fei Ingli. Chapter 37. "Who are you? It's all right. I have long known that Mori foolishly sought to provoke you. It has nothing to do with you." At this point, Mei Ingli smiled brightly and remarked, "Your prowess in solving cases remains unparalleled. You truly are a detective of divine caliber. Even you dare to jest at my expense." Li Zili replied with a bittersweet smile. "Hee hee." After a bout of laughter, Mei Ingli seemed to recall something important and said, "By the way, I must tell you something. What is it? Li Zili inquired. Lilac has been incessantly whispering ill of you in my ear these past few days, urging me to break up with you. It appears she wishes to come between us. Mei Yingli chuckled. This little missy, who would have thought she could be so conniving behind his back? Li Zili ground his teeth in secret, then replied with a smile. I understand her intentions. I don't hold it against her. That's good to know. Mei Yingli's smile seemed to brighten further upon hearing this. The two continued their conversation for another half-hour before finally ending the call. Oh, who were you chatting with so joyfully? Just as Li Zili hung up the phone, he heard the voice of Sato Mawako. Turning around, he found Sato Mawako standing there, gazing at him with a playful expression. My wife, Li Zili stated as he tucked his phone away. Pa, who would ever fancy you? Sato Mawako scoffed, clearly unconvinced by his words. In this day and age, even the truth goes unrecognized. How difficult it is for me, Li Zili thought, chuckling as he shook his head without further comment. The refreshing sunlight cascades down, illuminating the bench beside the campus playground. At this moment, two lovely young ladies are seated together, engaged in conversation. Xiaolan, are you serious? Suzuki Sonoko can hardly contain her laughter. Just moments ago, her close friend Xiaolan had divulged the details of a competition between Kagoro Mori and Ri Zili regarding their detective skills. The thought of Ri Zili's cunning punishment, compelling Kagoro Mori to address him as brother, caused Sonoko to burst into laughter. Sonoko, don't laugh. That's my dad, Mao Lilan said, slightly displeased. It was only because they were such good friends that she shared this incident. After all, she had never mentioned it to anyone else. Yet Sonoko still found it amusing. All right, I won't laugh, Sonoko managed to say with a restrained chuckle, adding, but honestly, with Hiroichi's exceptional detective abilities, your dad challenging him is merely asking for trouble. In her heart, she thought, Hiroichi, you are simply incredible. I adore you. Sigh, I had told my dad that Kusakawa Hiroichi is a formidable detective, but he didn't believe me. If he had, this wouldn't have happened, Mao Lilan sighed. She had previously mentioned Ri Zili's detective prowess to Kagoro Mori, but he dismissed it. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. Noticing her dear friend's mood had soured, Suzuki Sonoko shifted the conversation with a smile. By the way, a couple of days ago I invited Hiroichi to dinner, and he agreed. Really? Mori Ran cast a glance at her companion. However, he rejected me. Suzuki Sonoko's expression fell once more. Mori Ran burst into laughter, and then playfully poked Sonoko's forehead with her finger, saying, what is so special about that Kurakawa Koichi? If it were me, I wouldn't even consider dining with such a person. Of course, he's wonderful, handsome, incredibly handsome, and so intelligent. He is the ideal man in every girl's heart, Suzuki Sonoko replied, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. You love-struck fool. Mori Ran rolled her eyes internally at the sight of Sonoko's adoration and remarked, I tell you, he is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him. He is a good person, a super handsome guy. Sonoko seemed oblivious to Mori Ran's warnings, continuing her infatuation. This love-struck girl is simply hopeless, Mori Ran thought, shaking her head inwardly. Ran, when can we arrange to meet Koichi again? Sonoko inquired, linking her arm with Ran's, smiling brightly. Mori Ran. At the police headquarters, individuals were preoccupied with their own affairs, except for Li Zili, who was leisurely engaged in a video game. Given his achievements, he was naturally left undisturbed. Suddenly, Megure JZ stood up abruptly, his voice raised as he answered a phone call. What? A bank has been robbed? How much was stolen? 1 billion. All right, I'll head over immediately. Upon hearing the news of a 1 billion yen robbery, the first person who came to Li Zili's mind was Mayano Akemi. It appears that within the realm of Conan, the heist involving 1 billion yen is solely connected to Akemi Mayano. At this moment, a monotonous voice reverberates in his mind, announcing the activation of a random task. Save Akemi Mayano. Upon completion of this task, he shall receive random attribute points, with a slight chance of acquiring a skill. Understanding the implications of the system's words, Li Zili realizes the situation. The Dark Organization intends to eliminate Akemi Mayano by orchestrating a scheme that compels her to rob 1 billion yen. They have promised her that if she successfully secures the sum for the organization, both she and her sister, Shiho Mayano, will be granted their freedom. In reality, regardless of whether Akemi successfully obtains the money, the dark organization plans to eliminate her. However, Akemi remains blissfully unaware, naively trusting the organization's assurances. Li Zili contemplates the matter. After Akemi secures the billion-yen, her next step will undoubtedly be to meet with Jin. This implies that time is of the essence, and he must intercept her prior to this meeting. After a moment of reflection, Li Zili devises a plan. Coincidentally, at this juncture, Inspector Magyar is mobilizing his team to head to the bank. Li Zili rises and proclaims, "Inspector Magyar, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot participate in this operation. Detective, how could this situation proceed without your involvement?" Inspector Magyar replies, visibly anxious. Given the gravity of the case, he relies heavily on Li Zili to resolve it, yet the individual in question suddenly declares his absence. What could possibly be so urgent at this moment? Sato Mawako also gazes at Li Zili, pondering to herself, "I truly have an urgent matter to attend to. Cannot go." Seeing that Li Zili appeared to be in a great hurry, Mumu reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, this esteemed detective was not someone to be trifled with. With Mumu's consent, Li Zili promptly exited the police headquarters. Meanwhile, in the apartment of Mayano Akemi, she sat on her bed, a large suitcase resting beside her. Mayano Akemi thought to herself, "Wait for me. I shall rescue you from the shadows of the organization." With this resolve in mind, her gaze grew resolute. She gracefully rose to her feet, adjusted her attire, and lifted the suitcase, preparing to leave. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Who could it be? She pondered, setting down the suitcase and opening the door. To her surprise, she found an exceptionally handsome young man standing before her. "Who are you?" A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes, for she had never encountered this man before. "Hello, Miss Mayano. I know you do not recognize me, but I am familiar with you. I have come to speak with you about something of great importance," Li Zili stated, and without waiting for her consent, he stepped inside. Chapter 38. Foolishness upon entering. His gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on the suitcase resting on the floor, a hint of an enigmatic smile flickering in his eyes. "May I take a seat?" Li Zili inquired, turning to face Mayano Akemi, who had just closed the door behind her. "You've already entered, so how could I refuse you a seat?" Mayano Akemi replied, rendered momentarily speechless, yet filled with curiosity about this man. Why did he recognize her? What significant matter could he possibly wish to discuss? "Please have a seat," she urged. "Thank you," Li Zili responded, settling into a chair opposite the bed. Mayano Akemi perched herself on the edge of the bed, fixing her gaze upon Li Zili. "What is it that you wish to convey? Speak plainly." Li Zili glanced around the room, choosing not to answer her inquiry directly. Instead, he smiled and stated, "I am aware of what you did earlier, and I also know what you intend to do. The billion-yen from the bank. It's yours, is it not?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the suitcase, continuing amidst the widening of Mayano Akemi's pupils. "You seized this billion-yen with the intention of delivering it to Jin. And if I am not mistaken, Jin has promised you that if you present the organization with this sum, they will grant you and your sister your freedom. Am I correct?" With that, he gazed at Mayano Akemi with a knowing smile. At that moment, Mayano Akemi was utterly dumbfounded. Shock coursed through her, leaving her mind reeling with a singular thought. How could he possibly know this? How could he possess such knowledge? These matters were secrets she had not even shared with Mayano Shiho. They were known only to her. Yet, Li Zili astonishingly seemed to possess knowledge of it all. Who is this man? Could he possibly be a deity, aware of such matters? In that moment, Li Zili took on an aura of enigma in her heart. After a prolonged silence, Gongye Mingmei managed to regain her composure. She inhaled deeply and gazed earnestly at the man opposite her, inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" With a chuckle, he replied, "There is no need for excessive questioning. Suffice it to say that you should understand I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Li Zili's laughter only served to deepen the mystery surrounding him in Gongye Mingmei's mind. Numerous thoughts flashed through her consciousness, yet she recognized the validity of Li Zili's words. Indeed, he bore her no malice. Had he wished her harm, He could have easily alerted the authorities regarding her bank heist without resorting to such convoluted tactics. Gongye Mingmei took another deep breath to steady her emotions before continuing. What is your objective? I ask you, do you genuinely believe that by handing over this 10 billion to Jin, the organization will grant you and your sister freedom? Li Zili, with a serene smile, posed a question in return. Jin assured me that upon delivering this 10 billion to the organization, they would liberate both me and Shiho. I trust he will not go back on his word. Gongye Mingmei appeared to place her faith in Jin, seemingly oblivious to the grim reality that awaited her should she ever encounter him. How foolish! Li Zili scolded without courtesy, and before Gongye Zhihui could respond, he continued, You are unaware of the ruthlessness of the dark organization. Whenever their affairs are involved, even innocent lives are extinguished without hesitation. Do you truly believe such an organization would allow you and your sister to leave unscathed? Gongye Zhihui's expression shifted, and she fell into contemplation. Observing her reaction, Li Zili pressed on, I am not afraid to tell you that this 10 billion yen affair is a trap set by the dark organization. Regardless of whether you possess that sum, Jin will eliminate you. Gongye Aimi lowered her head, enveloped in silence. In truth, she found herself somewhat inclined to believe Li Zili's words. She had heard whispers of the dark organization's ferocity, and it was indeed implausible for them to release someone easily. Furthermore, Li Zili was shrouded in mystery, possessing knowledge that others were oblivious to. Thus, his words were unlikely to be unfounded. Lastly, there was no apparent benefit for Li Zili to deceive her. After a pause, Gongye Aimi raised her head, somewhat at a loss, and asked, Then, what should I do? Did you not just inquire about my intentions? In truth, I have come to rescue you, Li Zili replied with a smile. Really? Then thank you, Gongye Aimi said with a glimmer of hope. This enigmatic man might indeed be her savior. Do you have a plan? She inquired. I have my own strategies, Li Zili responded with a mysterious smile. I will provide you with this 10 billion yen, as it will be necessary for the plan. That is acceptable, but I hope to accompany you and witness the proceedings. Although Akemi Mayano believed in Riku Li's words, she yearned to witness for herself whether Jin would truly seek to take her life. No problem, wait here, and I shall call you when the time comes, Riku Li said, exchanging phone numbers with Akemi. He then rose, grasped his suitcase, and departed. As he reached the door, Akemi's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Why did you save me? Because I do not wish to see Shiho in sorrow, he replied, and with that parting remark, he exited the door. Because I do not wish to see Shiho in sorrow? Akemi's heart jolted, pondering whether he was a close friend of Shiho's. Yet why have I never encountered him before? The bond between the sisters was exceptionally strong. She was well acquainted with nearly all of Shiho's friends. Even if she were not, she had heard Shiho mention them. Moreover, Riku Li's willingness to rescue her for Shiho's sake implied a significant connection between them. Logically, she should have met Riku Li previously. Never mind, I shall ask Shiho about it when the opportunity arises. But from what I gather, he truly did not deceive me. With this thought, Akemi felt a wave of reassurance. Subsequently, she awaited Riku Li's call. After half an hour of anticipation, the phone finally rang. Akemi promptly answered, her voice laced with urgency. Hello? What is the update? Contact Jin and arrange a meeting with him. Understood. They exchanged a few more words before concluding the call. Subsequently, Akemi Mayano, caressing her phone, dialed Jin's number. After several rings, the call connected. Immediately, Jin's cold, deep voice resonated from the other end. Hello. I will transfer the money to you. Let us meet in half an hour at XXXX. Akemi inhaled deeply and calmly articulated these words. Understood. With that icy reply, Jin terminated the call. Akemi lingered for a moment, contemplating in silence before rising to depart. On a dimly lit street, a black Porsche 356A was parked at the roadside. In the brisk, chilling wind, two men clad in dark overcoats and wearing sunglasses exhaled wisps of smoke that flickered uncertainly. The man on the left, with golden hair partially obscured by a deep hat and bangs, exuded an air of detachment as he nonchalantly drew on his cigarette. He was none other than Jin. Setting down his phone, Jin took a deep breath and commanded, drive, head to XXXX. Beside him was his loyal subordinate, Vodka. Heeding his leader's directive, Vodka pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche surged forward like a cheetah, swiftly vanishing into the lengthening street. Chapter 39. Rescuing Akemi Mayano. 30 minutes elapsed. Jin and Vodka met with Akemi Mayano. "Where's the money?" Jin inquired without preamble. Akemi Mayano glanced at the briefcase at her feet, offering no response. Jin signaled to Vodka, who nodded and retrieved the briefcase from beside Akemi Mayano. Just then, Akemi Mayano's voice echoed, "Will you honor your promise and grant freedom to my sister and me?" "Freedom?" Jin's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Vodka chuckled derisively. The woman was naive. "What do you think the organization is? Do you believe we grant freedom at whim? How absurd. I shall grant you freedom now." With that, Jin produced a revolver and aimed it at Akemi Mayano's head. Bang! A deafening gunshot reverberated. The muzzle flashed. Akemi Mayano collapsed, blood gushing from her head. She had been shot point blank. "Let's go," Jin said, not sparing her a glance, turned and left with Vodka. "You really killed me." Approximately 800 meters away on a rooftop, Akemi Mayano lowered her binoculars in disbelief. She had just witnessed Jin murder her. Despite trusting Li Zili's words, witnessing Jin commit the act was a profound experience. These fellows do not honor their promises. "I have informed you that the Dark Organization is no charitable institution. It would not easily allow anyone to escape. You should now comprehend this reality, correct?" Li Zili cast a glance at the dazed Mayano Akemi beside him. Mayano Akemi, regaining her senses, gradually raised her gaze in disbelief towards Li Zili and inquired, "How did you accomplish this? Speak the truth." When she first encountered another version of herself, she was astounded. That person's appearance mirrored her own perfectly. Were she not the genuine Mayano Akemi, she might have mistaken that individual for herself. It was utterly astonishing. Reflecting on it now, she remained in shock. "Hey, you need not pry further. Suffice it to say, you are alive," Li Zili replied with a smile. In truth, the explanation was rather simple. He had found a mute woman whose physique closely resembled that of Mayano Akemi and had disguised her to assume Akemi's likeness. Furthermore, he concealed a small microphone on her person. During her speech, it was in actuality Mayano Akemi speaking into the microphone. She uttered only a single phrase in front of Jin. Thus he could not possibly harbor any suspicion. This man. Mayano Akemi gazed at Li Zili in a trance, sensing that he had become even more enigmatic, capable of executing such an extraordinary feat subsequently. Li Zili retrieved the small microphone from the mute woman. This might have been the sole flaw in the operation. However, from this moment onward, that flaw ceased to exist. In the bank. "What? A female corpse has been discovered. All right, I will rush over immediately." Just as Inspector Megurshirzwa was preoccupied with a bank robbery case, he received a call from a passerby reporting the grim find. Frowning, he thought to himself, just when one crisis is resolved, another emerges. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. A deceased individual warranted immediate attention, even more so than a robbery. Before long, Inspector Megur arrived at the scene with a team in tow. Meanwhile, in a secluded inn, Li Zili addressed Mayano Akemi, who was seated on the bed. "I have arranged for your flight to the United States in the coming days." "What? I am going to America?" Mayano Akemi exclaimed, nearly springing to her feet in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. "Of course, do you wish to remain in the country, hoping that the Dark Organization remains oblivious to your survival?" Li Zili replied matter-of-factly. "Aye." Mayano Akemi found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, as Li Zili had pointed out, staying in the country greatly increased the risk of being discovered by the Dark Organization. Should they learn of her continued existence, the consequences could be dire. Without waiting for her response, Li Zili extended his hand and said, "Your phone." Mayano Akemi retrieved her phone, which he promptly took from her. "During these next few days, you are not to communicate with anyone, not even with Akai Shuichi. You know about my connection with Akai Shuichi?" Mayano Akemi gasped in shock. With a wry smile, she muttered to herself, "Indeed, you are such an enigmatic fellow, knowing even about my plans to meet Jin. Your awareness of these matters isn't particularly surprising." Li Zili seemed to disregard her words, continuing, once you arrive in America, you may contact Akai Shuichi, but it would be prudent not to reach out to Shiho. Why shouldn't I contact Shiho? Mayano Akemi inquired, perplexed. If you wish to ensure Shiho's safety, it is advisable to heed my counsel. Li Zili replied with a calm demeanor, offering no further explanation. In truth, it was better for Sherry to remain unaware of Mayano Akemi's survival for the time being. The moment Sherry discovers that Mayano Akemi is alive, there exists the peril of exposing the truth in front of Jin. One must understand that Jin is both astute and composed. Any hint of vulnerability could be discerned by him. Moreover, even if Sherry were to maintain her composure in Jin's presence, it would still pose a risk. Li Zili was unwilling to take such a chance, for otherwise, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Very well. When may I contact her then? Mayano Akemi felt a twinge of helplessness in her heart. Yet, for the sake of her sister's safety, she refrained from further protest. You will know in due course, Li Zili stated. What does that mean? What is this you will know in due course? Mayano Akemi found herself at a loss for words. Yet she understood that even if she pressed for answers, Li Zili would remain tight-lipped. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, voice modulation. At that moment, the sound of the system resonated. Li Zili felt a surge of joy in his heart. Remarkably, he had acquired a skill, voice modulation. As the name suggests, it allows one to alter their voice. It is quite similar to the voice-changing device used by Conan, yet undeniably voice modulation surpasses the device by leaps and bounds. There is no need for any machinery. One can transform their voice into that of anyone they desire. Indeed, this skill is not only practical but also quite entertaining. Li Zili chuckled inwardly, feeling quite pleased with the reward from this mission. What is wrong with you? Seeing Li Zili lost in thought and silent, Akemi Mayano waved her hand in front of him. His mind was drawn back to the present, and he shook his head, saying, All right, stay here for the next couple of days and don't wander off until I come to find you. Without waiting for Akemi Mayano's response, he turned and walked away. Chapter 40. The plan to save 2 days later, Li Zili arrived at the hotel to meet Mayano Akemi, bearing a flight ticket to the United States obtained through his hacking skills. Here, this is your ticket. The ticket was meticulously crafted, leaving no trace online. Even if someone were to investigate in the future, it would remain undetectable. Mayano Akemi took the ticket, glancing down to note that the departure time was 4:30 p.m. She clutched the ticket tightly and looked at Li Zili, saying earnestly, Thank you. In truth, she had yet to properly express her gratitude to her savior. Were it not for Li Zili, she would now be deceased. At that moment, she sincerely thanked him. Li Zili felt her genuine appreciation, yet he merely smiled softly and replied, You're welcome. He then returned her phone and offered a few words of caution. That afternoon, Mayano Akemi boarded the plane to America. In the interim, Mayano Akemi's supposed death was broadcast on television, which Li Zili noticed with a faint smile. Meanwhile, within a seemingly ordinary corporate building in the city center, a different reality thrived. This structure was, in fact, a research facility for a dark organization, a fact that would likely elude the police, who would never suspect such malevolence could reside in the heart of the city. Inside the building, Sherry, known as Mayano Shiho, sat despondently in a corner, resembling a wounded wildcat, forlorn and pitiful. Having received intelligence that a low-ranking operative named Masami Hirota had been executed by the organization, she discerned that this was none other than her sister, Akemi Mayano, under an assumed identity. Her sister was dead at the hands of the organization. Unbelieving, Sherry endeavored to confirm this with Jin, but to no avail. Jin was unreachable. Her sister was dead. Sherry, cradling her knees, buried her face within, her body trembling subtly. Solitude, helplessness, darkness, and frigidity, akin to a gargantuan hand emerging from the abyss. Despair gripped her heart firmly. After a protracted silence, Sherry's resolve solidified. Since the organization would not respond, she would rebel. From this day forth, she would cease the APTX 4869 development project. Following Akemi Mayano's departure, a sense of relief washed over Li Zili, as the matter was finally concluded. However, at that moment, the system's unyielding voice reverberated within his mind. A primary mission has been issued. rescue Shiho Miyano and gain her favor. Upon completion, a random attribute point will be awarded, with a high probability of acquiring a skill. The system had presented him with yet another such task. Upon further reflection, Li Zili clapped his hands together. Indeed, adhering to the original storyline, Shiho Miyano, upon discovering her sister's execution by the organization, resolves to halt the research and development of APTX 4869, incurring the displeasure of the Dark Organization's overlords. As a result, she was cast into the gas chamber by the Jinn. It appears that I must venture into the shadows to rescue her. Li Zili stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He devised a plan for her salvation. On the following evening at 8 o'clock, Li Zili found himself in a bar opposite the Dark Organization's pharmaceutical research building. Having read the original text, he was well aware of the location of the Dark Organization's research facility and knew that Sherry was employed there. At this juncture, he focused his gaze on a burly man clad in black, seated at the bar, who was the target of his mission that night. This man was Takeda Kazuo, an operative of the Dark Organization, assigned to monitor Sherry. Once Takeda finished his drink, Li Zili approached him and addressed the bartender, requesting 2 glasses of vodka. After the order was placed, he turned to the man in black and remarked with a smile, "Isn't it dull to drink alone?" Before Takeda could respond, Li Zili slid one of the vodka glasses towards him, cheerfully stating, "Allow me to treat you." Takeda turned to scrutinize this man beside him. The individual appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in a suit, resembling a nearby office worker. This was, of course, Li Zili's altered appearance, having refrained from using the visage of Kusakawa Hiroichi. Perhaps perceiving Li Zili as just another office worker, Takeda did not decline the offer and took a sip of the vodka, swallowing it with a gulp. Witnessing this, an enigmatic smile flickered in Li Zili's eyes. Subsequently, as he sipped his drink, he engaged in conversation with the man clad in black. When the latter had nearly drained the vodka from his glass, Li Zili glanced at the time, contemplating that it was time to make his move. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the burly figure suddenly slumped over the table, unconscious. A smile crept across Li Zili's face. The drug had finally taken effect. In truth, when he had been pouring drinks for the man in black earlier, he had seized the opportunity to discreetly slip the sedative into the liquor, resulting in Takeda Kazuo's abrupt collapse. What? How did the sedative come into his possession? It is rather straightforward. The police department had confiscated a considerable amount of illicit substances, including several that could induce a state of unconsciousness. Li Zili had managed to sneak back to the precinct and pilfered a small vial. He took only a modest amount, ensuring he would not be easily discovered. Furthermore, even if someone noticed the missing vial, they would have no way of knowing he was the culprit. "Sir, what happened to him?" At that moment, a waitress approached, having noticed the man in black slumped over the table. Li Zili calmly replied, "It's nothing. My friend has had too much to drink." "Oh," the waitress nodded, showing no further concern as she walked away. After all, this was a bar, and such occurrences were far too common to provoke any alarm. Afterward, Li Zili assisted the unconscious man in black to his feet and gradually escorted him out of the bar. Half an hour later, in a secluded hotel, Li Zili unceremoniously tossed the man onto the floor and secured him tightly to a chair with rope. Even then, the other party remains unresponsive. After securely binding the imposing figure clad in black, Li Zili clapped his hands and remarked with a smile, "All done. It seems the effects of this drug are quite potent." Despite the commotion, he remains oblivious. He then declared, "Now, it's time for me to make some preparations." With that, Li Zili entered the restroom. A few minutes later, he emerged. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have been taken aback by Li Zili's appearance. Clad entirely in black, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Fukuda Kazuo. One might speculate that even Jin would be unable to discern his true identity. It was astonishing how alike they looked. Clearing his throat, Li Zili greeted, "Hello, Jin." Upon closer inspection, the voice that escaped him was not his own but rather that of Fukuda Kazuo. Indeed, he had employed the skill voice alteration. "Haha, from this moment forth, I am Fukuda Kazuo," Li Zili proclaimed with a hearty laugh, casting a glance at the bound Fukuda Kazuo before striding out confidently. The headquarters of this shadowy organization was indeed vast and exuded an air of opulence, bustling with activity. Yet where was Shirley? He had yet to catch sight of her. As Li Zili traversed the corridors of the organization's research facility, he mused to himself. Given his current guise as Fukuda Kazuo, no one dared to impede his passage. Just then, his eyes brightened. Shirley. Chapter 41. Sherry. Li Zili beheld Sherry, who sat with her chin resting on her hands, gazing pensively out the window, an aura of deep contemplation surrounding her. Approaching her from behind, he realized she remained oblivious to his presence. Choosing not to disturb her, Li Zili stepped aside, admiring the delicate curve of her profile. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced. Sherry was indeed a stunning beauty. Even in profile, her features were exquisite and beyond reproach. At that instant, he found himself enamored, silently confessing, "Sherry, I have fallen for you." Just then, Sherry's reverie was interrupted as she turned her head, catching a glimpse of Li Zili. She tilted her head slightly, noticing him gazing intently at her. A frown crossed her brow, sensing that something was amiss with him today. However, before she could ponder further, Li Zili's expression transformed back to its usual calm as he approached her. Was that merely an illusion? As she observed Li Zili revert to his normal demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed Sherry's mind. Upon reaching her, Li Zili parted his lips, seemingly ready to speak, when suddenly, two men clad in black strode purposefully towards them. The foremost figure exuded a chilling presence, his demeanor radiating the unmistakable message, "Do not approach." Chinjiu vodka, Li Zili thought, watching the approaching figures with unease. Yet, it appeared Chinjiu paid him no heed, directly confronting Sherry with an icy tone. "Sherry, are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Is this a confrontation? What is happening?" Li Zili was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment's reflection, he began to piece together the situation. It was likely that Shirley had ceased the development of APTX 4869. Now Jin had come to confront her. Indeed, his conjecture was accurate. "I am aware, but I shall not alter my decision," Shirley replied with a frigid tone, her resolve unwavering. "Very well." Jin fixed his gaze upon Shirley for a prolonged moment before coldly uttering a few words. He then turned on his heel and departed. His subordinate, Vodka, hurriedly followed him. As they exited the research building, Vodka remarked, "Brother, this Shirley is courting death by daring to defy Boss Rum's orders and halting the development of APTX 4869. Sooner or later, Boss Rum will not let her off the hook." "Humph, I shall not show any mercy when that time comes." Jin's eyes glinted with a frigid light. "Shirley, the repercussions of your actions will be severe. Even if Boss Jin does not take your life, Boss Rum certainly will." Li Zili observed Shirley and spoke. "Humph, my life and death are of no concern to you." Shirley shot a glance at Li Zili, her eyes reflecting a flicker of disdain. "Damn it, you are aligned with them." In truth, she was fully aware of the consequences of defying the organization's orders. However, with her sister's death and the organization's silence, she felt compelled to act, even if it meant death. "I merely offer you a word of caution. Whether you heed it is entirely your affair." Sensing Sherry's demeanor, Li Zili shrugged. "Are you truly benevolent? Who would believe that? Don't feign compassion like a cat weeping for a mouse." Sherry let out a cold laugh, and without waiting for Li Zili's response, she rose and departed. A trace of bitter amusement flickered in Li Zili's eyes. He genuinely intended to counsel Sherry, yet it was evident that she held a grudge against him. One could hardly blame her. After all, he was now Shin Tanaka, aligned with Jin and his cohorts. How could Sherry not harbor animosity toward him? Shaking his head, Li Zili followed suit. As her monitor, it was imperative for him to remain close. Throughout the day, Sherry accomplished nothing, lost in thought. When she returned to her room, Li Zili, along with another individual tasked with observing her, stationed themselves outside her door. The organization had dispatched 2 operatives to keep tabs on Sherry. At midnight, the door suddenly swung open. Sherry emerged from within. Li Zili and his companion approached her, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" Sherry cast him a frosty glance, uttering not a word, and slowly strode past, her hands tucked into her pockets. They followed her closely. Before long, they witnessed Sherry entering a bar. Once inside, she settled into a corner, sipping her drink alone. Li Zili and his companion refrained from approaching, instead taking a seat at a nearby table, casually ordering a bottle of rum. They continued to drink, their glasses half full. Abruptly, Zili Li noticed Sherry being accosted by two youths who appeared to be ruffians. The two youths were sidling up to Sherry, attempting to caress her fair face, but Sherry rebuffed them. Enraged, the two youths with menacing auras seemed poised to assault Sherry. Upon witnessing this, Zili Li averted his gaze and remarked to his companion, gesturing towards Sherry, "Observe over there." The burly man in black surveyed the scene. Upon recognizing Sherry's predicament, he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he stood up and scoffed coldly. "Humph, a bunch of small fry. Do you think you can trifle with the members of our organization? Let's go," he said to Zili Li, before striding towards Sherry. Zili Li also set down his glass, leisurely rose to his feet, and followed behind. As the burly man in black approached, he acted without uttering a word. The two youths, just as they were about to lay hands on Sherry, were felled to the ground by the burly man in black who had arrived from behind. Being a member of a clandestine organization, the burly man in black was naturally more than a match for the two hoodlums. "Begone!" After knocking down the two youths, the burly man in black coldly roared. The two youths scrambled to their feet and fled in disarray, realizing at a glance that the burly man in black was not to be trifled with, especially since he had an accomplice. Seeing that the burly man in black had driven away the two hoodlums, Sherry merely cast a cursory glance at him and Zili Li, without rising to express her gratitude, and continued to imbibe her drink. Li Zili and the man in black returned to their seats without a word. It was 2:30 in the morning when Sherry finally rose, and with the scent of alcohol wafting around her, she departed from the bar. 3 days imperceptibly passed. On this day, gin and vodka once more arrived at the research building. At this moment, the two stood before Sherry, gazing at her with icy indifference. Jin spoke with a chilling tone. "Sherry, you have courted your own demise. Do not hold me accountable. What do you intend to do?" Sherry retorted, her eyes fixed on Jin. "Humph, take her away," Jin commanded coldly. "Well, the organization's orders have been issued." Li Zili immediately understood what was transpiring. Sherry was undoubtedly to be executed. He and another man in black stepped forward, seized Sherry's arms, and followed gin and vodka out of the building. They arrived before the entrance to the gas chamber. As Li Zili and his companion halted, they heard Jin's frigid voice. "Take her inside." Li Zili and the man in black escorted Sherry into the gas chamber. The small, dimly lit room had no windows, save for a refuse chute barely large enough for a child to squeeze through. After bringing Sherry inside, Jin abruptly produced a pair of frigid handcuffs, saying, "Secure her with these." Li Zili promptly received the handcuffs. He turned to Sherry and said, "Sherry, you brought this upon yourself." "Humph." Sherry scoffed, turning her head away. Li Zili approached and fastened Sherry's hands to an iron pipe. Subsequently, before departing, he cast a profound glance at Sherry. Upon arriving outside the gas chamber, the heavy iron door clanged shut, and Jin issued his command with chilling indifference. "Activate the gas." Chapter 42. Shirley shrinks in the gas chamber. Bound to the iron pipe, Shirley's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced down at her hands. In her grasp lay a single pill. This was none other than APTX 4869, a substance she was all too familiar with. Recalling the words of Fukuda Kazuo moments earlier, a mixture of bewilderment and suspicion clouded her gaze. Just prior, as Fukuda handcuffed her, he had pressed the APTX 4869 into her palm, whispering urgently in her ear, "Take this, swallow it. It may save your life." Could this truly save me? Yet wasn't that man aligned with Jin and his associates? What reason could he possibly have for wanting to rescue me? What advantage would it bring him? Shirley found herself ensnared in a web of confusion. After contemplating for a while, she raised the APTX 4869 to her eyes, her expression wavering. Should I heed his words and ingest it? After much deliberation, a sense of resolve ignited within her, and she made her decision. She tilted her head back and swallowed the APTX 4869. Her choice was largely dictated by a lack of alternatives. The gas chamber had been activated and a thick, toxic mist began to pour forth from the openings. In such dire circumstances, She had no choice but to trust Fukuda's words. Otherwise, she would face certain death. Shirley was unwilling to succumb so easily, especially when the circumstances surrounding her sister's demise remained shrouded in mystery. Upon swallowing the aptX 4869, a searing pain surged through her entire face was contorted, as if pricked by countless needles. Sherry bit her lip tightly, remaining silent as she silently endured the agony. During this ordeal, the bones within her body emitted crisp sounds, and her form gradually shrank. Before long, she transformed into a small girl. Her delicate hands effortlessly retrieved themselves from the handcuffs. Sherry was astonished by the turn of events. However, there was no time for contemplation. The toxic gas was rapidly permeating the area, and the consequences of remaining would be dire. Without hesitation, Sherry covered her mouth with her long sleeves and dashed towards the waste pipe. Then, with her legs descending, she completely dove inside. As she slid down in an instant, Sherry vanished from the gas chamber. Outside the gas chamber, under the command of Jin, Li Zili approached the gas switch and turned it on. Yet, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. About half an hour later, Jin ordered the gas switch to be turned off and activated the ventilation fan. The whooshing sound of wind swept through the gas chamber. In the blink of an eye, the toxic gas was cleared from the room. When Jin and a few others entered to investigate, their expressions changed immediately. Only Li Zili bore a hint of a smile. The gas chamber was utterly vacant, save for a pair of cold handcuffs hanging from a pipe, seemingly mocking everyone. Jin's expression turned icy as he commanded, "Search. Find her for me. Ha! Good luck finding her if you can." Li Zili chuckled coldly to himself. However, he outwardly complied with the others and stepped out of the building to seek out Sherry. In a desolate area near the research building, Li Zili transformed back into the guise of Hiroichi Kasakawa, swiftly vanishing into the night. The inky darkness enveloped the surroundings, as ominous clouds gathered overhead, with blue lightning swirling within, producing a deep, thunderous resonance. A heavy atmosphere weighed upon the entire city. Moments later, a torrent of raindrops cascaded from the heavens. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, the city became shrouded in a fine mist. On a broad highway, a slender figure trudged along the roadside, moving slowly through the rain. Vehicles rushed past her, splashing droplets that soaked her through, leaving her resembling a drenched rat. Sherry kept her head bowed, advancing step by step, her complexion pale yet her eyes held a glimmer of determination. She knew she must leave this place swiftly. Jin would undoubtedly search for her upon realizing her absence. Remaining here would lead to her discovery. Despite this urgency, her pace faltered. The effects of aptX 4869 had not only diminished her stature but also drained her strength. Moreover, the journey from the research building to this spot had left her utterly exhausted. As she continued, the effort intensified, her pallor becoming more pronounced. "I can hardly go on. What shall I do? If I collapse here, Jin and the others will surely find me. Who can assist me?" Just when Sherry felt a bit helpless, she suddenly sensed someone approaching her. The umbrella he held shielded her from the rain. With no droplets striking her, Sherry felt a measure of relief. She turned her head to look. Beside her stood an exceptionally handsome young man. Although Sherry had encountered many attractive individuals before, she had to admit that this gentleman was the most striking she had ever seen. At that moment, he was holding a black umbrella and gazing at her with a warm smile. Sherry was about to express her gratitude when the words that escaped his lips left her utterly astonished. He said, "Sherry, you indeed followed my advice and took aptX 4869. While you may not be as beautiful as before, you still possess a certain charm." After saying this, he smiled at her. In an instant, Sherry felt a chill run down her spine, her eyes wide with terror. It was not the man's smile that frightened her, but rather his words. Such a revelation was staggering. A tempest of emotions surged within her. This man not only recognized her, but also knew that she had shrunk due to aptX 4869. He was aware of what had transpired moments ago. This was decidedly too frightening. "Who are you?" Sherry asked, her body rigid as she stared at him. "Have you already forgotten your savior?" He replied with a chuckle, mimicking the voice of Takeda Kazuo. Instantly, Sherry's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. After a brief moment, Sherry regained her composure and looked at Li Zili, saying, "You are Takeda Kazuo." "No, you are not Takeda Kazuo. Why did you save me?" At this moment, Sherry had come to understand that the man before her was impersonating Takeda Kazuo. Therefore, he was aware of the events that had transpired earlier. "Shall I speak the truth?" Li Zili chuckled. Of course, Sherry nodded. "I saved you because I have feelings for you, little Sherry. Will you be my wife?" Li Zili bent down, gazing at her with a smile. "Ah?" Sherry was taken aback, her eyes widening like lanterns. She was utterly bewildered. She never anticipated that Li Zili would utter such words. After a significant pause, Sherry finally regained her senses and, with a serious expression, said, "Do not jest with me. Tell me, why did you really save me? Goodness, you don't believe me when I speak the truth. I swear, everything I just said is genuine. I saved you because I truly like you," Li Zili admitted. Of course, there was also a part of him that was motivated by a system task. But that was inconsequential. Yet, Sherry remained skeptical. Did he need to fabricate a lie to convince her? Observing her demeanor, it was clear that unless he provided a reason, she would not feel at ease. After pondering for a moment, Li Zili concocted a falsehood. "All right, I will be honest. The truth is, I was entrusted by someone to save you." Entrusted by whom? Sherry believed that this made more sense. Otherwise, what justification does a stranger have to save her? "Do not inquire further. In due time you shall understand." Such words were merely his whimsical utterances. How could he possibly seek out a name? "I wish to know," insisted Shirley, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "A friend of yours?" Li Zili could only respond, hastily adding as he sensed Shirley's inclination to speak further, "Do not worry. I harbor no ill will towards you. Otherwise, I would not have rescued you, would I?" Upon reflection, Shirley nodded, acknowledging the sense in his words. If Li Zili truly bore malice towards her, he would have simply allowed her to perish in the gas chamber. With this realization, Shirley felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, just as her tension dissipated, a sudden dizziness engulfed her, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue. She fainted on the spot. In truth, she had been utterly exhausted, on the brink of unconsciousness. Had it not been for her previous wariness towards Li Zili, she would have succumbed much earlier. Now, with her mind at ease, she naturally succumbed to the darkness. Observing Shirley's body lean precariously to the side, Li Zili swiftly caught her in his arms, cradling her close. He then lifted her up, shielded by an umbrella, and proceeded onward, soon vanishing into the rain-soaked night. Chapter 43. Have you been missing me? At the residence of Dr. Agasa, the esteemed inventor had diligently cleared his home of all refuse, carrying several bulging trash bags as he exited his abode. Upon returning from discarding the rubbish, his peripheral vision caught sight of something unusual. Dr. Agasa murmured softly, intrigued as he approached the object. It lay concealed in his front yard, shrouded by fallen leaves, rendering its identity obscure. As he cautiously drew nearer, his eyes widened in astonishment. A little girl. Indeed, the object of his curiosity was none other than a small child, her eyes tightly shut, leaving her state uncertain. Without hesitation, Dr. Agasa knelt down and gently checked for her breath. A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, she was alive. Yet, a flicker of bewilderment followed. Whose child could she be? What had led her to faint in his front yard? After a moment of pondering, unable to decipher the mystery, Dr. Agasa shook his head, deciding it was of little consequence. Rescuing her took precedence. With that thought, he lifted the little girl and carried her into his home. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley across from Dr. Agasa's residence, Li Zili stood at the entrance, silently observing as the inventor brought Sherry inside. A hint of a smile graced his lips, for he knew well that Sherry was the child he had placed in Dr. Agasa's front yard. "Sherry, my dear, I trust this fulfills your wish," Li Zili mused, casting a glance towards the sky with a smile. Suddenly, he recalled something with dismay.
What a predicament.
I saved Sherry. Why has the system yet to notify me that I have completed the task? Li Zili anxiously inquired within his mind about the situation. The system responded, "Please examine the task details closely. Although you have rescued Sherry, you have yet to earn her affection. Thus, the task remains incomplete. Sherry does not harbor any fondness for me? Li Zili's expression fell. Damn it. After all he had done, Sherry still held no regard for him. How frustrating. Upon further reflection, however, Li Zili's mood began to steady. Although he had saved Sherry, she had only just learned of his deed before losing consciousness. It was likely that she was still in a state of shock. How could she possibly have developed feelings for him so quickly? No matter, there was no rush. When he next encountered Sherry, she would likely have warmed to him. Li Zili flashed a charming smile and then departed from the scene. Opening her eyes, Sherry roused from her daze, emitting a murmuring sound. She then sat upright, glancing around, her gaze flickering with confusion. Where am I? Where did that guy go? Upon closer inspection, she realized she was in a dimly lit bedroom, seated on a tatami mat. Sherry felt an even greater sense of bewilderment. Where exactly is this? That handsome fellow, and the gas chamber. Could it all have been a dream? A dream. The thought of dreaming prompted Sherry to quickly glance down at herself. Upon witnessing her transformation into a child, she realized that the events preceding this moment were not merely a figment of her imagination, but rather a stark reality. Where had that individual gone? And what was this place? Sherry lifted the covers, rising to her feet and, barefoot, made her way to the door. She then nudged it open slightly to peer outside, where she spotted a portly, bespectacled man, bald and bustling about, seemingly engrossed in some task. Professor Agasa? A flicker of surprise crossed Sherry's eyes, but she quickly deduced the situation. It was undoubtedly that fellow who had entrusted her to Professor Agasa, and he had the audacity to flee. There were still numerous questions weighing on her mind. However, being placed in the care of Professor Agasa was, in a sense, a fulfillment of her wishes. Sherry mused to herself. She was familiar with Professor Agasa, having conducted an inquiry into Shinichi Kudo, which had inadvertently led her to investigate his neighbor. Why had she been probing into Shinichi Kudo? Because she suspected that he had ingested her concocted aptX 4869, transforming him into a child. Now, she could be certain that Shinichi Kudo had indeed consumed aptX 4869, for she herself had taken the same drug and reverted to childhood. It appeared that Shinichi Kudo was currently using the alias Conan. Initially, she had intended to infiltrate Professor Agasa's home to extract Conan's blood for further study. However, now that she found herself here, such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. A smile graced Sherry's lips as she resolved to remain hidden within Professor Agasa's abode, as it would bring her closer to Conan. Furthermore, the dark organization likely did not anticipate her presence here. However, there is that individual I must locate. I have numerous inquiries to pose to him. Sherry clasped her hands around the large door, the visage of Li Zili emerging vividly in her mind. Subsequently, she pushed open the door and advanced towards Dr. Agasa. At the Metropolitan Police Department. Ah, the great detective, you have finally returned. Where have you been these past few days? Sato Mawako regarded Li Zili with her enchanting eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. What, Miss Police Officer? Do you miss me? Li Zili replied with a grin. Pa, who would miss you, you shameless scoundrel? Sato Mawako's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, seemingly reluctant to meet Li Zili's gaze, turning her head aside. Observing Sato Mawako's demeanor, Li Zili felt a stir within. Could it be that this beautiful woman truly harbors feelings for me? Her appearance certainly suggests so. In truth, Li Zili's conjecture was not far from the mark. During his absence, Sato Mawako had indeed mentioned him on several occasions. However, there was no way she would articulate such sentiments aloud. I must tell you, during your absence, we have all been exceedingly busy. Several significant incidents have transpired, she declared. Is that so? Li Zili responded nonchalantly, already aware of the nature of those incidents. They pertained to the bank robbery case and the tragic death of Mayano Akemi. Indeed, these cases have lingered for quite some time without yielding any clues. The 1 billion that was stolen from the bank has not been recovered, Miyako Sato remarked. Cannot be retrieved, Li Zili mumbled. That billion was taken by Jin. How could it possibly be recovered? What did you say? Miyako Sato inquired, unable to catch his words. Nothing, Li Zili replied, shaking his head. He looked at her and smiled. Detective Sato, It seems that you have become even more beautiful in the few days we haven't seen each other. Your skin appears fairer than before. Miyako Sato's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? Are you implying that I was not beautiful before, or that my skin was not fair? Not at all. I meant to say you were beautiful before, but now you are even more so. Your skin was fair before, and now it is even fairer, Li Zili quickly clarified, eager to appease her. Humph. At least you know how to speak properly, Miyako Sato huffed, deciding to let him off the hook. At that moment a colleague approached and said, Kasakawa, Officer Muro is looking for you. Probably regarding those cases, Li Zili murmured as he lowered his head, then addressed his colleague. Understood. Detective, you are indeed quite popular. As soon as you return, Officer Muro is already seeking you out, Miyako Sato remarked with a cheerful smile. Li Zili smiled back but said nothing further. He then proceeded to meet with Muro Juzo. Chapter 44. Useless items. How have you been, Kasakawa? Upon entering the office area of Inspector Megure Juizu, the officer turned to him with a smile. Not bad. Did Inspector Megure need something from me? Li Zili had no desire for idle chatter. If the person before him had been a stunning beauty, he might have been inclined to engage in conversation. Unfortunately, he was faced with a portly man, devoid of any allure. What Inspector Megure subsequently uttered was entirely within Li Zili's expectations. It was merely a request regarding the bank robbery case and the death of Akemi Mayano. He wanted to enlist his help in investigating these two matters. Li Zili silently shrugged. The resolution of these cases seemed implausible. There was no point in seeking his assistance. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, merely offering a perfunctory response to Inspector Megure, saying, Rest assured, Inspector Megure, I will look into these two cases promptly. Thank you, my dear Kasakawa, Inspector Megure replied sincerely, completely oblivious to the fact that Li Zili was merely humoring him. All right, I shall attend to it this afternoon. Li Zili nodded and turned to leave. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed Satu Mawako leaning over the partition between them, her face alight with a smile as she inquired, What did the great Detective Megure want with you? Gossip. Li Zili shot her a glance of disdain, choosing not to respond. Is it too much to ask to share? Such stinginess, humph, Satu Mawako huffed, glaring at him indignantly. That scoundrel. I, a beautiful lady, approached you with good intentions, and what is your attitude? Do you truly wish to know? Upon hearing this, Li Zili turned to look at her, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, women possess a profound curiosity, and this policewoman is no exception. Sato Mawako nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. If you give me a kiss, I shall divulge the secret. Li Zili chuckled in response. Go to hell. Sato Mawako, filled with anticipation, was taken aback by his retort, nearly fuming with indignation. She shot him a fierce glare and, with a huff, proclaimed him a scoundrel and shameless fiend before storming back to her seat. Once seated, Sato Mawako began to incessantly jab her pen against the table, as if it were Li Zili himself. While she poked, she muttered angrily, Scoundrel, rotten egg, I shall pierce you, pierce you. At that moment, she suddenly heard Li Zili's laughter drifting toward her. Miss, you're about to ruin the table. Perhaps you should spare it. The table, seemingly in tears. Humph, what do you care? I shall continue to poke. Sato Mawako glanced at him, jabbing a few more times with even greater fervor. Observing her antics, Li Zili found it amusing. He had not anticipated that Sato Mawako possessed such an endearing side. Truly, it was unexpected. He chuckled and said, Well, don't you want to know what Officer Muro said to me? Isn't it all right if I tell you? Upon hearing this, Mawako Sato paused her writing, turned to look at him, and replied, Really? Of course, Li Zili nodded, then added, In fact, Officer Muro sought me out merely to ask me to investigate those two bank robbery cases. Did you agree to it? Mawako Sato inquired. Could I refuse? Li Zili shrugged. When will you go to investigate? I will accompany you, Mawako Sato immediately declared. She took great pleasure in watching Li Zili as he uncovered cases. The moment he revealed the findings was particularly thrilling. Li Zili was exceptionally astute and remarkably handsome, which made her heart flutter. Aren't you busy with other matters? You needn't come along, Li Zili replied, a bit exasperated. He was merely going through the motions and had no intention of solving the case. What did it mean for Mawako Sato to tag along? It's fine. I have some trivial matters to attend to that can wait. Mawako Sato immediately shook her head. Seeing this, Li Zili felt resigned. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to employ this tactic. He then remarked, since you're so eager to follow me, have you perhaps fallen for me? Nonsense. Who would fall for you, you shameless creature? Mawako Sato exclaimed, taken aback by Li Zili's sudden remark, her face flushing crimson. If you don't love me, then why do you enjoy being with me so much? Li Zili said with a playful grin. Whoever wishes to accompany you may do so, but if one chooses not to, then so be it. Now that you implore me to join, I shall decline. Sato Mawako, in a fit of pique, turned her back to Li Zili. It appears this tactic proves quite effective. Witnessing Sato Mawako's refusal to go, Li Zili couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Subsequently, he returned to his own seat. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Zili, accompanied by several colleagues, made a trip to the bank that had been robbed. Following that, they visited the crime scene. After completing this obligatory tour, Li Zili returned to speak with Muku Jusen, stating, several days have passed since the incident, and all evidence has vanished. I am unable to uncover any leads. Muku Jusen expressed a hint of disappointment, yet he understood the truth in Li Zili's words. With so much time elapsed since the crime, the disappearance of evidence rendered any investigation exceedingly challenging. After successfully navigating the encounter with Muku Jusen, Li Zili leisurely strolled back to his seat. Later that evening, within a dimly lit bar, only Jin and a bartender occupied the premises. Jin sat at the bar, silently sipping a glass of icy spirits. A dark hat obscured half of his face, yet his eyes occasionally flickered with a steely glint. As he indulged in his drink, the door suddenly swung open, and a burly figure clad in black entered. It was none other than vodka. Jin continued to drink silently, taking one sip after another, without turning to acknowledge vodka. Suddenly, vodka approached him and said, "Brother, I've located that fellow, Fukuda Kazuo." Upon hearing this, Jin's gaze sharpened, and his hand holding the drink paused momentarily. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he coldly inquired, "Where is he?" "Just outside," vodka replied. "Then bring him in." "Yes, brother." With that, vodka promptly exited to fetch Fukuda Kazuo. Fukuda appeared weary, looking as though he hadn't slept for several days. He was brought before Jin, head bowed, and timidly uttered, "Boss." "Speak, what happened?" Jin glanced at him, took another sip of his drink, his tone chillingly indifferent. I was at the bar that day, and out of nowhere, a salaryman approached me and handed me a drink. After consuming it, I blacked out. When I regained consciousness, I found myself bound in a hotel room, and it took me a great effort to escape. Fukuda St. Chapter 45. Encountering Sherry again upon witnessing Takeda Kazuo lifeless on the ground, Jin expressionlessly retracted his firearm. Vodka, surveying the corpse, scoffed, "Scoundrel, after such an affair, you still dare to return to face the boss? You deserve to be dead." Bah! With that, he spat contemptuously onto the floor. This individual was merely a peripheral member of the organization. His demise was inconsequential, and no one would pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the bartender continued with his duties, seemingly oblivious to the recent events. In truth, this bar belonged to the Dark Organization, and the bartender was one of its affiliates. Dispose of the body, Jin instructed vodka, then nonchalantly lifted his glass, sipping silently as if he had merely crushed an ant. "Understood, boss," vodka replied, commencing the task of handling Takeda Kazuo's remains. Upon returning, vodka addressed Jin, who was still indulging in his drink. "Boss, this fellow was utterly inept. Had he not been compromised, Sherry would not have escaped." Jin gently swirled his glass, contemplatively responding, "The imposter posing as Takeda Kazuo is no ordinary adversary. He possesses skills in disguise. Nevertheless, we must locate him. Anyone who dares to oppose us is doomed." His voice turned chillingly severe as he spoke. "I understand, boss. I shall find that individual at once," vodka asserted. Jin raised his glass and took a sip, remaining silent. Meanwhile, vodka swiftly exited the scene. It was evident that the outcome would be fruitless in locating Ririko, for he had initially assumed a different identity to meet Takeda Kazuo at the bar. later reverting to the visage of Hiroichi Kasakawa. Where could vodka possibly search? Even with a century at his disposal, finding Ruriko would remain an unattainable endeavor. 5 days later, at the Metropolitan Police Department. What? A murder has occurred, all right? I understand. While sipping water, Ruriko suddenly noticed Magyar JZ rising to answer a phone call. A frown creased his brow. A murder case. It appeared that his brief respite from work was about to come to an end. Just as he contemplated this, Magyar was already assembling the team, and naturally, he was included among the ranks of esteemed detectives. Subsequently, they all proceeded to the crime scene. Upon arrival, Ruriko observed several children bustling about the room, seemingly in search of clues. They were none other than Conan, Genta Kojima, Ayumi Yoshida, and Mitsuhiko Tsuburaya. Oh, and there was Shiho. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes upon seeing her. So, it is this individual. As Ruriko surveyed Shiho and the others, Conan caught sight of him. Instantly, his gaze sharpened. It seemed that wherever a murder took place, Ruriko was sure to appear, much to Conan's chagrin. In the previous encounters, I may have succumbed to defeat, but this time the outcome may be different. Conan thought to himself as he clenched his fist, casting a glance at Lizili that bore a hint of intensity. Conan, why are you staring at that police officer? At that moment, Ayumi noticed the expression on Conan's face and approached him with a question. She also cast a curious glance at Lizili, whom she naturally did not recognize. Indeed, Conan, is there something special about him? Genta, standing nearby, also looked at Lizili with a puzzled expression before addressing Conan. Before Conan could respond, Hikaru interjected with a smile. I understand now, Conan, you suspect he murdered Miss Mitsuki Makako. He is the suspect, isn't he? Mitsuki Makako was the victim of the recent crime. Conan rolled his eyes in disbelief. What does this even mean? Although Hirakawa Koichi was indeed bothersome, how could he possibly be a suspect? Little did Conan realize that Lizili truly was a suspect, though not for this particular case. While they conversed, they were oblivious to Shirley, whose expression had drastically changed. Upon hearing the voices of Conan and his friends, her gaze shifted, quickly honing in on the subject of their discussion. Lizili. The moment she laid eyes on him, her pupils dilated, and her complexion altered as she internally gasped. It's him. Her eyes filled with astonishment. She never anticipated encountering Lizili here, let alone discovering that he was a police officer. Subsequently, a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. She had been searching for Lizili over the past few days, yet her efforts had been in vain. At this moment, Lizili unexpectedly appeared before her. Just then, his gaze shifted towards her, and after a brief exchange of glances, he nonchalantly averted his eyes. Is he pretending not to recognize me? A trace of confusion washed over Shirley's expression. After pondering for a moment, despite the myriad questions she longed to pose to Lizili, she refrained from approaching him immediately. Instead, she feigned ignorance of his presence and meandered around casually. Meanwhile, having listened to Guangyan's remarks, Conan replied with exasperation, It's not as you think. He is a police officer. How could he possibly be a suspect? Moreover, he has just arrived at the scene. But Conan, why are you staring at him? Ayumi inquired with curiosity. It's rather complicated to explain, Conan replied dismissively. I simply think that brother is the most handsome among the police officers. No one else compares. Indeed, he is quite handsome, Ayumi nodded repeatedly. In light of this, he truly is striking, Yuanta and Guangyan chimed in, also nodding vigorously. These fellows are remarkably easy to deceive. Conan mused with a silent chuckle at their antics. Haihara, come quickly. That police officer is incredibly handsome. At that moment, Ayumi turned to wave at the wandering Haihara AI, who is also known as Shirley. Shirley approached her side. As she gazed at Lizili, memories of that rainy night a few days prior flooded her mind. Lizili had held an umbrella and confessed, I like you, Xiaoshuali. Will you be my wife? A faint blush had involuntarily crept across her face. Unfortunately, Conan noticed her expression and inquired, Hybera, why are you blushing? Just 2 days earlier, he had encountered Hybera AI at Dr. Agasa's house, and he was taken aback to discover that she knew his greatest secret, that he was Kudo Shinichi. He later learned that Hybera was the one who developed APTX 4869 and was affiliated with the Black organization. She herself had consumed the drug and transformed into a child. At that moment, Conan had been utterly astonished. "It's nothing," Hybera replied, casting him a fleeting glance and shaking her head. Conan looked at her with curiosity, then turned his gaze towards the moving Lizili, yet he refrained from saying anything. After a brief moment, Conan approached Lizili and playfully called out, "Brother Kazukawa." "Oh, Conan, you're here too," Lizili responded, as if he had just noticed Conan, affectionately ruffling his hair. Resisting the urge to shove away that unwanted hand, Conan continued to play the part of the adorable child, asking, "Brother Kazukawa, do you have any leads on this case?" Chapter 46. You are the murderer. Upon hearing Conan's words, Lizili cast him a meaningful glance. It seemed that this Conan had become significantly more astute this time, aware enough to attempt to probe into his thoughts. In truth, Conan harbored similar thoughts, eager to ascertain whether Lizili had discerned any clues. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Lizili's eyes as he remarked with a smile, "Young Conan is indeed clever, recognizing that I have already grasped the clues." At once, Conan's face lit up with excitement, his mind racing with the realization. He had obtained a lead. He had barely arrived and already stumbled upon a clue. Oh my! Observing Conan's exuberance, Lizili could no longer contain his laughter. He then added, "Just kidding. I do not possess any clues yet." However, he silently thought to himself, "But I already know who the murderer is." Not long after arriving at the scene, Lizili had recalled the details of the case and naturally knew the identity of the culprit. Upon hearing his words, Conan breathed a sigh of relief, his tension dissipating. Had he been privy to the unspoken addition in Lizili's mind, he might have been utterly disheartened. Subsequently, with a playful demeanor, Conan said, "Brother Kusakawa, you carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave." With that, he resumed his investigation into the case. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with Lizili. He was determined to uncover the murderer before Lizili did. This time, he vowed to triumph over him. Watching Conan bustle about energetically, Lizili could only shake his head in bemusement. Subsequently, he turned and walked to the window, gazing at the azure sky outside, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice belonging to a young girl broke the silence. "I didn't expect you to be a police officer. What a surprise." Lizili turned to see Shirori standing beside him, her gaze fixed on the outside world. "Shirori, it's been a few days. How have you been?" Lizili smiled at her. Upon hearing this, Shirori finally looked his way, her tone icy as she replied, "I'm now called Hybera AI. Please refrain from addressing me by that name. Is this really how you speak to your savior? Doesn't your conscience ache?" Lizili chuckled. Shirori rolled her eyes and retorted bluntly, "Not at all." Though they had only met twice and exchanged few words, Shirori perceived that this fellow was somewhat frivolous. "Oh dear, my tender heart." Lizili clutched his chest, feigning an expression of injury. Shirori glared at him with her beautiful eyes, imploring him to be more serious. She had many earnest questions to ask, yet he remained irreverent. Just as Lizili was about to speak, Takagi Wataru approached, saying, "Kusakawa, Officer Megure is looking for you." This time, Satomawako was not present, but Takagi Wataru had come. "Understood." Lizili nodded, casting a glance at Shirori before turning to leave. "Kusakawa, what are your thoughts on this case? Have you found any clues?" exclaimed Muga Shizuku as he spotted Riri Mizuki approaching. In an instant, all eyes in the room were drawn to him, including Conan's, who paused to gaze intently at Riri. However, a flicker of confusion crossed Sherry's eyes. Why was this inspector being so courteous to his subordinate, personally inquiring if he had discovered any leads? Ignoring the attention of the crowd, Riri was about to speak when a middle-aged woman entered through the door. Upon seeing her, Muga Shizuku hurried over and said, "Ms. Goto, I apologize for requiring you to come in person. Is this your employee, Ms. Mitsui Mika?" It turned out that Muga Shizuku had summoned Ms. Goto to identify the body. Ms. Goto approached the corpse, glanced down, and immediately covered her mouth in tears, exclaiming, "It's her. Oh, officer, how did she die? Who killed her?" She turned back to Muga Shizuku, desperation in her eyes. She was strangled. As for the assailant, our police are currently investigating, replied Muga Shizuku. Upon hearing this, Ms. Goto, her voice choked with emotion, implored, "Officer, you must find her killer." Yet, a glimmer of a smile briefly flickered in her eyes. "Rest assured, we will apprehend the culprit." Muga Shizuku assured her before instructing a nearby officer, "Please take Ms. Goto down to rest." Yes, the officer responded, preparing to escort her out. However, just a few steps away, a voice suddenly called out, "Stop!" Upon turning back, it was revealed to be Li Zili. Everyone's gaze fell upon him. Mumu Shursan inquired, "Brother Chaochuan, what troubles you?" "She cannot leave yet," replied Li Zili. "Why?" The crowd was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Li Zili insisted on retaining the manager of Wudao. At that moment, Li Zili calmly declared, "Because she is the murderer." With that, he fixed his gaze upon the Wudao manager and added with a smile, "Isn't that right?" The revelation sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the Wudao manager was indeed the culprit. Meanwhile, Conan was visibly shaken, his complexion turning a ghastly shade akin to that of someone suffering from constipation. Internally, he screamed, "Why? Why has he once again deduced the identity of the murderer before me?" Just then, the Wudao manager, upon hearing Li Zili's accusation, displayed a fleeting glimmer of panic in her eyes, yet quickly waved her hand in denial, saying, "How could I possibly have killed Miss Mikiko? You must be mistaken." Still attempting to wriggle out of the situation, her audacity was remarkable. Li Zili, harboring a silent scoff, retorted, "I never misidentify a murderer." After surveying the crowd, he posed a question. "Do you wish to know what weapon was used to strangle the deceased?" Conan's heart raced with urgency, for despite his investigations thus far, he had yet to ascertain the instrument of Mikiko's demise. Moreover, no weapon was found at the scene, leaving its whereabouts a mystery. At that moment, Mumu Shursan spoke up, asking Brother Chaochuan what weapon was used to strangle her. "Has anyone discerned what is conspicuously absent from this room?" queried Mr. Li. A collective perusal of the apartment ensued, each individual, including Sherry, endeavoring to identify the missing article. "The coat hanger," Conan interjected sagaciously. "The coat hanger from that garment is missing." Simultaneously, the instrument of the crime dawned upon him. Attention was immediately drawn to the floor, where a blue garment lay, bereft of its hanger. The article in question had been recently retrieved from the dry cleaner by Ms. Mitsui. "Precisely," Mr. Li affirmed. "The murder was perpetrated with this very coat hanger." Addressing the assembly, Mr. Li stated, "Ergo, she was asphyxiated by means of the hanger." A law enforcement officer addressed Inspector Magyar. "Our prior examination of the deceased's fingernails yielded fragments of plastic, which ostensibly originated from the aforementioned hanger." Inspector Magyar's gaze intensified as he directed it towards Ms. Gashima. His deduction led him to believe that the fragments discovered within the deceased's nails were remnants from the fatal struggle. Thus, he concluded, the murder weapon is indeed a coat hanger. Even if she was strangled with a coat hanger, what does that have to do with me? I didn't kill her. Ms. Gashima retorted defensively, noticing the gazes directed her way. "Indeed, you are the perpetrator who strangled the victim with the hanger," Mr. Li declared. Chapter 47. Feel free to ask anything upon hearing Li Zili's words. Miss Goto was infuriated. She exclaimed, "Nonsense. Fine, you claim I killed her, but where is your evidence? Can you produce any?" The crowd turned their gazes toward Li Zili. Although his assertions were logically sound, there was a conspicuous absence of tangible proof. No evidence. Everything was but a fabrication. Evidence? Li Zili pondered for a moment, then approached Officer Mumu, whispering intently in his ear. After listening, Officer Mumu's face registered surprise, yet he refrained from speaking. He promptly summoned Takagi, quietly instructing him. Before long, Takagi, astonished, dashed out with 2 colleagues. Shortly thereafter, they returned. With a tone of admiration, Takagi announced, "Officer Mumu, we have located the murder weapon used to kill Miss Mitsui." It turns out that Kusanagawa was indeed astute, knowing that the weapon was taken by a bird to build its nest. He handed a coat hanger to Mumu. Officer Mumu was equally astonished, realizing that it was precisely as Li Zili had described. The weapon resided in a bird's nest. Just moments ago, he had directed Takagi and the others to search the nest for the weapon. Meanwhile, upon seeing Takagi produce the coat hanger, Miss Goto's expression shifted, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. At that moment, Officer Mumu remarked, "Brother Kusanagawa, we have found the weapon, but how can we demonstrate that she murdered Miss Mitsui?" The crowd turned their gaze back to Lizili. Although there was a murder weapon without direct evidence linking it to Manager Goto, one could not conclusively prove her guilt. Only Conan and Sherry appeared contemplative, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Lizili chuckled lightly, grasped a hanger, and pointed to the sharp end, declaring, "Do you see this? There are bloodstains here, and they do not belong to the victim. To my knowledge, this blood is from the assailant, who, while using the hanger to strangle Makako Mitsui, inadvertently scratched herself with her own nails. Thus, he posited, the blood on this hanger belonged to the murderer." At this juncture, Lizili turned to the visibly shocked Manager Goto and inquired, "Miss Goto, might I ask how your hand was injured?" Upon hearing this, Manager Goto was taken aback but quickly attempted to deflect, saying, "I accidentally scratched it this morning. What does that have to do with me being the murderer? From my perspective, it seems you might have injured yourself while committing the crime," Lizili retorted, his gaze piercing. "Still in denial? Your blood is already on the hanger. A simple test will reveal the truth. Do you dare to continue your pretense?" His words resonated with the weight of thunder, striking at the very core of Miss Goto. She became ashen, collapsing to the ground. "You are right. I killed her." The crowd was astounded, unable to fathom that she was indeed the one who murdered Makako Mitsui, particularly Sherry, whose eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting Lizili to possess such remarkable deductive prowess. The case was astonishingly resolved so swiftly, with the perpetrator apprehended on the spot. This unorthodox individual exhibited remarkable intelligence, unraveling the mystery in an instant. Sherry regarded Lizili with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. "Wow, that dashing older brother is truly impressive." The trio of young children, led by Bume, expressed their admiration. Subsequently, Bume turned to Conan and inquired, "Conan, do you think we're right?" At that moment, Conan was seen with his head bowed, embodying a spirit of despondency. "Conan, what troubles you?" Bume asked, puzzled. What else could Conan feel but disheartened? Disappointment, despair, and a multitude of negative emotions engulfed his very soul. Losing once or twice to Lizili was bearable. Yet after 4 or 5 defeats, Conan was confronted with a disconcerting realization. His deductive abilities were truly inferior to those of Lizili. This epiphany plunged Conan into an abyss of despondency. In the realm of solving mysteries, he had always believed his prowess was unparalleled. Yet he had succumbed to Lizili. "I am not his equal. I truly am not." Conan repeated this lamentation within the confines of his mind. In truth, Conan had displayed a commendable resilience. It was only after numerous defeats at the hands of Lizili that he found himself in such a state, having previously been filled with unwavering determination. An average person would likely never dare to compete with Lizili in such a manner. Noticing that Conan seemed oblivious to her words, Ayumi tugged at his sleeve and called out, "Conan!" Hybra glanced at Conan. Conan's reverie was interrupted, and he looked blankly at Ayumi, inquiring, "What is it, Ayumi?" "I was talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Ayumi asked. Conan shook his head. Consequently, Ayumi repeated what she had said earlier. Upon hearing this, Conan was even more crestfallen, remaining silent. At that moment, Ms. Goto had already confessed the motive for her crime. It turned out that Mitsui Mika had resigned without her consent, and during their dispute, Mitsui Mika had accidentally struck her with a clothes hanger. As a result, she harbored resentment and strangled Mitsui Mika with the hanger. After strangling Mitsui Mika, she discarded the murder weapon in the trash. Unexpectedly, a bird had taken it to build its nest. With the case resolved, everyone dispersed. The atmosphere among the Junior Detective League was somewhat somber. Throughout the journey, Conan kept his head down, completely immersed in a state of dejection. Hybra also remained silent. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Ayumi refrained from speaking as well. After walking for a while, Hybra suddenly spoke, "You guys go ahead. I just remembered I have something to take care of." Having said that, she left without waiting for their response. On a wide avenue, Li Zili was strolling along the sidewalk when suddenly a voice from behind interrupted him. Are you just gonna walk away? He paused and turned to see Shirley approaching. Ah, it's my dear Shirley. What's this? Are you missing me? A playful smile danced across Li Zili's face. Who is your dear? Can you be a bit more serious? Shirley rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her annoyance. This guy truly lacked decorum. All right, little Huiyuan. What brings you to me? Li Zili chuckled. Shirley rolled her eyes again. He was clearly aware that she was no child. Forget it. She didn't want to dwell on it. How exhausting. Let us find a place to talk. I have many questions for you, Shirley stated. Why not book a room at a hotel? You can ask me anything you wish. Li Zili replied with a mischievous grin. Shirley, suppressing the urge to strike him, responded coldly. Let us go to a quiet CAF at home to converse. Since you don't want to book a room, so be it. I'll follow your lead. Li Zili shrugged. Shirley rolled her eyes once more. Chapter 48. A dialogue with Sherry at the Mori Detective Agency. Mori Ran noticed that Conan seemed somewhat off. Ever since he returned from outside, he had not uttered a single word, appearing sullen and somewhat disheartened. At that moment he sat by the window, gazing vacantly into the distance. What could have transpired? Why had Conan changed so dramatically upon his return? Seeing Conan in such a state filled Mori Ran with an indescribable discomfort. Resolute in her decision to assist him, she approached Conan, bending down to smile at him and inquiring, Conan, what are you doing? Conan's thoughts were abruptly drawn back to the present as he glanced at Mori Ran, weakly calling out, Rane? What has happened, Conan? Mori Ran asked, settling herself beside him. Nothing has happened, Conan replied, shaking his head and turning his gaze back to the window. Conan, you cannot deceive me. Since you returned, you have said not a word. Can you truly claim that nothing has occurred? After speaking, Mori Ran softened her tone, adding, Conan, please tell me. Do not forget, I am your Rane. As Conan lifted his gaze to meet Mori Ran's eyes, he felt a tremor within. In her eyes, he perceived genuine concern and affection. He thought to himself, if I do not confide in Ran, she will undoubtedly feel disappointed and sorrowful. I cannot bear to see her in pain. With this realization, Conan made his decision. He pondered for a moment and then said, Sister Xiaolan, I have a friend. He possesses remarkable detective skills and has never been bested by anyone. However, one day, a man appeared who surpassed him in this regard. For the first time in his life, he found himself defeated in solving a case. Yet, he remained undaunted and resolute, continually measuring himself against this man, convinced that he would ultimately triumph. Alas, he lost time and again. Eventually, he came to the sobering realization that he truly could not compare to this man. Now, my friend is utterly perplexed about what he should do. Mori Ran listened quietly until he finished. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, If I were your friend, I would befriend that man and strive to keep pace with him until I surpass him. Upon hearing this, Conan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and a bright light gradually ignited in his eyes. Indeed, Xiaolan's words resonated profoundly. Since I currently cannot outmatch him, I shall pursue him and eventually eclipse him. Otherwise, wallowing in frustration serves no purpose. With this thought, Conan felt revitalized, his spirits soaring. He silently expressed his gratitude. Xiaolan, thank you. In the sunlit CAF, a few scattered patrons were sipping coffee and engaging in hushed conversations. In a corner booth, Li Zili sat facing Sherry. Before the two of them stood steaming cups of coffee. Li Zili cradled his cup, taking a gentle sip. After setting it down, he turned to Sherry with a smile and said, What do you wish to ask? Go ahead. Sherry pondered for a moment, a multitude of queries swirling in her mind, all directed towards Li Zili. She organized her thoughts, and then, parting her lips, she posed her first question. Who exactly are you? Li Zili was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Don't you already know? I am Hiroichi Kasakawa, a humble servant of the people. By the way, if you're curious about whether I have a girlfriend, I can assure you that I do not. Sherry rolled her eyes, bemused by his antics. I didn't ask you so much. Whether you have a girlfriend is of no concern to me. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she continued, Is what you said truly the case? Doubt flickered in her eyes as she questioned the veracity of Li Zili's words. How could a public servant possess knowledge of dark organizations? How could he be aware of APTX 4869, the very subject of her research? Moreover, he even knew about the transformation caused by APTX 4869, a detail she herself had yet to uncover. There were countless other matters that were far beyond the ken of a mere public servant. Of course it's true. I would never deceive you, dear Sherry, Li Zili replied with a playful grin. Be serious. Sherry insisted, her expression grave. It seemed that this man could hardly maintain a serious demeanor for more than a few seconds. All right, Li Zili nodded slightly. Shirley pondered. Since he was not speaking the truth, she decided to employ a different approach to inquire. What do you know about the dark organization? Shirley asked. A little. Li Zili responded nonchalantly, his demeanor betraying no signs of anxiety. Then how do you know that consuming APTX 4869 can transform one into a child? Shirley pressed on, her gaze fixed intensely on Li Zili's eyes, as if searching for the veracity of his words. I learned by chance that taking this drug could turn one into a child, Li Zili replied with an air of nonchalance. What chance encounter was that? Shirley continued her interrogation. Just a chance encounter, Li Zili stated. Shirley rolled her eyes in exasperation. What difference does that make? Undeterred, she persisted with her questioning. Yet Li Zili remained adamant that his knowledge stemmed from mere chance, leaving her feeling quite helpless. However, she recognized that Li Zili would not divulge any further information on this matter. Hence, she chose to move on to another question. How did you know I was in danger? I learned of your peril by a chance encounter, Li Zili replied. Once again, it was merely a chance. Shirley felt utterly speechless, well aware that this question too would yield no answers. Li Zili was certainly not going to disclose anything. After a moment of contemplation, Shirley inquired, how did you come to possess the appearance of Fukada Kazuo, even mimicking his voice? How this is my secret, but if you promise to be my wife, I might share it with you, Li Zili said with a playful grin. Go to hell, you scoundrel. Shirley thought fiercely, wanting to voice her indignation, yet she held back at the last moment. Instead, she asked, after I lost consciousness, you handed me over to Dr. Agasa. Correct? Indeed, Li Zili nodded. One final question. At this juncture, Shirley fixed her gaze intently into his eyes and inquired, are you connected to the dark organization? Li Zili almost burst into laughter. What was this girl thinking? Did she fear he was affiliated with the dark organization? How amusing. Despite the urge to chuckle, Li Zili maintained a calm facade and replied, I assure you, I have no ties to the dark organization, nor do I harbor any ill will towards you, now or in the future. Shirley felt a jolt within her. She believed Li Zili's words were sincere. She sensed that he was not lying. He truly bore no malice towards her. In fact, she detected an indescribable, inexplicable affection emanating from him. How peculiar. This is only our second meeting. Why does he feel such a way towards me? Shirley pondered, filled with confusion. Well, you've asked quite enough. Now it's my turn to speak, Li Zili remarked, sipping his coffee and gazing at Shirley with a smile. Shirley, do you not wish to know if your sister is truly dead? What? Shirley exclaimed, standing up in shock, utterly taken aback. Tomorrow marks the launch of this book, and I wish to express a few thoughts. Due to personal matters at home, the release has been delayed, yet those affairs are now resolved. Once the book is available, I will dedicate myself to writing diligently. I would be immensely grateful if you could place your initial orders. That said, I will conclude my remarks here. The launch is expected to occur in the evening, as there will be a power outage during the day, which is rather inconvenient. Please stay tuned for the latest updates as I continue to work on the content. Chapter 49. Shirley's affection. Shirley, do you not wish to know if your sister is truly dead? Upon the utterance of this statement by Li Zili, Shirley was taken aback and rose abruptly from her seat. Her voice rang out loudly, capturing the attention of several nearby patrons. Soon, however, Shirley became aware of her indiscretion. Taking a deep breath, she settled back down, yet the astonishment on her face lingered. She fixed her gaze intently on Li Zili and inquired, why do you say such a thing? What do you think? Li Zili replied with a playful smile. Tell me quickly, Shirley exclaimed, seizing his hand with palpable excitement. First, call me husband, Li Zili teased. Instantly, Shirley's cheeks flushed with indignation, her expression brimming with fury as if she wished to strike him down. Haha, I'm just joking, Li Zili chuckled, thoroughly amused by her reaction. Her vexation was undeniably charming. Speak. Shirley glared at him fiercely. You are hurting my hand. Li Zili glanced at the hand she was gripping. At his words, Shirley quickly withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze as she murmured, I didn't mean to. I'm only teasing. It doesn't hurt at all, Li Zili laughed. You. Shirley was at a loss for words, yearning to kick him. This fellow was truly infuriating. At that moment, Li Zili declared, in truth, your sister, Mayano Akemi, is not dead. My sister is not dead. Shirley was momentarily stunned. Previously, she had believed her sister to be deceased. Upon witnessing her sister's appearance, Li Zili chuckled, your sister is perfectly alive. After a brief pause, Shirley regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Li Zili, questioning, how do you know she is not dead? How can I be certain you are not deceiving me again? As she posed this inquiry, a flicker of anxiety stirred within her. She feared that Li Zili might indeed be lying. Rest assured, this time I speak the truth. I rescued your sister, Li Zili stated, recounting the events surrounding the salvation of Miyuki Kamiyama. Upon hearing this, Shirley's face broke into a long-lost, joyous smile. My sister is truly alive. She recognized that Li Zili was indeed sincere this time, as the details he provided were too vivid to be fabricated. Shirley, you ought to smile more often. You are far more endearing when you do, Li Zili suddenly remarked with a grin. At this, Shirley shot him a glare. This fellow. Yet, her lips curled into a smile once more. She mused to herself, although this person is quite insufferable, he saved both me and my sister. He is, in fact, quite good-hearted. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Li Zili's mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have acquired the skill of photographic memory. As the system's words resonated, Li Zili felt a refreshing clarity envelop his mind. In an instant, he sensed that his memory had improved exponentially. Photographic memory? This skill is remarkable. Henceforth, nothing will escape my memory. How delightful! Li Zili felt a surge of satisfaction within, and then suddenly recalled something. Wait, the completion of this task signifies that Shirley holds some affection for me. Previously, the task remained unfulfilled, solely due to Shirley's lack of feelings for him. Now that it has been accomplished, it is evident that Shirley indeed harbors genuine feelings for him. This is a splendid beginning. With this thought in mind, Li Zili cast a smiling glance at Shirley. What are you looking at? Shirley returned his gaze. Nothing, Li Zili replied with a cheerful shake of his head. Shirley eyed him skeptically, sensing that his earlier glance carried a deeper significance. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it and inquired, where is my sister now? In America, Li Zili answered succinctly. A few minutes later, Li Zili exited the CAF, making his way briskly to the police headquarters. Inside the CAF, after Li Zili departed, Shirley hurried to a nearby phone booth and, with familiarity, dialed her sister Mayano Akemi's number. Buzzing. The call connected, and a familiar sound resonated on the line. Shirley waited anxiously. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Hello, who is this? Came a voice she recognized well. Sister, it's really you. Shirley felt a surge of excitement within her heart. Although she had learned from Li Zili that Mayano Akemi was still alive, hearing her voice was a different matter entirely. Yet, she could never shake off her unease. It was only upon hearing the voice of Akemi Mayano that she finally felt a sense of complete relief. A smile graced her lips as she spoke. Sister, it's me. Shiho, Akemi Mayano exclaimed with surprise. Upon hearing Sherry's voice, Akemi Mayano finally comprehended the meaning behind Li Zili's words from earlier. Back at the hotel, she had asked Li Zili when she could contact her sister, to which he had replied, you'll know when the time comes. It turned out that this was that moment. When Mayano Shiho reached out to her, at the Metropolitan Police Department, Great Detective, I hear you've solved yet another murder case? Sato Mawako said with a beaming smile as she saw Li Zili approach. Of course. You should have seen my gallant figure at that moment. I was quite dashing, Li Zili replied, brimming with self-importance. Humph. I had no desire to witness it, Sato Mawako retorted, though her words were insincere. In truth, she was very much interested in seeing Li Zili's impressive detective work. Unfortunately, she could not attend the crime scene this time due to other commitments. False? Li Zili responded with a teasing grin. Who's spreading falsehoods? How shameless. Do you really think you're that handsome? Sato Mawako scoffed. Apologies, but I truly am quite handsome. Li Zili chuckled. Shameless. Sato Mawako playfully chided. This fellow certainly had thick skin, boasting so unabashedly about himself. Hey, I say, officer, are you just lounging around every day without a care in the world? Li Zili remarked as he gazed at her. I've completed my tasks and now find myself at leisure. Are you envious, perhaps? Sato Mawako replied with a melodious voice. Please, would I ever envy you? Li Zili responded, taking a seat and opening his computer to indulge in a game. Indeed, there was no reason for anyone to envy him. His days were spent languidly, filled with nothing but games. Observing Li Zili engrossed in his gaming, Sato Mawako felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. If one were to ponder who at the entire police department enjoyed the most idle time, it would undoubtedly be Li Zili. After all, he was a legendary detective, enjoying certain privileges. Even Officer Muro would not reprimand him for playing games. Just as Li Zili was absorbed in his game, a sudden, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System. Ding. A random task has been triggered. Accept Suzuki Sunoko's invitation to participate in a game for magic enthusiasts and prevent Tanaka Rihei from committing murder. Upon task completion, you will receive random free attribute points and a small chance to acquire a skill. I can't write today. I'm stuck, truly unable to put anything down. Conan. Starting as a suspect, I can't write today. Currently in the midst of typing. Please hold for a moment. After the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 50. Preventing Tanaka Rihei from committing murder. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Zili was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean? Suzuki Sunoko would be inviting him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone began to ring. Li Zili retrieved his phone and glanced at the screen. Oh my, it was Sunoko's call. At that moment, Li Zili finally understood the meaning behind the system statement. He exhaled softly and answered the call. As soon as he brought the phone to his ear, Suzuki Sunoko's melodious voice resonated through the line. Hiroichi, what are you up to? I'm at work. Is there something you need, Miss Sunoko? Li Zili replied. Oh, don't call me Miss Sunoko. Just call me Sunoko. Alright, Sunoko, what can I do for you? I would like to invite you to a magician's gathering with me tomorrow. Would you be able to join? Sure. Wonderful. Suzuki Sunoko exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaped in joy. After agreeing on the time and place to meet, she ended the call. Li Zili chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gazed at the pristine white wall in silence for a moment. Finally, he murmured to himself to prevent Tanaka Rihei from committing murder. In the afternoon, he took a leave of absence from Mugir-Juzan. The following morning, Yefeng had a light breakfast before heading out. However, he was not on his way to meet Sunoko at their agreed rendezvous. Instead, he hailed a taxi from the roadside, setting off toward an unknown destination. On the other side, Suzuki Sunoko and Mori-ran arrived at the designated meeting spot with Yifeng. However, after waiting for an extended period, Yifeng failed to make an appearance. Mori-ran inquired, Sunoko, are you certain this is the correct place to meet? Sunoko, furrowing her brows in disappointment, replied, he must have stood me up. How could he not show? It was a rare opportunity for her to meet Li Zili, and now it seemed he had abandoned her. Don't fret. Just give him a call to find out what's going on, suggested Mori-ran. Upon hearing this, Sunoko promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Li Zili's number. The phone rang multiple times, yet there was no answer. She attempted to call him several more times, but Li Zili continued to ignore her calls. With a forlorn expression, Sunoko lamented to Mori-ran. Ran, he has stood me up again. Does he truly despise me? Mori-ran shared her discontent, initially wishing to console Sunoko. However, upon reflection, she recognized this as an opportunity for Sunoko to let go of her feelings for Li Zili. Thus, she said to Sunoko, I have told you before that he is not worth your time, and now you see for yourself, right? In my opinion, it would be best to move on. He is not deserving of your affection. No, Ran, you don't understand. I truly like him, Sonoko insisted, shaking her head as she reassured herself. He must have something important to attend to. He doesn't dislike me. After all, those in law enforcement are often quite busy. Upon reflecting on this, her spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, Maoli Ran declared, "In any case, I will not wait for him any longer. I am leaving." As she spoke, she made to depart. However, barely 2 steps away, she was halted by Suzuki Sonoko, who grasped her hand and implored, Xiao Ran, don't go just yet. Let us wait for another 5 minutes. If he has not arrived by then, we shall take our leave." Observing her friend's earnestness, Maoli Ran wore a resigned expression. What could be so extraordinary about Kazukawa Hiroichi? Had he enchanted you? She thought to herself, yet she did not wish to see her dear friend disheartened. So she nodded in agreement. "All right, but if he does not arrive in 5 minutes, we must leave. Understood?" Yes. You are the best, Xiao Ran," Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, beaming as she linked her arm with Maoli Ran's. As 5 minutes elapsed, Li Zili still had not made an appearance. With no other option, Suzuki Sonoko reluctantly decided to accompany Maoli Ran as they sought out Mori Kagoro, requesting him to drive them to the venue of the magicians' gathering. Nearby, Conan expressed his desire to join them. Thus, the 4 of them journeyed together toward the location of the magicians' assembly. In the snow-blanketed woods stood a secluded house, the very site of the magicians' gathering. A tall, handsome figure appeared before the dwelling. Gazing at the house, a hint of a smile graced his lips. Indeed, it was Li Zili. But why had he not gone to the rendezvous point arranged with Suzuki Sonoko, instead choosing to come here? To his knowledge, the recent incident involved the tragic demise of Ri Tanaka's grandfather during an escape magic act. While perusing her grandfather's records, Tanaka discovered that Nishiyama and Hinino had mocked his death. Fueled by indignation, she resolved to eliminate both individuals during the upcoming magicians' convention. Before Suzuki Sonoko and her companions could arrive, she successfully dispatched Mr. Nishiyama. Consequently, Li Zili felt compelled to arrive early to thwart her murderous intentions. Failure to do so would jeopardize the completion of his mission. Knock, knock, knock. Li Zili approached the grand door and rapped upon it. The door was opened by Hinino Ri, the very person Tanaka intended to kill. "Who are you looking for?" Hinino inquired, observing the striking figure standing outside with a hint of confusion. "I am seeking Miss Tanaka. Is she present?" Li Zili responded courteously. "Miss Tanaka? She has yet to arrive," Hinino replied, initially perplexed, and then continued, "This gathering is an assembly initiated by enthusiasts of magic. There are a total of 9 participants. It is still early, and only Takashi Doi and I have arrived thus far." Upon hearing this, Li Zili's expression shifted slightly. He suddenly recalled that Mr. Nishiyama had been murdered in his own home. Given that Tanaka had not yet arrived, it was highly probable that she was en route to Nishiyama's residence to carry out her deadly plan. Damn it! How could I have overlooked such a crucial detail? Li Zili lamented, feeling a pang of frustration. Ignoring Hinino's astonishment, he promptly turned and departed. A peculiar man gazed at the retreating figure of Li Zili, bewilderment flickering in his eyes as he shut the door. Meanwhile, Li Zili dashed forward, a sense of urgency propelling him onward. If his intuition served him right, Tanaka Ri had certainly proceeded to the Nishiyama residence with malicious intent. After all, it was only after Tanaka Ri had committed the act against Nishiyama that she had come here to meet with those enthusiasts of magic. Furthermore, their agreed rendezvous would not exceed an hour. Therefore, it was highly probable that within this hour, Tanaka Ri would strike against Nishiyama. He had to intervene. Upon reaching the roadside, Li Zili waved down a passing taxi, swiftly entering the vehicle. He held on to the hope that he was not too late. As he arrived at the Nishiyama building, he alighted from the car with haste. His gaze fell upon the windows of the Nishiyama home, which were ajar, and he could faintly hear the sounds of cooking emanating from within. A wave of relief washed over him. The presence of culinary activity indicated that Nishiyama was still alive. After all, it was unlikely that a perpetrator would leisurely remain in the victim's abode, preparing a meal post-crime. All was not lost. At that moment, Li Zili's attention sharpened. A tall, striking woman came into his view. It was none other than Tanaka Ri. Chapter 51. The plan fails. The appearance of Rihei Tanaka illuminated Zili Li's vision, indicating that he still had a chance to thwart her nefarious intentions. However, how could he possibly intervene? After a moment of contemplation, an ingenious idea struck him. He promptly approached and positioned himself directly in front of Rihei Tanaka, inquiring, "Hello, are you Miss Tanaka?" Startled by Li's sudden emergence, Tanaka instinctively recoiled. Upon hearing his words, she nodded and replied, "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are and how you know me?" The handsome young man certainly possessed charm, yet she was utterly unfamiliar with him. "It is indeed you, Miss Tanaka. Greetings. I am an admirer of your work. Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph?" Li feigned excitement as he spoke. Tanaka was momentarily taken aback. Was her identity as a magician truly so renowned that she had garnered fans? Nevertheless, she did not refuse Li's request. Retrieving a pen from her bag, she looked at him and asked, "Where shall I sign?" Where indeed? This posed a dilemma, for Li had not brought anything with him. However, in the next instant, inspiration struck him, and he extended his hand, saying, "Could you kindly sign on the back of my hand?" Of course, Tanaka replied, and proceeded to inscribe her name on the back of Li's hand. Subsequently, she assumed that after the autograph, he would take his leave. To her astonishment, this fellow incessantly held her captive in conversation. He remarked, "Miss Tanaka, your magic performances are truly mesmerizing. Whenever you take the stage, I am compelled to attend. I recall you possess a particularly remarkable act. What was it called? Let me think. Ah yes, it is titled Initially. Tanaka Rihue managed to endure Li Zili's incessant chatter. However, as time passed, her patience waned, for she needed to eliminate Nishiyama before the appointed gathering time. Only then could she meticulously plan the demise of Hanyu. Yet, the hour of the gathering was fast approaching. The journey from here to there would require nearly half an hour. Thus, her time was exceedingly limited. Observing Li Zili continuing his incessant prattle, Tanaka Rihue furrowed her brow and interrupted him, saying, "I apologize, but I am in a hurry. We shall converse another time." With that, she did not wait for Li Zili to respond and walked past him. However, just a few steps later, he positioned himself in front of her, blocking her path. "Miss Tanaka, let us converse further. I am truly in awe of you," he continued, launching into yet another interminable monologue, which left Tanaka Rihue feeling quite exasperated. She yearned to depart, but Li Zili persisted in his relentless discourse. Minutes slipped away one by one. At that moment, Tanaka glanced at her wristwatch, and her expression shifted dramatically. She had only 10 minutes remaining. If she could not eliminate Nishiyama within that time frame, she would miss the gathering, jeopardizing her plan to kill Hino. "I'm truly sorry, but I must take my leave," Tanaka stated, attempting to depart. Yet, she found herself ensnared by Koji Rizi, unable to extricate herself. Koji, seemingly exasperated, declared, "Miss Tanaka, I admire you immensely. I have resolved that wherever you go today, I shall follow." Tanaka rolled her eyes dramatically, utterly speechless at his persistence. At that moment, despair welled within her. With Koji trailing her, the prospect of killing Nishiyama seemed increasingly impossible. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. Before she knew it, 7 minutes had elapsed. Tanaka checked the time and felt a wave of hopelessness wash over her. She had missed her opportunity to eliminate Nishiyama. Damn it! She cursed inwardly at Koji Rizi for wasting her precious time. Ultimately, after careful consideration, she decided to abandon her plan to kill Nishiyama and instead proceed to the gathering to eliminate Hino. That plan must not be disrupted. With this resolution, Tanaka ignored Koji Rizi and turned to leave. To her surprise, he indeed followed closely behind her, as if to uphold his promise to accompany her wherever she went. Thus, they arrived at the gathering venue, the journey fraught with discomfort. Tanaka appeared somewhat pensive. As she knocked on the door, a person promptly came to open it. After exchanging a few words, they stepped inside, with Li Zili following suit. The one who opened the door, assuming Li Zili was a friend of Tanaka paid him no mind. Tanaka herself was disinclined to engage in conversation. Upon entering the room, she discovered 4 individuals present. After introductions were made, Li Zili learned their names: Hamanaka Ria, Kuroda Naoko, Era Yoshinori, and Sugima Kyohairu. Thus, it seemed that only Suzuki Sonoko and Nishiyama were absent. Observing these individuals, Lizili mused to himself. Subsequently, he settled onto the sofa and conversed with these aficionados of magic. A short while later, a knock echoed through the space. Era Yoshinori approached and opened the door. Instantly, Lizili heard Suzuki Sonoko's voice drift in. "I am Suzuki Sonoko, and this is my dear friend Mori Ran. Greetings to you all." Following closely was the voice of Mori Kagoro, who remarked, "Ran, I suppose the little rascal and I shall take our leave now." Shortly thereafter, Era Yoshinori closed the door, ushering Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko into the room. "Hi, Hiroichi." Upon spotting Lizili seated on the sofa, Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed with delight, her eyes wide in disbelief. She never anticipated that Lizili would be here. Regaining her composure, Suzuki Sonoko felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself, "Hiroichi did not stand me up. He arrived early. How delightful." Upon seeing Lizili, Mao Lilan's eyes revealed a flicker of profound surprise. Meanwhile, Tanaka Rihei cast a glance at Lizili, then turned her gaze toward Suzuki Sonoko, her expression reflecting intrigue. However, she chose to remain silent. As Sonoko approached, Lizili rose to his feet and said, "I apologize for arriving early." "Oh, it's quite all right," Sonoko replied with a warm smile, shaking her head repeatedly. Observing this, Mao Lilan nudged her arm and whispered in her ear, "Foolish infatuation. Stop staring. He is waiting for you." Startled, Sonoko returned to the present and noticed several individuals conversing with her, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had been so engrossed in watching Lizili that she had failed to notice their attempts at dialogue. It was no wonder Mao Lilan had described her as infatuated. Subsequently, Sonoko offered her apologies, exchanged a few words with them, and they all became acquainted. Just then, a stout young man descended from the upper floor. Upon sighting him, a playful smile danced on Lizili's lips, drawing the attention of the others to the rotund figure. The young man then spoke up, "Greetings, everyone. I am Doi Takemian. Please don't wait for me. I have a headache today and will not be continuing." Chapter 52. The return of Conan. At this moment, only the chat room host, the escape king, Shishan, and the shadow mage remain absent. Beside the long table in the living room, Rihue Tanaka perused the guest list while expressing her thoughts. "Oh dear. The shadow mage is attending as well," exclaimed Sonoko Suzuki, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What is it, Sonoko?" asked Ran Mori, gazing at her with curiosity, clearly unaware of the ominous presence of the shadow mage. "This individual always writes messages like 'I wish to soar into the sky' or 'I can vanish at any moment.' Each time I read such phrases, it sends shivers down my spine," Sonoko explained to Ran. "Goodness," Ran replied, somewhat taken aback. At that juncture, Rihue Tanaka, with her thumb resting thoughtfully on her chin, glanced at the list and inquired, "What shall we do now that the chat room host has yet to arrive?" Naoko Kuroda, adorned in a light red outfit, stood up and asked, "Does anyone happen to know the Escape King's phone number?" Yashizane Era approached the telephone, tilting his head toward Naoko Kuroda, and stated, "I do know his number, as well as his real name." He then picked up the landline and dialed Shishan's number. "Hello, Mr. Shishan. When can you arrive?" "What? You can't make it? Alright, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Yashizane turned to the group and announced, "The Escape King says he has an unexpected engagement and cannot join us. He suggested we entertain ourselves. Why isn't he coming?" Suzuki Sonoko pouted slightly, appearing somewhat disappointed. "Since he cannot join us, let us entertain ourselves," Nakako Kuroda suggested. "I shall prepare dinner with Sugima now. Could you please change the sheets in your rooms?" Arai Yoshikazu remarked, gesturing towards Sugima. "Alright." Everyone agreed before returning to their respective rooms. In Suzuki Sonoko's room, after changing the sheets, she and Ran Mori stood by the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside. "What a spacious backyard. The view here is truly magnificent," Ran commented. "It's rather dull. Ran, how about we go find Hiro?" Sonoko suggested, casting a bored glance at the outside view. "No, let's not," Ran replied firmly. "Come on, let us go," Sonoko insisted, pulling Ran out of the room. Arriving at Riko's room, they found her admiring the landscape from the window. Upon hearing the noise, she turned to them and smiled. "What brings you here?" Ran averted her gaze while Sonoko eagerly approached to engage her in conversation. Suddenly, a voice from outside called, "Dinner is ready." By the time Riko, Sonoko, and Ran reached the dining room, everyone was already present. During the meal, someone inquired, "Who is the Japanese magician you respect the most?" Then spoke up, "My favorite must be Kuroba Toichi. His magical performances are truly mesmerizing." T.I. Takashi turned to him and replied, "I feel the same way. I admire him as well." Tanaka Ri, holding a knife and fork, remarked, "As for me, I would say it's the young Kinoshita Jitcher, who has achieved all titles by the tender age of 20. Hamano Ryu also chimed in, "For me, my greatest admiration goes to Tsukumo Modokatsu." "What about you all?" Kuroda Naoko inquired. "I admire those who are no longer in their prime. I am fond of the currently popular Sanada Kazuma." "And you?" She glanced at Suzuki Sonoko and Mori Ran. "Without a doubt, it's Kasakawa Hiroichi," Sonoko declared without hesitation, a slight blush gracing her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Rishi Lee nearly choked on his drink. Mori Ran shot her a disapproving glance, thinking how this girl seemed utterly unashamed to publicly declare her affections. The others exchanged strange looks before turning to Rishi Lee, all falling silent. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Mori Ran promptly stood up, saying, "I'll go answer it." She walked over and opened the door, exclaiming in surprise, "Conan, what brings you back?" "Big Sister Ran, I believe your gathering will be quite entertaining, and I wish to stay and observe," Conan responded as he stepped inside. Upon encountering Lazili, he was initially taken aback, followed by a swift narrowing of his pupils. "Fortunately, I have returned." To his surprise, this fellow was also present. Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him for returning just in time. He had always been uneasy about leaving Lazili and Morlin together. "Where is my father? Why didn't he come back with you?" Morlin inquired as she spoke. "Uncle said he had matters to attend to at the office," Conan casually remarked while making his way to the dining table. Morlin hurried to catch up, grasping his hand and addressing the group. "This is Conan. You will all know him shortly." Subsequently, an additional seat appeared beside Lazili. After Conan took his place, he leaned in close to Lazili and whispered, "Brother Chaochuan, what brings you here as well?" "Guess," Lazili replied with a smile. "I can't guess." Conan rolled his eyes, too disinterested to venture a guess. He thought to himself, "Couldn't you just tell me?" At that moment, Conan, wearing a mask, began to cough repeatedly. Observing this, Doi Takatoshi set down his utensils, stood up, and said, "Little fellow, do you have a cold? I have some cold medicine. Allow me to fetch you some." With that, he went to retrieve the medicine for Conan. Conan expressed his gratitude, and after taking the cold remedy, his cough subsided somewhat. Following the meal, everyone began to prepare for games. However, Arai spoke up, saying, "Originally, tonight's game was entirely entrusted to our room leader, Mr. Nishiyama, but he has been unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. Why don't we select someone to take on the role of room leader? I propose Naoko Kuroda for the position." "I certainly do not wish to be room leader," Naoko Kuroda replied, shaking her head vigorously to indicate her reluctance. Takashi Doi clenched his fist and addressed the group. "Let us decide by rock, paper, scissors. It is the fairest method." "Please hold on a moment," Rikiya Hamanoya interjected, also shaking his head. "Choosing randomly lacks significance. Since we are all enthusiasts of magic, we should use magic to determine who will be the room leader." "Using magic for this decision?" Naoko Kuroda looked at him in confusion. "Now, may I ask Yoko to assist me?" Rikiya turned to Suzuki Yoko. "You want me to help?" Yoko pointed to her own nose, utterly perplexed by Rikiya's request for assistance. "Indeed," Rikiya replied, producing a white handkerchief from his pocket. He approached Yoko, placing a hand on her shoulder, and said, "Now, I will use this handkerchief to cover the lovely Yoko's enchanting eyes." He then looked at the crowd and asked, "Is there anyone present who has a pen?" Chapter 53. Oppression prediction. Having blindfolded Sonoko Suzuki with a white handkerchief, Toshiya Hamano addressed those present. "Does anyone happen to have a pen on their person? Would this suffice, perhaps, magician?" Ri Tanaka retrieved a pen and a small notebook from a red pen holder on the telephone table behind her, presenting them to Hamano. It will do nicely, Hamano affirmed, regarding her. Now, if you would be so kind as to inscribe each person's name upon a separate sheet. Certainly, Ri Tanaka responded, proceeding to the table and meticulously writing each name on a slip of paper. Once completed, arrange them together, invert them, and then present them to Miss Sonoko, Hamano instructed. Ri Tanaka, having finished writing, complied with Hamano's directions. Ah, yes, and provide the pen to Sonoko as well, Hamano added. Understood, Ri Tanaka replied, handing the pen to Sonoko. Subsequently, Toshiya Hamano declared, now, if everyone would be so kind as to step back a few paces. As he spoke, he gently guided Takagi Doi back a few steps. Very well, Sonoko. Take care to ensure no one observes your actions, and freely mark the papers with circles, crosses, and triangular symbols, Toshiya Hamano directed. Why is this necessary? Sonoko inquired, puzzled. A circle shall represent the section chief, a cross the individual responsible for this evening's entertainment, and as for the triangle, let me ponder. Yes, let her be the one to assist in heating water for everyone, Toshiya Hamano mused, a smile playing upon his lips. I shall take upon myself the task of boiling water, declared Sukima at that moment. Everyone turned their gaze towards Hino, uncertain of his intentions. He smiled and said, it's no trouble at all. This is merely a game, so a touch of punitive work might be more enjoyable. Upon hearing this, Sukima ceased to speak further and returned to his previous position. Just then, Suzuki Sonoko raised her hand, holding a pen, and announced loudly, all right, I have written down all 3 plans. Now, could someone please place these papers on the table? Of course, we must not flip them over just yet. Hino responded, I shall do it. Tanaka volunteered and walked over to take all the sheets from Sonoko's hand. Subsequently, she laid them out neatly on the table. Doi Takashi approached the table and suggested, in that case, let us begin with the room leader. With that, he prepared to unveil the paper adorned with circles. Wait, Hino interrupted him. Before you reveal it, may I venture a guess as to the names written on these papers? A guess? The others looked at him with curiosity, while only Riko displayed a keen interest, appearing to relish the unfolding drama without intervening. At this juncture, Hino shook his head, stroked his chin, and feigned contemplation for a moment before stating, if my sixth sense serves me correctly, Miss Kuroda, I believe it is you. Me? Naoko Kuroda, with an expression of astonishment, pointed at herself and then laughed while waving her hand in disbelief. How could this be? She exclaimed, unable to resist walking over to the table to pick up the paper adorned with circles. The others gathered around to take a look. Upon flipping the paper over, Kuroda was taken aback, exclaiming, no way, Hino actually predicted this. Everyone was somewhat astonished. The paper clearly bore the characters for Kuroda. At this moment, Hino continued with his predictions, stating next the one responsible for boiling the bathwater will be. Pausing for effect before suddenly pointing at Rihei Tanaka, it is you, Miss Tanaka. How can it be me? Rihei Tanaka feigned surprise. The others displayed little reaction, except for Koji Riko, who cast a meaningful glance in her direction. It truly is Miss Tanaka. Remarkable, he has guessed correctly again, exclaimed Sonoko Suzuki upon revealing a paper with a triangle drawn on it, which bore the name Tanaka. Look, Sonoko said, presenting the paper to Rihei Tanaka. It really is me, Tanaka remarked, glancing at the paper before directing an annoyed look towards Hino. You haven't tampered with this in some way, have you? Not at all. You have seen for yourself that I haven't touched these papers, and as for Sonoko, she was blindfolded, so it has nothing to do with me, Hino insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. I understand now. I shall go and boil the bathwater, Rihei Tanaka said, appearing somewhat irritated as she departed. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when Su-Rian spoke up, inquiring, do you know where the firewood is kept? Rest assured, I have already surveyed the entire area upon my arrival, replied Ri Tanaka. With that, she disregarded the others and exited the room. After her departure, Hamano turned to the group and announced, well then, the remaining task is to assign this paper. Today's event coordinator for the entertainment segment, Doi Takashi, is you. With that, he pointed directly at Doi Takashi. Ah! Exclaimed Doi Takashi, his expression one of astonishment, before adding, this is going to be a disaster. Let me take a look. Arai Yashiharu said, as he opened the paper adorned with a cross that lay on the table. In the next moment, both he and the approaching Doi Takashi were momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Ri Hamano, stating, "The coordinator for the entertainment segment should indeed be you, Mr. Hamano." With that, Arai revealed the name inscribed on the paper. Ah! Hamano's face was drenched in perspiration, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had never anticipated being mistaken in such a manner. Lee, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of amusement, casting a glance at Hamano as if he had foreseen this turn of events. "You see, it is indeed you." Observing Hamano's astonishment, Arai approached and presented the paper for him to see. "This is quite perplexing," Hamano remarked, gazing at the paper with a look of utter confusion, as if to say, "Why does this differ from my expectations?" Upon witnessing his demeanor, Suzuki Sonoko stifled a chuckle, then remarked with a smile, "All right, you should return to your room and contemplate the program." Beside her, Toki Takashi added, "Make sure not to make any mistakes this time. It's truly vexing." Hinode Riki rolled his eyes but ultimately ascended the stairs to his room. After his departure, Kuroda Naoko expressed her uncertainty, saying, "What shall I do? How can I lead? I haven't taken on a leadership role since my days as a Girl Scout." In response, Araki Yoshizawa turned to her with a reassuring smile. "It's all right. After all, you are merely the acting room leader. I shall head to the wine cellar to procure a fine bottle, while Sugama, you may proceed to the kitchen to prepare some simple dishes." "Understood," Sugama replied. "Then I leave everything in your capable hands, room leader." Araki took a few steps forward, glancing back at Kuroda Naoko with a smile. "Oh dear." Upon witnessing this, Kuroda Naoko sighed, then steeled herself, addressing those around her. "In that case, Sonoko, please look after our ailing little brother. The rest of you, could you check if we are in need of any cups or utensils on the table and replenish as necessary?" Chapter 54. The shock in the field. All right. Everyone responded in unison before dispersing in different directions. "Hey, have you seen Hiroichi Xiaolen?" Not long after, Suzuki Sonoko turned around only to discover that Lee Zili was, astonishingly, no longer present. He had been there just a moment ago. "I haven't seen him." Mao Lilan shook her head and remarked, "He's grown up. He surely won't get lost. There's no need to worry about him." As she spoke, she smiled at the softly coughing Conan. "Conan, your cough seems rather severe. Why not rest in your room for a bit?" "All right, Sister Xiaolin." Conan nodded, aware that he was indeed feeling unwell. Ever since he caught a chill, his mind had been in a haze. Rest was truly necessary. "Yuenzi, let's head upstairs," Mao Lilan said, pulling the curious Suzuki Sonoko along, seemingly in search of Lee Zili as they ascended to the second floor. The plan was proceeding smoothly. That detestable Hinino, I shall eliminate him. Tanaka Rihei thought to herself while stealthily making her way toward Hinino Rya's room. The preparations had long been made. As long as she successfully dispatched Hinino and disposed of the body as planned, no one would ever suspect her. One could say this would be a flawless crime. "Hinino." Tanaka Rihei murmured the name, a sinister smile creeping across her face. "Miss Tanaka, what a coincidence." At that moment, a male voice suddenly interrupted, startling Tanaka Rihei. She quickly glanced over and saw Lee Zili leaning against the wall, wearing a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely aloof as he regarded her. What is he doing here? With this thought in her mind, Tianzhong Rihue spoke nonchalantly. "Mr. Kasakawa, what a coincidence." Coincidence can be seen in two ways, fortunate or unfortunate, Lee Zili replied with a faint smile. Tianzhong Rihue scrutinized Lee Zili closely. She noticed that the man before her now was somewhat different from the one she had encountered earlier. The fervent gaze of an admirer was notably absent from his eyes. Little did she know that the previous demeanor was merely a fade, and this was the true essence of him. "Why do you say that?" Tianzhong Rihue inquired. "Ha ha, because I have been waiting for your arrival," Lee Zili replied with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on her. "What? He purposely awaited my arrival? This implies he was aware of my coming. But how could he possibly know?" A jolt coursed through Tianzhong Rihue, as she suddenly perceived that this man was not as simple as he appeared. Despite the turmoil within, she maintained her composure and replied, "I must confess, I do not grasp the meaning of your words. Do not understand? Li Zili chuckled softly, adjusting to a more comfortable stance before continuing. My meaning is quite straightforward, Miss Tianzhong. In truth, I am aware of what you wish to do at this moment. A tempest of emotions surged within Tianzhong Rihue, more overwhelming than before. This man knows what I intend to do? After a moment of contemplation, Ri Tanaka shook her head repeatedly in disbelief. Impossible. He is not a deity. How could he possibly know what I intend to do? He must be trying to deceive me. With this thought, Ri Tanaka felt a sense of calm wash over her. She gazed at Li Zili and spoke in a composed tone. Mr. Kasakawa, your words leave me even more perplexed. I am merely wandering here. What do you presume I wish to do? Speak plainly, Miss Tanaka. I am aware that you currently desire to kill Hamano. Am I correct? At this juncture, Li Zili faced her directly, his gaze unwavering. He knows. How could this be? He truly knows. Ri Tanaka was utterly astonished, her mind a flurry of chaos. At this point, she could no longer maintain her composure, her face betraying an expression of profound shock. You appear quite astonished. Are you perhaps inclined to inquire how I came by this knowledge? Li Zili said with a smile. In her current state, Ri Tanaka was incapable of rational thought and foolishly nodded in agreement with Li Zili's tone. Indeed, not only do I know of your intention to kill Mr. Hamano, but I am also aware of the reason behind your desire to do so. Li Zili chuckled softly. What? He even knows the reason I want to kill Hamano? Ri Tanaka exclaimed, regaining her senses amidst her astonishment. She looked at Li Zili with incredulity and asked, how could you possibly know this? Upon finishing her statement, she seemed to grasp the situation, replying with an air of understanding. Oh, I see, you are merely guessing. Do you truly believe I am guessing? Li Zili continued to gaze at her with a gentle smile. Observing the calm demeanor and serene smile on Li Zili's face caused Tanaka Ri to waver in her conviction regarding her previous words. Could this individual truly be making wild speculations? Upon further reflection, it appeared rather implausible. After all, Li Zili was aware that she would arrive at this location at this very moment and that she harbored intentions to eliminate Hanyu. Both assertions were undeniably accurate. This individual indeed possessed an air of mystery about them. Individuals of such nature are unlikely to engage in mere conjecture. Contemplating this further only intensified the turmoil within Tanaka Ri. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to ascertain whether Li Zili genuinely understood the motives behind her desire to kill Hanyu. Since you are aware, please enlighten me as to why I wish to eliminate Hanyu. Your grandfather, Li Zili replied succinctly. Despite the simplicity of these 3 words, they detonated within Tanaka Ri's heart like a bomb, leaving her in a state of disbelief. She stared wide-eyed at Li Zili, repeating in her mind the realization that this individual truly knew, this individual genuinely understood. Her astonishment was evident. You are indeed the granddaughter of Harui Kazuke's. Am I mistaken? Li Zili fixed his gaze upon her and, disregarding her astonishment, continued, after your grandfather tragically passed away during an escape magic act, you went through his records and discovered that Shishan and Binyan had mocked him regarding his demise. Consequently, you harbored a deep-seated resentment, wishing to eliminate them both. Am I correct? Upon finishing his statement, his penetrating gaze remained steadfastly locked onto her eyes. Tanaka Rihei trembled uncontrollably. Li Zili's words struck her heart with the force of a barrage of blows, leaving her in a state of turmoil. At that moment, a singular thought echoed within her mind. He truly knows everything. Li Zili's assertions were undeniably accurate, precisely as he had articulated. He continued to observe her in silence. After a considerable pause, Tanaka Rihei finally regained her composure. She inhaled deeply a couple of times, exhaling slowly to calm herself. Once she felt steadied, she scrutinized Li Zili with earnestness and inquired, "Who exactly are you? If I am not mistaken, you certainly do not appear to be one of my admirers." With a slight smile, Li Zili extended his hand, looking at her with a grin and stated, "Allow me to formally introduce myself, Koichi Kasakawa, a member of the Metropolitan Police Department." The words Metropolitan Police Officer echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chapter 55. Completing the task, Are you a police officer? When Ri Tanaka discovered the true identity of Zili Li, disbelief clouded her gaze. This man was Astonishingly, a police officer. A police officer had learned of her murderous intentions. How had she found herself entangled in such a predicament? After a considerable pause, Rie Tanaka gradually regained her composure. She inhaled deeply and silently scrutinized Zili Li for a moment. Suddenly, a recollection struck her. Her earlier encounter with him outside the Nishiyama residence. Instantly, her pupils contracted, and her eyes widened in alarm. Could it be that he was aware of her desire to eliminate Nishiyama? It must be so. That was why he had persistently shadowed her, causing her to miss the opportunity to carry out her plan. Despite these thoughts swirling in her mind, Rie Tanaka felt compelled to seek confirmation from Zili Li. She gazed intently at him and inquired, "Did you do this intentionally? Did you know I intended to kill Nishiyama?" "Indeed," Zili Li replied with a knowing smile, nodding affirmatively. At this juncture, there was no need for subterfuge, so he openly acknowledged the truth. Upon receiving his unequivocal affirmation, Rie Tanaka's pupils dilated. This man was aware of everything. Yet how could he possibly know? She had never confided in anyone. In that moment, Zili Li became even more enigmatic in her eyes. "Since you possess this knowledge, what do you intend to do?" After a brief pause, Rie Tanaka steadied herself and continued to gaze deeply into Zili Li's eyes. "I can offer you two choices." Li Zili regarded her intently, extending two fingers. He stated, "First, if you abandon your intention to kill Binya, I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired, and I will not lay a single finger upon you. Second, if you persist with your murderous scheme, I shall apprehend you afterward, and you shall pay with your life for theirs. I am aware of your intellect. Undoubtedly, you comprehend which path to choose." He spoke with a smile, entirely unconcerned by the possibility of her opting for the latter. He was aware that, in the original narrative, Tanaka Rihue had nearly executed a flawless crime, thwarted only by Conan's keen insight. Such a clever individual would never permit herself to commit an act as foolish as sacrificing her life. As he anticipated, a fleeting shadow of profound resignation crossed Tanaka Rihue's eyes. She sighed, gazing at Li Zili, and remarked, "Do not presume that your foreknowledge of my intentions changes anything. It simply means that Binya and the others were fortunate." After speaking, she scrutinized Li Zili intently several times, inquiring, "I am quite curious, how did you discern my plan to eliminate Binya and his associates?" "I neglected to mention that besides being a police officer, I am also a detective. It is our duty to prevent heinous crimes before they occur." Li Zili smiled at her. "A detective?" Tanaka Rihue exclaimed in astonishment. However, when she regained her composure and looked up, she found that Li Zili had vanished without a trace. "Kasakawa Koichi," Tanaka Rihue muttered under her breath before turning and walking away. In the room, Binyi Liyi pondered over the program, unable to foresee that just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped a predicament thanks to Li Zili. "Hongyi, where have you been?" "I didn't see you," inquired Suzuki Sonoko at the dining table, where everyone was bustling about. "I was just wandering around nearby," replied Li Zili nonchalantly. Oh, Suzuki Sonoko nodded, harboring no suspicion. However, Conan gazed at Li Zili with a discerning glance. Was this fellow truly just meandering about? For some reason, Conan felt that matters were not so straightforward. Ahem. At that moment, Conan could not suppress another couple of coughs. Li Zili lowered his gaze towards him and chuckled. "Little brother Conan, are you still unwell?" "I'm much better now. Thank you for your concern, Brother Kusachuan," Conan replied with an endearing smile. After his conversation with Ran Muri, he had resolved to become friends with Li Zili, to learn the art of deduction from him, and ultimately surpass him. He had once encouraged himself internally, "Ran, I will surely accomplish this." With a smile, Li Zili was about to speak when Kuroda Naoko approached, exclaiming, "The meals are prepared. We can begin dining." Just then, Binyi, who had been contemplating the program, descended the stairs. What followed was, the gathering encircled the dining table, indulging in their meal while listening to Binyi narrate the program's content. 3 hours later, the participants, still savoring the remnants of the game, began to disperse. At that moment, a voice resonated in Li Zili's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 13 free attribute points." Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Li Zili's lips. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated 8 of the free attribute points to agility and 5 to intelligence. Consequently, his attributes underwent a transformation. Host: Li Zili intelligence, 83 stamina, 90 agility, 68 skills. Hacking, beginner, disguise, god-level marksmanship. You are now an expert marksman. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded in 108 different ways. Voice modulation, note. Can mimic any person's voice. Photographic memory, note. Anything you have seen will never be forgotten. Impressive. After reviewing his attributes, Li Zili nodded in satisfaction. His stamina and intelligence were steadily increasing, along with a growing repertoire of skills. Given time, he might even transcend to superhuman status. In summary, he was becoming increasingly formidable. "Excuse me, Mr. Kusakawa," Li Zili said, just as he was about to retract his attribute panel, when he caught a whiff of a woman's fragrance wafting towards him. Lifting his gaze, he found Rie Tanaka standing before him. Observing the woman, Li Zili offered a subtle smile and inquired, "Miss Tanaka, is there something you need?" Uncertain of Mr. Kusakawa's telephone number, "I may still wish to consult you in the future. I hope you do not mind." Tanaka exhibited an air of rationality and intellect. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko pouted slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Mori-ran cast a glance at Rie, unable to deny that this fellow was indeed quite handsome. No wonder he attracted attention. Why would I mind? Although Rie was unaware of Tanaka's reasons for requesting his phone number, it was merely a number after all, not a significant matter. Thus, he willingly provided his telephone number to Tanaka. She diligently noted the number in her mobile device, subsequently dialing it. After a single ring, she hung up. She then looked up at Rie and smiled, saying, "Until we meet again." With that, she turned and walked away. Once she departed, Suzuki Sonoko muttered under her breath, "That woman doesn't seem like a good one." "You certainly didn't think so before," Mori-ran remarked with a laugh, playfully poking Sonoko on the head. Previously, Sonoko had been quite favorable towards Tanaka, but now her demeanor had shifted entirely. One cannot help but acknowledge the fickleness of this girl's sentiments. Chapter 56. The shock of Kid Hero, everyone has left. Let us depart as well, Suzuki Sonoko cheerfully announced as she approached Li Zili. Certainly, Li Zili nodded in agreement. Subsequently, everyone made their exit. Conan and the others did not notice anything amiss. Once outside, Li Zili gazed at the retreating figure of Doi Takaki, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. This gathering was rather pleasant. It was refreshing to step out occasionally. On the way home, Doi Takaki, no, the Phantom Thief Kid, looked at the distant mountains and waters, a smile gracing his face. However, as he slipped his hands into his pockets, the smile abruptly froze upon his face. He retrieved a folded note from his pocket, astonishment and shock etched across his features. He could not fathom when this note had found its way into his possession. It was evident that he had not placed it there himself. Someone had stealthily inserted this note into the pocket of the Phantom Thief Kid without his knowledge. He was accustomed to discreetly pilfering items from others, yet this time, someone had silently placed a note in his pocket. Still oblivious to the circumstances, the Phantom Thief Kid snapped back to reality and promptly unfolded the note. Curiosity piqued. He sought to uncover the identity of the sender and the message inscribed within. As he lowered his gaze to the note, his expression transformed dramatically. A note revealed a few words. "Kaito Kuroba, Hiroichi Kusakawa sends his regards." After a moment, Kaito Kuroba's expression returned to normal, as he murmured to himself, "Hiroichi Kusakawa." To be honest, the impression he left on Kaito was rather superficial. Although Kusakawa was handsome, Kaito had encountered many handsome individuals before. Moreover, as a man, he was indifferent to such aesthetics. The aura that Kusakawa emanated was akin to that of an ordinary person. It was likely that in a few days, Kaito would forget him entirely. Yet, he never anticipated that such an unremarkable individual would leave him this note. Kaito reflected, pondering that Kusakawa had likely already discerned his true identity. The ability to discreetly place a note in his pocket was indeed impressive. It seemed both had underestimated him, failing to perceive the depth of his character. However, how did he uncover my identity? Kaito Kuroba was quite pleased with his disguise, believing it impervious to detection. Yet, he could not fathom how Ritsuli had managed to see through it. After a while, a smile graced his face as he gazed into the distance, speaking to himself, Hiroichi Kasakawa, I truly look forward to our next encounter. On the bustling avenue, a taxi sped by. Inside, Ran Mori and Sonoko Suzuki were chattering animatedly, while Conan sat silently, gazing out the window. Seated in the front passenger seat, Zili engaged in casual conversation with the driver. The group returned directly by taxi, without summoning Mori Kagoro for a pickup. As he conversed with the driver, Zili suddenly noticed Suzuki Sonoko glancing in his direction. She inquired, Hiroichi, are you free tomorrow? Shall we go out together again? I'm not certain, he replied, but upon seeing the disappointment etched on her face, he added, I won't know until the afternoon. If I am available, I will give you a call. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko's expression brightened instantly, and she cheerfully responded, Great, it's a promise then. I'll await your call. Zili thought to himself, I might have other commitments tomorrow and one tea call, so don't get your hopes up too soon. However, seeing Suzuki Sonoko so elated, he couldn't bring himself to voice this sentiment. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of Mori Detective Agency. Mori Ran immediately instructed the driver to stop the vehicle. After disembarking, she turned to Suzuki Sonoko and asked, Sonoko, would you like to come up for a visit? No. Thank you, Suzuki Sonoko replied with a smile, waving her hand in refusal. Mori Ran said nothing further and led Conan upstairs. Once the car was left with only Suzuki Sonoko and Zili, she took hold of his hand and continued to chatter incessantly. It wasn't until they reached a fork in the road that Suzuki Sonoko finally paused her conversation as Zili prepared to exit the vehicle. She gazed at Zili with reluctance and said, Hongi, I truly do not wish for you to leave. Zili smiled at her, replying, Perhaps we shall meet again tomorrow. I must take my leave now. With that, he waved goodbye and departed. Having taken a day off today, Zili did not go to the police headquarters. Instead, he purchased some groceries at the supermarket before heading straight back to his rented accommodation. Once at home, he prepared his meal, and after dining, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Zili took out his phone and called Mumu Shursan, inquiring whether the police station was busy and if there were any tasks for tomorrow. Mumu Shursan responded, There is nothing scheduled for tomorrow. Taking this as an opportunity, Zili unceremoniously requested another day off. After hanging up, he retrieved Suzuki Sonoko's phone number and dialed it. Hongi. As soon as the call connected, Suzuki Sonoko's voice rang out with surprise. Zili chuckled, Sonoko, I am free tomorrow. Really? That's wonderful. Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, her tone brimming with excitement. In his mind, Zili envisioned a scene of a jubilant young lady leaping with joy, prompting him to shake his head in amusement. He then asked Suzuki Sonoko, Do you have any plans for tomorrow? It's a secret. You will find out tomorrow, she replied. Hearing this, Zili smiled but chose not to elaborate. At that moment, he heard Suzuki Sonoko add, By the way, it will just be the two of us. The next day, the two had finalized the time and place for their meeting before ending the call. In the villa, Suzuki Yoko was overjoyed after hanging up the phone, circling around the house in delight. Observing her exuberance, Yoko's parents exchanged glances, and her mother remarked, What has gotten into her? I've never seen her this happy before. I have no idea. Could it be that she is in love? Her mother speculated. At this, her father's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. Soon after, Yoko's mother continued, Have you noticed any new male friends around Yoko lately? Not really, her father hesitated. But then, as if recalling something, he added, Oh, there was one time I overheard her mention someone named Hiroi. Could it be? He glanced at his wife. Speculating here is pointless. We might as well call her over and ask directly. Indeed, her father nodded in agreement. Subsequently, her mother summoned Suzuki Yoko to her side. Dad, Mom, what's the matter? Yoko, blissfully unaware of her parents' thoughts, continued to beam at them. Chapter 57. A date with Sonoko. Upon hearing Sonoko Suzuki's words, her mother drew her close, gazing at her intently, and inquired, Sonoko, have you fallen in love? At this, Sunoko's face flushed crimson. She shyly replied, "Mom, what are you talking about? There's no such thing." "Really?" Her father scrutinized her with a serious expression, seemingly skeptical of her denial. She fervently shook her head, insisting, "It's true." "Then tell me, what is your relationship with Hiroichi?" "Ah, how does Dad know Hiroichi?" Sunoko was taken aback, completely unable to recall ever mentioning Li Zili's name in front of her father. However, she quickly composed herself and responded, "We're just ordinary friends. Mom and Dad, I have something to attend to, so I'll head upstairs now." With that, she wriggled free from her mother's embrace and swiftly ascended to the second floor. Seeing her haste, her parents exchanged glances. Her father, with firm conviction, remarked, "Sunoko is definitely in love." "With whom?" "That Hiroichi, perhaps?" "Most likely," her father replied. "In a couple of days I will have someone investigate who this Hiroichi is." "SNT that inappropriate?" "This is our daughter's privacy," her mother hesitated. "What's the harm? She won't find out." After Li Zili concluded his phone call with Sunoko Suzuki, he spent the night engrossed in his phone before finally succumbing to sleep. He remained silent throughout the night. The following morning, at 7:30, after finishing his breakfast, Li Zili hurried to the designated meeting place with Suzuki Yoko. Upon arrival, he stepped out of the taxi and watched it drive away, pondering to himself about the inconvenience of always needing to take a cab. When would he acquire a vehicle of his own? The thought of needing a car reminded him of his lack of funds. It seemed he needed to find some money to spend. Sighing, Li Zili continued walking forward. Just a few steps ahead, he spotted Suzuki Yoko standing gracefully beneath a tree, her radiant face illuminated by the soft sunlight filtering through the fluttering leaves, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful painting. "Hong-yi, over here." At that moment, Suzuki Yoko noticed him and waved enthusiastically. He quickened his pace toward her. "Hong-yi," she called out with a cheerful smile. "You arrived so quickly." As Li Zili glanced at his watch, he realized there were still 7 minutes left until their agreed meeting time, wondering when Suzuki Yoko had actually arrived. It wasn't particularly early. However, all she could think about was her eagerness to see him. "Where shall we go today?" Li Zili did not respond immediately but smiled at her, suggesting, "Let us first head to." Suzuki Yoko then excitedly shared a lengthy list of places, most of which were famous attractions, along with 2 that Li Zili had never heard of before. From her elaborate plans, it was evident that she was truly prepared for a day filled with enjoyment. Li Zili remained silent, allowing events to unfold as they may. However, at that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! A random task has been triggered. Spend an enjoyable day with Suzuki Yoko, assisting her in overcoming a crisis. Upon completion of the task, one would earn random free attribute points and a slight chance of acquiring a skill. After absorbing the system's words, Li Zili furrowed his brow. Assisting her in overcoming a crisis? Does this imply that Yoko is likely to encounter danger today? What peril could she possibly face? He pondered for quite some time, yet could not arrive at a conclusion, ultimately deciding to dismiss the thought. In any case, he resolved to remain close to Suzuki Yoko as much as possible. "Hiroichi, let's go. We shall first visit the initial destination," she declared, pulling Li Zili from his reverie. Nodding in agreement, he accompanied her in a vehicle towards her planned first stop, a zoo. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of animals, and Suzuki Yoko exhibited great excitement, chattering animatedly and bouncing around him. After their excursion at the zoo, they ventured to an amusement park and later to a cinema. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, the pair arrived at the penultimate location on Suzuki Yoko's itinerary, a haunted house. It was evident that business was thriving, with a line of several people waiting to purchase tickets. They joined the queue, and soon Suzuki Yoko turned to him and inquired, "Hiroichi, are you thirsty? I shall go buy some water." Li Zili nodded. To be honest, the sun was rather intense today. Although he had purchased water earlier, he now felt a bit parched. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Yoko skipped gleefully towards a nearby shop. When she returned, handing him the water, only 2 people remained ahead of them in line. Li Zili twisted the bottle cap and took a sip. Before long, it was finally his turn to buy tickets. 2 tickets cost merely a few hundred yen. Subsequently, the pair made their way towards the haunted house entrance. As they walked, Suzuki Yoko inquired, Hiroichi, have you ever visited a haunted house before? Is it frightening inside? She glanced towards the entrance, trepidation evident in her eyes. Li Zili recognized her fear. However, he refrained from saying much, merely smiling and replying, you'll find out once you enter. You won't tell me, Suzuki Yoko pouted, murmuring softly. Soon, their figures were completely engulfed by the haunted house. Ah, ah, ah. Within the haunted house, a cacophony of piercing screams erupted from a girl. Suzuki Yoko clung tightly to Li Zili, her voice filled with shrieks, startled by the terrifying sights around her. Sinister music, coupled with dim lighting and chilling walls, revealed grotesque, decaying corpses that appeared almost like zombies, cackling eerily. Indeed, it seemed rather terrifying. However, this was merely the case for Suzuki Yoko. For Li Zili, however, this is hardly a concern, for he hails from the information-saturated 21st century. What has he not encountered? How could he possibly fear such a trifling fake corpse? Yet, as he held the enchanting maiden close, the wafts of her delicate fragrance stirred gentle ripples within his heart. Observing Suzuki Sonoko still in a state of shrieking distress, Li Zili tightened his resolve and softly patted her shoulder, reassuring her, it's merely a ruse. There is nothing to fear. I am still afraid, came Sonoko's muffled reply, her head refusing to lift. With a sense of resignation, Li Zili embraced her tightly and swiftly navigated past the unsettling scene. Throughout the ordeal, Sonoko dared not lift her gaze to survey her surroundings. All right, there are no terrifying corpses here anymore, he declared as they came to a halt. Hearing this, Sonoko, resembling a timid quail, cautiously raised her head to glance around. Upon realizing that the horrifying figures were indeed absent, she exhaled deeply and remarked, Phew, that nearly frightened me to death. Chapter 58. Tidying up your room. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly realized that she was embraced by Li Zili, her face instantly flushing with a rosy hue. Simultaneously, a flicker of delight ignited within her. She found herself rather fond of being held by him, rather than repulsed. She feigned ignorance and allowed him to continue his embrace. At that moment, Li Zili spoke up, It's no longer terrifying here. How long do you intend to hide in my arms? Upon hearing this, Suzuki Yoko, feeling a sense of resignation, reluctantly extricated herself from his warm embrace. She mused to herself that being held by him provided an immense sense of security, and she truly wished to remain in his arms. What am I thinking? I should move on. Li Zili remained oblivious to her thoughts. He merely flashed her a smile before continuing onward. Wait for me. As they proceeded, Yoko found herself startled from time to time. Each time fear gripped her, she instinctively sought refuge in Li Zili's arms, inadvertently granting him many opportunities to relish in her closeness. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered into a foreboding area. Above them hung numerous square wooden frames, swaying ominously like a fence, occasionally quivering as though they might tumble down, instilling a sense of danger. The path beneath their feet occasionally birthed apparitions that leapt out unexpectedly, enveloping the atmosphere with a chilling aura. As they walked, a sudden sound akin to something snapping pierced the air. Li Zili glanced up, his expression shifting dramatically. Suddenly, a square wooden frame plummeted from above, hurtling towards Suzuki Yoko's head. Be careful. Li Zili, possessing exceptional physical prowess and lightning-fast reflexes, darted forward like an arrow. He swiftly embraced Yoko and propelled them both away from the imminent danger. Just as they surged forward, a thunderous crash echoed. The wooden frame struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering a small stone beneath it. Turning back to witness the scene, Li Zili's expression shifted dramatically. Had Yoko been struck, it would have surely been fatal. Fortunately, he had managed to shield her in time. In that moment, Yoko stood in a daze, utterly bewildered by Li Zili's sudden action. She had been oblivious to the descending frame until the sound of its impact jolted her back to reality. Instantly, her face reflected shock and a hint of fear. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and realized that Li Zili had saved her. Her affection for him deepened instantly. She perceived him as her valiant knight in shining armor. Gazing at him with eyes brimming with love, she said, Hiroichi, you saved me. Thank you. You're welcome. Li Zili replied with a smile, unaware of the adoration that flickered in her eyes. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with the task issued by the system earlier. Could this be the crisis Yoko had encountered today? Upon reflection, it seemed undoubtedly so. Had it not been for him, Suzuki Sonoko would have perished under the wooden frame. Thus, it seemed that he had successfully guided her through a perilous crisis. Li Zili contemplated this as their excitement for the haunted house diminished. They summoned the proprietor to express their concerns regarding the precarious wooden structure. Upon inspection, the owner discovered that the ropes securing the frame had loosened over time, resulting in its unfortunate collapse. Given the circumstances, the proprietor could only offer an apology and refunded their admission fees. After courteously escorting them out, he presented each of them with a VIP card. However, once his back was turned, Suzuki Sonoko casually discarded the card into a nearby trash bin. After such a harrowing incident, she certainly had no intention of returning to that haunted house. Subsequently, the pair proceeded to the final destination Sonoko had planned. After their visit, it was already 6 in the evening. The sun was setting, painting the sky with vibrant hues of twilight as the radiant sun cast its glow upon the earth. Under the fading light, Li Zili and Suzuki Sonoko hopped into a taxi to return home. Along the way, a chime resonated in Li Zili's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the task and earned 11 freedom attribute points. A glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes. After a moment's reflection, he allocated 4 points to stamina and the remainder to agility. Consequently, his attribute panel underwent a transformation. Host: Li Zili Intelligence, 83 Physical Strength, 94 Agility, 75 Skills. Hacking, Beginner, Disguise, Master Marksman. You have become a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded in 108 different ways. Voice modulation, note. Can mimic anyone's voice. Photographic memory, note. Anything you have seen will never be forgotten. Observing the attributes displayed before him, Li Zili couldn't help but smile, realizing he had grown even more formidable. Hong-yi, I still don't know where you reside, he mused. Just then, Suzuki Sonoko, seated beside him, cheerfully interjected, Li Zili, may I join you on a visit to your place? After a moment of contemplation, Li Zili nodded in agreement. Consequently, when the taxi came to a halt beneath the building where he rented an apartment, Suzuki Sonoko alighted, trailing Li Zili. Upon exiting the vehicle, Suzuki Sonoko gazed upward at the apartment complex where Li Zili resided. She then turned to him, who was busy settling the fare with the driver, and remarked, Hong-yi, your place seems quite nice. Not too shabby, Li Zili casually replied as he accepted the change from the driver. He then addressed Suzuki Sonoko, shall we go? You expressed a desire to see it, didn't you? The two of them entered the apartment building, traversing the dimly lit staircase until they reached the door of Li Zili's rented abode. After halting, they stood before the entrance. Li Zili produced a key, inserted it into the lock, and proceeded to turn the door open. Immediately, he gestured to Suzuki Yuko, inviting her in. Please do come in. With a playful giggle, she replied, Oh, am I intruding? And dashed into the room, her eyes darting about with curiosity. Upon spotting a pair of triangular shorts carelessly draped over the sofa, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She turned to Li Zili, who was closing the door, and exclaimed, Hong-yi, why have you left your shorts lying around? Li Zili was momentarily taken aback. Once the door was shut, he approached Suzuki Yuko and realized she was referring to the shorts on the sofa. As a single man living alone, he had never concerned himself with such trivialities. With a casual demeanor, he replied, I've always lived alone. I place things wherever I please, so please don't mind. You see, your room is quite a mess. Let me help you tidy up, she insisted. Li Zili intended to decline her offer, but she had already rushed off to assist with the cleaning. He let out a resigned smile and chose to say nothing further. Then, it dawned on Li Zili that neither of them had eaten all afternoon, especially after wandering about for so long. Surely, Suzuki Yuko must be hungry. Thus, he called out to her amidst her tidying, Yuko, let us have dinner here. I shall prepare something. Sounds great, came her cheerful reply. Hearing this, Li Zili rummaged through the refrigerator for a few ingredients and made his way to the kitchen. Before long, the sound of chopping vegetables echoed from within. Chapter 59. Suzuki Sonoko half an hour later. As Li Zili emerged from the kitchen with 3 meticulously prepared dishes, he was pleasantly surprised by the sight that greeted him in the living room. He had not anticipated that Suzuki Sonoko possessed such an aptitude for tidying up. After her diligent efforts, the living room was impeccably organized, and the floor gleamed with cleanliness. It appeared far more inviting than before. As he made his way over, he remarked to Sonoko, who was busy disposing of garbage bags nearby, "You've done an admirable job here. I never realized you were capable of such tasks." He was well aware that she came from a wealthy family. I've enjoyed organizing my room since childhood. The more I did it, the more adept I became," Sonoko replied with a playful smile as she turned to face him. "But let us not get too caught up in chores. Come, let us eat." As Li Zili spoke, he placed the dishes on the dining table. "All right," Sonoko exclaimed, then hurried off to wash her hands. Shortly after, she returned to take her seat at the table. After the meal, Sonoko insisted on helping Li Zili tidy up the bedroom, her enthusiasm leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Initially, he had intended to decline her offer. However, proved futile as Sonoko was determined to proceed. By the time she finished organizing the bedroom, it was already 10 in the evening. At that moment, she was flushed and glistening with sweat, exuding an endearing charm. "I'm so exhausted. I feel utterly spent," she declared, fanning herself with her hand as she unceremoniously plopped down onto the sofa. "Why not just bathe here?" Li Zili remarked upon seeing her drenched in sweat. "Sure," Suzuki Yoko replied cheerfully. She then rose, slipped into Li Zili's cool slippers, and stepped into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water splashing echoed from within. After sitting there for a while, Li Zili stood up and walked over. As he passed by the bathroom door, he noticed it was ajar, leaving a few inches of gap. He paused for a moment, pondering whether she had intentionally left it open. So, did it not imply an invitation for him to enter? His heart raced at the thought. Regardless, Suzuki Yoko was undeniably a beauty. It would be impossible not to feel a stir of emotion. Should he enter or not? Li Zili hesitated for a moment before steeling his resolve to step inside. Given that she had deliberately left the door open, it was clear she wouldn't mind his intrusion. With that thought, he pushed the door open and walked in. There, under the cascading water, he beheld the captivating figure of a young woman. At that moment, the beauty gazed at him with sparkling eyes and playfully exclaimed, "I thought you wouldn't come in." Li Zili smiled, remaining silent as he approached her. 5,000 words omitted. An hour later, with a bold embrace, Li Zili lifted the naked Suzuki Yoko from the bathroom and carried her into the bedroom. Li Zili cast her upon the expansive bed, his entire being descending upon her as he gazed into her flushed countenance. "Shall we indulge once more?" he jested. She acquiesced, her voice barely audible. Soon, the chamber resonated with soft moans and delicate gasps. The subsequent morn dawned with a gentle radiance that caressed Li Zili's visage. His eyelids fluttered, and he awoke, his consciousness returning. Presently, he discerned a pair of delicate hands meandering across his chest like sinuous serpents. He lifted his gaze to behold Suzuki Sonoko, who regarded him with a playful smile, her small hand tracing patterns upon his chest. "Good morrow," she chirped. "Good morrow," Li Zili responded with a smile. The events of the prior day had undoubtedly deepened the intimacy between them. Suzuki Sonoko nestled against him, and with a tone of endearing entreaty, she implored, "Hiroichi, profess your love for me." "I love you," Li Zili avowed. "Hihi, say it once more," Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. "Very well. It is time to rise and partake in breakfast. After we have dined, I shall repeat it as many times as your heart desires." Li Zili responded with a smile. "Hiroichi, you are truly wonderful," she declared, embracing him tightly. Shortly thereafter, they were both attired and departed from the bed. Subsequently, Li Zili prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Upon beholding it, Suzuki Sonoko was overcome with joy, musing to herself, "This is the life I have always yearned for." Having savored the tender breakfast, Suzuki Sonoko took her leave. Before leaving, she playfully said to Li Zili, "Hihi, Hongi, I will come back tonight." After her departure, Li Zili glanced at the time. It was not long before his work hours began. Consequently, he hailed a taxi and sped towards the police headquarters. At 11 a.m. outside the largest airport in Mihua town, the streets bustled with a continuous flow of people. A Porsche 356A was parked by the roadside. Inside the driver's seat, Vodka occasionally glanced toward the airport entrance and remarked to Jin, "Boss, why hasn't Belmode arrived yet? Rum is truly something else, sending us to the airport to pick her up. Honestly, in terms of status and qualifications, how can Belmode compare to you? Isn't she just relying on her connection with B? What is there to be so arrogant about?" Jin, seated beside him, paid no heed to Vodka's grievances. He stared out the window, taking intermittent puffs from his cigarette. The smoke billowed, and the ground beneath the car was littered with cigarette butts, indicating they had been waiting for quite some time. Noticing the stillness, Vodka cast a sidelong glance at his boss, who remained absorbed in his smoking, oblivious to Vodka's presence. Observing this, Vodka inched closer to Jin and nervously inquired, "Boss, honestly, why do you think Belmode suddenly decided to come to Japan? Did that person assign her some task?" Finally, Jin turned to glance at Vodka, his tone icy as he spoke. "If the organization has anything to convey to us, we shall naturally be informed. If not, there is no need for further inquiries. Understood?" "Understood." Vodka promptly fell silent. He then cast his gaze back towards the airport's entrance, and in an instant, his expression brightened. He exclaimed, "Boss, she's coming out." Upon hearing this, Jin also directed his attention to the airport doors. Indeed, as Vodka had mentioned, a tall and alluring blonde beauty emerged from the airport. She wore sunglasses and carried nothing but a small handbag. It was none other than Vermouth. After retracting his gaze, Jin pushed the door open and stepped out. Vodka followed closely, positioning himself beside Jin. At that moment, Vermouth, who had already spotted them, gracefully approached. "Jin, it's been a while." Vermouth removed her sunglasses, standing before Jin with a hint of a smile. "Welcome to Japan, Vermouth." Jin's expression remained devoid of emotion as he replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "Let's get in the car." Chapter 60. Vermouth, you remain unchanged, just as you were before, reluctant to utter a word beyond necessity. Vermouth displayed a smile yet proceeded to open the car door and settled into the vehicle. Subsequently, the Porsche 356A gradually departed from the airport. Inside, seated in the rear, Vermouth brushed her golden locks back over her shoulder and, with a smile, addressed Jin. "Jin, I have heard that you have a girlfriend. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Vodka nearly choked on his own saliva. He widened his eyes and glanced at Vermouth through the rearview mirror. This audacious individual dared to voice anything. Jin, however, remained expressionless, his countenance betraying no emotion, and coldly retorted, "Do not jest with me like that. You truly lack a sense of humor. Even a joke is beyond you." "Vodka, it must be exhausting to partner with someone like him," Vermouth quipped. With a smile, she continued, "No, Vermouth, please do not make wild statements. I am quite happy working with the boss." Vodka felt a surge of anxiety. "Dear sister, just speak for yourself and do not drag me into this." Jin, seemingly oblivious to Vermouth's words, maintained his impassive demeanor. He regarded her through the rearview mirror and inquired, "How long will you be staying this time?" "I have no particular mission this time. I merely intend to enjoy Japan and plan to stay for an extended period," Vermouth replied casually with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Vodka stole another glance at Vermouth through the rearview mirror before averting his gaze. He slightly turned his head, lost in his own thoughts. Jin merely responded with a curt nod, maintaining his silence. Subsequently, tranquility descended upon the vehicle, unbroken by any utterance. After a brief interlude, Vermouth shattered the stillness, inquiring, "Some time ago, a rumor circulated internally that Sherry managed to escape your grasp. Is that accurate?" Vodka's fingers, gripping the steering wheel, trembled ever so slightly. Jin, meeting Vermouth's gaze in the rearview mirror, offered no elaboration, stating only, "I shall recapture her and personally ensure her demise." His tone was frigid. Vermouth, returning Jin's gaze through the mirror, silently averted her eyes, responding with a disarming smile, "Then I wish you the best of fortune." 3 minutes elapsed. Vermouth, casting a glance at the residential complex outside the window, addressed Jin, "You may cease driving here and allow me to disembark." Upon hearing this, Vodka steered the car to the roadside adjacent to the complex and halted. Alighting from the vehicle, Vermouth waved farewell to the two men and promptly departed. Aboard the Porsche 356A, Jin, observing the exterior of the complex through the glass window, eventually redirected his gaze and instructed Vodka, proceed. Soon, the Porsche 356A departed. Within the car, Vodka, while driving, glanced at Jin and inquired, "Boss, Vermouth claims she is merely in Japan for leisure, devoid of any mission. Do you find her assertion credible?" Jin remained taciturn, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Vodka continued, "Boss, I have a theory. Could it be that the last time Sherry escaped from you, someone suspected that you let her go intentionally, prompting them to send Belmode to investigate you?" Upon hearing this, Jin finally turned to regard Vodka, his gaze seemingly questioning when this young man had acquired such cleverness. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke, "No. My loyalty to the organization is well known." In response, Vodka chose to remain silent. At 7 p.m., in Lee Zeely's rented apartment, the sound of the television filled the room. On the sofa, Suzuki Sonoko nestled in Lee Zeely's embrace, both engrossed in the show. A radiant smile adorned her face, brimming with happiness. As an advertisement began to air, Sonoko gently caressed her belly and languidly remarked, "Hiroichi, I'm hungry. Are you? Then I shall prepare something to eat." Lee Zeely had yet to have lunch and felt a pang of hunger himself. With that, he slipped on his slippers after Sonoko released him and made his way to the refrigerator. Upon opening the door, he found it nearly empty, with only a few beverages inside. Realizing the situation, he turned to Sonoko and said, "There's nothing to eat in the fridge. I'll go to the supermarket and pick something up." "All right, be quick," she replied. Closing the refrigerator door, Lee Zeely stepped out of the apartment and headed toward the staircase. Just as he approached the stairwell, a figure suddenly turned to face him. Lee Zeely did not anticipate such a turn of events, and it was too late for him to evade it. Consequently, the two collided with a soft thud. The moment their bodies met, Lee Zeely felt as though two plush spheres had struck his chest, causing a ripple of sensation within him. Simultaneously, an alluring fragrance enveloped him. Before he could ponder further, they swiftly parted ways. Following this, Lee Zeely heard a melodious female voice speaking in English. "I'm sorry." Upon focusing his gaze, he was taken aback to discover a stunning blonde bombshell, exuding sensuality and allure, standing before him. In an instant, he recognized her as Belmode. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had not expected to encounter Belmode here. Although surprised, he did not reveal his feelings, merely offering a slight smile as he replied, "It's quite all right. I was the one who bumped into you, so I should be the one apologizing." Upon hearing this, Belmode couldn't help but steal another glance at the man before her. "He is truly handsome." This was her immediate impression of Lee Zeely. Despite having encountered numerous attractive men, few could rival his charm. The unexpected encounter with such a striking gentleman intrigued her. With this thought, Belmode smiled inwardly, then playfully tossed her hair and said to Lee Zeely, "You are quite the gentleman." "Do not say that. In truth, I have my wicked side," Lee Zeely replied with a chuckle. Giggling softly in response, Belmode found that this man was not only handsome but also rather amusing. Present, she extended her hand with a smile, saying, "I am Vermouth, but you may call me Sister Bay. I just moved here today. You reside here as well, correct?" "Hello, Sister Bay, I am Hiroichi Kasakawa." The two exchanged a handshake. Lee Zeely felt the smoothness of Vermouth's delicate hand, and as she released her grip, he experienced an unexpected twinge of reluctance. "Kasakawa, I live in room 306. Which room are you in?" "What a coincidence, I live right next door." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lee Zeely's eyes. He had never anticipated that one day he would become neighbors with Vermouth. "Indeed, what a delightful coincidence that we are neighbors," Vermouth remarked, her eyes widening in astonishment. She smiled and added, "Feel free to come over and play whenever you like." "Certainly," Lee Zeely replied, conversing with Vermouth for a few more moments before heading downstairs to purchase groceries. After returning with the groceries, he placed them in the refrigerator, selecting only 3 items to take into the kitchen. While he was preparing a meal, he was suddenly interrupted by the lively voice of Suzuki Sonoko. "Do you need help?" Lee Zili turned to see Suzuki Sonoko standing cheerfully at the door, smiling at him. No need, go enjoy your television, he waved her off. With a playful chuckle, Suzuki Sonoko turned and ran away. Chapter 61. Rie Tanaka's call during dinner. A sudden ring of the doorbell echoed through the room. Sonoko Suzuki promptly set down her chopsticks, stood up, and declared, "I shall answer the door." With that, she hurried over to open it. Moments later, Rie Tanaka's voice wafted in from outside, prompting Rie to rise and approach Sonoko. Indeed, it was Rie Tanaka. In her hand was a gift, suggesting she had come to extend her greetings. Observing this, Rie invited her in for a meal, saying, "Rie, have you eaten? Why not come in for a bite? No need for formality." "I have already dined," Rie Tanaka replied, placing the gift down before turning to leave. After the door closed, Sonoko curiously inquired, "Who is she? How do you know her?" "Just a neighbor who moved in today. I met her briefly earlier," Rie responded. "Now let us continue our meal." Later, after dinner, Sonoko played until 10 o'clock before finally standing up to say, "Hiroichi, I must take my leave." "Why not stay the night?" Rie suggested, grasping her hand. Sonoko's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no. I must return home tonight, or my father will surely scold me. You see, I did not come home last night, and my father has been interrogating me about my whereabouts ever since. I had to concoct an excuse to evade his questions. If I do not return home tonight, he will undoubtedly find out. I cannot hide it any longer." Before Rie could respond, Sonoko had already divulged the entire reason. "Silly girl. I never implied you had to stay the night. What's the hurry?" Lee Zili playfully tapped her nose and inquired, however, "Have you disclosed our affair to your parents yet?" "No, I'm still in school. If he were to discover what we've done, he would undoubtedly be incandescent with rage," Sonoko Suzuki lamented, looking distressed. In reality, she had confided in no one about her relationship with Lee Zili. Not even Ranmori was aware. Lee Zili could well imagine the scenario. Sonoko Suzuki was still in high school, and if her father were to learn that his daughter had already been intimate with a man, he would likely be more than merely infuriated. After a moment's contemplation, Lee Zili suggested, "How about this? Let's keep our relationship under wraps for the time being. Don't even mention it to Ranmori. We'll continue our rendezvous discreetly. What do you think?" "Okay," Sonoko Suzuki readily agreed. That was precisely what she had in mind. At this juncture, it was best to keep her and Lee Zili's affair a secret from others. "I'll escort you back," Lee Zili offered, feeling uneasy about letting Sonoko Suzuki return home alone so late. Sonoko Suzuki nodded, her heart brimming with sweetness. Subsequently, the two descended and hailed a taxi. As they approached a block away from Sonoko Suzuki's residence, she interjected, "Please stop here. My house isn't far from here. I can walk the rest of the way." She was concerned that being dropped off too close might lead to her father spotting Lee Zili. Lee Zili understood the young woman's apprehension. Therefore, he nodded, instructing the chauffeur to halt at the roadside. Subsequently, they alighted from the vehicle and stood face to face. Lee Zili waved to her, uttering, "Farewell." Sonoko Suzuki turned to depart, but in a fleeting moment, she returned to bestow a tender kiss upon Lee Zili's forehead, before blushing and scurrying away. In the ensuing days, Sonoko Suzuki frequently visited Lee Zili's abode, where they reveled in each other's company. On occasion, their intimacy extended to the bedsheets. Thus, their affection burgeoned exponentially, nearing an inseparable bond. Furthermore, during this period, Lee Zili encountered Vermouth on several occasions, each time pausing to engage in conversations lasting several minutes. Consequently, their acquaintance deepened considerably. On another front, Sonoko Suzuki's father indeed took the time to dispatch someone to investigate Lee Zili. Given the financial prowess of the Suzuki Foundation, scrutinizing Lee Zili proved to be a relatively straightforward task. At present, Sonoko Suzuki's father sat in his study, perusing Lee Zili's dossier. It was evident that the information was not particularly exhaustive, comprising merely Lee Zili's fundamental details, such as name, address, and telephone number. Even the details of Lee Zili's crime-solving exploits were absent. This was primarily because Sonoko Suzuki's father solely sought to ascertain the nature of Sonoko Suzuki's relationship with Lee Zili. Hence, only these particulars were investigated. Otherwise, with the Suzuki Foundation's resources, a more comprehensive account of Lee Zealy's background could have been obtained. Perhaps those below did not conduct a thorough investigation, or perhaps the relationship between Lee Zealy and Suzuki Sonoko is shrouded in utmost secrecy. The information indicates that Lee Zealy and Suzuki Sonoko share merely a platonic friendship. It seems I have overthought the matter. With this in mind, Suzuki Sonoko's father casually discarded the document into the wastebasket. Shortly thereafter, Suzuki Sonoko's mother learned from her husband that their daughter and Lee Zealy were merely friends. Subsequently, the couple ceased to concern themselves with Lee Zealy. On that particular afternoon, while leisurely indulging in a game at the police headquarters, Lee Zealy received an unexpected phone call. The caller was, surprisingly, Tanaka Ri. Indeed, after the gathering had concluded, he had shared his phone number with her, yet he never anticipated that she would actually reach out to him. To his astonishment, Tanaka Ri had called him today. "Hello, is it this afternoon? I should be free." Aurikt, goodbye. After hanging up, Lee Zealy found himself lost in contemplation. Tanaka Ri had called to invite him to dinner, scheduled for 6 o'clock that very evening. Regardless of the situation, Tanaka Ri was undeniably a beauty, and Lee Zealy felt no inclination to decline. Moreover, he was curious to discover her reasons for wanting to meet. "Detective, who are you on the phone with? Is it a beauty? You seem quite pleased," came a teasing voice from Sato Mawako. Lee Zealy rolled his eyes, thinking, what kind of intuition does this girl possess? When has he ever experienced joy? It was a call from a beauty, even more stunning than you, inviting me to dinner. Lee Zealy said this on purpose. Bah! Who would believe you? Just look at your disheveled appearance. Which beauty would wish to dine with you? Mawako Sato spat dismissively, completely unconvinced by Lee Zealy's words. Ha! To be honest, even no one believes you. Lee Zealy chuckled inwardly, yet remarked outwardly, believe it or not, it matters not to me. By the way, beautiful officer, did you not once invite me to dinner? Sato Mawako, with her hands resting on the partition, paused at this remark but quickly scoffed, saying, I only invited you to express my gratitude for saving my life. Otherwise, why would I ask you? How naive do you think you are? Is that so? Lee Zealy smiled noncommittally and continued, Then, beautiful officer, if I were to invite you to dinner now, would you accept? With that, he gazed at her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sato Mawako pondered for a moment before shaking her head, stating, I decline. After such deliberation, you must surely be inclined to agree in your heart. TCH, don't be so self-indulgent. Who said I agreed in my heart? Hee, if you choose not to go, then I shall take my leave to dine with another beauty. Humph, trying to deceive me again. Mawako Sato huffed and turned away, choosing not to engage with Lee Zealy any further. Chapter 62. Unexpectedly enchanted at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after exchanging pleasantries with Musher-san, Lee Zealy gracefully exited the police headquarters. He was on his way to a rendezvous with Rai Tanaka. Returning to his rented accommodation, he donned a dark suit, meticulously arranged his hair, and polished his shoes before hailing a taxi to the designated meeting spot. Standing beneath a lamppost, he surveyed his surroundings but found no sign of Rai Tanaka. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 5:52 p.m., with 8 minutes remaining until their appointed hour. Thus, he remained unhurried, seeking a nearby seat to await her arrival with a leisurely demeanor. In less than 5 minutes, Rai Tanaka graced his vision. At that moment, Lee Zealy was struck by her stunning presence. Unlike their previous encounter, she was adorned in a black low-cut evening gown, with a sparkling diamond necklace accentuating her neck. Her graceful figure was accentuated beautifully, and her subtle makeup allowed her to glide through the crowd with an air of distinction, turning heads as many men stole glances at her. Lee Zealy could not help but admire the beauty of this woman. My apologies for making you wait, Rai Tanaka said, approaching him with a warm smile. Lee Zealy rose, gesturing dismissively to indicate that it was no trouble at all. Where shall we dine? He inquired. I have already reserved a table nearby. Please follow me, she replied. Tanaka displayed a radiant smile and proceeded to lead the way. After walking for about 100 steps, the two entered an upscale Western restaurant. The establishment, adorned with exquisite decor, resonated with melodious singing, while numerous patrons were scattered about, engaged in lively conversation. As they walked, Tanaka-ri took the opportunity to enlighten Lee Zili about this esteemed dining venue. Established nearly a century ago, the restaurant is renowned for its fine wines and delectable steaks, with many guests returning for a second visit after their initial experience. Particularly, their steaks are exceptionally delicious, and you must certainly try one shortly. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at a table by the window, taking their seats opposite one another. Subsequently, after receiving the menu from the server, Tanaka reordered several dishes along with a bottle of red wine. She then handed the menu to Lee Zili, encouraging him to order freely. Upon hearing her commendation of the steak, Lee Zili opted for a portion of it, forgoing any additional items. They continued to engage in light conversation, during which Lee Zili occasionally glanced outside at the night scenery. Positioned on the 18th floor, while it may not encompass the entirety of Mahanmiki skyline, it offered a splendid view that was truly a feast for the eyes. At that moment, the server brought forth the steak, red wine, and other dishes to the table. Once he departed, Tanaka-ri uncorked the bottle of red wine, standing to pour some for Lee Zili while remarking, "The red wine here is quite good. You should give it a try." In response, Lee Zili raised his glass to his lips and took a small sip. As the wine graced his palate, a rich aroma intertwined with a hint of sweetness emerged, evoking a delightful sensation. Lee Zili set down his glass, unable to restrain his admiration. It was indeed exquisite. Observing him intently, Tianzhong Rihue then offered a warm smile and suggested, "Do try the steak." In response, Lee Zili picked up his knife and fork, leisurely slicing a small piece of beef, which he subsequently lifted to his mouth. As he chewed, he was struck by the robust flavor of the meat. Its texture was superb. Clearly, Tianzhong Rihue had not misled him. "How does it taste?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on him, a playful smile adorning her lips. "Quite good," Lee Zili replied as he swallowed the morsel. Tianzhong Rihue beamed in response. Thus, the two continued to dine and converse, the atmosphere becoming increasingly harmonious. Suddenly, Lee Zili set down his utensils and, looking directly at Tianzhong Rihue, inquired, "Miss Tian, might I ask why you invited me to dinner?" He found it hard to believe that Tianzhong Rihue had developed feelings for him, considering they had only met once. He had not succumbed to such vanity, despite acknowledging his own handsomeness. "Do you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" she asked, setting down her wine glass and tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression bright and inviting. "Surely the truth," he replied, as it was evident that no one would wish to hear a falsehood. "The truth is, I find you intriguing, and I wish to know more about you," Tianzhong Rihue stated, her gaze unwavering and candid. In reality, she was indeed speaking the truth. Since the last incident, Lee Zili has become quite enigmatic in her eyes. She is filled with curiosity about this man and desires to understand him better. This is also the reason she requested Lee Zili's phone number. "Is that a fib?" Lee Zili inquired with amusement. "I admire you and wish to befriend you," Tanaka Rihei remarked, struggling to contain her laughter. Upon hearing this, Lee Zili was reminded of the words he had spoken upon first meeting Tanaka Rihei, and he couldn't help but chuckle in return. "To be honest, Hong-yi, how do you know so much in detail? I haven't disclosed anything about my intentions regarding Nishiyama and the others, yet you seem to know everything. How did you manage that?" Tanaka Rihei appeared eager, seemingly longing to hear the answer from Lee Zili. In truth, since the gathering had dispersed, she had been pondering these questions, but no matter how she tried, she could not fathom how Lee Zili was aware of those matters. "I can't say. It's my secret. I only share it with women I sleep with," Lee Zili said, taking a sip from his glass before setting it down with a smile. "Is this how you deceive women? I didn't realize you were that kind of man." With one hand holding the glass, Lee Zili smiled. "Why not? I am quite fond of men like you." As she spoke, Ri Tanaka gazed at him, sensually licking the rim of her wine glass, a gesture that exuded allure. Goodness, he had intended to flirt with this woman, yet unexpectedly found himself the object of her playful seduction. Lee Zili was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Ri Tanaka, realizing her audacious nature. "I am quite fond of women like you. Perhaps you would consider joining me in my room tonight for a more intimate acquaintance?" Li Zili was eager to discover just how far her openness extended. Certainly, but not tonight. It will depend on your capabilities, Ri Tanaka replied, once again teasing him with a provocative gesture. Her meaning was unmistakable. If you wish to share my bed, your skills in seduction will be put to the test. Li Zili understood her implication perfectly. He was about to respond with a smile when suddenly, his phone on the table chimed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Yoko Suzuki. Yoko Suzuki, Hiroichi, where are you? I miss you so much. Li Zili promptly replied to her message. Chapter 63, Conan's Invitation. Li Zili, I am outside. Suzuki Sonoko, I have arrived outside your rented accommodation. Come back quickly. Li Zili, I am currently occupied and cannot return. Suzuki Sonoko, what are you doing? Li Zili, I am on a date with a beautiful woman. After sending this message, it took 2 or 3 seconds before Li Zili received a reply from Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko, humph, who would believe you? Aside from me, who would possibly like you? Li Zili, that may not be the case. Don't cry when the time comes. Suzuki Sonoko, I wouldn't. It's none of my concern who you like. Li Zili, alright then, I want to be back for a while, so don't wait for me. After sending this message, Li Zili turned off the screen and placed his phone in his pocket. You truly are a busy person. Even during meals, people seek you out, Tanaka Rihue remarked with a smile. A trivial matter, Li Zili shrugged, then resumed his conversation with Tanaka Rihue. It must be said that Tanaka Rihue was remarkably open. No matter how Li Zili flirted with her, she was always receptive, which piqued his interest. After their meal, both felt satisfied. They parted ways outside the Western restaurant, and before leaving, Tanaka Rihue said to him, Hiroichi, let us meet more often. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Li Zili was astonished to discover that Suzuki Sonoko had not yet left. At that moment, she was curled up in a corner by the door, her eyes tightly shut and her expression serene, as if she had already drifted into slumber. The sight was rather endearing. Li Zili couldn't help but smile as he crouched down to embrace Suzuki Yoko, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Just as he intended to place Yoko gently on the sofa, she unexpectedly opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber. In the next moment, she wrapped her arms around Li Zili, exclaiming joyfully, Hiroichi, you're back. They embraced for a brief moment before Li Zili suggested, now that you're awake, why don't you take a seat on the sofa? He carefully set her down. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Why are you still here? Li Zili inquired, gazing at her. I wanted to see you, Yoko pouted. Have you eaten? I had just a little in the afternoon. I'm feeling a bit hungry now. I'll go prepare some food. Shortly after, sounds of cooking filled the kitchen. Once Yoko finished her meal, she prepared to leave. However, Li Zili insisted that she stay the night. Yet Yoko replied, no, Hiroichi, I can't. Li Zili felt helpless. Although their relationship had grown exceedingly intimate, Yoko had never spent the night here, primarily due to her parents. Alright, I'll take you home. After escorting Yoko back, he returned. At 11 p.m., having completed his nightly routine, Li Zili lay in bed, tucked under the covers, ready to sleep. Suddenly, an abrupt voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Accepting Conan's invitation to uncover the treasure of the Blue Castle, the task was accomplished, resulting in the acquisition of random free attribute points, with a slight chance of acquiring a skill. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Zili was momentarily taken aback. The treasure of the Blue Castle? He could not recall which episode that referred to. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Could it be Conan? With this thought lingering in his mind, Li Zili answered the call. As he suspected, it was indeed Conan on the other end. The reason for Conan's call was straightforward. He was inviting him to go camping together the following day. Why would Conan extend such an invitation? It was simply because he desired to forge a friendship with Li Zili. Of course, Li Zili was unaware of this. He was merely surprised by Conan's invitation, without delving deeper into its implications. Given the task at hand, he readily accepted Conan's proposition. At that moment, he finally recalled what the Blue Castle entailed. If his memory served him correctly, during this camping trip, Professor Agasa had forgotten to bring the camping tent. Consequently, They sought a place to rest and ventured into a nearby blue castle. The late owner of the blue castle had proclaimed before his passing that he concealed all his treasures in a certain location, which could only be discovered by unraveling the riddles he left behind in life. Li Zili's mission was quite simple: to find the treasure left by the castle's former owner. At that point, he chose not to ponder further. After hanging up the phone, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Li Zili first called Mumu Shursan to request a leave of absence, and then hurried to the rendezvous he had arranged with Conan. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Li Zili discovered that the small detective group and Sherry were in Professor Agasa's car. Upon seeing Li Zili, a flicker of profound surprise crossed Sherry's eyes, as if she had not anticipated his presence. At that moment, Conan was already introducing Li Zili to Professor Agasa, who welcomed Li Zili's participation in the camping trip. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they boarded Professor Agasa's vehicle and set off toward the camping site. Upon reaching their destination, as they disembarked from the car, Professor Agasa realized he had forgotten to bring the camping tent. Conan inquired, "Professor Agasa, have you forgotten the tent?" Professor Agasa, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his cheek and nodded sheepishly. Conan was at a loss for words. The others chimed in, "Professor Agasa, how could you forget the tent? What shall we do without it? Perhaps we should move ahead and see if we can find a place to rest. In this wilderness, where could we possibly find a resting spot?" Despite the grumbling, they pressed on. As the group moved ahead, Li Zili and Sherry intentionally lagged a few steps behind. Sherry glanced at Li Zili and asked, "What brings you here? You seem quite surprised." Li Zili smiled at her. Shirley pouted slightly and then spoke, "You still haven't answered my question. Do you believe me when I say it was Conan who invited me?" Li Zili chuckled, "He invited you?" Shirley cast a surprised glance at Conan, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. However, she was not entirely familiar with the relationship between Li Zili and Conan, so she did not dwell on it further. Just then, the excited exclamation of the boy, Mitsuhiko, broke through the moment. "Wow, look over there. There's a magnificent castle. Indeed, it was quite grand. Let's go see if anyone's there. Hurry!" As they marveled at the sight, Li Zili had already spotted the castle, the very one that was blue in hue. He and Shirley quickened their pace to catch up. Upon reaching the outer fence of the castle, Genta discarded the package he was holding and effortlessly climbed over the fence. Even Professor Agasa could not intervene in time. Just as he landed inside the castle, his footing barely established, a tall, slender man appeared behind him and lifted him up from behind. Chapter 64. "The blue castle whose little imp are you? Dare to roam freely?" He was tall and thin, with a pair of sinister, piercing eyes that lent him an eerie demeanor. At that moment, his foreboding gaze fixed upon Yuanta, causing the latter's hair to stand on end, rendering him speechless and stammering. "Hello, we are here for camping, but we forgot to bring our tent. May we enter to explore the castle?" Just then, Dr. Agasa called out loudly, "Absolutely not. You should return whence you came. This place is not open to your kind." The tall, gaunt man shouted at Dr. Agasa. At that moment, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man emerged from behind him. "Who are these individuals?" The tall man turned around, astonished. "Master, today there shouldn't be any visitors expected here. Should there?" the man inquired. The tall man pointed at Dr. Agasa and said, "That fool over there wants me to allow them to tour the castle." "What do you mean by fool? I am a scientist after all," Dr. Agasa retorted, displeased. "A scientist?" The man, Kanamura, appeared incredulous. He scrutinized Dr. Agasa closely. "You are a scientist?" "Indeed, I am Dr. Agasa, a scientist of some renown," he replied, stroking his beard with a sense of pride. "Then it stands to reason that your intellect must be quite superior, surpassing that of us mere mortals?" Mitsuya Kanu stroked his chin and gazed at Professor Agasa. After a moment, he spread his arms and said, "In that case, please do come in. By the way, would you like to stay the night?" The tall, slender man turned back, astonished at his master's words, seemingly unprepared for such a decision. At that moment, Professor Agasa chuckled, "If so, we are truly grateful." Seeing this, the tall man grew anxious and turned to Kanu, saying, "Master, but you didn't consult the lady of the house before inviting them in. Is this truly wise?" What's the harm? Just tell them they are all my friends. Canoe replied nonchalantly. Besides, given my mother-in-law's current state, this explanation suffices. Honestly, uncle, could you please put me down? At that moment, the voice of Genta complained, still being held aloft by the tall man. All right. Subsequently, Professor Agasa, along with Sonoko, entered the Blue Castle, following the tall man. As Hikaru walked alongside, he marveled, wow, this courtyard is enormous. And there are horses too. Truly, look at that black horse. But why does it only reach up to my neck? Approaching the sculpted horses, he pondered this curious thought. Nearby, Sonoko explained those are called knights. They are pieces from a game of chess. Upon seeing the chess pieces, Li Zili had already discerned their significance. They constituted a riddle left behind by the ancient lord of the castle before his demise. By unraveling this enigma, one could uncover the treasure. Chess pieces? Ume inquired, puzzled. Not merely chess pieces. Observe, the grass beneath them has been meticulously trimmed, clearly resembling a chessboard. From an elevated perspective, this indeed resembles a game of chess, Conan remarked. Conan is correct. This is a chess game, concealing the secret of a treasure. Is there someone here who enjoys playing chess? Dr. Agasa pondered. This is undoubtedly a man-made arrangement, but I am unaware of who left the chess set here, responded a tall, slender man. Among those present, it seemed that only Li Zili understood the purpose of this chess set. He had no intention of elucidating anything to Dr. Agasa and the others. The skilled man continued, it is said that this was part of the late lord's final words some 15 years ago, which Mr. Jinzhao has never contravened. You speak of the late lord? Then who was that man just now? He was the second husband of the lady, for Mr. Jinzhao passed away 6 years ago, and Our Lady perished in that great fire 4 years prior. What great fire? The others, aside from Li Zili, were taken aback. Behold, there stands a charred stone tower, the very location that once served as the lady's chamber. It was here that she returned to the long-absent castle to celebrate the birthday of the elder lady. She arrived in the dead of night, yet before dawn broke. Flames erupted and consumed the place. It was not only the lady who suffered. Those friends she brought along, as well as the steward and servants who had faithfully served the elder lady for many years, over a dozen souls, were also engulfed by the inferno. The tall, slender man's voice was deep and somber, tinged with the weight of memories from that dreadful fire and the lives it claimed. How terrifying, gasped the others in fear. At that moment, the tall man continued, the only survivors of that calamity were the newly hired servants like myself and the elder lady, who had taken refuge in a different chamber due to a cold. Additionally, there was the esteemed Amon, who arrived just a little earlier than the lady. As he spoke, he glanced toward a young man squatting nearby, his fingers tracing the contours of a sculpted horse. That young man is the only son of the lady and Lord Jinzhao, Amon Takumi. Although he had returned to this place merely 2 or 3 days prior to the fire, it is said he had been sent abroad for his studies since childhood. This was indeed my first encounter with Lord Amon. Since Our Lady remarried overseas, he had remained in that distant land alongside Lord Amon. It is quite puzzling why the two individuals have chosen to reside in this castle since the unfortunate fire. To the outside observer, it appears as though they have been enchanted in some manner. One might speculate that their arrival here was fraught with challenges. You may not be aware of their appearances, Dr. Agasa remarked. Not at all, for the photograph from the lady's remarriage has long been sent back here, and thus everyone is familiar with the visage of Lord Amon. As for the young nobleman, look closely. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the late lord. As he spoke, a tall, slender man pushed open the grand door of the castle's hall. He then extended his hand to point at a magnificent portrait hanging on the central wall opposite them. The portrait depicted the deceased lord of the castle. Upon seeing the painting, Dr. Agasa expressed his astonishment, stating, "It is indeed remarkable. Anyone who lays eyes on them would readily conclude that they are father and son." After this, he glanced at the 2 portraits flanking the central one. "And who are the figures in these portraits?" he inquired. "Those are Lord Jinzhao and the lady." Lord Jinzhao was brought into the family through marriage and held great respect for the late lord, who shared his scholarly pursuits. Our Lady often felt a twinge of jealousy over this. He continued, reminiscing about the past when she frequently defended Lord Jinzhou. Just as the slender man finished speaking, a voice from behind them suddenly interrupted. A voice belonging to an elderly lady. Chapter 65. Chess. She often remarked that her father was merely an intellectual spouting nonsensical rhetoric. Did she not? Upon hearing these words, the tall, lean man turned around, astonished, and exclaimed, "Madam." Li Zili and the others also glanced at the speaker. It was an elderly lady in a wheelchair, adorned in black attire, with a pair of spectacles perched on her nose. The others displayed no particular reaction upon seeing her. Only Li Zili's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. The elderly lady, oblivious to Li Zili's expression, continued addressing the gathering. In fact, the child's father had often heard such things before. However, rather than being upset, he found them quite amusing. "My apologies," the tall man said hastily, removing his hat and slightly bowing, his tone laced with tension. "I did not mean to evoke such memories." "You need not be overly concerned," the elderly lady replied. "I have long since grown accustomed to his absence." She cast a profound gaze upon her husband's portrait and continued, "This is akin to the changes in the designs of banknotes or the dimensions of passports. Initially disconcerting, yet with the passage of time one finds nothing peculiar about it. Indeed, time is a formidable force. Joy and sorrow alike dissipate with its relentless march." "Madam," the tall man interjected upon hearing her words. The elderly lady turned her attention to Li Zili, Professor Agasa, and the others, inquiring, "By the way, who might these individuals be?" The tall, slender man spoke with a hint of nervousness. They are all friends of the master, and I have heard he is a scientist." He gestured towards Professor Agasa in the crowd. "A scientist?" A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the old lady's eyes, and she then remarked, "That is splendid. I must ask you to assist us in unraveling the mysteries he has concealed within this castle." At her words, everyone except Li Zili appeared taken aback. "Mysteries? What mysteries?" Professor Agasa exclaimed in bewilderment. The tall man then clarified, "It is said that before the master passed away, he uttered a statement. Whoever can decipher the enigma of this castle shall be granted his most treasured fortune." The crowd was filled with astonishment, yet Li Zili remained unfazed. He was already aware of this and understood that the key to solving the castle's mystery lay within that chess set. If he wished, he could easily unveil the riddle and uncover the treasure at that moment. However, he found no desire to do so, for such an endeavor seemed rather mundane. Since he was present, why not engage with the antagonist of this episode and seek some amusement instead? At that moment, the elderly lady spoke again. "Oh, my daughter has yet to return. Was she not supposed to come back today? She mentioned wanting to celebrate my birthday." With that, she began to push her wheelchair in search of her daughter. This prompted the tall man to hurriedly exclaim, "Madam, she has arrived. Please have her come to my room." The elderly lady exclaimed with excitement as she swiftly pushed her wheelchair, "I will soon see my daughter." In no time, her figure vanished down the corridor. Dr. Agasa and the others were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden eccentricity of the old woman. A tall, slender man, observing her departure, remarked, "Alas, ever since the fire, she has been this way." It seems she was profoundly affected by the incident. Upon hearing this, Li Zili merely shrugged, choosing not to comment further. Only Conan, after a moment of contemplation, looked up at the tall man and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, is there a room from which we can clearly view the chess pieces in the courtyard?" In response, Li Zili cast a glance at Conan, while the tall man readily replied, "Yes, follow me." Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a spacious room. Upon entering, Conan immediately opened the window and leaned down to gaze at the chess pieces below. His companions, Ayumi and Genta, joined him in looking down. "Wow, what beautiful chess pieces! I can't see them," Ayumi exclaimed. "Come on, Genta. Don't push me." As they conversed, Conan continued to observe the chess pieces while jotting down notes. At that moment, Kogoro opened another window nearby, peering down and shouting, "Ha! You can see the chess pieces from this side too." Li Zili approached Guangyan, leaning forward to gaze below. Indeed, from this vantage point, the entirety of the chessboard was laid bare before him. At that moment, Conan approached, notebook in hand, looking up at him and inquiring, "Brother Chao Shun, What are your thoughts on the treasure mentioned by the butler? Upon hearing this, Li Zili paused to reflect, quickly realizing that Conan was probing him to see if he had made any discoveries regarding the treasure. He smiled gently at Conan and replied, "This treasure is quite intriguing. This chessboard should be the key to it." Conan's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing that Li Zili was on the same wavelength as him. He perceived the chessboard as a riddle, believing that once it was deciphered, the treasure would be revealed. He promptly presented his sketches to Li Zili, asking, "Brother Chaoshan, can you unravel the riddle of this chessboard?" While it was indeed solvable, Li Zili thought to himself that revealing the answer now would diminish the thrill of the pursuit. Thus, he feigned ignorance and shook his head. Seeing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Conan's face, but he refrained from further conversation, retreating to ponder the riddle of the chessboard on his own. After he departed, Sherry approached Li Zili, lowering her voice to ask, "Are you truly unaware, or are you pretending not to know? What do you think?" Li Zili replied with a playful wink before walking away. Sherry rolled her eyes in response. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, she always felt that Li Zili possessed the key to unraveling the enigma of chess. She could not help but steal another glance at Li Zili's departing silhouette. "Oh dear, what are you two up to?" At that moment, the startled exclamation of Boumei rang out. Everyone quickly turned to see Yuan Tai hanging precariously outside the window, his hands gripping the frame with all his might. Guangyan was also desperately holding on to him. The crowd gasped in shock, and before they could utter a word, Li Zili dashed to the window in a few swift strides, rescuing Yuan Tai from the brink. That was close. Once Yuan Tai landed safely, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having been thoroughly frightened moments before, convinced he was about to plummet. Witnessing Li Zili's timely intervention, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief for Yuan Tai. Conan exclaimed, "You two fools, what were you thinking? That was far too dangerous." After taking several deep breaths, Yuan Tai turned to Li Zili and said, "Thank you, Brother Chuan. Please don't be so mischievous in the future." Li Zili smiled. Just then, Conan emitted an odd sound of surprise. He gazed at the wall, pondering. The window is right next to the wall, and the previous room also had a window adjacent to it. So where did this vast space in between vanish to? Chapter 66. The disappearance of Conan in contemplation. Conan appeared to have made a significant discovery. He hastily tapped along the walls until he encountered a hollow section. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a clock suspended upon this empty wall. A smile crept across Conan's lips. He then procured a chair and stacked several books upon it. Ascending to the chair, he began to adjust the clock's hands, pondering the existence of secret passages that often opened when the hands pointed to a specific time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the passage unexpectedly revealed itself. Conan was engulfed, swallowed by the hidden corridor. Subsequently, the passage restored itself to its original state, and the chair along with the books tumbled to the floor. Hearing the clatter, Genta and his companions, who were gazing out the window, turned back in bewilderment. Where has Conan gone? He was just here, wasn't he? Nearby, Ri-suk glanced at the clock, a smirk playing on his lips, yet he refrained from further comment. In the corridor, the members of the Junior Detective League gathered, their demeanor tense, while Ri-suk stood casually with his hands in his pockets. "What? You say Conan has vanished? But he was clearly in that room just moments ago," Ayumi exclaimed in shock. "How should I know?" Genta replied, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Sherry observed Ri-suk's relaxed posture, a contemplative expression settling upon her face. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Li Zili and inquired, "Do you know where Conan has gone?" Upon hearing this, the members of the little detective team all gazed at Li Zili. Naturally, he was aware of Conan's whereabouts, yet he shook his head. At present, Conan was not in any peril. He was merely trapped, and there was no need for concern. "What are you all doing here?" At that moment, the noblewoman, Dr. Agasa, and the tall, slender butler approached. It was Dr. Agasa who spoke. "Doctor, Conan is missing," Boumei exclaimed upon seeing him. "Missing? Doctor?" Agasa responded in astonishment. The tall butler, overhearing, remarked, "I believe he must have gone to the restroom. It is just one floor below. Shall we go take a look?" The noblewoman suggested as she stepped forward. The group arrived at the restroom door on the lower level. The tall butler opened the door and peered inside, his face reflecting surprise. Strange, there is no one inside. The restroom was utterly empty. Are there any other restrooms? Dr. Agasa inquired. Hearing this, the tall butler glanced at the noblewoman, who explained, in truth, this castle seldom utilizes restrooms. This is the only one. After listening to her words, Genta whispered to Bume and the others, could it be that Conan is hiding somewhere, intending to give us a fright? Indeed, it is quite plausible that Conan possesses a rather childish demeanor. Hikaru remarked, completely oblivious to the fact that he too is still a child. Beside them, Riri listened to their conversation, feeling somewhat speechless. That rascal Conan is not hiding away. He is currently trapped. At that moment, a servant approached and addressed Lady Kamiho, stating, My lady, dinner is ready. Understood, Lady Kamiho replied. Turning to Riri and the others, she added, We have prepared dinner for you as well. Shall we descend together? Upon hearing the mention of food, Genta's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it eel rice? He inquired. However, Ayumi hesitated, saying, But we must find Conan first. In response, Lady Kamiho smiled reassuringly, Do not worry. Once Conan is too hungry to bear it, he will surely emerge on his own. With those words, Ayumi felt there was no further argument to be made. At the dining table, the castle's several masters, along with Riri, Professor Agasa, and others, gathered around. An array of exquisite dishes and fine wines adorned the table. The little detective group was lively and playful, which brought hearty laughter from Amon Kamiho. Indeed, having such merriment occasionally is rather delightful. Lady Kamiho chimed in, Yes, ever since my mother perished in that fire, we have scarcely had any guests. Dr. Agasa expressed a hint of surprise as he remarked, however, I have heard from my subordinates that you two have been residing here since that unfortunate fire. May I inquire as to the reason? Upon hearing this, Kamiyama Amon and his companion displayed varying expressions. Kamiyama Takako immediately responded with a smile. In truth, I had planned to return to this castle after my graduation from university. Amon added from the side, Initially, I stayed here due to my concern for my mother-in-law, who had lost her only daughter. However, as time passed, I found myself increasingly enamored with this castle, where my wife was born and raised. Upon hearing their words, Rikoli scoffed, yet before he could speak, the elderly lady let out a derisive snort. Humph, I believe what you truly cherish is not this castle, but the treasures hidden within it. The children, including Yuanta, were unfazed by her comment. However, Dr. Agasa and Shirley exchanged glances of intrigue. At this moment, Kamiyama Takako turned to the elderly woman, exclaiming, Grandmother, ha ha ha, that may indeed be the case. It would be disingenuous to say I am unaffected by my father-in-law's final words. Kamiyama Amon laughed heartily at this. Humph, I knew it. My daughter has been deceived by a man consumed with greed like you, the elderly lady retorted coldly. She then turned her wheelchair to face the group, declaring, I wish to have dinner in my room. When my daughter arrives, bring her to me at once. I must have a serious talk with her. With that, to the astonishment of all present, she wheeled herself back into her room. After her departure, Lady Kamiyama remarked, Grandmother remains unchanged. She still believes my mother is alive. It is no wonder that her memory has deteriorated. For the past decade, since her foot has been afflicted, she has been confined within these castle walls, never stepping outside. At this juncture, Kamiyama Amon turned to Dr. Agasa and inquired, By the way, have you unraveled the mystery? Dr. Agasa? Dr. Agasa appeared utterly astonished, as if to say, What mystery? Observing his bewildered expression, Amon continued, What? Have you not heard that my father-in-law proclaimed on his deathbed that whoever solves the mystery of this castle shall receive my most treasured possession? This last will? Dr. Agasa scratched the back of his head, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. He had indeed heard of the will, yet he had never contemplated its implications. He sheepishly admitted, I have heard of this matter, but I have no idea where to begin. Chapter 67. The search for the individual at the moment when Dr. Agasa found himself in an awkward predicament. The ever-composed Lazili set aside his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with his hand, and spoke up, the chess pieces arranged in the courtyard. Once he had successfully captured everyone's attention, he continued, "If the chessboard designed in the courtyard symbolizes the individual who has buried the treasure, then surely the chess pieces conceal the means to unlock this treasure." Astonishment swept through the crowd. "Is this truly the case?" Dr. Agasa leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Mr. Kusakawa, is this indeed true?" "Without a doubt," Lazuli replied calmly. Kanemori and Kanemori Kido exchanged glances, both surprised by Lazuli's unexpected brilliance. Until now, they had not perceived any extraordinary qualities in him. Kanemori Kido immediately inquired, "Have you already deciphered the meaning of those chess pieces?" Upon hearing this, the others gazed at Lazuli with eager anticipation. He leisurely lifted his glass and took a sip of wine. After setting the glass down, he remarked, "How could I possibly know? You have spent 4 years unraveling the riddle of those pieces, and I'm to solve it in an instant?" His words were, of course, a ruse to mislead them. He simply wished to prolong the final revelation, for to unveil it prematurely would diminish much of the enjoyment. At this moment, the fun was only just beginning, was it not? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of disappointment, yet they did not dwell on it. After all, what Rizili mentioned was that they had spent 4 years unraveling the enigma of the chess pieces, making it impossible for anyone to solve it in an instant. At that moment, a maid approached with a transparent bag, presenting it to Bumei, who smiled and expressed her gratitude as she accepted the bag. "What do you intend to do with this bag?" inquired Yuenta and Mitsuhiko, both surprised. "I wish to hide this bread for Conan. I believe he must be famished upon his return," Bumei explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kamiyama glanced around and remarked, "By the way, where has that bespectacled boy gone? I've been unable to locate him since earlier. I intended to search for him thoroughly after our meal." Listening to Kamiyama's words, Dr. Agasa set down his fork and chuckled. This castle indeed harbors numerous mechanisms. He must have gotten lost somewhere. Lost, indeed, Rizili thought to himself. At that moment, Kamiyama stroked his chin. As long as he hasn't wandered into that tower, it should be fine. "What tower?" Dr. Agasa inquired, perplexed. "The tower to the left of this castle. I refer to the one that burned my wife alive 4 years ago, now overgrown with weeds, the charred tower." Mikami Man explained, I recall that 2 years ago we employed a new servant who mysteriously vanished one evening. Upon inquiring, I learned that he had expressed to a fellow servant his suspicion that something strange lay within that tower. Consequently, I immediately ventured into the tower to search for him. Although there were signs indicating he had entered, I found no trace of him. Subsequently, we summoned the police, who conducted a search in the nearby woods. At this point, he paused. "And then what? Were there any discoveries?" The audience, captivated, did not expect his interruption, prompting Dr. Agasa to inquire urgently. 9 days later, we discovered his lifeless body in the woods. He had starved to death. A reminiscent expression crossed Mikami's face. The little detective team gasped in shock, a chill creeping down their spines. Dr. Agasa exclaimed, "How could this happen?" The police later classified it as an unfortunate accident, suggesting he had wandered into the forest, lost his way, and succumbed. However, during that time, a peculiar rumor circulated among the servants, claiming that after my wife perished in the fire, her restless spirit lingered in that tower, transferring its malevolence onto him. From that day forth, we sealed the entrance to the tower. Upon hearing this, Lazuli smirked but remained silent, while the others felt an unsettling chill at their backs. Just then, with a voice tinged with tears, Bumei exclaimed, "If we do not hurry to find Conan, he may perish from hunger." She then added, "Let us place my bread in as well." Upon hearing this, Genta and Hikari promptly contributed their bread to the transparent bag that Bumei held. At that moment, the elegant Kamiyama set down his knife and fork, rising to suggest, "In light of this, perhaps we should separate and search for him at once. Otherwise, the darkness will soon envelop us." The group unanimously agreed. Although Riri was aware that Conan was likely safe for the time being, he refrained from opposing Kamiyama's proposition, reasoning that searching for Conan could be regarded as a mere diversion. Outside, the sky had darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall. Each room within the ancient castle was aglow with light. The group scoured the castle grounds in search of Conan, calling out his name in unison. "Conan, where are you?" Please do not hide. Come out. Soon, they had thoroughly searched the courtyard. Yet Conan remained elusive. At that moment, the tall and lean butler paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked, "It appears he is not in the courtyard. Additionally, we have searched within the castle itself, but found no trace." No sooner had the butler finished speaking than Kamiyama, Riri, and a few others emerged from the castle. Dr. Agasa's eyes reflected a trace of concern as he gazed towards the charred ancient tower to the left of the castle. Had he truly ventured inside? No. I just checked the entrance moments ago. The lock on the door remains intact, untouched by anyone. Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa, along with Ayumi and the others, breathed a sigh of relief. The tall, slender butler remarked, "This suggests that the only remaining area to investigate is the woods." He then directed his gaze towards the forest adjacent to the castle. The dilemma, however, was that it was now raining. Venturing into the woods at night would be perilously risky. In my opinion, we should summon the police tomorrow and have them conduct a search. After Kanemori finished speaking, he turned to Ayumi and the others, saying, "By the way, you all should come inside. The rain is intensifying." The detective boys were reluctant to enter, still wishing to search for Conan. However, they were persuaded by Shiho, who reassured them, "Don't worry. Conan is not the type to easily get into trouble. There is no need for your concern." After hearing Shiho's words, the members of the detective boys followed Kanemori and the others back into the house, while Kazunari, Dr. Agasa, and Shiho lagged a few steps behind. Dr. Agasa then turned to Shiho and said, "Shiho, just as you mentioned, Conan will be fine, right? The absence of news is the best news, isn't it?" Chapter 68. Midnight operations. Upon hearing this, Sherry paused and turned to face Dr. Agasa. A slight smirk graced her lips as she remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Think for a moment, he has been missing for several hours. He hasn't contacted us at all. Do you truly believe he would allow us to worry so, simply out of boredom? Something must have happened to him. He could have been captured by someone in this castle, unable to escape, or worse, he may already be dead." At her words, Li Zili cast a glance at Sherry, acknowledging her sharpness. As expected of Sherry, still so astute, he thought to himself. Dr. Agasa, taken aback, exclaimed, "No way." Sherry chose not to respond but instead turned her gaze to Li Zili, asking, "Do you believe what I just said is correct? This fellow is quite clever. He solved the last case with such ease. He must know something. How should AI ask him?" Dr. Agasa appeared perplexed. "Are you lacking in confidence in yourself?" Li Zili inquired, smiling at her. Before Sherry could reply, Dr. Agasa hurriedly interjected, "So, what shall we do now? In any case, we must not attract the attention of the people here. We should contact the police and have them conduct a thorough investigation. Moreover, we should not venture into the woods just yet. Our focus should be on this castle. I believe I am beginning to piece things together." At this point, she seemed to recall something and looked at Li Zili, saying, "You should be the most capable of contacting the police, correct?" Hearing this, Dr. Agasa regarded Sherry with curiosity and asked, "AI, why do you say that?" "Because he is a police officer." "What? He? A police officer?" Dr. Agasa stared in astonishment at Li Zili, utterly taken aback by the revelation. At that moment, Li Zili smiled slightly, expressing his regret for not having his mobile phone with him. Sherry furrowed her brow, casting him a sidelong glance without uttering a word. "In that case, let us search for a telephone. There must be one here," she suggested. With that, the three began their quest for a phone within the castle. However, at the very instant they departed, a shadow flickered in the darkness and vanished without a trace. Sherry and Dr. Agasa remained oblivious, but Li Zili hesitated for a brief moment, glancing back. He then continued on his way. Not long after, Dr. Agasa exclaimed in delight, "I found it." On the other side, upon hearing Dr. Agasa's voice, Li Zili turned down the corridor and approached the telephone in the corner. Yet they found no sign of Dr. Agasa. Li Zili's expression remained calm, while Sherry wore a look of bewilderment. "Where is the doctor? I distinctly heard his voice," she remarked, scanning her surroundings anxiously. "Perhaps he was carried away by a wolf," Li Zili quipped. "You are the one who would be taken by a wolf," Sherry retorted, rolling her eyes. After giving Li Zili a disdainful glance, she approached the landline telephone, picked up the receiver, and proceeded to dial the number for the police station. Hello, is this the police department? Yes. May I speak with Officer Magyar, please? Just as she was about to speak, a man's voice suddenly emerged from beside her. Are you calling your friend? Turning around, Sherry saw Mamiya Man approaching. She immediately shook her head, saying, "No, I just finished my call," as she placed the receiver back down. At that moment, a few young detectives appeared at the corner of the corridor. Ayumi, her face alight with surprise, exclaimed, "Hi, bruh. I didn't realize you were here. Where have you all been? Huh? It's just you and Kanzuya here. Where's Dr. Agasa?" Ayumi glanced around, puzzled by the absence of Dr. Agasa. That old fellow is probably keeping Conan company, Ritsuko mused silently. Wasn't he with you? Mitsuhiko inquired. No. I think he might have gone in search of the treasures of this castle, Sherry replied, glancing sideways at Mamiya Man, who stood there. Subsequently, they departed from the area. In the dead of night, the rain continued to fall. As Sherry lay in bed, she suddenly sat up, realizing that something was amiss. She tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake Ayumi, who was sleeping beside her. Then, with utmost caution, she opened the door, preparing to step outside. Just then, Mamiya Takato wheeled an elderly lady toward her, and she heard Mamiya Man say, "Grandma, it's so late. Where do you intend to go? My daughter hasn't returned yet. I must go fetch her. Leave matters concerning mother to us. You should return to your chamber." With that, Kanamori pushed the elderly lady to turn away and walked off into the distance. Once they had departed, Shelley opened the door and stepped out. She proceeded along the corridor, making 2 turns when, suddenly, she felt an inexplicable sensation and abruptly halted, gazing into the dimness ahead. Is someone there? A figure loomed in the shadows, indistinct to her view. At that moment, the silhouette emerged from the darkness. It was I. A man's voice resonated. Upon seeing him, Shelley relaxed. "How is it you? Why could it not be me?" Lizili replied with a smile, halting before her. "How did you know I would come?" Given Lizili's demeanor, it was apparent he had purposely awaited her arrival, evidently having anticipated her emergence. If one were to articulate it, one might say we share an unspoken connection. Lizili estet. Shelley rolled her eyes, disinclined to engage in conversation. After a brief pause, she continued, "Since you are aware of my impending arrival, you must also know my intentions. You are concerned about Dr. Agasa and the others, wishing to seek them out, are you not?" "Indeed," Shelley replied. "Their prolonged absence surely indicates trouble." At this juncture, she fixed her gaze upon Lizili. "Do you know where they are?" "I do not," Lizili replied, shaking his head with calm indifference, his expression unwavering as he spun his web of deceit. Shirley cast a glance at him, remaining silent. After a brief moment, the two began to wander through the castle, and not long after, a few young detectives appeared. Upon seeing them, Shirley was momentarily speechless. "How did you all end up here?" "I'm quite worried about Conan," stated Ayumi. "The doctor hasn't returned either. I can assist you with your investigation. As they say, 3 heads are better than 1. Indeed, they all chimed in with grins. "Oh well, let them join us," Lizili remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shirley chose not to comment further. Soon after, the group arrived at the room where Conan had previously vanished. Standing beneath the grandfather clock, Shirley instructed Lizili, "Please help me turn the hands of this clock." Hearing this, Lizili shot her a glance, realizing she indeed possessed some clues. He then climbed onto a chair and moved the hands of the clock. Shortly thereafter, a heavy thud resonated as a large door slowly opened before them, revealing a hidden passageway. "Oh!" The young detectives gazed at the secret passage with astonishment, while Lizili and Shirley exhibited no expression, as if they had anticipated the existence of this hidden route all along. Chapter 69. Bloodstains. Let us proceed. At that moment, Sherry took the lead and stepped inside. "Where is this place?" Upon entering the pitch-black passage, Genta and his companions looked around in bewilderment. Sherry remained silent, instead illuminating the path ahead with her flashlight. Observing this, Ayumi glanced at the watch flashlight on Sherry's wrist and inquired, "Could it be that you have?" "Indeed, this is the watch flashlight that Dr. Agasa gifted me," Sherry affirmed with a nod. "I see you possess one as well. What do you mean? Ayumi replied with a chuckle. We have one too. With that, Ayumi, Genta, and the others activated their own watch flashlights. In an instant, a small area was illuminated. Is that so? That is quite helpful. Let us move on. Sherry smiled, leading the way alongside Ryuichi, while the children followed closely behind. After traversing the passage for a while, they descended a stone staircase. Sherry appeared to discover something, directing her watch flashlight towards the ground not far ahead. She then approached, crouching down to collect some vivid red liquid from the floor. What is that? Hikaru noticed her actions and turned to look. It is blood. Judging by its color and the degree to which it has dried, it must have been spilled not long ago. Upon hearing this, Ryuichi also approached to examine the scene. Indeed, as Sherry had stated, this blood had recently been shed. It was likely that Conan had been struck with a blunt object. Ryuichi chose not to intervene further. Impressive, Shiratori, you even know this, remarked Ayumi, casting a glance at Sherry. Now is not the time for such discussions. This is likely Conan's blood. Do you understand? As she spoke, Sherry turned her head to look at Ayumi. It is not merely a possibility. It is indeed Conan's blood, added Ritsuki silently in his heart. Ayumi was startled, her concern for Conan growing. Shortly thereafter, Hikaru, having searched the vicinity, seemed to have discovered something. He crouched down and said, "Look at this spot. It appears that some words are inscribed on these steps." The group followed his gaze and indeed saw inscriptions on the steps. Ritsuki read them aloud one by one. "That person has now taken my identity, seeking to seize the treasure of the castle." The sentence abruptly ended there. Everyone could tell that, Hikaru remarked. It seems like the rest is intended to say treasure. Could these inscriptions have been left by Conan? Ayumi speculated. These are not written by Conan. The engravings are evidently quite old. Not made recently, Ritsuki replied nonchalantly. Then who inscribed them? Sherry inquired, looking at him. Ritsuki merely smiled in silence, fully aware of the answer but reluctant to reveal it, for doing so would diminish the intrigue. Observing his demeanor, Sherry shot him a skeptical glance, and then Hikaru added, "It seems that for some reason that person did not finish the inscription. They likely are no longer among the living, unable to complete it. No longer in this world." Ayumi and Genta were taken aback. Sherry continued from Kagoro's words, "Indeed, he has passed away. Perhaps he drew his last breath right here." Upon hearing this, Ayumi and the others gaped in terror. However, Sherry paid no heed to their expressions and stood up, making a deduction. "If I am not mistaken, Conan discovered the body here. While he was engrossed in examining it, he was struck from behind or stabbed, which would explain the bloodstains on the ground." Could be said that Sherry's conjecture was largely accurate. It was indeed the case. Truly, she was the astute Sherry. Kazuhiko cast a glance at her. "Hey, it seems there's something here." Just then, Genta's shout pierced the air. Everyone hurried over to see Genta picking up a broken pair of glasses from the ground. "These are glasses. Whose are they? Look, aren't these? Aren't these the doctor's glasses?" Kagoro recognized them, astonished. How could the doctor's glasses be found in such a place? Genta also wore a shocked expression. Not only were they broken, but there were also bloodstains on them. Ayumi noticed the red liquid on the glasses and gasped. "Could it be that something has happened to the doctor?" Kagoro remarked. Sherry said nothing, turning to leave, with Kazuhiko casually following her. As they observed the departure of Shiratori and Mr. Kasakawa, Hikaru and his companions hastily followed suit. After a brief interval, they encountered a concealed door, which was inadvertently triggered by Sherry, causing it to swing open. In an instant, the passage ahead became vacant, and Hikaru collided with Ayumi. Consequently, the three of them tumbled out of the hidden entrance. Upon inspection, they found themselves in a corridor. It seemed as if Riko had anticipated the existence of this secret door, as he had already come to a halt. Only then did he emerge from the clandestine passage. Meanwhile, Sherry and the others had already regained their footing. Sherry surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "This is precisely the spot where the doctor vanished earlier. Oddly enough, this door now refuses to open." At that moment, Hikaru's voice echoed, expressing his inability to push open the earlier concealed door. However, Genta remained inside. Yumi, with a worried expression, stated, "We are left with no choice. We must re-enter through the initial entrance and reunite with him." Sherry approached, affirming her agreement. Rico, remaining silent, understood that Genta was not in any peril and that there was no need for urgency. Observing Sherry and her companions preparing to return to the previous room, he quietly smiled and thought, perhaps that door has been locked by someone. There is no necessity for us to go back. Sherry glanced at him, incredulous. What nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone lock the door? Noting her skepticism, Rico merely shrugged and refrained from further comment. Subsequently, upon arriving at the threshold of that room, Guangyan grasped the doorknob, yet found it utterly unyielding. He remarked, "Strange. This door seems genuinely locked. No matter how hard I try, it won't budge. How can this be? It was definitely unlocked just moments ago." Meanwhile, Sherry turned her gaze toward Lazili, her expression one of astonishment. "How did you know the door would be locked?" she inquired. "Just a guess," Lazili replied nonchalantly. "This fellow, was it truly mere conjecture?" Sherry regarded him with a face full of skepticism. From the very beginning, he had maintained an air of nonchalance, as if privy to some secret knowledge. Yet he remained reticent. How infuriating. "Gray-clad classmate Mr. Kasakawa, what shall we do now?" At that moment, Ayumi's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Sherry's thoughts returned to her own predicament. After a moment's contemplation, she articulated, "If I am not mistaken, someone must have been following us. The reason for locking the door was to prevent us from retracing our steps through the original passage. They intended to secure the exit, yet they did not anticipate that we would fortuitously escape through that very door." With that, she turned her gaze toward Lazili. "Am I correct?" "You are always right," he replied. Sherry couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this juncture, Ayumi interjected, "So, does this mean that Gentai is in danger?" Chapter 70. Can it be eaten? "I believe he has fallen into the hands of those trailing behind us." "It must be so," Sherry remarked. "Surely not." Both Bummy and Hiroaki were filled with apprehension and dread. "What shall we do now?" "We can only search for alternative entrances, and we must do so while the three who have vanished may still be alive," Lazili suggested casually as he followed them. They soon arrived at a spacious room. "Wow, what a large room," Bummy exclaimed. Uncle Guerin mentioned that he uses this space as a studio, as it allows him to concentrate on his painting. "Everyone, let us look for an entrance," they urged, dispersing to search. While Bummy and the others diligently sought an opening, Lazili meandered about, admiring the artwork adorning the walls, which caught Sherry's attention, prompting her to cast a glance in his direction. So many newspapers. Just then, a rustling sound erupted as Bummy accidentally knocked over a stack of newspapers, sending them tumbling to the floor. Sherry immediately approached, crouching down to pick up one of the papers, exclaiming, "These newspapers appear quite old. They must date back quite some time." As she examined the article, she discovered it detailed a fire from 4 years ago, which resulted in the tragic loss of 15 lives. The flames so fierce that they reduced bones to ash. The identification of the remains relied solely on the personal belongings found with them, with only one individual currently unaccounted for. Upon reaching this point, Sherry's pupils constricted. She pondered to herself that he must have taken advantage of the great fire to switch places with someone else. If Lazili were aware of Sherry's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly give her a thumbs up. "Ah, it seems that Guangyan has also vanished." At that moment, the voice of Bumei echoed. Sherry set aside the newspaper, and she and Lazili proceeded together. Indeed, Guangyan was nowhere to be found. Lazili was not particularly concerned, for he knew where Guangyan had gone. However, Sherry and Bumei were searching high and low for him, soon arriving at the corridor outside. Subsequently, Bumei gazed at a door at the end of the corridor and remarked, "He wouldn't have gone through that door, would he?" That was peculiar, for it was the entrance to the tower that had suffered a fire, which had clearly been sealed off. Bumei had already noticed the door at the corridor's end, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Without needing to say much, they decided to investigate. At that moment, Lazili spoke up. Sherry turned to glance at him, asking, "Do you know what is going on?" Lazili shrugged, remaining silent. Sherry was left speechless. They then passed through the door, arriving at the entrance of the charred tower. Bumei was about to call out Guangyan's name into the tower, but Sherry halted her with a raised hand, saying, "Wait, this might be a trap." I will go in first to assess the situation. You hide in the bushes over there. With that, she was about to proceed. However, Li Zili suddenly interjected, I will go with you. Very well. Shirley glanced at him and nodded. I am somewhat apprehensive. After they had walked a short distance, the voice of Fumi echoed from behind. Shirley halted, turned to face her, and said, There is no need for you to be frightened or to hide. If you count to 300 and we have yet to emerge, then you should make your escape swiftly. Fumi was taken aback, unable to respond before Shirley continued. As long as you can reach the path in the woods, with a stroke of luck you might still be saved. Gray-clad classmate. Upon hearing this, Fumi anxiously called out. You must strive for yourself, Fumi. Surely, you wish to deliver those breads to Conan? Without waiting for her to respond, Shirley spoke again. At this, Fumi fell silent for a brief moment before vigorously nodding her head. Yes. Observing her reaction, Shirley and Zili approached the door, pushed it open, and stepped into the charred tower. Upon entering, they were greeted by the damp, musty scent that permeated the air. Although the lighting was insufficient, they could discern the scorched walls and the ash-covered floor. Casting a glance at the nonchalant Zili, Shirley inquired, Aren't you afraid? He gazed at her and replied with a smile, With you by my side, even if trouble arises, it would all be worthwhile. Shirley rolled her eyes dramatically. This fellow managed to be somewhat restrained in front of others, but when alone with her, he became quite irreverent. What does it mean to be serious? Can it be consumed? Shirley paused for a moment before speaking. Honestly, what do you truly know? Could you share it with me? I know nothing at all, except that you will undoubtedly become my wife in the future. Li Zili replied with a grin. Shirley's lips twitched, and she was tempted to strike him. However, considering that she was no match for him, she refrained. Nevertheless, she could tell that Li Zili was certainly privy to some information, yet he refused to divulge it. After walking for a while longer, Shirley suddenly seemed to hear a sound. Do you hear that? She asked. Li Zili had already recognized the voice. It was Bumei. The girl had entered the tower, despite being told to escape on her own. Shirley was somewhat exasperated, but she turned back to walk with Li Zili. Before long, they reunited with Bumei. Upon seeing her, Shirley expressed her annoyance. Did I not instruct you to listen? Why did you not escape? How could I run away knowing that everyone might be in danger? Bumei replied earnestly. Honestly, you've bested me this time. By the way, where is Mr. Kusakawa? Why isn't he with you? Just then, Bumei noticed Li Zili's absence. Her face filled with astonishment. Shirley, unable to spot Li Zili either, was equally perplexed. When had he slipped away? As both girls stood in a state of surprise and confusion, unbeknownst to them, a shadow emerged from the darkness, silently approaching from behind with a stick in hand. Just as he raised the stick to strike Shirley on the head, a sudden brilliant beam of light illuminated his figure. He quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes, straining to discern the source of the light. Simultaneously, a faint voice resonated in the air. Hey, I must ask, that pretentious old hag, is it truly acceptable for you to sneakily strike someone with a blunt object? Startled, Shirley and her companion turned around, their eyes wide with shock. Shirley promptly grasped Bumei's arm, retreating to distance themselves from the man. Upon closer inspection, they realized that he was none other than the esteemed matriarch of the castle. Both were taken aback by the revelation. At that moment, the matriarch hastily concealed the stick behind her, chuckling. What do you mean? I merely came to check on them. I have not struck anyone. Ha, caught red-handed, and yet you still wish to argue? I truly wonder what goes on in that mind of yours. As she spoke, Li Zili stepped forth from the source of the light, which seemed to lay a luminous path at his feet, casting his silhouette in brilliant radiance. Chapter 71. The unexpected treasure you exploited that fire to transform yourself into the likeness of the former lady, all in pursuit of the treasure hidden within this castle. Am I correct? The whereabouts of the former housekeeper, Miss Nishikawa, remain a mystery. As Li Zili approached, he fixed his gaze intently upon the lady. Upon hearing his words, a look of horror flickered in the lady's eyes, and she gasped, How do you know this? A glimmer of understanding crossed Shirley's mind. She had previously suspected that someone had taken advantage of the fire, swapping identities with another, and it seemed she was right. At that moment, the lady continued, "Could it be that you discovered the corpse in the secret passage?" "Ha! Even without seeing that corpse, I could ascertain that you are an impostor," Li Zili replied with an air of nonchalance. Miss Nishikawa looked at him in bewilderment. Noticing the look of confusion in her eyes, Li Zili offered a faint smile and said, "The lady, who has resided in this castle for the past decade without ever embarking on a journey, could never have been aware of the alterations made 6 years ago at the immigration office regarding passport dimensions. However, I never anticipated that you would go to such lengths, traveling abroad multiple times for costly cosmetic procedures just to maintain this facade. Since you are aware of the truth, then perish," Miss Nishikawa exclaimed, initially shocked, her face contorting with rage, her eyes glinting with menace. She raised the stick in her hand and swung it fiercely at Li Zili. "Watch out!" Upon witnessing this, Shirley and Bumei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, Li Zili merely smiled indifferently, not regarding the elderly woman with any seriousness. It mattered not that she was a frail figure. Even a robust man would stand no chance against the exceptionally strong Li Zili. As she swung her stick downwards, he subtly raised his hand and, in an instant, firmly grasped the weapon. In the blink of an eye, with her expression shifting dramatically, he sent her soaring through the air with a swift kick. She flew back 2 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. Subsequently, she found herself utterly unable to rise, writhing in agony upon the ground. This spectacle left Shirley and Bumei utterly dumbfounded. They could never have anticipated Li Zili's formidable prowess. Although Nishikawa was a woman, Li Zili had propelled her a considerable distance, a display of strength that was indeed frightening and beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Regaining her composure, Shirley cast a peculiar glance at Li Zili, reflecting on how unforeseen his strength was. At that moment, Li Zili had already lifted Nishikawa Kimi from the ground, looking at her with a smile as he declared, "I forgot to mention, I am a police officer. Therefore, you are under arrest." Upon hearing this, Nishikawa Kimi lowered her head, her face ashen. "Wow, Brother Kakachuan, you are truly remarkable," Bumei exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. Li Zili smiled but remained silent, while Shirley approached him and whispered, "And you claim to know nothing about this?" Li Zili gazed at her with an air of bemusement and remarked, "What do I know? You." Shirley was momentarily speechless. After a brief reflection, she decided it was hardly worth her ire to engage with such a person. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "How do you intend to handle her?" "Of course, I shall take her back to the precinct. Would you have me leave her here to spend the night?" Li Zili chuckled. Upon hearing this, Nishikawa Kimi exclaimed, No, at the very least, let me know where the treasures of this castle are. Otherwise, I shall not rest in peace." Li Zili turned to her, intrigued. "Is it truly that important to you?" "Indeed," Nishikawa Kimi affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I shall play the benevolent role and grant you a glimpse," Li Zili contemplated before declaring. At this revelation, both Bumei and Shirley widened their eyes in astonishment. "Have you unraveled the riddle of the chessboard?" they gasped. Li Zili replied with a subtle smile as he walked. "Chess is typically notated using the letters A to H and the numbers 1 to 8. Therefore, viewing the entire chessboard from the knight's perspective is indeed the most accurate approach. From this vantage point, if one reads the White Queen's name in order, it spells egghead. Egghead. This term denotes a person who merely spouts nonsensical intellectualism. Precisely. The answer is none other than the esteemed gentleman who conceived this cipher." Upon hearing this, both Shirley and Nishikawa trembled, their eyes glimmering with understanding. Yet, Li Zili continued, "Indeed. Next, simply by turning the portrait of the Black Wife to the right, the entrance to the secret passage will manifest before you." As he spoke, Li Zili approached the portrait of the master and rotated it to the right. In an instant, with a whoosh, a concealed door swung open. Simultaneously, the secret passage revealed itself to the onlookers. At this moment, Shi Chuan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I have served this castle for 20 years, longing to uncover its treasures. Please, grant me the chance to see it. It would bring me peace in death. Do you wish to see?" "Very well, I shall oblige you," Li Zili replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed. However, Shueli appeared somewhat anxious, saying, "Is it wise for you to do this?" Li Zili glanced at her but remained silent, leading Sichuan and Mei through the secret passage, hastening towards the treasure's location. Mei and Shueli hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving, they beheld a glowing door. Li Zili paused, turning to Sichuan and stated, "The treasure lies behind this door. Go and see for yourself." With that, he released her. A flicker of disbelief crossed Sichuan's eyes, as if she had not anticipated such an action from Li Zili. Yet, with the treasure in sight, she had no time for further contemplation and eagerly pushed open the glowing door. As she stood there, trembling with excitement, her expression froze upon witnessing what lay beyond the threshold. She murmured in disbelief, "Impossible, it can't be." Mei and Shueli also beheld the scene. As the grand door swung open, a brilliant light flooded in, revealing a breathtaking sunset panorama. How could this be? Where is the treasure? Nishikawa Kamei appeared dazed and forlorn, while Sherry shared a look of confusion. Nearby, Li Zili chuckled and remarked, "Treasure? Isn't it written on the door?" Upon hearing this, Nishikawa Kamei summoned her wits and turned her gaze towards the entrance, her eyes glazing over in disbelief. Li Zili, in a supportive manner, read aloud the inscription on the door. "I wish to bestow this castle and this scene upon the first person who discovers this place." Nishikawa Kamei's spirit shattered. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to comprehend that she had taken so many lives for this, to transform her visage into that of an old woman, all for this moment. As she sank to her knees, weeping uncontrollably, she muttered, "How foolish I have been." Yet, for the elderly lord of this castle, this sunset vista truly represented his cherished treasure. Chapter 72. Return to the police headquarters. Ding. Congratulations on completing your task. You have earned 10 freedom attribute points. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. A flicker of joy crossed Li Zili's eyes. After some contemplation, he allocated 4 points to intelligence and 6 points to agility. Instantly, a wave of refreshing coolness surged through his body and mind, akin to savoring a sweet, chilled drink. Even the attribute panel underwent a transformation. Host: Li Zili Intelligence, 87 Stamina, 90 Agility, 74 Skills. Hacking, Beginner, Disguise, Master Marksman. You have become a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded with 108 different techniques. Voice modulation, note, can mimic anyone's voice. Photographic memory, note, anything you have seen will never be forgotten. Excellent. Observing the changes in his attribute panel, Li Zili nodded in satisfaction. He had made progress once again. Subsequently, he led Nishikawa Kumi out of the secret passage. Upon reaching outside the tower, Mei seemed to recall something and hurriedly addressed Li Zili. "Brother Kasagawa, what about Conan and the others? I am quite worried about them." "Are they?" "No, they are safe and sound, so do not fret." "How do you know?" Sherry glanced at him. Li Zili smiled without responding. Sherry rolled her eyes, realizing she was beginning to dislike that expression of his. Shortly after arriving at the castle, Conan and Hikaru made their appearance. "How did you manage to escape when you were supposed to be confined?" Sherry exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them. Conan replied with a smile, "Thanks to Hikaru, who utilized the tracking feature of my glasses. Along with the signal emitted from Professor Agasa's detective badge, he was able to locate me and Genta." It turned out that Hikaru's disappearance was due to his discovery of Conan's glasses in the secret passage. After finishing his explanation, Conan quickly added, "I have already conceived some ideas regarding the treasure in this castle." Before he could complete his thought, Sherry pointed at Ritaru and interjected, "He has already deciphered the riddle and identified the mastermind behind this incident." After saying this, she cast a glance at Nishikawa, who was being restrained by Ritaru. Conan was taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he let out a wry smile. It was no surprise that Kazukawa was more adept than him at solving the mysteries of this castle. However, Hikaru and Professor Agasa were utterly astonished, seemingly unaware of Ritaru's remarkable capabilities. Subsequently, they all turned their attention to Nishikawa, and Professor Agasa addressed Sherry, saying, "Shinichi, could you enlighten us about what transpired?" "Well, let me tell you," Sherry began. But before she could continue, Ayumi eagerly interjected, chattering away about the events that had unfolded earlier. Upon hearing her account, everyone except Conan widened their eyes in astonishment, viewing Ritaru in a new light. This handsome young man was indeed extraordinary. An hour later, Mugurjuzan and his team arrived at the castle. Upon seeing Riri Lee, Mugurjuzan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Kasakawa, my dear brother, you took leave to come here. Officer Mugur, this is the suspect. I leave her in your capable hands," Riri Lee said as he pushed Nishikawa Kumi forward. Soon, she was escorted to the police car by 2 officers. "You managed to solve a case even during your time off. Truly impressive. No wonder you are a master detective," Mugurjuzan praised, giving Riri Lee a thumbs up after Nishikawa was taken away. Riri Lee humbly smiled, not placing much importance on the compliment. He glanced around at his colleagues, only to realize that Sato Mawako was conspicuously absent. Could something have happened to her? He pondered. "What are you looking for?" Mugurjuzan asked, curiously observing Riri Lee's wandering gaze. "It's nothing," Riri Lee replied. "Officer Mugur, is there anything else? If not, shall we depart?" Subsequently, they all left. As they were leaving, Shirley turned back and cast a lingering glance at Riri Lee. Since Riri Lee was the one who cracked this case, he needed to report some details at the police station, as he was the most acquainted with the intricacies of the situation. This also signified the end of his leisure time. After returning to the police headquarters, he was busy until the afternoon, and finally, he completed his tasks. Meanwhile, Sato Mawako had been untraceable throughout the day until now. Upon seeing him, Miyako Sato approached, cradling a blue cup and smiling. "Great detective. I heard that you cracked another case during your break today. Is that true? How come I wasn't aware of it?" Lee Zili appeared somewhat perplexed. "Stop feigning ignorance. The news has spread throughout the entire police headquarters. Who else remains unaware? Except for you, who enjoys playing coy?" Miyako Sato unflinchingly exposed him. Lee Zili chuckled softly, remaining silent. Sato then moved closer, gently nudging his arm, and inquired, "Care to share the details of this case with me? What is there to discuss?" Lee Zili replied nonchalantly, "But you, after a day of absence, only just now appear. Surely you weren't out on a date with some handsome fellow?" "Oh yes, indeed. He is far more handsome than you, and excels in every aspect," she retorted. "In that case, why not marry him?" "You!" Miyako Sato was taken aback. Initially, her words were intended to gauge Lee Zili's reaction, but she did not anticipate such an infuriating response. With a huff, she declared, "Humph, we shall wed tomorrow." "Very well. Esteemed police flower, I shall await your wedding feast," Lee Zili responded playfully, though inwardly he chuckled. "What a naive attempt to impress me. You still have much to learn." "Humph. Who said I would invite you to my wedding feast? Your audacity is quite remarkable," Miyako Sato thought, feeling disgruntled and huffing in annoyance. "TCH. If you don't invite me, I wouldn't care to attend anyway." Mawako Sato found her breath uneven, irritation coursing through her. She inhaled deeply, reflecting that engaging in a serious confrontation with this insufferable individual was merely inviting distress upon herself. With this thought, she felt somewhat better. She then continued, "To be honest, do you know what I did today?" "What?" replied Lazili, turning his gaze toward her. "I went to follow a group of suspects," Mawako Sato explained. "A couple of days ago, I received a report stating that a group was planning to commit a serious crime. Officer Mugur heard about it and instructed me to track them." "What serious crime?" "I have no idea. The person who reported it claimed not to know either." Lazili pondered for a moment but could not discern what the serious crime might be. The scant information available rendered it impossible to speculate. He mused, could it be a false report? Such occurrences are not unprecedented. There are always some individuals who, feeling overly secure, indulge in frivolous reporting. Officer Mugur and I have also entertained doubts about it, but he deemed it prudent to have me shadow the suspects, just in case there is truth to it. Wouldn't you agree? Mawako Sato remarked. Chapter 73. A Twist of Fate. Lazili nodded in agreement. Officer Moku's cautious approach was entirely justified. It is often said that one should not fear the unlikely, but rather the potential consequences of an action. If that group of individuals posed no threat, then all would be well. However, should they harbor ill intentions, Neglecting to intervene could lead to dire repercussions. Afterward, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. Sato Mawako had just returned to her seat. After work, Lee Zili hurried back to his rented apartment. As he approached the entrance of his building, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Kusakawa." Lee Zili paused and turned to see who it was, breaking into a smile upon recognizing the figure approaching him. Bermode, a captivating beauty, gracefully making her way towards him. As she drew near, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. "Bermode, have you been grocery shopping?" Lee Zili inquired, noticing the 2 bags she carried, suggesting she had just returned from the supermarket. "Indeed, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Perhaps we could dine together?" With a playful smile, Bermode added, "But you'll need to assist with the cooking." "Not a problem," Lee Zili replied with a grin. Their camaraderie had grown, making the prospect of sharing a meal entirely unremarkable. Moreover, it would be hard to decline an invitation from such an enchanting lady, even if they were not particularly close. Thus, the two ascended the stairs, exchanging laughter and conversation. Upon arriving at Bermode's door, she produced her key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. Subsequently, she pushed open the door, gesturing for Lee Zili to enter. As Lee Zili walked past her and stepped into the room, he found himself in the interior of Belmod for the first time. He couldn't help but glance around, noting that the layout was quite similar to his own, yet it appeared far more immaculate and luminous. The air was infused with a distinctly feminine fragrance. At that moment, Belmod's voice echoed, "Make yourself comfortable. I will place the dishes in the refrigerator." While speaking, she made her way toward the fridge. Lee Zili nodded in response, assuring her that it was unnecessary to be formal. As Belmod entered the kitchen carrying the ingredients, Lee Zili followed suit. Before long, the sound of chopping emanated from the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Belmod emerged, balancing a dish in her hands. "This is the last dish," she announced. Lee Zili followed her out, holding a bowl of soup. It was a classic combination of 2 dishes and a soup. "Come, let us dine together," she invited. "Certainly," he replied. They took their seats and uncorked a bottle of red wine, engaging in conversation as they savored their meal. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Suddenly, Lee Zili inquired, "Sister Bei, as a foreigner, how is it that you reside here alone? Is it not pleasant? After all, you have encountered such a handsome fellow as myself." Belmod took a sip of her wine, smiling playfully. "Sister Bei, are you flirting with me?" Lee Zili gazed into her eyes. "I am indeed flirting with you. What of it?" Belmod teased, playfully tossing her golden hair. "Do you not fear that I might consume you?" chuckled Belmod, her laughter laced with challenge. At that moment, Lee Zili leaned in abruptly, seemingly poised to kiss her. Yet, Belmod remained remarkably composed, a playful smile adorning her face. He halted, remarking, "Sister Bei, you are truly formidable." At this juncture, he found himself in close proximity to Belmod, nearly resting against her, inhaling a delightful fragrance. Though tempted to take a few breaths, he restrained himself. Upon hearing his words, Belmod narrowed her eyes and smiled. Just as Lee Zili prepared to retreat, he slipped unexpectedly, tumbling into Belmod's embrace. Without exception, he found his lips meeting hers. Both were taken aback by the turn of events, exchanging wide-eyed glances. After a brief moment, Belmod regained her composure, gently pushing Lee Zili back a few steps. Surprisingly, she bore no anger and instead smiled, saying, "I didn't realize you had such a wicked side." Lee Zili had intended to apologize, but seeing Belmod's lack of anger, he couldn't help but grin. "Sister Bei, I could be even worse if you dare to find out. Come on." Lee Zili feigned bravado, though he certainly did not follow through on his words. Once they resumed their seats, they engaged in light-hearted banter, as if nothing had transpired moments before. However, a keen observer might notice a flicker of something unusual in Belmod's gaze as she regarded Lee Zili. After dinner, Lee Zili bid farewell to Belmod and returned home. It was around 11 p.m. that night. Lee Zili, engrossed in his phone on the bed, was suddenly startled by a commotion from the neighboring room. Intrigued, he sat up and glanced toward the source of the noise, which originated from Sister Bei's side. After a moment's contemplation, Lee Zili donned his outerwear and proceeded to open the door. Through the crack, he caught a glimpse of Belmod, clad in dark attire, elegantly emerging from her room with a small handbag. Puzzled, he wondered where Sister Bay could possibly be heading at such a late hour. Could it be that the dark organization was embarking on some clandestine operation? A spark of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to follow Belmod and uncover the mystery. Thus, he quietly closed his door and stealthily trailed behind her, his nimble physique ensuring that he remained undetected. As they traversed the shadowy urban landscape, Lizili soon noticed that Belmod had arrived at a dimly lit, desolate alleyway, where no souls were in sight. Ultimately, she entered a bar situated at the end of the street. After a brief consideration, Lizili altered his appearance to resemble a middle-aged man and followed her inside. The bar was sparsely populated, with patrons scattered in small clusters throughout the establishment. Upon entering, Lizili immediately spotted Belmod, who was engaged in conversation with a man dressed in black. To his astonishment, the man turned out to be Jin. It was quite unexpected that Sister Bay would choose to meet Jin at this hour. Feeling a surge of surprise, Lizili feigned the demeanor of a casual customer and took a seat beside Jin and Belmod, all the while observing the unfolding events. Jin and Vermouth both glanced at him momentarily. However, it was evident that they did not recognize him, and soon their attention shifted back to their own conversation. Shortly after Lizili took a seat, a bartender approached him to inquire about his order. Lizili requested a bottle of cocktail. Thereafter, he sat there sipping his drink while surreptitiously eavesdropping on the conversation between Vermouth and the others. Before long, Vermouth and Jin stood up to leave. Throughout this interaction, due to the bar's moderate noise level, Lizili could only catch fragmented snippets of their dialogue. Gold coins, the port of La Liga, you and that was all he could discern. Lizili pondered the mention of gold coins, but, after much contemplation, could not arrive at any significant conclusions regarding the matter. It was not surprising. Perhaps his presence here had triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in a deviation from the original narrative, or perhaps the original author had simply not documented such details. In any case, Lizili was unconcerned with these musings. Chapter 74. Seizing the opportunity in light of recent events, he felt compelled to investigate, particularly upon hearing the mention of gold coins. Coincidentally, he was in need of funds to purchase a vehicle. However, despite his intention to involve himself in this matter, he was only aware of a specific location and had no knowledge of the timing. After some contemplation, Lizili resolved to lurk at the West Jia port at dusk the following day, or alternatively, to shadow buyer mode throughout the day, knowing she was bound to venture out. Having made his decision, Lizili did not linger in the bar and swiftly departed. The next day, he requested leave from Mushir-san and then devoted the entire day to following buyer mode. Throughout the daylight hours, buyer mode engaged in inconsequential activities. It was not until 11 p.m. that she emerged with a bag in hand. Lizili sensed that this outing was of particular significance and discreetly trailed her. Before long, he observed her entering a taxi. Promptly, he hailed another taxi to follow suit. After approximately an hour, buyer mode arrived at the West Jia port. Upon disembarking, she proceeded in a specific direction. Lizili quickly disguised himself as a gaunt middle-aged man before continuing in her wake. Soon, he found buyer mode approaching the docks. Peering ahead, he noticed a large vessel, seemingly a smuggler's ship at the port, from which several figures clad in black were unloading heavy crates. Beside the port, a multitude of large crates had been piled high. Moreover, Lizili also spotted gin and vodka, at which point Vermouth was approaching them. Observing this situation, Lizili speculated that the dark organization had stealthily transported the gold coins into the country, intending for Jin and the others to receive them. However, he pondered the ulterior motive behind the dark organization's clandestine delivery of these gold coins. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to decipher it and chose to dismiss the thought. After all, his only objective was to seize some gold coins, without the need to concern himself with the surrounding complexities. Nonetheless, a dilemma arose, with Jin, Vermouth, and several other cloaked figures present. How could he possibly pilfer any gold coins right under their noses? This appeared to be a significant challenge. After mulling it over for a while, Lizili found no viable solutions. As for rushing in to snatch them, that would be a foolhardy endeavor. not to mention that gin and vodka were undoubtedly armed. The sheer number of individuals present was beyond his capacity to confront alone. Although his physical prowess was commendable, he was by no means invincible. What to do?
Litsili muset.
Just then, he caught sight of several figures moving within the shadows, and upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated. FBI agents. A question immediately arose in his mind. How could the FBI be present in this location? As he reflected on this, his gaze instinctively shifted toward Vermouth. In the original text, Vermouth has frequently betrayed the dark organization. Is it possible that she will do so again this time? The more I ponder, the more I sense the likelihood of such an occurrence. Never mind, the presence of the FBI here is somewhat reassuring for me. Lizili smiled. For him, the murkier the waters, the better. It provided an opportunity for him to profit from the chaos. Subsequently, he observed the FBI stealthily surrounding Jin and the others. However, Jin was too astute. Before the FBI agents could close in, he had already detected their presence and shouted, "Run! We've been discovered. We must escape." Upon being spotted by Jin, the FBI agents ceased their concealment and revealed themselves. What followed was an intense gunfight. Amidst the confusion and the gunfire, Lizili stealthily approached the large crates. With the adversary's attention diverted, he successfully neared the crates. He then opened one of the large boxes and peered inside, only to find it filled with shimmering gold coins. So many coins, how could he possibly carry them away? Lizili contemplated a crucial question. The sheer volume of the coins would be burdensome if carried on his person, making it an impossible task. Glancing around, he noticed a large truck nearby, seemingly the vehicle Jin and the others used to transport these crates. Notably, 2 large boxes had already been loaded onto the truck. "Hey, it's you," Lizili chuckled. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle, he deftly loaded box after box onto the truck. As he hoisted the final box aboard, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Ah, that fellow has made off with our belongings." At this exclamation, all eyes turned to Lizili. "Retreat." With a swift motion, he hastily tossed the box onto the truck, leapt into the driver's seat, and, after igniting the engine, pressed the accelerator. With a roar, the massive truck surged forward dramatically. The agents from the FBI and Jin were left in stunned disbelief. While they fought fiercely, their gold had been spirited away by another. Vodka could not contain his expletives. "Damn it! Chase him! Everyone, pursue!" Jin was the first to react, darting into his vehicle with Vodka swiftly following suit. Soon, their car sped off in pursuit of the truck. Before long, Jin's crew had all boarded their vehicles, hot on Lizili's trail. As they departed, an FBI agent inquired, "Should we pursue?" The operations leader immediately commanded, "Yes, we cannot let our efforts be in vain at this stage." Thus, the FBI agents too embarked on the chase. On a wide, open highway, a dramatic pursuit unfolded, led by the truck driven by Lizili. Behind the truck, a cohort of compact cars was in fervent pursuit. Observing this spectacle in his rearview mirror, Zili was taken aback, recognizing the audacious nature of his actions. Not only had he absconded with the dark organization's gold coins, but he had also outmaneuvered the FBI. Such daring was unparalleled, save for him. Nonetheless, Zili maintained unwavering confidence. He possessed the arts of disguise and vocal mimicry, rendering him impervious to apprehension. Once he eluded their grasp, who could ever hope to locate him? The immediate priority, however, was to escape their clutches. With this in mind, Zili accelerated, propelling the truck forward and creating a gap between it and the pursuing black Porsche. Swiftly, they ascended a bridge. At that precise moment, a gunshot reverberated, and a bullet impacted the truck, scattering sparks. Startled, Zili glanced into the rearview mirror. Jin was the marksman, his head protruding from the window, pistol in hand, the barrel still emitting smoke. He had clearly fired the shot. Chapter 75. The chase on the streets. The first gunshot rang out, echoing through the air, throwing the streets into disarray. People scattered like startled squirrels. Some halted their vehicles in shock, while others accelerated in a frantic bid to escape. Collisions ensued, accompanied by the cacophony of chaos and shrieks. Amidst this tumultuous scene, Lizili remained largely unfazed. In truth, he was entirely preoccupied with the relentless pursuit of Jin. Navigating through the pandemonium, he drove forward, covering approximately 100 meters when 2 more gunshots resounded. Jin fired again, and Li Zili maneuvered his vehicle, narrowly avoiding the bullets that struck his car door, sparks flying in all directions. Stealing a glance in the rearview mirror, Li Zili noted not only Jin hot on his trail but a multitude of other vehicles following closely. Agents from the Dark Organization and the FBI alike, all intent on not letting him escape. Damn it, I've stirred a hornet's nest. I must shake them off quickly, Li Zili muttered under his breath. Despite the precarious situation, he remained calm, contemplating strategies to elude Jin and his pursuers. A moment of inspiration crossed his mind, and a smirk graced his lips as he murmured, "I've got it." He retrieved his phone and swiftly located Officer Mumu's contact, pressing the call button. The line was soon answered by Mumu, his booming voice resonating from the other end. "My dear friend, what prompted you to call me?" Li Zili, who currently had no time for idle chatter, directly stated, "Officer Mumu, I have discovered a shooting incident occurring on the street." "Yes, the address is." "Good. Please bring your team over immediately." After hanging up the phone, a subtle smile crept into Li Zili's eyes. Although he had reported the incident to Officer Mumu, he refrained from mentioning that he had stolen the gold from Jin and his associates. He merely informed Mumu of the shooting, intending to escape amidst the ensuing chaos when Mumu and his team arrived. Of course, this plan hinged on whether he could wait for Mumu and his men to come. Bang! At that moment, the sound of gunfire jolted Li Zili from his thoughts. He immediately pressed the accelerator, narrowly evading the bullet. He then sped across the bridge, swiftly turning south at an intersection. Inside the Porsche, Jin wore a cold expression as he reloaded his revolver. This particular firearm held only 6 rounds, requiring a reload once empty, and Jin was well prepared with ample ammunition. Just as Jin finished loading the bullets, Vodka, who was driving, spoke up, "Brother, where do you think he came from? He seems to have no connection to those individuals we encountered earlier." "Who exactly is he?" "Regardless of who he is, anyone bold enough to undertake such actions must not be spared," Jin replied, his voice chilling, a palpable aura of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, daring to seize what belongs to our organization, he must be tired of living," Vodka remarked with a stern expression. Jin remained silent, his thoughts consumed by the question. Who exactly is that individual? How did he know our gold was being unloaded there? "Brother, once we locate him, we shall make him wish he were never born, teaching him the consequences of opposing us." Vodka's voice jolted Jin back to the present. His tone was indifferent, favoring brevity as he concentrated on driving. "Understood," Vodka replied, fixated on pursuing Li Zili. In the brief moment they spoke, Li Zili had already widened the gap between them by several hundred meters. Unconsciously, Vodka accelerated the vehicle. Meanwhile, the head of the FBI operation, James Black, scrutinized the truck driven by Li Zili, his brow furrowed in concern. An FBI agent beside him remarked, "Sir, we have finally obtained a lead indicating that a shipment of gold from the Dark Organization is set to arrive tonight. We thought we could intercept it, but unexpectedly, a wild card has emerged. Who is that person, anyway? He certainly has the audacity to snatch it from under our noses," he continued. "I too am eager to ascertain his identity," James Black replied, his brow knitted. This individual, bold enough to steal that gold, must have an extraordinary background. Could he be affiliated with a third-party force? While that is a possibility, he might also be acting alone. Ultimately, it is difficult to draw any conclusions at this juncture. James Blake lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again to declare, "Nonetheless, we must make every effort to apprehend him." With that, he fell into silence, focusing intently on driving. Half an hour later, Li Zili sped through several streets, narrowly avoiding capture by Qinjiu on multiple occasions. Fortunately, his swift driving allowed him to elude danger. Just then, a series of 3 gunshots echoed in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively swerved to the side. A collision sound followed, and he noticed several bullet holes appearing in his vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Qinjiu tailing him closely, almost parallel to his own position. Realizing the peril, Li Zili immediately accelerated. It was crucial not to allow Qin Jiao to align with him, especially with a firearm in the adversary's possession. As he increased his speed, he managed to widen the gap between them. After dashing through 2 more streets, a flicker of a smile appeared in Li Zili's eyes, and he quietly exhaled in relief upon hearing the distant wail of sirens approaching. Indeed, Mumu Shirsan had arrived. Shortly thereafter, a police car rounded the corner, followed by several more vehicles swiftly joining the fray. Li Zili couldn't help but smile, while the FBI agents, in stark contrast, wore expressions of concern. The member driving alongside James Black furrowed his brow and said, "Sir, the police are here. What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, James Black replied, "It is not prudent to meet with them now. We must withdraw." "Withdraw? What about the gold?" The member's heart raced at the mention of it. "It is far better for the gold to fall into their hands than into those of the dark organization. We need not worry excessively. We must retreat," James Black stated decisively. "Understood." As the words left his lips, the FBI personnel swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, upon seeing the police cars approach, Vodka's expression darkened, and he glanced at Jin beside him. "Brother, the police have arrived. What should we do?" Jin also frowned, acutely aware that their dark organization thrived in the shadows, and exposure to the authorities would spell disaster. However, the question of whether to retreat weighed heavily on him. "Brother, make a decision quickly. The police are drawing near," Vodka urged, his anxiety growing as the police vehicles approached. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. After a few seconds of silence, Jin cast a cold glance at the truck driven by Li Zili and stated, "Withdraw." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Vodka immediately led the team in retreat. Chapter 76. The relentless pursuit of the beautiful officer on the other side. Li Zili drove his car, diverting onto another street to evade the police vehicle. Inside the police car, upon observing the retreating vehicles, Takagi inquired of Magyar Jasusin, "Officer Magyar, they have fled. What shall we do?" Noticing the scattering vehicles, Magyar Jasusin furrowed his brow and responded, "Follow me in pursuit of that black Porsche. The others will chase down the remaining vehicles. Regardless of who they are, they must be intercepted." "Understood," Takagi affirmed, promptly retrieving his radio to relay the orders. He then followed Magyar Jasusin in the chase after Jin's vehicle. After a while, Li Zili glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed 2 police cars closing in from behind. A smile crept across his face. The situation had undeniably tilted in his favor. With only 2 police vehicles trailing him, if he could shake them off, this operation would be deemed a success. As for stopping to meet them, that was out of the question. Li Zili had no intention of divulging the nature of his activities to his colleagues. Moreover, he was not willing to relinquish the precious gold he had painstakingly acquired to the authorities. Eluding these 2 police cars would prove far easier than evading Jin and the FBI. With a grin, Li Zili continued to eye the 2 police vehicles in his rearview mirror. Meanwhile, a voice blared from the police car behind him. "Warning, the truck ahead. Please pull over to the side. Warning, the truck ahead. Please pull over to the side." Upon hearing that voice, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Zili's eyes. Sato. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Mawako Sato. He had not anticipated such a coincidence, that Mawako Sato was in pursuit of him. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. However, he had no intention of complying. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, hastening his speed. The truck surged forward with remarkable swiftness. Behind him, after shouting, Mawako Sato saw the truck in front of her accelerate even more. Frowning, she exclaimed in anger, "You little rascal, do you dare to run faster? Just wait until I catch you." With that, she slammed the accelerator, tailing Li Zili closely. Soon enough, her colleague's police car was left far behind. After a brief chase, her colleague was completely out of the picture. At this moment, only Mawako Sato was in pursuit of Li Zili. The chase unfolded as they weaved through the road, often brushing past oncoming vehicles. Throughout this ordeal, Mawako Sato incessantly blared her horn, attempting to compel Li Zili to halt. Yet, how could Li Zili heed her? This infuriated Mawako Sato, who silently vowed to apprehend the driver of the truck ahead. Thus, she relentlessly pursued him. At this moment, Li Zili found himself somewhat speechless. Mawako Sato was remarkably tenacious, chasing him with great determination. No matter how fast he drove, he could not shake her off. Before he realized it, the chase continued unabated. The two individuals had departed from the bustling metropolis and arrived in a relatively desolate suburb. After driving for a while, the frequency of vehicles on the road had diminished significantly. At this moment, Lee Zili found himself utterly speechless regarding Sato Miwako's persistence. He had never encountered a woman so resolute. She had pursued him all the way to the outskirts, which was quite extraordinary. It seemed that this woman was truly relentless in her quest. With a sigh of resignation, Lee Zili gradually steered the truck to a stop by the roadside. Upon noticing the truck coming to a halt, Sato Miwako pressed the accelerator. Catching up with him, her teeth gritted as she exclaimed, "You bastard, you finally decided to stop. I am eager to discover what kind of person you truly are." Shortly after, Sato Miwako parked her vehicle behind the truck and exited, brandishing a handgun. It was prudent to be cautious regarding the identities of those inside the vehicle. Approaching the truck's door, she struck it twice with her gun and commanded sternly, "Get out." In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a lean, middle-aged man stepping out of the vehicle. Dressed in a suit, he bore an unremarkable appearance. However, his expression was rather peculiar. Despite being confronted with a gun, he remained notably composed, his gaze remarkably calm. Sato Miwako thought to herself that this fellow was no extraordinary figure, yet it was rather impressive that he could maintain his composure in such a situation. Though she thought otherwise, her tone betrayed her agitation. She exclaimed loudly, "Hurry down!" Lee Zili said nothing, stepping down to the ground before turning to face Sato Miwako. "Why are you running away?" Sato Miwako inquired sharply. "Officer, if you're chasing me, how can I not flee?" Lee Zili replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He could easily discern that Sato Miwako did not recognize him. Understandably so. His altered appearance was not something one could readily identify, not even Sato Miwako. "If you hadn't committed any wrongdoing, why would I be pursuing you? What wrongdoing have I committed?" Lee Zili countered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Officer, you see, I have done nothing wrong. I am merely a law-abiding citizen. Could you let me go?" Observing Sato Miwako's expression, Lee Zili felt a chuckle bubbling within him, yet he restrained himself. "A law-abiding citizen?" Sato Miwako scoffed. "Would a law-abiding citizen flee from the police? Would a law-abiding citizen engage in a shootout on the street? Now, tell me, who are you and what crime have you committed?" "Let it be known I am a good person," he asserted. At this, Sato Miwako curled her lip in skepticism. Only to hear Lee Zili continue, "The events on the street were a misunderstanding. They mistook me for someone else, and it has nothing to do with me." "Humph! Do you think I would believe that?" Sato Miwako retorted with a derisive snort. "Mistaken identity? Such a thing is hardly plausible. Deceiving children, an endeavor in futility." Sato Miwako coldly declared, "Speak the truth at once, or do not blame me for my harshness." "Officer, I assure you, I am indeed speaking the truth," Lee Zili replied, rendered speechless. What truth did she expect him to reveal? Should he confess to Sato Miwako? "I have pilfered gold from a nefarious organization, and now both the organization and the FBI are in relentless pursuit of me?" Would such a declaration be prudent? If he were to utter such words, he wondered if he might emerge unscathed. "Nonsense. Mistaken, for I never engage in such frivolities." "You!" Sato Miwako's eyes widened with indignation. She had never encountered such audacity. A person apprehended by the police daring to retort. Taking a deep breath, she quelled her fury and stated, "Since you are disinclined to speak, you shall accompany me to the police station." With that, she retrieved the handcuffs from behind her. Upon witnessing this, Lee Zili offered a wry smile and said, "Officer, must you be so serious? If we reach the station, it will be disastrous." He could not allow himself to be taken to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters by Sato Miwako.
Do you think jest?
Sato Miwako glared at him, stepping forward with the intention of securing his wrists in cuffs. Chapter 77. No more secrets. Seeing Miwako Sato approach with handcuffs in hand, Lee Zili felt a sense of helplessness. Why is this girl so earnest? It seems that if I do not intervene, I shall be taken back to the police station today. After some contemplation, Lee Zili resolved to act. Just as Mawako Sato reached out to cuff him, he suddenly spoke in his true voice, "Mawako, it's me." Previously, he had altered his voice, but now it was unmistakably his own. Miwa's movements came to an abrupt halt as she stared at him in astonishment and uncertainty. I seem to have heard Hiroichi's voice, but this man. Without a doubt, it is me. Observing the expression on Mawako Sato's face, Lee Zili quickly grasped the situation. He smiled and spoke again. "Hiroichi, it truly is you. But you." Miwa first reacted with surprise, then hesitated as she scrutinized Lee Zili. This visage is not the Hiroichi she knows. With a gentle smile, Lee Zili brushed his hand across his face, transforming into the likeness of Hiroichi Kasakawa. This. Mawako's expression shifted from shock to joy as she holstered her weapon, exclaiming, "It really is you." Afterward, she examined Lee Zili closely, her face a canvas of questions. "How were you just now? And what about your voice?" At this point, Lee Zili decided to be forthright. "I possess the art of disguise," he replied with a smile, "and as for my voice, it is merely a trick I have mastered." Why does he not disclose the fact of voice modulation to Sat Mawako, just as he does with face-changing techniques? In this world, techniques of disguise are acknowledged and easily comprehended. However, the concept of voice modulation is utterly foreign to others. If he were to explain it to Sat Mawako, she would likely struggle to grasp its essence. Lee Zili could hardly be bothered to elaborate further. "You actually possess such a skill?" Sat Mawako exclaimed, astonished, casting a surprised glance at him. "I must tell you, this is my secret. Only you are privy to it. No one else knows," Lee Zili remarked with a smile. "A secret, just between us." Upon hearing these words, Sat Mawako felt a sudden sweetness in her heart. Only she was aware of Lee Zili's secret, which seemed to create an invisible bond, drawing her closer to him than anyone else. While she reveled in this private joy, she heard Lee Zili add, "You must promise not to share my secret with anyone." "I absolutely will not disclose it," Sat Mawako affirmed, nodding earnestly. To possess a secret known solely to her and Lee Zili was a cherished desire. How could she ever let outsiders in on it? Observing her reaction, Lee Zili's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was well aware that Sat Mawako would never betray his confidence. It was precisely because of this understanding that he chose to confide in her. Each of his actions was deliberate and calculated, executed with great assurance. On the tranquil road, leaves danced gracefully in the breeze. Only Lee Zili and Satu Mihoko stood in opposition here, the atmosphere enveloped in silence. Moments later, Satu Mihoko lifted her gaze and inquired, "By the way, what transpired on the street just now? Why did you flee in that truck?" Just as Lee Zili was about to respond, his phone rang. Upon checking the screen, he saw it was Officer Magyar calling. Officer Magyar sought to discuss the earlier reported shooting incident. Lee Zili casually brushed it off. After ending the call, he turned to Satu Mihoko and remarked, "It's a long story. No worries, I have time to listen." As it unfolded, there was a dark force at play. Lee Zili recounted the incident involving the gold. However, he refrained from mentioning the dark organization or the FBI, only alluding to two unidentified sinister entities. This was primarily to prevent Satu Mihoko from being prematurely exposed to the darker underbelly of society, which could prove perilous. After all, the nature of such organizations is widely acknowledged. Upon hearing his account, Satu Mihoko was taken aback, yet at the same time, she felt a chill of apprehension for Lee Zili. This man was indeed audacious, daring to seize a cache of gold right under the noses of two nefarious factions. Such audacity was astonishing. Nevertheless, she found no fault in his actions. After all, that gold belonged to the dark forces and was shrouded in mystery. Their possession of it would only serve to amplify their power, making Lee Zili's acquisition a lesser evil. In truth, his actions could be seen as a means of ridding society of a menace. This is not an exaggeration. Consider this. The dark forces wielding this batch of gold could procure firearms or illegal substances. How many innocent lives would suffer as a consequence? You are remarkably audacious to engage in such actions. What if something were to be discovered? Detective, are you truly concerned for my well-being? Lee Zili observed her with a half-smile. "Spare me, I am not concerned about you." "Do not flatter yourself," Sato Mawako retorted, her cheeks flushing as she turned away. Li Zili chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. After a moment, Sato Mawako turned back to him and inquired, "How do you plan to handle that batch of gold?" "I am not sure yet. I think it best to keep it stored for the time being," Li Zili replied, aware that once the dust settled, the dark organization would be frantically searching for him. If he were to sell the gold immediately, it would surely attract their attention. Thus, he resolved to find a secure location for the gold and wait for the tumult to subside before making any moves. "Have you thought about where to store this gold?" Sato Mawako pressed further. "Well," Li Zili pondered, stroking his chin and furrowing his brow. To be honest, he had not anticipated the sheer volume of gold smuggled by the dark organization. Thus he had not considered the logistics of securing it. "You really are quite oblivious. I happen to know of a place where we can hide this gold," Sato Mawako remarked, casting him a reproachful glance. "Are you willing to assist me? Are you not afraid of being implicated because of me? After all, what I am about to do is rather dubious." Li Zili gazed at her, chuckling softly. "Bah! We are, after all, good friends. I cannot simply turn my back on you," Sato Mawako replied. "Besides, am I really the kind of person who shies away from challenges?" Li Zili smiled gently, choosing to remain silent. "Let us proceed," Sato Mawako declared, as she took the lead in her police vehicle, with Li Zili following closely behind. Thus, they made their way back to the city. Upon arriving at a secluded location, Sato Mawako parked in front of an old, dilapidated warehouse. She then exited the vehicle and turned to Li Zili, saying, "This is an abandoned warehouse belonging to my family. It was once used for storing rice and similar goods, but we have not utilized it for quite some time. Gradually, it fell into disrepair and we seldom visit. You can safely store the gold here. No one will ever discover it." Li Zili nodded in agreement, and as Sato Mawako swung open the large doors of the warehouse, he drove the truck inside. Chapter 78. The homicide occurs. Mawako Sato entered, shutting the door behind her, and then turned on the lights. As the illumination brightened, the surroundings became discernible. The space appeared desolate, devoid of anything but a few scattered items. Li Zili and Mawako Sato approached the rear of the truck and opened one of the crates. Inside, golden ingots lay concealed beneath a layer of straw. As the straw was brushed aside, a brilliant array of yellow was revealed. Li Zili picked up a bar of gold to inspect it closely. Mawako Sato's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow! Are these crates filled with gold? Just how much is there?" "Hongyi, you've struck it rich." Li Zili chuckled softly, discerning the high purity of the gold, recognizing it as top-quality merchandise. It was indeed the product of a clandestine organization. Subsequently, he returned the gold to its place and turned to Mawako Sato, saying, "Let us dine, I shall treat you. You have shown some gratitude. My assistance was not in vain." Narrowing her eyes with a smile, Mawako Sato locked the warehouse doors before the two departed in a police vehicle. On a highway inside a Porsche, Vodka exhaled slowly, finally shaking off those accursed police officers. Turning to the expressionless Jin beside him, he said, "Brother, this batch of gold was allocated by headquarters for us to expand our influence here. Now that it has been stolen, how shall we report this to the higher-ups?" Jin took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Vermouth. "Hello? Yes. You bear some responsibility for this matter as well. Let us not forget that both of us are key individuals in receiving this shipment of gold. Indeed, you must assist in locating this stolen gold." After hanging up, Jin took another puff of his cigarette. Vodka, observing him, inquired, "Brother, was that Vermouth on the line?" Jin remained silent, putting away his phone before coldly stating, "Have the subordinates search for him. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, that scoundrel must be found." "Understood," Vodka replied, nodding hastily. He recognized that Jin's demeanor indicated a simmering rage within. There was no time to waste. In the ensuing days, members of the dark organization scoured every corner for Li Zili. However, at that moment, Li Zili had altered his appearance, making him virtually impossible to locate. Ultimately, their efforts yielded no results. Meanwhile, Vermouth, already back home, angrily slammed her phone down. Biting her lower lip in frustration, she cursed, Damn Jin. He actually pressured me over the phone to recover the gold that was stolen, claiming I also share primary responsibility. Clearly, Jin was the one primarily at fault. She had merely played a minor role in the affair. Moments later, Vermouth composed herself, contemplating the entire situation. Who was the individual that had absconded with the gold? How did he come to be there? He certainly possesses a considerable audacity. Could he be affiliated with another faction? Remarkably, I do not recognize him. Vermouth, the one responsible for intelligence within the dark organization, is reputed to be well informed. Yet, even she is unfamiliar with the individual who absconded with the gold. I am determined to uncover your identity and see who you truly are. A sly smile graced Vermouth's lips. To be candid, she was not particularly concerned about the stolen gold. Rather, her interest lay with the person who dared to take it. Such an audacious act could not have been perpetrated by an ordinary individual. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The FBI. In light of these events, they too were seeking Li Zili, eager to ascertain his identity. However, much like the dark organization, their efforts would ultimately prove futile. That evening, Li Zili watched the news report covering the shooting incident that had transpired on the street the previous day. A smile unconsciously crept upon his face. He switched off the television and reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, pondering to himself, tomorrow shall undoubtedly be a splendid day. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Li Zili prepared himself early, finished his breakfast, and made his way to the police headquarters. From Mumu Shursan, he learned that no one had been apprehended the previous day, allowing both the dark organization and the FBI operatives to escape. Although Mumu Shursan did continue to pursue the matter, he found nothing of consequence. Of course, these are tales for another time. At this very moment, Li Zili beheld Satu Mihoko's arrival, and they exchanged smiles. Approaching closer, Satu greeted, "Good morning, Hiroichi." "Good morning," he replied, and the two engaged in lively conversation. In the afternoon, they received a report regarding a homicide. Consequently, Megure Juzu, Li Zili, Satu Mihoko, and others hastened to the crime scene. As they departed, Li Zili mused to himself that he would likely encounter the infamous child detective, Conan Edagawa, once more. Upon arrival at the scene, he discovered, as anticipated, that the young Grim Reaper was indeed present. Additionally, Muriran and Murikagaru were also at the location. Upon seeing Murikagaru, Li Zili's lips curled into a playful smirk, for he had not forgotten their previous wager. In stark contrast, Murikagaru's expression was one of turmoil, his eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. The last time they competed to solve a case, Li Zili emerged victorious, leaving Murikagaru with a punishment that filled him with both rage and humiliation. Every time he encountered Li Zili, he was compelled to address him as Brother Li Zili. The mere recollection of that punishment made Murikagaru wish he could vanish into a crack in the ground or, alternatively, eliminate Li Zili altogether. At that moment, his gaze towards Li Zili was fraught with complexity. "Mori, what brings you here as well?" Just then, Megure Juzu approached, pulling Murikagaru's thoughts back to the present. He gazed at Officer Mumu Shursan and remarked, "Ah, Officer Mumu, it is as follows." Kagoro Mori recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding the homicide to Mumu Shursan. In truth, Kagoro Mori had been invited by the owner of this opulent mansion, accompanied by Conan and Ran Mori, when this unfortunate incident occurred en route. Had Li Zili been aware of Kagoro Mori's thoughts, he would surely have scoffed, saying, "With the Grim Reaper Conan present, it is hardly surprising." Upon grasping the details, Mumu Shursan nodded and stated, "So, the deceased is Gerald Tenma, who was fatally pierced through the heart by a knight's sword from behind. At the time of his demise, only Mr. Morita was with him, correct?" "Indeed, that is accurate," Kagoro Mori affirmed. Upon hearing this, Mumu Shursan's keen gaze shifted toward the mansion's owner, Morita, and he asserted, "Thus, it follows that you are the one who killed Gerald." Not I, not I. Officer Mumu, please do not make such unfounded accusations." Morita hastily waved his hands, his expression one of indignation. Previously, he had already been suspected by Kagoro Mori and his companions, and now the police were once again regarding him as the potential murderer. It was truly a predicament, yet what could be done? After all, he was the only one present with Gerald at the time of his death. Chapter 79. What are your thoughts? Upon witnessing Morita's panicked denial, Mugir Juzan subtly furrowed his brow. On the surface, it appeared somewhat unlikely to be a homicide. However, as a seasoned detective, he was not easily swayed by superficial impressions. His gaze intensified as he fixed his eyes on Morita, inquiring, "If you did not commit the murder, may I ask what you were doing here at that time?" Gerard Tenma had perished in an opulent lounge, with an antiquated suit of armor standing beside the corpse. The weapon used was the sword gripped by that very night. Upon hearing Mugir Juzan's words, everyone turned their attention to Morita. He appeared to struggle to articulate his defense, visibly agitated. "I was in the lounge, right here," he insisted. Tenma completely disregarded my presence and walked over to the piano. Just as I was at a loss, trying to find a chair, I suddenly heard a loud crash followed by a scream. When I rushed over, I found him dead there. Therefore, I am not the murderer. Mugir Juzan frowned slightly, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Kagoro Mori stepped forward, stating, "The issue is that we were all in the hall on the first floor at that time." "Exactly, brother. How could you do such a thing?" Morita's brother rose from the sofa, questioning him. "I have already said that I did not kill him," Morita vehemently denied. "In fact, deep down you had already made a decision about this matter long before, unwilling to accept it. I have just learned of the past relationship between Mr. Tianma and his sister-in-law, a revelation that has evidently struck you deeply, despite your attempts to feign indifference. It turns out that Morita's wife was once the girlfriend of Gerald. This revelation casts an even darker shadow over his potential involvement in the murder." The gazes of those around him began to shift, filled with suspicion. Morita seemed poised to defend himself, yet his words were cut short. His secret technique interrupted him as she remarked, "This truly spells disaster for Kanagawa. It is most unfortunate, President." Her tone was laced with melancholy. She then pivoted her attention toward Morita's wife, suggesting that in light of this incident, the heir to the Kanagawa Entertainment Group remains uncertain. The Kanagawa Entertainment Group is, after all, the property of the Morita family. The implication was unmistakable, and all present could discern its meaning. In an outburst, Morita exclaimed, "I did not commit murder. I am innocent." He was vehemently unwilling to be labeled a killer. At such a young age, with the reins of a vast corporation in his hands, his future was undeniably bright. Just then, Meguro Juzu interjected, "So, did you see the perpetrator?" His tone suggested a lack of absolute conviction regarding Morita's guilt. Morita shook his head repeatedly, stating, "No, when I arrived, there was no one there." The lounge was spacious, with an inner room where the piano stood. It was beneath the piano that Gerald Tianma lay lifeless. At this moment, Conan, glancing back at the piano, turned to Morita and interjected, "Uncle, when Madame Jiang was showing my mother around earlier, the piano lid seemed to be closed. Now it is open. Could it be that Mr. Gerald opened it?" Morita pondered. No, considering the size of this house, even with the lid closed, the sound would still be quite loud, so Gerald would not have opened it. Suddenly, a realization struck Morita, and he added, "In fact, the piano lid had already been opened before the arrival of the Tianma people in this room. This suggests that the murderer might have opened the piano lid beforehand to ensure that those present would not witness his actions at the moment of the crime. This is indeed a plausible theory." Kagoro Mori made a deduction. Meanwhile, Li Zili observed the unfolding drama without interjecting. Having arrived at the scene not long ago, he had already pieced together the details of the case and comprehended the entire incident, yet he chose to remain silent, standing there with an air of detached observation. Unexpectedly, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. "Ding! Task initiated. Assist Conan in solving this murder case. Upon completion, you will receive random free attribute points and a small chance to acquire a skill." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Zili was momentarily taken aback. What is this system up to? Why must I assist Conan in solving the case this time? Previously, the system always required me to solve the cases myself, yet now it wants me to remain in the background to aid another. Unable to comprehend the reasons behind such circumstances, Li Zili decided to let it be. The complexities of the cryptocurrency system eluded him, and after much contemplation, he resolved to cease his pondering. Since the task had been assigned, his duty was merely to fulfill it. Subsequently, His thoughts shifted towards how he could assist Conan in solving the case. During the recent discussion, no conclusions were reached. Only Morita emerged as the primary suspect. As the investigation continued, some took a moment to rest. Soon, under the directive of Magyar J.Z., Gerald's body was removed, plunging the spacious lounge into a profound silence. Lizili wandered about, casually observing the surroundings. This inner sanctum, in addition to a piano, boasted an array of books and decorative items, all while being nestled against the rocky cliffs by the sea. As he stood before the shattered glass window, a brisk sea breeze enveloped him, revealing a picturesque ocean view. Just as he was savoring the sight, a youthful voice broke the tranquility. "Brother Kusakawa, what are you looking at?" Turning around, he found Conan gazing at him. A smile spread across Lizili's face. Just as he was contemplating how to assist Conan, the young detective had arrived, sparing him considerable effort. With a cheerful demeanor, he responded, "Little Conan, I presume you're not here to inquire about such trivial matters?" Conan's expression reflected a sense of being seen through, as he approached Lizili, clearly not intending to engage in idle chatter. With a sheepish grin, he admitted, "Brother Kusakawa, you are indeed perceptive. Indeed, I wish to inquire about your perspective on this recent homicide." "I have no particular opinion," Lizili replied with a shake of his head. While he was inclined to assist Conan in solving the case, he felt it prudent not to be overly forthcoming, lest it provoke unnecessary speculation in the young detective's mind. Moreover, he needed to ascertain what information Conan had already gathered regarding the case. He intended to draw out the boy's thoughts first. "No particular opinion?" Conan scoffed, his disbelief palpable. Given Lizili's past behavior, he found it implausible that the latter had remained uninformed after being on the scene for so long. "Come on, Brother Kusakawa. Don't be so stingy. Just share your thoughts," Conan urged playfully. With a smile, Lizili countered, "Conan, do you have any leads at present?" Conan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lizili to turn the question back on him. He was about to shake his head and admit his lack of leads when he heard Lizili continue, "If you reveal what you have, I might just share my findings with you." Seeing the cheerful expression on Lizili's face, Conan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" he exclaimed, fully aware of Lizili's impressive deductive skills. He was certain that Lizili had uncovered something significant. His eagerness to learn more was evident, as he gazed at Lizili with palpable anticipation. Chapter 80. The trap indeed. Lizili nodded with a smile. "I have observed the scene. There are marks on the window as if something has been tightened, and there are also traces on the seats. I suspect someone has set a trap here to eliminate Gerald. However, I have yet to ascertain the precise nature of this trap," Conan remarked. As expected of Conan, his intellect is remarkable. The fact that he could deduce these details is impressive. Once he identifies the nature of this trap, solving the case will be nearly assured. Throughout the gathering, no one else has been able to conceive of this except for Conan. "In truth, I already know what the trap is," Lizili chuckled. Conan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, ready to respond, but he heard Lizili continue. "It is quite simple. All it requires is a strand of heavenly silkworm silk. Take a closer look at the ornate chandelier above and then examine the banister on the second floor. Everything will become clear." Upon hearing this, Conan instinctively gazed upwards at the chandelier. A light seemed to dawn upon him as if he had made a connection. Without hesitation, he dashed to the second floor, scrutinizing the banister adjacent to the chandelier. In an instant, all the clues of the case coalesced in his mind, connecting in a sequence. Suddenly, Conan experienced an exhilarating clarity, his eyes alight with realization. "I understand now." He then rushed back to Lizili's side, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Brother Kusanagawa, you are truly remarkable. So, do you know who the culprit is?" Lizili felt no surprise. Conan was inherently intelligent. With just a hint, he could unravel the entire trap. It was undoubtedly her. There was no doubt about it. Conan's eyes sparkled as he asserted his conviction. Lizili smiled and chose not to respond further. At that moment, Ranmori approached and inquired, "What do you mean by no doubt? What are you two discussing?" She had been covertly observing Conan and Lizili for quite some time, intrigued by their animated exchange yet clueless about their conversation. Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, she decided to investigate. Lee Zili turned to her with a smile. "Hello, Miss Mori." Ran Mori averted her gaze, ignoring him, and focused on Conan. "Conan? Nothing much, just that I've come to a realization," he replied. "A realization?" Ran Mori's face displayed confusion. Meanwhile, Conan said nothing more and gradually walked away. "Now, Mr. Morita, please accompany us for a moment," Inspector Magyar stated, intent on taking the primary suspect in for questioning. Upon hearing this, 2 officers promptly moved to apprehend Morita. Morita, in a state of agitation, shouted, "It's not me. I am not the murderer." Observing Morita's fervent protests, Satomawako furrowed her brow and addressed Lee Zili beside her. "Hiroichi, do you truly believe he is the murderer?" "Just watch, you will see," Lee Zili responded knowingly. Since Conan has already discovered the identity of the true culprit, he would never allow the police to take Morita away. However, Sato Mawako did not comprehend his words, her face awash with confusion. Just as Morita was about to be escorted away, Conan stepped forward and declared, "Wait." Lee Zili raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Meanwhile, Magyar JZ turned his gaze toward Conan and inquired, "Conan, do you have something to say?" "Officer Magyar, he is not the murderer. The real culprit is someone else," Conan asserted. "Not the murderer?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Magyar JZ looked at him intently and asked, "Then who do you believe the murderer is?" "I know who the murderer is," Conan replied confidently, adding, however, "Before I reveal the identity of the true culprit, I wish to first elucidate the method employed by the perpetrator." "Kid, how could you possibly know all this?" "Stop this nonsense." Mori Koger attempted to seize Conan, but the latter deftly dodged aside. "Uncle Mori, I am not being foolish," Conan retorted. "Mori, why not let him continue?" Magyar JZ interjected, seeing that Mori Koger still intended to apprehend Conan. "The truth of the matter is this. The murderer actually fell victim to a trap," Conan stated, startling everyone except Lee Zili. "A trap?" "Indeed, a trap," Conan affirmed. "Please observe the notch on the floor. The cut exhibits a vertical alignment." The forensic examination indeed corroborated this assertion. Conan continued, "In addition to this, there are the ledge and the handrail of the second-floor corridor, as well as the markings on the tuning fork in Mr. Tenma's hand. When these traces are interconnected, they reveal a horrifying trap." The crowd gasped, all eyes fixed on Conan. He went on, "Above the gap in the floor hangs an art lamp, and that splendid chandelier is the final element linking these traces. Could it be?" Inspector Magyar pondered the possibility, but before he could finish his thought, Conan interjected, "Indeed, the sword that the murderer had previously suspended from the art lamp fell and pierced Mr. Tenma vertically. This ultimately left a vertical gap in the floor." "What?" exclaimed Mrs. Jiang in disbelief. Inspector Magyar then remarked, "But even if Mr. Tenma fortuitously stood at the spot where the sword fell, why was it his back that was pierced and not his shoulder or head? It is quite evident." The seasoned inspector remained somewhat skeptical of Conan's assertions, and the others shared his doubts. Only Lee Zili maintained a serene expression, quietly observing the unfolding events. Conan smiled and stated, "This is because Mr. Tenma happened to be leaning down at that moment." "How could that be? Why would he be leaning down?" The crowd found it hard to believe. Upon further reflection, it seemed implausible. Why would a person in good health choose to lie on the ground? Conan appeared to have anticipated the forthcoming inquiry, as he smiled and remarked, "To unravel this mystery, we must rely on that tuning fork." "A tuning fork?" The crowd responded in confusion. "Indeed," Conan affirmed. "Furthermore, we must consider the piano bench." This statement only deepened the collective bewilderment. Conan elaborated, "Typically, there exists merely enough space for a single individual between the piano and the bench, and therein lies the trap set by the perpetrator. What could this possibly entail?" The onlookers turned their gaze towards the piano and the bench, their confusion only intensifying. "Allow me to elucidate," Conan continued. "When Mr. Tenma approached the keyboard, intending to play the piano, he discovered the bench positioned beside it, and the tuning fork, used for adjusting the pitch, had fallen to the side. Naturally, Mr. Tenma would have bent down to retrieve it. As the audience envisioned that moment, enlightenment dawned upon them. Indeed, Magyar JZ stated, at the instant he bent to pick up the tuning fork, the sword above him fell. Thus, it follows that his back was pierced by the sword. Furthermore, it was precisely because he stooped to retrieve the tuning fork that the sword fell. Why is that so? Chapter 81. Mission accomplished due to the terrifying trap. A long strand of silk was first threaded through the sword before being simultaneously pulled at both ends and suspended from the art lamp. Next, utilizing the corridor's handrail as support, one end of the silk was wrapped around the massive sofa, ultimately securing the end around a tuning fork. As for the other end, it was drawn outside the window where it was also tied to a weight. Subsequently, all that remained was to wait for Mr. Tianma to extract the tuning fork fixed beneath the chair. The silk entangled with the tuning fork would naturally loosen under the sword's tension. In an instant, the sword suspended from the art lamp would plummet vertically. These were the realizations Conan grasped after receiving crucial hints from Mr. Li. Upon hearing Conan's words, the crowd was taken aback, unable to deny the sheer horror of the trap. It could be said that the moment Gerald stepped into the room, his demise was already sealed. Seemingly oblivious to the expressions of those around him, Conan continued, moreover, the silk that originally held the sword would be drawn by the weight outside the window, inevitably falling into the abyss and vanishing into the sea. Conan, you are truly remarkable. But who set this trap with the intent to kill Mr. Tianma? Upon hearing this, Inspector Megur's inquiry prompted everyone to gaze at Conan, each eager to unveil the identity of the perpetrator. In response, Conan fixed his gaze upon Madame Jiangfang, solemnly declaring, "The one who set the trap is none other than her, Madame Jiangfang." What? The culprit is her? The crowd gasped in disbelief. No one expected that the murderer was Mrs. Jiangfang. Morita's face was one of sheer disbelief. However, before anyone could utter a word, Conan continued, "Mrs. Jiangfang, after you distributed the wine to everyone, you feigned a trip to the kitchen to set this trap. Am I correct?" Initially, Jiangfang was taken aback, but she soon regained her composure. With her head bowed in silence for a moment, she then looked up and smiled, saying, "Little one, you are mistaken. It was not me. You have no evidence to prove my guilt." "On the contrary, I possess evidence," Conan replied, observing the astonished expressions of those around him. "Now, Officer Megur, please examine the piano lid and the liquid that has stained the interior." Officer Megur stepped forward and, upon inspection, was greatly astonished to discover it was indeed wine. The crowd turned to look, confirming it was wine. Conan continued, "The reason the wine is positioned on the piano is, in my analysis, because it was poured there when the piano lid was opened. The individual who allowed the wine to drip into the piano is none other than the murderer, Mrs. Jiangfang." Jiangfang was taken aback, and before she could respond, Officer Megur interjected, "How can you so confidently declare it was Mrs. Jiangfang?" "Because that is the only bottle of red wine Mr. Michel brought back from France," Conan stated. Upon hearing this, the foreigner, Michel, dipped his finger into the wine on the piano and tasted it, affirming, "Indeed, this is the red wine I brought back." All present partook of the red wine, save for Lady Jiangfangfu, the only exception. "During the revelry, Uncle Mooli inadvertently collided with you, causing your wine to spill, which likely resulted in some of the liquid staining your brooch. Later, as you lifted the piano lid, the wine dripped down. In summation, the perpetrator is you." Conan's words cut like a knife, rendering Lady Jiangfangfu pale as a ghost, leaving her utterly speechless. Witnessing her expression, Morita could scarcely believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Jiangfang, could it truly be you?" "Indeed, it is I," Lady Jiangfangfu replied, her spirit crushed. "I never intended to take his life, but..." Kneeling in remorse, she slowly revealed the reason behind her act of killing Gerald Timar. It transpired that when she and Timar parted ways, she had pushed him off a cliff. To her astonishment, he survived the fall and reappeared before her a decade later. In a bid to conceal this grave secret, she felt compelled to eliminate Timar. As Conan unraveled the mystery, an electronic voice resonated in Li Zili's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on completing your task. You have earned 13 free attribute points." At this, a smile graced Li Zili's lips. He promptly allocated 10 of these points to agility and the remaining 3 to intelligence. Subsequently, Li Zili's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Host: Li Zili Intelligence, 90 physical strength, 90 agility, 84 skills. Hacking, beginner, disguise, master marksman. Note: as a sharpshooter, you can manipulate any firearm in 108 different ways. Voice alteration. Note: you can mimic anyone's voice. Photographic memory. Note: anything you have seen will never be forgotten. It is evident that Li Zili's agility is nearly on par with his intelligence and physical strength. He is growing increasingly formidable. A smile unconsciously spread across Li Zili's face. The sensation of gradual progress is exhilarating. He is aware that he may ultimately become as remarkable as a superhero. Meanwhile, Conan, having solved a case, is basking in the praises of those around him. Mayuri Ran affectionately ruffles his hair and exclaims, "Conan, you are so clever to have cracked such a difficult case." Conan feels a flush of embarrassment. "It's nothing. I learned it from others." "Kid, you were merely lucky. There's no need to be proud," grumbled Kagoro Mori. "How am I being proud?" Conan rolled his eyes internally. "Haha, young Conan, you did splendidly this time," chuckled Yugo Magyar. Just as everyone was lauding Conan, Mawako Sato approached Li Zili, casting him a sidelong glance, and inquired softly, "Hey, did you teach that kid how to solve cases?" "No." Li Zili shook his head in denial. "Yeah, right," Mawako Sato thought to herself, scoffing internally. She had clearly seen Li Zili and Conan chattering together before. What else could she tell Conan aside from solving the case? Not even sharing it with me? Sato Mawako gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. "Come on, gossip girl." With that, Li Zili playfully flicked her forehead and then quickly departed. "Hey!" Sato Mawako exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after, she clenched her teeth and muttered, "You bastard, daring to flick me, just wait." With that, she took off after him. 7 days later, while disposing of some trash, Li Zili unexpectedly encountered Vermouth. Ever since that fateful night when the gold was stolen, Vermouth seemed to have become exceedingly busy. Li Zili had not seen her since. In truth, he had an inkling that her newfound busyness might be somewhat related to him. His intuition was correct. Over the past few days, Vermouth had been tirelessly searching for the individual who had stolen the gold, Li Zili. However, after days of searching, Vermouth had not uncovered even the slightest clue. It was as though that person had materialized out of thin air, only to vanish just as mysteriously. No matter how hard she looked, she could not find him, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted. Chapter 82. Tenderness. Today, she made a resolute decision to abandon her quest for that elusive individual. It was a choice steeped in resignation. As an intelligence officer, she had never encountered someone so difficult to locate. Naturally, the turmoil within Belmod would remain unspoken to Li Zili. Upon their meeting, they exchanged warm greetings as usual. After a brief conversation, Li Zili scrutinized Belmod intently and remarked with a smile, "Sister Bay, you appear quite fatigued. What have you been up to these past few days? Let us not delve into it." "It's a long story," Belmod replied, waving her hand dismissively. Li Zili, sensing her reluctance, cheerfully suggested, "How about joining me for dinner? I've purchased a splendid steak." "Sounds delightful. It's been ages since I savored your culinary skills," Belmod replied with enthusiasm. Their familiarity had grown, and it was not the first occasion she had dined at Li Zili's home. She felt no embarrassment about it. "I'll await your arrival," he said before heading back to his room. In the kitchen, the rhythmic sound of chopping resonated as Li Zili prepared for Belmod's visit. He was making 3 dishes: stir-fried steak, longjing shrimp, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Soon, the kitchen was enveloped in a tantalizing aroma that made one's mouth water. Just as he plated the final dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the doorbell rang. He smiled gently, perfectly timed. Subsequently, he removed his apron and welcomed Vermouth into his home. She had changed into comfortable leisure wear, yet it couldn't conceal her ample bosom, which swelled prominently. Her soft, blonde hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, as if she had just emerged from a bath. As she drew near, a delightful fragrance wafted over him. Seeing her thus, his eyes lit up, and he felt a stirring in his heart. "Vermouth, your timing is impeccable. I've just finished preparing the dishes," he said with a smile. "Indeed, one couldn't have timed it better," she replied, her face radiant. "Precisely. Please, Make yourself comfortable while I fetch the dishes. With that, he entered the kitchen and carried the 3 prepared dishes to the table. He then produced a bottle of fine wine, uncorked it, and poured half a glass for her. Here you are, vermouth. Thank you, she said, accepting the wine with a smile. He poured himself a glass as well and raised it in a toast. Cheers. They each took a sip of the wine. Setting down her glass, Vermouth gazed at the food and remarked, "It looks and smells delightful. It must be delicious." She picked up a shrimp and savored it, then gave him a thumbs up. "The taste is exquisite. Your culinary skills remain as impressive as ever." He smiled, and they continued to dine, conversing as they ate and drank. Not long after, Belmod stood up and remarked, "It's a bit warm, perhaps due to the considerable amount of alcohol consumed." Her cheeks were flushed, and she felt a certain heat enveloping her. "I shall turn on the air conditioning," Lizili offered, but Belmod interjected, "No need, I can simply remove my clothing." With that, she shed her outer garment and placed it behind the chair. Lizili glanced over and was instantly captivated. Beneath her outer layer, Belmod wore only a white shirt, and more significantly, she was not wearing a bra. The contours of her full, rounded bosom were distinctly visible, 2 prominent peaks evident upon her chest. Lizili felt as though he might bleed from his nose. Belmod's curves were both grand and alluring. "What are you staring at?" Belmod initially paid little heed to his gaze, but upon uttering those words, she became aware of Lizili's lingering glance. Instead of feeling embarrassed, she proudly adjusted her posture and inquired, "Do you find me appealing, Hongi?" This question roused Lizili from his daze. Reflecting on his previous demeanor, he awkwardly touched his nose but ultimately nodded and replied candidly, "Sister Bay, you are truly beautiful." To his astonishment, Belmod drew closer, leaning in with her enchanting eyes fixed on him, asking, "Do you like it?" As she bent forward, a generous expanse of her alabaster skin came into view. Lizili could not help but swallow hard. He suppressed his restless emotions and forcefully averted his gaze. With a voice dry as dust, he remarked, "Who doesn't like it?" At this, Belmod pursed her lips and let out a melodious laugh, her joy radiant and effervescent. Just as Lizili turned back to speak, he was unexpectedly met with Belmod pressing her lips against his. He felt the softness of her lips, an exquisite sensation, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Realizing Belmod's intentions, Lizili began to reciprocate her affection. They shared a kiss for 3 minutes. Subsequently, Belmod gracefully leaned onto him, her eyes dreamy as she whispered, "Carry me to bed." Without hesitation, Lizili lifted her in a princess carry and took her to his bedroom. Soon, they found themselves devoid of any fabric. Lizili glanced down, his heart racing at the sight. Belmod's curves were truly ample, evoking thoughts of what might be possible. A fleeting notion crossed his mind. Should he dare to explore this? With that thought, his hands instinctively ventured towards her. The following 3,000 words are omitted. The next day, as sunlight streamed in, Lizili finally opened his eyes. He looked down to find Belmod nestled in his embrace, her silky golden hair cascading over the pillow, her head resting against his chest, eyes gently closed. Still not awake, Lizili found himself half closing his eyes, reminiscing about the enchanting night they had shared. They had indulged in their desires numerous times, leaving him nearly exhausted, yet Belmod seemed utterly satisfied. She was remarkably open-minded, effortlessly adopting any position. One cannot deny the merit in that. Engaging with Yuenzi felt entirely different. She was far too shy and restrained. Throughout their encounter, there was but a single position, a swift culmination. How delightful it was to be with a captivating enchantress like Belmod. He mused inwardly. Eventually, he attempted to sit up, but in doing so, he inadvertently stirred Belmod from her slumber. She opened her eyes, gazing up at him, and he returned her look with a smile, saying, "Awake, are we?" Belmod nodded, shifting slightly to rest her head on his shoulder, gently closing her eyes once more, resembling a sunlit kitten luxuriating in comfort. Lizili embraced her, and they savored the warmth of their closeness for a brief moment. Then, Lizili ventured, "Belmod, there's something I find perplexing." Belmod looked at him with curiosity. "Last night I was wondering why you, that is." He hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed to articulate his thoughts. However, Belmode appeared unfazed. With a playful smile, she replied, "So, you found me rather forward? It seemed as though I was attempting to entice you?" Chapter 83. An encounter with Tanaka in the park. I never claimed you were trying to seduce me, Lee Zili insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Why are you so flustered? I was merely jesting, Bermode replied with a playful smile. Observing his demeanor, she continued, "In truth, I've been quite fond of you, my charming young man. Otherwise, would I engage in conversation with you or visit your home for meals repeatedly? It is you, my dear fool, who has been oblivious to my affections all along." Upon hearing this, Lee Zili could not help but reminisce about the moments spent with Bermode. There were instances when she had subtly hinted at her feelings for him, though he had been too dense to notice at the time. Only in retrospect did he comprehend the depth of her sentiment. "I shall love you for a lifetime," Lee Zili declared, tightening his embrace around her arm. "And what of your little girlfriend? Have you lost interest in her?" Bermode's question left Lee Zili momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware that she referred to Suzuki Enko. How was he to respond? For a brief moment, words escaped him. Seeing his reaction, Bermode burst into laughter. "Your expression is priceless. It makes me laugh so hard. Fear not, I have no intentions of demanding marriage from you. I have never been fond of the institution, nor do I plan to enter into it. I am indifferent to how many women you may have. As long as you treat me well, that is all that matters." Did Bermode not know about Lee Zili's girlfriend? Of course, she was well aware. Since she was aware of it, her actions towards Lee Zili indicated that she was indifferent to his entanglement with another woman. Upon hearing Bermode's words, Lee Zili found himself at a loss for words. He merely held her tightly, kissed her gently on the forehead, and declared, "I shall always treat you well." "That is all I need to hear," Bermode replied, nuzzling against his chest. After a brief moment of tenderness, they rose to partake in breakfast. Following their meal, Bermode retreated to her own room, while Lee Zili headed to the police headquarters for work. On that day, Suzuki Sonoko invited Lee Zili for an outing. Naturally, he could not refuse and requested leave from Megure JZ, eagerly embarking on a date with Sonoko. In a park, Lee Zili and Suzuki Sonoko strolled hand in hand, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. Indeed, they were a couple. Sonoko was sipping a cup of milk tea, exclaiming, "Wow, the air here is truly delightful." "Not bad," Lee Zili nodded in agreement. Over these past days, Sonoko had frequently sought him out, and their bond had grown increasingly profound. Look, those flowers are stunning," Sonoko suddenly exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she pointed to a distant spot. Lee Zili followed her gaze and, indeed, there lay a vibrant array of flowers, captivating in their beauty. "Let us go take a closer look," Sonoko exclaimed, tugging Lee Zili along as they rushed towards the blossoms. "Wow, how beautiful." The two were admiring the flowers when suddenly, a woman's voice called from behind, "Mr. Kusakawa?" Upon hearing someone call his name, Lee Zili turned around, only to be pleasantly surprised to find it was Tanaka Rihue. He had not expected to encounter her here. Since their last meeting, they had not crossed paths again. "Miss Tanaka," Lee Zili began, but just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! A random task has been triggered. The host must rescue Tanaka Rihue. Upon completion, the host will receive random attribute points and possibly acquire a skill. Is Tanaka Rihue in danger?" Taken aback by the system's words, Lee Zili paused for a moment. He pondered over this task. The system had been quite vague, only instructing him to save Tanaka Rihue without providing any further details, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Unable to contain his curiosity, he queried the system, "What kind of crisis is Tanaka Rihue facing? Could you elaborate?" "No, the host must investigate this matter independently," the system replied curtly. "All right, but you must at least inform me when she will encounter danger," Lee Zili responded, feeling quite at a loss. Within 3 days, the system provided a rather ambiguous time frame. Lee Zili felt even more perplexed. Within these 3 days, which specific day and hour might it be? It was utterly unclear. Nonetheless, he understood that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. Thus, he decided to refrain from questioning the system any longer. Though this exchange felt lengthy, It had all transpired in an instant. Upon hearing his words, Ri Tanaka approached and said, "Mr. Kasakawa, it truly is you. I was beginning to wonder if I had mistaken you for someone else." Just as Ri was about to respond, Sonoko Suzuki chimed in from beside her. "Miss Tanaka, it's you. Do you still remember me?" While saying this, she pointed to herself. Upon hearing this, Ri Tanaka shifted her gaze to Sonoko Suzuki and smiled. "Of course I remember you, Miss Suzuki." They had met at a magic enthusiasts gathering previously, so their recognition was natural. Then, noticing the two holding hands, Ri hesitated and inquired, "What is this?" "Hiroichi is now my boyfriend," Sonoko Suzuki replied, wrapping her arm around Ri's partner, Lee Zili, resting her head on his shoulder with a smile. Her gaze towards Ri was sharp, seemingly declaring, "Kasakawa Hiroichi is mine." She certainly recalled that after the gathering ended, Ri had requested Lee Zili's phone number, which had displeased her for a time. Now, upon encountering this woman again, she felt compelled to assert, "Kasakawa Hiroichi belongs to me, so do not entertain any thoughts." Ri Tanaka, appearing oblivious to Sonoko's intentions, chuckled lightly and remarked, "You have good taste." "What does that mean?" Sonoko pondered, perplexed. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Lee Zili interjected, "Miss Tanaka, what brings you here?" "I simply came to stroll around," Ri replied. Ri Tanaka remarked, "You all carry on. I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, she waved goodbye to Riko and departed. Observing this, Sonoko Suzuki mistakenly believed that Ri Tanaka had retreated in defeat, and a subtle smile of delight appeared on her face. Conversely, Riko did not dwell on the matter too much. He grasped Sonoko's hand and said, "Shall we go?" "Indeed," she replied. As they strolled a short distance, suddenly, Riko felt his phone vibrate. He took it out to discover a message from Ri Tanaka. "Meet me at the north side of the park in half an hour. I have something to discuss with you." What could Ri Tanaka be up to? Is she secretly arranging a meeting with me, perhaps? Riko pondered. "What are you looking at?" Sonoko asked, leaning in to see. Riko quickly tucked his phone away. "Nothing, just a spam message." At this, Sonoko lost interest. Afterwards, the two enjoyed a leisurely wander through the park, finding joy in each other's company. After half an hour, Riko excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom and made his way to the north side of the park, where he spotted Ri Tanaka waiting for him. Upon noticing his arrival, Ri Tanaka beamed and stood up. "Mr. Kasakawa, I knew you would come. How could I possibly decline an invitation from a beauty?" Riko replied, grinning broadly. Chapter 84. A request for assistance. Where is your little girlfriend? Aren't you afraid of her? Ri Tanaka chuckled. "She won't concern herself with such matters." Lee Zili replied, "Miss Tanaka, what is it that you summoned me for? Surely it is not merely out of loneliness?"
Let me assure you.
"I am not that kind of man." "How vain you are." Ri Tanaka laughed, casting him a playful glance. Then, she composed herself and said on a serious note, "I called you here because I need your help." "You need my assistance?" Lee Zili was taken aback, surprised that Ri Tanaka had a reason like this to seek him out. "Aside from you, I know not whom else to turn to. Please do not refuse my plea." As she spoke, she bowed deeply to him. "Let us not proceed in such a manner," Lee Zili replied. He was not one to simply assist a beautiful woman without reason. He saw no distinction between such a request and that of a fool. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Before we discuss your request for assistance, I would like to understand the difficulties you are facing." "Very well," Ri Tanaka began, recounting the troubling events she had encountered. It turned out that she had received several threatening letters over the past few days. The messages contained phrases such as "I want you dead," "vile woman," and "I will make you suffer unbearably before you die." At first, she had dismissed them, assuming they were nothing more than a cruel prank. However, just last night, on her way home from work, she had been assaulted. "Had it not been for my fortunate encounter with a couple, I shudder to think of what fate awaited me. A deep-seated fear envelopes me, leaving me at a loss for how to proceed. After much contemplation, I realize that you are the only one who can assist me. I implore you, please lend me your help, for without it, I truly do not know what else to do." In the end, Rihue Tian bowed deeply to Zili Li, harboring no doubts about his capabilities. In her eyes, Zili Li was an enigmatic figure endowed with extraordinary deductive skills, a fact she had personally witnessed. Thus, it was clear that he was her only hope. Upon hearing Rihue Tian's plea, Zili Li felt a stirring within him. Could it be that the system indicated Rihue Tian's crisis was precisely this? It surely must be. Initially, Zili Li had intended to investigate the nature of Rihue Tian's predicament, but her own revelations rendered such inquiries unnecessary. With this clarity, Zili Li formulated a plan. Rest assured, I shall assist you, he assured her. Thank you, thank you. Rihue Tian exclaimed with joy, her heart lightened by the presence of the mysterious Zili Li. After a moment of contemplation, Zili Li proposed, how about you provide me with your home address? I shall visit you tomorrow. Certainly, Rihue Tian replied, sharing her address with Zili Li. Following this exchange, the two engaged in a few more words before parting ways. On the other side, Suzuki Yoko waited anxiously, yet Li Zili had not returned. Unable to contain her impatience, she resolved to seek him out. Just as she was about to take action, Li Zili appeared. She immediately rushed towards him, exclaiming, Hiroichi, why did you take so long? I apologize, I encountered a few matters that delayed me. Li Zili replied with a smile. That's all right, let us go. Upon hearing his explanation, Suzuki Yoko chose to overlook it and wrapped her arm around his shoulder as they departed. After exploring the park, the duo ventured to the amusement park, returning home only at dusk. On their way back, Suzuki Yoko inquired, Hiroichi, is there anything we need to buy for the house? Yes. Li Zili pondered for a moment before nodding. He recalled that their refrigerator was nearly empty and required replenishment. Then let us head to the supermarket, Suzuki Yoko exclaimed, gripping his arm with excitement. All right. Together, they made their way to the supermarket. This was Suzuki Yoko's first time shopping at the supermarket with Li Zili, and she appeared quite exhilarated. She bounced along the aisles, selecting an array of items such as milk, vegetables, and meat. During their shopping, she frequently turned to Li Zili to ask, Hiroichi, do we need soy sauce? Let us buy a bottle as a backup. Sure. Without hesitation, Suzuki Yoko retrieved a bottle of soy sauce from the shelf. After completing their purchases and exiting the supermarket, they found themselves laden with several bags. Throughout their journey home, Suzuki Yoko chattered animatedly, seemingly unaffected by the day's activities. Upon arriving home as Li Zili passed by the entrance of Belmode, he noticed the door was locked, suggesting that Belmode was not at home. This thought briefly crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. Upon entering the house, Li Zili opened the refrigerator door and began to take out the items he had brought, placing them one by one inside. Standing beside him, Suzuki Yoko handed him the groceries she had purchased, including pork and cabbage. Before long, after filling the refrigerator to capacity, Li Zili turned to Suzuki Yoko with a smile and asked, Are you hungry? She replied, I wasn't hungry until you mentioned it. Now I feel hungry. As she spoke, she gently patted her small belly. They had yet to have lunch. Li Zili said no more and walked into the kitchen with some vegetables in hand. After their meal, it was already 8 o'clock. Li Zili took Suzuki Yoko's hand and said with a smile, Why don't you stay tonight? She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze. By 10:30, after showering together, Li Zili embraced the bare Suzuki Yoko and carried her into the bedroom. Soon, the room was filled with her soft moans, which only quieted down after more than half an hour. Perhaps Yoko was simply too tired today, for she fell asleep immediately after their intimacy, resting her head on Li Zili's arm, sleeping peacefully. Li Zili gazed at her with a smile before closing his own eyes. After an unknown period of slumber, Li Zili awoke. He felt a pair of hands caressing him up and down. Someone was in the bed. This was the first thought that crossed Li Zili's mind. Fully opening his eyes, he lowered his gaze and was instantly taken aback. Bermode was straddling him, touching him intimately. Noticing his stare, Bermode turned to him with a smile. Li Zili was about to speak, but Bermode placed her index finger on her lips, signaling for silence. Then, she leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, Be careful not to wake your little girlfriend. With that, she cast a glance at Suzuki Yoko, who lay beside them. Subsequently, She gently nibbled on Li Zili's earlobe, her hands roaming over his body. Bieber mode. She's still here, Li Zili said in a hushed tone. To be honest, he never anticipated Bur mode would be so audacious. Although he had given her a spare key, and she often visited him late at night, he truly did not expect her to engage in such antics with Suzuki Yoko present. What if Yoko discovered them? Would there be an uproar? However, Bur mode seemed utterly unconcerned, whispering teasingly in his ear, "What's the big deal? With her here, I senti it all the more thrilling?" Suddenly, Li Zili nearly succumbed to a moan as Bur mode made her bold move. That enchanting creature! It was infuriating and simply unbearable. Chapter 85. A threatening missive without regard for Sonoko Suzuki's presence. Li Zili immediately kissed Vermouth. Gradually, Vermouth's lingerie slipped from her form and onto the floor. In rapid succession, Li Zili felt something slide down. He and Vermouth simultaneously emitted a moan of pure ecstasy. Subsequently, their movements were delicate, yet the entire experience was exceptionally stimulating, even more pleasurable than usual. After more than half an hour, the tempest subsided. Vermouth reclined in his embrace, and they shared a tender moment. Afterward, Vermouth retrieved her nightgown, playfully tapped Li Zili on the nose, and flashed a captivating smile. "I must depart," she murmured, before quietly slipping out with her nightgown in hand. Once she had left, Li Zili glanced at Sonoko Suzuki, who lay beside him. Her back was turned towards him, and she appeared to be fast asleep, her breathing even and rhythmic. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. "Good morning." Sonoko Suzuki's smiling face greeted him as he opened his eyes. Li Zili returned her smile. "Good morning." Subsequently, they both sat up, dressed, and exited the bedroom. As Sonoko Suzuki was a frequent visitor, she had long since purchased toiletries for her use. After they had finished washing up, Li Zili prepared breakfast. Sonoko Suzuki, after finishing her meal, planted a kiss on his forehead and chirped, "I'm off." "Okay," Li Zili replied, waving goodbye, and with that, Sonoko Suzuki departed. At 9 o'clock, Li Zili took a taxi to Tanaka Rihei's residence. Tanaka had just finished her meal and poured him a glass of warm water. As Li Zili sat there, sipping the water, he glanced around. Tanaka's apartment was quite impressive, adorned with exquisite decor and an air of cleanliness and elegance. Everything was meticulously arranged, and the atmosphere was suffused with a distinctly feminine fragrance. At that moment, Li Zili set down his glass and turned his gaze toward Tanaka. Instantly, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Tanaka appeared fatigued, with dark circles under her eyes, suggesting a restless night. "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" he inquired. "No," Tanaka replied, shaking her head, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Last night at 9, I received another threatening letter. I was too scared to sleep, afraid he would reappear. If you don't mind my impertinence, you should rest for a while. We can discuss matters later," Li Zili suggested with a smile. "I'm not afraid of your impertinence," Tanaka chuckled softly. However, she felt a warmth in her heart at Li Zili's concern. "Then you should rest for a bit. I feel bad making you wait," she added apologetically. "Not at all. You needn't worry about me. Go on and sleep," he reassured her. "All right," she conceded, seeing his insistence. She was utterly exhausted, having not slept a wink the previous night, and she could no longer hold on. With Li Zili there, she felt she could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. "Make yourself at home. There is food in the refrigerator. If you find yourself feeling bored, you may watch television," Tanaka said to Li Zili before rising and retreating into the bedroom. After her departure, Li Zili casually surveyed his surroundings, then settled down to take out his phone. 2 hours later, the bedroom door swung open, and Tanaka re-emerged, her hair in a tousled state, her eyes still heavy with sleep, clearly just awakened. However, she appeared more spirited than before. "I apologize, please wait a moment longer," she smiled as she passed by Li Zili. He waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. He then watched her stroll into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Tanaka reappeared from the bathroom, markedly transformed. Her hair was neatly arranged, cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her face adorned with light makeup. though she still bore a hint of fatigue. She remained strikingly beautiful. Once seated, the two shifted their focus to more serious matters. "How many threatening letters have you received in total?" Li Zili inquired. 11, she replied. "When did you receive the first threatening letter?" "About half a month ago." "Do you have any enemies? Those who harbor a deep-seated animosity towards you?" Tanaka pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't believe so. I usually do not offend others, and even if I have, it's typically over trivial matters. Nothing substantial. Could it be the work of an overzealous fan? Tanaka's magic is quite impressive. She indeed has a fan base, and it is not uncommon for there to be one or two psychologically peculiar individuals among them, especially in a detective world like that of Conan. Thus, Lazili does not dismiss the possibility. "Are you one of those?" Tanaka jestingly inquired. At her words, Lazili recalled the first time he met Tanaka and declared himself a fan, which made him smile. He raised his hand and chuckled. "Let me clarify. Although I am your fan, I am not deranged." A soft giggle escaped Tanaka's lips. Lazili continued, "Have you noticed any suspicious individuals wandering near your home lately?" "Suspicious individuals?" Tanaka furrowed her brow in thought for a moment before shaking her head. "I haven't seen anyone. Is there anyone you suspect in particular?" Upon hearing this, Tanaka fell silent. Observing her reaction, Lazili remarked, "If you wish for my assistance, you must speak to me honestly, leaving no detail concealed." "There is one," Tanaka admitted, glancing at him and nodding. "Tell me about him." Tanaka then divulged the details. It turned out that she was the deputy manager of an insurance company, and her superior was set to retire soon. She was poised to become the successor. However, there was a rival, Hideyuki Yamada, who was also a deputy manager. Both aspired to the managerial position, leading to several verbal confrontations between them. Tanaka harbored suspicions in her heart. She believed that Yamada Shizuki was orchestrating this entire scheme, aiming to drive her to the brink of despair in order to elevate her own status. After listening, Li Zili nodded. Thus, it seemed that Yamada Shizuki indeed bore significant suspicion. After all, some individuals resort to unscrupulous methods to ascend the social ladder, a common occurrence in bustling metropolises. For the time being, Li Zili mentally categorized her as one of the suspects. He then inquired, "Did you see who attacked you that night? Were you able to identify them?" "I couldn't discern," Tanaka replied, shaking her head. "They were riding a motorcycle wearing a helmet, and coupled with the poor lighting at night, I couldn't tell if they were male or female." Li Zili nodded in understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Do you still have those threatening letters? Please bring them to me." "I do," Tanaka reaffirmed, rising to her feet. She retrieved a stack of letters from a nearby drawer and handed them to Li Zili. Li Zili tore open the letters, examining them one by one. Each contained menacing language, and upon scrutinizing them closely, he noted that all the letters were composed of words cut from newspapers. No clues could be gleaned from the correspondence. He set the letters down, lost in thought.